So we're going to start streaming, and we are streaming, and we are going to now check to see if we are connecting. So let's see if that connects, and it says excellent connection. So whoever is in the chat, let us know, and we will obviously appreciate it profoundly. So let me also go to see if this is displaying correctly on the up live list. Fuck, I don't see it on the live list, or let's see if it's displaying on the other live list.
I see it.
You see it? Okay.
Yep,
Okay, that's good. Let's see if it's appearing on. Okay, so it's appearing on my homepage at least. And thank you for the upvotes. Drill801 says sound is good. Thank you so very much. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. We are going to also. So YouTube's got something new going on where they're not displaying the current live stream on the live stream list, which is what they used to do while you were transmitting or hosting or broadcasting, however you phrase it. 180 now says clear. Thank you so very much, both of you gentlemen. Hugs. Welcome aboard. And now we're going to go back to the online broadcasting software and test the voice of the other three gentlemen. Peter Moon, say hello. Okay.
Hello. I had to go answer the phone. That's why I was on mute.
Okay. Wonderful. I think people should be able to hear him. How about you, Aristides? Say hello.
Hello, I'm here. I can hear everybody well, and I hope everybody can hear me well.
Excellent. Wonderful. And Brendan Zogit, say hello.
I don't think he's in here.
Oh, okay. Let me see. He appeared there for a bit. Okay, then he didn't appear. Okay. Samuel Romero says sound loud and clear. God bless you, dear sir. Okay, so with that, we're going to return to call, and I will explain to both Aristides and Peter Moon and everybody who's listening. Obviously, I try to be prepared as much as possible for when we're starting transmission. We've got a number of people already gathering, and I will take advantage of this moment to do something I didn't have an opportunity to do over the last few transmissions, which is just to remind everybody how important it is to hit the upvotes. And I do want to remind people that the moment we start transmission, we are assailed by downvotes. These are mostly automated bots, and YouTube does filter them out, but it takes them an hour or two to do so. And by that time, they've served their purpose for the enemy, which is to prevent us from appearing on searches. So it is up to you. This is guerrilla warfare. World War III, as Marshall McLuhan, the great Canadian media sociologist, had once observed, World War III will be a media and information war that will be nonstop 24/7, and the battlefield will be the hearts and minds of the population. The population itself will be as well the fighting force, the mobilized frontline battle force in World War III. And that's you. This is your war, and you have to fight it or you're going to lose. All of you are here because you believe that you're misinformed by the deep state or the conventional media. Unfortunately, the alternative media is far worse, and I can assure you, you would be better off in general avoiding alternative media, obviously, except for the present person speaking to you, and that's a hell of a claim to make. For most people, that sounds like hubris or incredible arrogance. It is not. The other people, whether it's Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, Michael Savage, all the rest of alternative media, these people are simply deep state. They're only deep state. That's in fact, they're the enemy in a foreign sense. They're either Australian under the service of Rupert Murdoch, or they're working with Vladimir Putin, who are basically the same side. And it's, as I said, alternative media is Russian propaganda. spoken in English. We used to have a freak who used to turn that into a meme named Daniel Arola, who was always working with the other side anyway, and he was always someone who was doing his best to alienate everybody. And there's other examples of that, of course. Whoever gloms onto myself, I have to be very leery of. And right now I want to acknowledge those that are welcome here. T-Tank Barry, of course, he says, God bless these transmissions. DDD and Team Dietrich. El Nemo says, sounding good. Thank you, sir. I do hope you join us later. Vicky Johnson says, hello, Douglas, with hearts and roses. God bless you, Vicky Johnson. And Mark H. In Boston says, sounds fantastic, Douglas. Thank you so much, Mark. Okay. Hugs to everyone, and kisses at Vicky Johnson. Thank you so much, Vicky. I'll try and get to you later in the chat. In the interim, I do want people to know that after I had a short, brief talk with Peter Moon earlier tonight, I received a plethora of phone calls thereafter that I had to take an address. Speaking with my gang brother Beaver, trying to arrange for a shopping supply trip of larger amounts of paper supplies, paper and plastic supplies, which as a bachelor I use because I don't wash dishes. I use paper ones and then put them in a recycler along with the plastic utensils. Because as a bachelor I don't do laundry per se, I use enormous amounts of paper towels. And as I said, my hygiene is usually taken care of at the estates. Here in this hellhole that is my crypt, there's very little I can do for myself other than subsist and perform these transmissions and sleep, which is what it's good for, this place. Other than that, I do want people to understand that because I was dealing with all of these other calls, I could not finish everything in my studio. The throne of pillows, as I call it, is still in construction phase. Almost done. Just a few more things to add to it. So I will go mute for several minutes and basically have Peter take the stage. I will not be able to hear him, and I'm dependent on these earbuds, which I need to buy 2 new pairs of. That obviously is not so much an expense. I do have a project I want to pursue with Aristides, Nemo, and other people willing to participate. And this will involve just a little bit of, I'll tell them about it later. So aside from that, good number of people and our individuals in chat are talking to each other. Again, for those upvotes, use every IP address that you've got. That means your cell phone, your tablet, your PC, or your laptop. Use each one of them that might have a different IP address and put an upvote into the video. We do need these in order to keep us floating on YouTube as much as we need your moral and financial support. So that being said, basically I'm going to go mute in a matter of moments, turn it over to Peter. But before I do, obviously, is there anything you need to tell me? I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the absolute longest. And then I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Won't be able to hear you for 10 minutes once I go mute, but before I do, Peter, anything that comes to mind that you wish to share with myself? We've got a good number of people already, so as you take the stage, it will be, you'll be doing well.
Well, as I'd like you to be here as much as possible,
Understood.
I will start by actually reading from a book called Prayers of the Cosmos,
Okay.
Which is a translation of the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic. And it's very interesting because it has to do with breath.
Yes.
Okay, anyway, so go ahead and do your stuff.
Sure. I'll engage in that in the briefest of moments, and I appreciate your starting with that book. It sounds like a good start to the night. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Okay, I'm going mute for now, and all my best wishes to everyone involved. We're doing good so far, and we will be doing great throughout the night. But again, remember, everybody, this is your struggle as well, and you have to participate. I do want to ask Peter to remind me, along with Aristides, remind myself to bring up the credit we need to give people who have financially supported me throughout the power outage, the quote-unquote planned power outage, or more like power outrage crises. Now that that is over, then what we need to do is deal with, the upcoming plans for a supply run and everything else. Beaver is, last time I checked in with him, my gang brother, not in a good space. He was metal plate in his ankle, won't be able to do any running until March, undergoing physical rehab. And this has to do with his breaking his foot a while back while he had COVID. And he, of course, is in the middle of all the responsibilities of caring for his mother. Now, I've explained the cultural nuances of this before, and they are important. I wish everyone to understand. Cantonese culture in particular, it can have love between parents and children, but it's not the norm. And his case is the norm. It's the baseline social model of the Cantonese Chinese social paradigm, which is there's no love between he and his mother, but he's caring for her out of the albatross of Chinese familial responsibility, what's known as familial or filial piety. And so he's taking care of her because he has to. And besides, there's nobody else in the family that is willing to do so. And they've just, they do stupid little things like that are symbolic, but they don't do anything to really help. And welcome aboard, Acid Kick 96. He says, good evening, DD and Team D. I'm glad you're here. And that, of course, is Sid, SYD. And, okay, got the file for Prayers of the Cosmos provided by Aristides. With that in the text box, I'm going to go mute. We're going to turn this over to Peter, and later on we can go back to all of the, little specificities of other people that people don't hear on the show, but are certainly a part of my support base and my life, like my gang brother Beaver. We can get back to that later because I know Peter's always interested in that and all the little things going on with that, and they are relevant. Okay then, go on mute, and Peter's going to take it away.
Yes, okay. Thank you. And one of the reasons for that is I have a fantasy of, and I don't really expect this to happen, but if I were to have influence in programming, actually my chart says I would be very influential in cable television, although that hasn't manifested, and maybe my influence is more indirect, but I would like to have a TV show called Leave It to Beaver about Douglas's friend Beaver. It'd be very interesting, or based upon his adventures in life. Because he's quite a character. I don't know him, but just from what Douglas has told us, his gang brother, who has been a substantial influence in, recovering the biofacsimilograph from the Presidio, which is a whole nother story. But anyway, Prayers of the Cosmos, it's a very interesting book. It's written, translated, and it's not just translated, by Douglas Neil Douglas Klotz, Neil Douglas Klotz, DOUGLAS-CLOTZ, published in 1994. And there's a lot of verbiage about it. And I'm going to read the Lord's Prayer as translated by Neil Douglas Klotz. I will speak it in English. Now, the King James Version starts off, Our Father, which art in heaven. And then it goes on, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, so on and so forth. Perhaps I should read it. And, I should read it in English first, because this is the one many of you are familiar with. And people will use it to clear out the energy. Okay, this is the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Okay, now I'm going to read it to you as translated from the Aramaic. And he goes into really detail about the translation. O birther, father, mother of the cosmos, you create all that moves in light. O thou, the breathing life of all, creator of the shimmering sound that touches us, respiration of all worlds. We hear you breathing in and out in silence, source of sound, in the roar and the whisper, in the breeze and in the whirlwind, we hear your name. Radiant one, you shine within us, outside us, even darkness shines when we remember. Name of names, our small identity unravels in you. You give it back as a lesson. Wordless action, silent potency, where ears and eyes awaken. There heaven comes. O birther, father, mother of the cosmos. Now, if you had practiced or learned Qigong in the school that I did, this is like, wow, this is all about Qigong. It's all about Qigong. It's all about breathing. And how did it get changed into what I read previously, which is the King James Version? And I would tell anybody that looks into this, you will see vehement arguments against this translation. And they will go into scholastic buffoonery to say, just like the King James Version, just like the King James Version. It's really the King James Version is right. As if this scholar, Douglas Klotz, Neil Douglas Klotz, why would he be going to this trouble to create a false translation that takes us back to breathing, the breath of life? What you have is you've diluted the breath. It's something completely different. And as they say, and he gives the translation. He even gives it in the script that it was originally written in. So I would, it's not hard to find online. Prayers of the Cosmos, Meditations on the Aramaic Words of Jesus. I have the book. I'm looking at an internet copy. As I recall, it does not have any other particular other translations. I'm trying to think. And he's giving more meditations. So Aristides has put this in the YouTube chat box. You can access it. And the author gives a lot of, well, he has more translations here. So he's, it's a book worth reading. What I will also share a little story that as I was learning Qigong and learning how to walk in the figure 8, which is an incredibly therapeutic exercise, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, because it's the pattern of infinity, but it also torques you. If you do it, in actuality, you can use it. You can move in that figure 8 anytime you want, manipulating your joints any way they want to go. But when you walk in that figure 8, and I'm talking about walking around a couple of chairs or walking around a couple of small hula hoops, doesn't matter how big or small the 8 you walk in. But when you do this and you breathe with it, it torques the body in all of the natural ways to torque the body. So a lot of these injuries that occur in sports where you do something awkward, it doesn't happen usually. It can, but the percentages that are happening are much lower. So if you jerk to the right or jerk to the left, you tend to conform to the natural torque of the body moving in and around. So it's very powerful. I did it for as much as an hour a day, because he says, you got to do this an hour a day for a year. And my mistake was I stopped doing it. I thought I'd accomplished something. And my back, which had, traditionally been a problem, locked up right around the time my teacher passed away. And it was so bad that when I went to his memorial service, I had to buy styrofoam, and for what do you call those things? Go on a picnic with, canister, whatever, styrofoam, and I put, ice in it. So, and then I put an ice pack on my, I put an ice pack in there, for your back. And then I put the ice pack and I drove to Brooklyn, which is close to an hour, and went to this service. I could not sit down during the entire service. I was in such pain. I stood up, and it's quite a service. It's the only memorial service or funeral I've ever been to where, one of his old colleagues, he was not one of our class, he did a takedown on somebody he gave his eulogy, and he did a takedown on one of our students. It was rehearsed, or it wasn't rehearsed, but it was, a martial arts demonstration. It's the only time I've ever heard or seen of that in a memorial service. But anyway, after the ceremony, I had my ice pack and cold, and drove back, and I couldn't drive without that ice on my back, or ice pack rather. So I was in pretty bad shape, and this was around the middle of December. I saw a holistic friend of mine who did an energy healing on me. It really helped me, and she says, do not get the procedure. I was going to get a cortisone injection in my spine. I mean, it was that bad. And I'd been doing Qigong for 10 years, and with varying degrees of success. And she says, don't do it. Well, I was about to go into, I was planning to have this, they called it surgery. It's really a shot, on the 4th of January. And on the 3rd of January, my daughter's birthday, they called me, and they said that my insurance called me and said, you have been cut off of your insurance because you're now on Medicare. And I said, no, I don't go on Medicare until the 15th, my birthday. It doesn't make any difference, they said. It becomes, this all changes in the month of your birthday. So they said, you're not eligible for, you're not covered for the surgery. And then she says, that this is the insurance lady. She says, by the way, don't do this procedure. I had it done, and it's good for about 2 weeks. I can still feel the pain where they put in the needle. Don't do it. I said, thanks. Wow, that's pretty convincing. She had nothing to gain or lose by telling me this. And I remembered, I said, you know what, I called my chiropractor, and he'd been the family chiropractor, and he had the same birthday as my daughter, and I called him up and wished him a happy birthday. I said, can I come in today? He said, sure. I brought him a present, and he loosened up my spine. He had me come in a few times before I went on maintenance. And I then said, you know what? I realized I needed to do this circle walking again. He relieved the immediate pain. And I started doing circle walking, which ranges from 15 to 20 minutes a day, at least. And I do that every day. I don't miss it. And in my back, that's, in other words, when my teacher died and I didn't have him to go to, I tell you, one time he took, I walked in and he says, "What's wrong with you?" And I said, "Well, my back." And he says, "Yeah, I can tell." He says, "Come over." And he had me do the stretch. It's a stretch that, well, he's got about 2 students holding me and he's stretching me, and I can actually do it myself now. It unstrengthened me. I'm like, wow, that was a relief. And then I guess I went out and played football and it got all bad again. And he said, I said, can you do this again? He says, no. He says, no. He says, you don't look good enough. He says, you go out and do crazy ass stuff like playing football. He says, no. So that posture that I could assume is very good. I've even forgot about it until now. But I after he died, I had figured out how to fix myself, and I did it. And there are other exercises that he showed me to strengthen my back. So my back is better than it's ever been in my entire life. I'm talking about my lower back. And the lower back is a very common problem in most people as they, get up into lower middle age. And it was a funny story my friend Ken Arthur used to tell. He'd say, if you go on, and there was this evangelist who would say in his TV presentation, I'm getting a message. God is giving me a message. There's someone out there with a lower back problem. And he says, I don't know your name, but I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. And if you can, send in $5 in return, I'll say this prayer for you. And boy, did he get a lot of $5. It was a scam because, most people have lower back problems, whether they're Christians or not. So this was a great source of, positivity to me. And then this walking in the Circle 8, I was in Burlington, Wisconsin. Mary Sutherland had invited me there. And as part of what she used to do, she doesn't live there anymore, but she had the Sci-Fi Cafe, and she would do a tour of the town, and where they had all these underground tunnels and all these Masonic references. It was a Masonic town. And we were walking through the town, and she's showing us this, that, and the other thing. And as we walked by this church, we met Reverend Lemon. Very nice guy. He happened to be outside, and our group engaged with him. And he started telling this story. And then I know I got real interested. It was a story in the Bible about Abraham and this bird. And anyway, he walked in and showed us with this stained glass, piece of art, showed it was similar to a Circle 8, but it was more complex. I think it was a Circle 8 with 2 circles on the end of the 8. And I actually went back and read the passage in the Old Testament. And I told my teacher about it, and he says, there's a lot of Qigong in the Bible. It's sort of been diluted and distorted. Qigong was an ancient practice, more ancient than Taoism, more ancient than anything. And he says, so you'll see bits and pieces of it in there. The also thing about Reverend Lemon was so interesting, very personable man. he told us of how the different Christian churches there would do astral warfare against each other. In other words, our church was better than your church, sort of thing. He did not consider it elevated behavior. But this was, made Christians no different than Wiccans or Satanists that are throwing astral spears at each other. If Christians were going to be fighting, you'd think they'd be fighting an opponent, not each other. So it was very interesting sort of perspective. So Prayers of the Cosmos is very interesting.
Okay, I'm back. Go on.
I was talking about Prayers of the Cosmos and,
Yes.
and some of my experiences with it, and welcome back. And now I'm going to go into what I said I was going to talk about.
Excellent.
And that's a very uplifting subject I just gave. It's really a good opportunity. I've been wanting to read that.
Excellent.
Because it's all about the breath and respiration.
Yes.
What is there? So it's something you can always be reminded of. But now for Pluto, as we're speaking, is now moved from, I say speaking the last few days, when astrology happens, it can happen, but Pluto is moving from the 29th, the last minute of the 29th degree of being Capricorn into Aquarius.
Yes.
Now, this is transformation. Pluto is power. It's the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
It's other people's money. Anything Scorpio. Pluto rules Scorpio. Sex, death, and taxes. And I think this would explain why I've had such excruciating difficulty trying to get into the IRS website. It's impossible. You call the number, they say, call us back tomorrow. You call 9 o'clock in the morning, call us back tomorrow, we're too busy. It's just frustrating, but
to say the least. It's like they don't want your money.
no, they want your money. It's just reporting the 1099. It's they're impossible, but it's easy to do a W-2. I think it's something that they're grooving in, but I don't want to spend time talking about them. Mm-hmm. So anyway, as Pluto moves into Aquarius, it's transformation, transmutation from Capricorn into Aquarius. Now, Capricorn represents government, politics, religion, institutions. Now, I learned something about Capricorn this morning that I didn't know. It was an astrologer speaking about, he says, Capricorn is an escape artist. Mm-hmm. I never knew that. And he says, because the goat is like climbing the mountain. They get in these precarious situations, and it always manages to get out of these high cliffs that you're sure glad you're not up there.
Yeah.
This is the mountain goat. Mm-hmm. And it also, the original archetype for Capricorn was not the goat, but the sea goat. It's emerging out of the sea. So it's like leaping out of the ocean onto the land. Capricorn is also at the top of the pie chart of the zodiac. It's the 10th house of career and achievement, what you're known for by the world. And it represented the gods ascending into godhood. Mm-hmm. Whereas the bottom of the pie chart, Cancer, would represent descending into humanity, mm-hmm. Descension. So I learned that today about the sign of Capricorn. And with Escape Artist was very interesting, because when I look back at my own life, I felt like when I left what you call the regular world and leaving that behind, not matriculating into college, I felt like I was escaping the world, the regular world. Definitely wanted to escape it. And I escaped that into Scientology. And then I escaped Scientology, went to the quote unquote haven of the regular world, which is a much less intense place to experience than, say, Scientology, or in the Sea Organization, where you're basically on call 24 hours a day. You're not working 24 hours a day, but you kind of have that mindset.
Oh yeah.
And days off are rare. I would also say the days off I had in Scientology, the Sea Org of Scientology, particularly overseas, but also not overseas, were the best days off I've ever had in the world, because you're working you enjoy them so much more.
Oh yeah, you appreciate them.
Yeah, but you enjoy it.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember getting on the bus from Long Beach to Redondo Beach. We were going to Redondo Beach, and it was like me and two of my friends, and we were in seventh heaven on the bus. We felt like we were on a spaceship. It was such a fun experience.
Wow.
It's just like, wow. 'Cause, we were on a ship, and the ship is kind of confining. And it's not like you couldn't walk off and go to the dock, or, do your laundry in San Pedro or Wilmington. Wilmington was really not a very pleasant place when we docked there, but it was like, wow, just to get away was such a relief. It was fun. Overseas, it was even more fun, because it was like, wow, it's a foreign country, it's an adventure, blah blah blah. So, but anyway, so much for that. But Pluto. So I was talking about Capricorn, being, escaping, and the work that I've done with regards to publishing Radu Sinamar, his works are all about escapism in terms of into Shambhala.
Yes.
And if I live up to what appears to be my destiny, I could be escaping into a very pleasant place. Death could be a great escape for me. Leaving behind, as one astrologer said, one of the most nicest things anybody has ever said to me. And she wasn't complimenting me. She was looking at my chart, and she says, "Oh, you have Jupiter in the 8th house." She says, "Oh, you're going to have such an expansive death. It's going to be so beautiful."
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to. It's just such a.
It's great.
Yeah.
She didn't say when it would be. She said, "Oh, it's going to be very beautiful.
Right.
It's going to inspire a lot of people." And so, wow, what a neat thing to say. What a positive suggestion.
Yes.
And I've discovered other things in my chart which would augment that, like, say, Saturn, the planet of the Grim Reaper. It's the Grim Reaper is what takes you under. It's the ruler of Capricorn, but Saturn is in Libra, which is exalted, and it's also conjunct Neptune, which is about escapism. So it's like the bottom line reality of Saturn is conjunct with Neptune, which is the planet of escapism and illusion and high spirituality. So it's just like it also, well, it bodes well. It's good for positive suggestion. And on the other hand, if you had a chart that was challenging, and my chart is very challenging in other respects, that's what develops you. It molds you. But so with Pluto and Capricorn, that was just sort of a digression into Capricorn. But Pluto and Capricorn is about transformation of politics, institutions, government. A very small example would be Ron DeSantis dropping out of the race during this period and Trump, having high numbers with primaries. And so Trump is getting a lot of positive light shined on him, a lot of negative rhetoric from his opponents, which seems to be, he seems to be like Teflon, because they, everything that's negative said about him gets kind of deflects. Okay, they fine him $100 million. Okay, big deal. And then you start ragging on him for not paying it.
Yes.
It's like he knows how to avoid paying things.
Yeah. He's a master at that. Yeah. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, and he doesn't, like Giuliani, on the other hand, is all hollowed out and beaten up, and deservedly so. Giuliani, his name came up with somebody who was investigating how it was this. It wasn't the West Point case. It was with the founders.
Oh yes, the cult. Yes.
The finders or the founders?
I think it was the finders. Yeah.
Finders. Yeah. And this guy who wrote a whole book, and he was comparing Epstein. He wrote a whole book about the Franklin scandal. I forget his name.
Fuck. I'd have to look that up. And we might get some help from Nemo and Aristides and Acid Kick. Basically, there was the individual. It was the McMartin book McMartin preschool scandal. Okay, let's see if we can get anywhere with this, and we'll find the.
But yeah. The point is that he was saying that Giuliani investigated this. He was part of the investigation, and then the tapes got lost. He claimed the tapes got lost.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm looking up McMartin preschool when I should be looking up that other scandal we're talking about. Yeah. Franklin. Thank you, Franklin. Yeah, and they're connected, of course. But that guy who wrote about the pedophile ring, Franklin scandal story. Let me look up the author here, and I'm going nowhere. Nick Bryant? No, but that wasn't the.
No, this was a later guy. Looks like Nick Bryant.
Senator. It was a senator that was involved with that, exposing that. And Franklin cover-up. John DeCamp was the guy that comes to my mind, but he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah. But anyway, it's Nick Bryant seems like the guy, but I don't know. The name doesn't ring a bell, but maybe anyway. What's important here is that the guy had a lot of experience as a journalist and whatnot. And then he said that somebody wanted to, he personally was interviewed by I don't think you'd call him he was a publisher. Well, he wasn't a publisher. He was the agent for the publisher or whatever, the editor. And he said to him, he says, the editor said, I want something really dark. Really dark. This guy writes dark stuff. He writes about child trafficking. I want it really dark. And he said, well, what do you want? He says, he mentioned, what are the two things he mentioned? He mentioned Satanism and some sort of, I don't think he said human trafficking. He said something else besides Satanism. Satanism, he said, the guy's eyes lit up.
Oh, shit.
And I go, yeah, I want to, and I don't know if he said, ritual or whatever, but the guy lit up on Satanism, and I think, man, both of these guys are going to avoid it. In other words, they're going to avoid your truth. Right.
That's right.
They're going to avoid it, and
like the plague.
Yeah. We want to go dark here. And then I guess he originally had the Epstein Black Book, and it took him 2 years before he could find Gawker to publish it. Find somebody to publish it. It took 2 years for Gawker to do it, and then when Gawker did it, they were sued out of business.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And you know who made certain that they went under? Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel was the man who put them under. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, this is so typical, but well, that was kind of a sidelight to what I was saying. But back to Pluto in Capricorn, transformation in government. I digressed onto Giuliani because Giuliani was stopping this, or he didn't stop the investigation. He lost the tapes, which in effect did stop the investigation.
That's right.
And there's a lot of sentiment coming up right now in the Epstein case, and there just a lot of alternative people are just pointing, pinning the tail on the donkey, and it's getting so because and then if you watch something that's kind of seems innocuous, it's just all the data you've heard before, and they piece it all together. What's really egregious here is that they, the whole FBI went and seized that island. And, they were just shocked by some of the stuff they found. Well, if they were shocked, they were probably shocked that it was out in the open. It seems like the FBI went there to hide things.
Yeah.
Because
I would argue that, yes. Yeah.
After the FBI went there, then they razed the whole place and destroyed it. It's like the FBI is so incriminated themselves. And then I saw, Trump's, one of his workers or underlings is now done a book exposing, the heinousness of Trump on January 6th and how, she, looks up to people like Liz Cheney and other stalwarts in the Democrat side who were preserving our Constitution and preserving the integrity of our government. It's like these people are not preserving the integrity of our government. And this is, whether you like Trump or not, these people are phonies. And she's saying how great they are because they're preserving the integrity of our government. And that's not what they're doing.
Right.
They may have. I mean, it's just disgusting. Like Joe Biden cares about the integrity of the United States. She wasn't, lauding Joe Biden. She was lauding the Democrats in the House and Senate who, we're going to preserve this nation. We're going to preserve this nation, and we're going to do what's right for the nation. When, regardless of the Democrats were all about power ploy. It was about power. It was not about helping the country. Not at all. If the country benefited, that was incidental. So, anyway, but now, all I'm trying to point out here is with the Pluto in Capricorn, Trump is flexing his muscle. As of right now, it looks like he's going to win back a lot of power. It remains to be seen. It's hard to imagine Joe Biden winning. It's not impossible. He won before, which was impossible. He defied possibility. A total liar and corrupt individual could become president.
Not to mention a pedophile.
Yeah, we had Trump, then we had Biden. I had one hell of a dream last night, and it was weird, Douglas. It ended up with George Bush, W. Bush, and I had access to him. I was in a school or something. It was hard to get out. He was, I had to bust through it because I was supposed to talk to him, and I was supposed to give him 2 messages, but I said, what I wanted to tell him, I said, get in contact with your dad. I said, I want your dad to know something. I want him to loan me $10. Loan me $10, and it was like I was like kind of poking the guy in the ribs, like, what the hell's $10? I really want to borrow, like he'd be obligated to give it. It's only $10.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of looked at me quizzically. I said, no, make it 15. It was so weird. Somehow I had some kind of like leverage asking for $10. Like, it was only irritation.
Mm-hmm.
It's just irritation. It was funny.
It's symbolic, and it reminds me of Fidel Castro when he first wrote a letter to the president of the United States at the time, when he was like young and wanted to break his ass on a baseball diamond, and basically asked to borrow $10 after asking to become an American citizen. Asked for a loan of $10, something like
Really?
that. Yeah.
No. Which president was this?
God, well, whoever was president when Fidel Castro was about like maybe 12, 14, 15. He was really young, but not that young.
You thought we were talking about FDR, Truman, Eisenhower. It would have been FDR.
I think it was Truman. I think it was Truman or Eisenhower. Either Truman or probably Truman. And so he was young and, barely a teen. So I'm thinking more like 12, 14 years old when kids start playing softball. It was around that time he wanted to migrate to the United States and break his ass on a baseball diamond as a pro player, and and then asked to borrow $10. This was all in a childlike, naive letter to the president of the United States that he wrote when he was young. So it kind of reminds me of that. You're kind of saying what you did to Bush Jr. To relate to his dad.
Well, Bush Jr. was very affable, and I've heard he's very affable.
Oh, yeah, he can afford to be, yeah.
Well, it's just his personality. When he's not involved with his satanic cult. Because everybody has a personality,
Yes.
So to get back to Pluto into Capricorn, it's just changes in institutions, changes in politics, and of course what's going on in Jerusalem, Israel, Palestine, that geographical location, Gaza. This is actually, it seems that what current events are telling us vis-a-vis astrology is that the most powerful political ruler of our globe is Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And that their influence is tremendously influential. And if you go back, we've looked at Pluto creating gyrations in the U.S. government, and also in Russia, and also in France. But now we have gyrations in Israel,
mm-hmm.
Palestine, and and this is, I saw some YouTube, I didn't watch it, on how Israel cannot win this war.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, it's a different version of the Russians going into Afghanistan or the United States going into Iraq. You don't win the war. You have to win the people.
Yeah.
You have to be like Machiavelli.
No, well, the Jews are simply trying to kill the people. They're not trying to win them. They're just trying to kill them.
Machiavelli would try to win the hearts and minds of the people through manipulation, but nevertheless, make them think, you've got to. And so you see Machiavelli quoted by mobsters
mm-hmm.
that are doing their job, to give the community a service, a protection,
mm-hmm.
as long as you're on their side, as opposed to being, when does protection become extortion? It can work both ways. If they're doing a good job, they're protecting the businesses, genuinely protecting them, and they're not extorting money. They are extorting through protection, but is it fair and balanced? Because the non-mafia sources can be even worse than the mafia sources, the bureaucratic sources. They can be worse. So they're not always worse. Depends on the situation. But as we have this now, that's Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I said I was going to talk today about Scientology and the LAPD.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the LAPD is very powerful,
Yes.
as is any police force. The New York Police Department went through gyrations of corruption many different times. With what was the guy's name, Serpico,
Yeah.
who exposed and was fired, and then there was the ultimate evil when he demonstrated how the police were covering for the satanic cult.
Yes.
Whether it was by negligence and status quo backing, and finally it kind of fell apart when they found out the guy prosecuting this case was a huge pedophile. One of the I think it was the Brooklyn DA or somebody in the I think it was the Brooklyn DA. So, but even then, okay, let's blame it all on Ghislaine Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
or Jeffrey Epstein. And so and then when it comes to, this was one of the things in watching this Jeffrey Epstein video, I didn't really realize that, what's that Jewish lawyer's name, the Harvard Dean Emeritus or whatever he is?
Oh, I can't remember. There's so many of them.
Oh no, he's the epitome of Alan Dershowitz.
Okay.
Alan Dershowitz was the lawyer who negotiated the plea deal for Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
And this is an outrage. Just the fact that he's the lawyer for Jeffrey Epstein who negotiated the plea deal, the original plea deal, where he got off scot-free.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't look into all this evidence, and they just covered it up. It's a cover-up. So why don't they interview the people who covered it up or who enabled it? They don't do this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that hard to do if you track down the names. Like I'm not investigating this situation, but it's not that hard to do, and they're just not doing it. It's like long, slow delay. We all kind of know this, and you wait for something to happen. And originally, this video that I was watching was trying, to connect what's going on in Israel to the scandals with Epstein. But to get to the LAPD, first I'm going to talk about the incident that happened in Scientology over the weekend. There is this character I've mentioned before, Aaron Levin Smith, who grew up in Scientology from about the age of 7. His mother was involved, and he has a incredibly popular YouTube channel. I don't like to watch it. Nothing, no, it's just like I don't want to fill my head with all this stuff that he's filled his head with and dedicated his life to. He's getting even with Scientology. And I don't begrudge him. We need somebody out there doing what he's doing, so I don't want to be doing it. I don't, have his, but he grew up into a cult, and he came out of it, and he's done very well, by all accounts, in his personal, professional life. He credits Scientology to some of what he, did, but he's very much, I guess, against it. He loves to troll David Miscavige. But he's got a very popular channel. He's raised a lot of money, and he's been castigated for that. He's been thrown out for that. Thrown out of the Aftermath Foundation, which he basically jump-started. And he was not thrown out for right reasons, in my opinion. But he's like trying to expose, and he's been accused of clickbaiting and all this. Well, he's doing his channel, whatever. So he went out. There's a big protest that he generated, if not directly organized. He generated promotion for on Hollywood Boulevard at this building in Hollywood where Scientology is. And there was a lot of people gathered to protest. They're protesting Scientology. I don't know what they're protesting specifically, but they're protesting. I just don't know. But the reason I watched his channel because it said he was arrested by the LAPD. So he went to the protest, and the LAPD is in cahoots with Scientology because they're supposed to be, paid off or work overtime as security guards. Scientology treats the LAPD very nicely.
Right.
And there's all sorts of articles written about how the LAPD is in bed with Scientology. Not necessarily that they're Scientologists, but they protect the church. Sort of like if you paid the mafia.
Oh, yeah.
Protect you.
Yeah. I mean, the Scientology Church is quite cunning in this regard. They're basically bribing the local constabulary to become their own police force, so to speak, or an extension, so to speak.
The mafia, to their credit, would never work under such an arrangement.
True, yes.
It's not the way they work. But they would look for another angle if they were even interested in that making money off that business. But I think they would look at them with weakness and contempt.
Yes.
But then with the police department, they're on the take. The mafia is not on the take. The mafia will decide who it's going to take and
That's right.
why and where it's going to take. LAPD or any similar organization, politicians generally have their hand out. Well, they definitely have their hand out for election campaign money, but it can go beyond that. They need money to finance their campaign, and it can reach beyond that. So this is what happened. He wasn't there for a very long time, and he found himself on Hollywood Boulevard, and there was this guy. He's a man about 52. And Aaron, by the way, just to give you a profile, he says people will often say, "Were you a former police officer?" He looks like a cop. He's big. He's about 6'1". He looks like he was a wrestler. And although he doesn't look ominous, he's very friendly, but he's big. But he said that he's never hit anyone. He's not a violent person. This is what he said about himself. He's not a fighter. But he's not the type of guy you might just go up and start picking on. So, in terms of his physical size. And he's very affable. And he started, now, he went up to this guy. There's this black guy who was armed, actually armed 3 ways. He's about 52, older, black. He carries a cane, which looks like more like a weapon than a cane. He has an attack dog that has some sort of marking on it.
Wow.
And he has, I don't think Aaron knew at the time, but he had like 5 knives on it, which were all legal knives according to police inspection. But nevertheless, 5 knives. like somebody I know, Douglas.
Yes. Yes.
But anyway, he starts asking him questions. And I don't even remember what the questions were. And the guy gets very hostile with him. And Aaron continues to ask questions. Now, when somebody gets that hostile with you, you back off.
Yes.
You back off. Aaron didn't back off. He was acting like a
cop.
like a stupid journalist.
Okay.
That's what journalists will do. They'll ask stupid questions.
Yes.
And they can get away with it in certain environments.
Yes.
But you could ask the photographer who Frank Sinatra punched in Australia back in the 60s. You get in somebody's face, they're liable to hit you.
Yes.
And what this guy did, now all Aaron was doing was asking him questions. And the guy physically attacked him, hit him in the head, and unleashed his dog on him. And the phone, which was live streaming, went kapooey. There were other people, because there was a protest. There were other people monitoring what was going on. So the situation has been apparently been monitored from many different angles, and there's many different videos of it. But so this is the thing. So I mean, I really question his judgment. If somebody gets that hostile on you, you don't want to talk to him. But he persisted. He provoked the guy. He provoked the guy. Now, even though he provoked the guy, there was no excuse what the guy did. Hit him in the head, gave him a big lump. And police were called. Police were probably monitoring the situation right away. They came right away. Now, what turned into this is the debacle. Aaron wanted the guy arrested. And the LAPD said it was a big, ridiculous thing that ensued. And the LAPD said, we're going to, we'll arrest him, but we have to, if you want to be arrested, we got to arrest you too.
Interesting.
And he says, why? It's just like, I was assaulted. The guy also is on tape threatening to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
This, from what was said, is felonious assault, felony.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, what they did is they took Aaron, they handcuffed him behind his back, which is a violent way of handcuffing somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You can handcuff him with his hands in front. They arrested him, and they're reading him his Miranda rights. They didn't finish him when this guy, I forget the guy's name, they consider him to be a prime asshole. He was a cop who was in charge of all the rookie cops, but he wasn't beyond that. And he says, wait, no, you can't do this. Just get him out of here right away. So they got him and took Aaron to the police station. And then they eventually brought the other guy down. But Aaron was like cuffed, with his handcuffed to the back on this steel bench in the police station. And he was left there for like 4 hours. It was brutal. And he hadn't done anything. And when he began to, say, look, I'm hurting. And he's talking to officers who have nothing to do with the case. And they, eventually they bring him out, and this cop who was trying to, who had him, stop the Miranda rights, basically took him into the bathroom. So almost chained him to the bathroom. And then another cop said, hey, this is wrong. It's dirty. No, this is wrong. So they took him out of there. And this cop they intimidated him. They degraded him. And he said even for a while, he was getting really scared. Mm-hmm. Because they've got him in handcuffs. He didn't do anything. And then he began to get furious. Mm-hmm. But he held his demeanor. And he confronted him. He says, you're making a big mistake here. Mm-hmm. You're making a big mistake. And finally, they let him out. And when he came, there was a whole crowd waiting for him. Mm-hmm. All the people knew it. So the LAPD acted. Now, this guy who attacked him was charged with a misdemeanor assault, which it's not misdemeanor because he threatened to
kill him.
And he had weapons on him.
Oh, not to mention the dog.
Yeah, the dog. So LAPD has made a big mistake here, and they've issued a statement. They don't acknowledge arresting him. They say, he was detained, but he was arrested. That's an arrest. There's a lot of, rhetorics and semantics involved here. And of course, Aaron has vowed to sue the LAPD.
Mm-hmm.
He's not suing Scientology. He's suing the LAPD. And he's going to be consulting attorneys, which he's already in touch with all the time. He has friends that are attorneys who help him with Scientology issues.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have to stop this transmission for an interruption. There was a commercial on TV. I've got the TV on.
Uh-huh.
The football game was on. It ended, and they just showed a commercial with Lady Gaga
Mm-hmm.
playing the piano and singing for some drug, a medical drug.
Yeah. Probably an antidepressant.
So pathetic. might have been Joe Chocolates. You don't know. So anyway, so the LAPD is really. That when I first heard that Aaron was arrested and heard the early part of the story, I thought, this guy's ruining his life,
Mm-hmm.
because he's totally preoccupied with Scientology. I would never want to be that involved with Scientology, fighting it, because what are you doing? I don't want to be fighting anything like that.
Thank you. I mean, it's not something, with what I'm involved with, it's not voluntary. I'm stuck. I made the mistake of...
That's the way he feels. And look, I don't judge him for it.
Mm-hmm.
I transformed with Scientology. It helped make me what I am today, and I have no regrets whatsoever. And I'm not beholden to it or L. Ron Hubbard. But he's doing his destiny, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
We don't all have to be doing the same thing, thank goodness.
Right.
And I don't embrace his worldview, but if he had my worldview or half of it, he might not be doing what he's doing.
Of course not.
And somebody needs to be doing that. Somebody needs to be calling these people to task. So, and I actually prefer him to the other ex-Scientologists out there spouting their disgust or whatever.
The vitriol.
Yeah. I prefer him. I'd probably rather sit on a bus with him than, most of the other ones, or any of the other ones that I've seen. Because he just seems like a really affable, nice guy. And if he disagreed with you, he'd disagree with you with respect. He wouldn't, necessarily judge you. But as I say, he's likable, and I wish him success in his endeavors. But yeah, so the LAPD is now going. This is all about the LAPD. It's not about Scientology. And now, well, this is the other thing that happened while this was going on, and before he went to jail. They blocked off all of Hollywood Boulevard and Highland Boulevard major intersection. They blocked it all off, and they had, I think he said, 10 cop cars and 2 helicopters.
Yeah.
They brought out 2 helicopters. They were worried about crowd control.
Right.
It seemed like terrible overkill.
Yes.
But this was all about a Scientology protest and about...
So they were trying to... Yeah, go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it sounds like they were trying to intimidate the Scientology protest, but go on. Suppress it.
Or it was focused on him. Mm-hmm. And it was like, you can't call it a false arrest. It was a deliberate misuse of arrest.
Mm-hmm.
It was punitive and vindictive.
Yeah.
And cops can get away with a lot. But now, when he does the lawsuit, he's going to be, subpoenaing what what went on.
Well, I mean, they basically they served Scientology by distracting him from Scientology and turning his ire towards LAPD. So LAPD is acting as
No. This will see. There's already been outrage with the LAPD for their liaison with Scientology. These people have been accusing the LAPD of this, that. David Miscavige's wife, Leah Remini, the celebrity, she was protesting because she wants to free Shelley Miscavige because Shelley was her friend before Shelley was taken away and put up in this compound in Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead, in the mountains north of San Bernardino. And they have a big center up there, and Shelley has an administrative job there where she's kind of like bled in or like kind of closed in. But the LAPD claimed that, they basically, Leah was saying that she was, there against her will. But the LAPD went in and said, well, we talked to her, and she's there on her own will. And it sounds suspicious to her.
yeah.
Now, also, many of the people who knew Shelley believe that she, is indoctrinated into Scientology, and she thinks she's doing the right thing, and that she's, probably not really even the mindset to go. And that David Miscavige has never divorced her because she, if she was not his wife, if she's his wife, she can't testify against him. So this is what's been speculated or commented on by the people who were very close to her and David as well. So the eyes have been scrutinizing on Scientology for a long time, and the LAPD. Now, what this does, this gives a leverage, a legal window in which to go after the LAPD and to interrogate about their connections. However, because it's a civil case and not a criminal case, and I don't know who can launch a criminal investigation into the LAPD. That's that would require the FBI.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, the same people who did the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Yeah. By the way, just so people understand, as a former police officer myself, having served for a short time with the badge and everything, I can say this much. It's important to remember in the United States that every single citizen in the United States, any United States citizen, has the legal power to conduct a citizen's arrest. Where a police officer has extended power is that beyond being a U.S. citizen, presumably, who has the power to conduct an arrest, the police do have the right to detain. Whereas if someone is conducting a citizen's arrest, obviously, within reason, you can detain someone, but you have to arrest them first. If you are detaining them without arrest, if you're not conducting a citizen's arrest and detaining them thereafter, you have to announce it, of course, that you're conducting a citizen's arrest. So all of you out there who are U.S. citizens have the power to do this. Whether you have the physical power to actually restrain someone after you quote-unquote arrest them is that's an entirely different matter. But when you do so, having conducted an arrest, you're technically, theoretically, legally safe. As for the LAPD or any constabulary, they can detain you without arrest. So legally, he has no leg to stand on. I can tell you that much. It's a joke.
Wait, he was arrested.
Okay, so if they declared an arrest, yeah.
You draw the line between detainment and arrest him, and they start reading him as a Miranda rights.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's if they conducted
it's a fine point.
Yeah, and if they conducted a formal arrest, then that's different. Then perhaps they, yeah.
Well, it gets into nuances, and he was abused and misused, and there was no reason to arrest him. I mean, it was like it was an abuse of power, and he's going to have a field day with this. Now, one lawyer said that L.A. will be insured to where, they'll try to get him to settle. But he'll be more interested in going after the gusto than he will in settling. He's not doing this.
Yeah.
He's not doing this for money.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of legal help. I mean, people are coming in droves to help him. Mm-hmm. It's like he's got, both, like Hubbard was a tremendous student of Machiavelli. Mm-hmm. And you want to win the hearts of the people. And what Scientology has done ever since, before I left, about a year or two before I left, they started alienating the hearts of the people. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I said, this is unconscionable. Mm-hmm. It's like you want to be liked. You want to be considered valuable mm-hmm. instead of feared. Yeah. You want to be feared to a certain degree, mm-hmm. as the mobsters would say. They got to, but this was like, it was horrible. What you have with all of his, Scientology has cultivated hundreds of thousands of people who hate them. Now, Hubbard taught us, and I might have been, by selection, much more groomed or grooved in on this point mm-hmm. than others were, because it was specific to my job. Mm-hmm. He says, any time you get a bad letter from an organization, mm-hmm. Somebody complaining, he said, this is a sign that the organization is not delivering properly. Mm-hmm. He says, when you get a real negative, nasty letter, he says, this is improper technical procedures. In other words, they're not doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. This is what he says. He says, so, you have to correct what you're doing. The reason you have bad will against you is because you're not doing the right thing internally. Mm-hmm. You're not applying proper procedures. In other words, you're abusing people. Mm-hmm. And there were many cases where, they would make up the damage done. Mm-hmm. But, so in this case, when you have hundreds of thousands of people hating you, it means you're completely doing the wrong thing. Like you're not applying the technical procedures properly. And if I were to go in and observe what was happening, mm-hmm. I'd probably, with all of my knowledge base, I'd probably be pointing out, well, you're not doing anything right. And sometimes I'd like to say that they're doing some things right, but it's hard to say. It's really hard to say because I'm not involved. But when you're getting this many tech, you're screwing things up right, left, and center. Mm-hmm. And they were doing that since I left. They're just abusing people, abusing the hell out of them, particularly the ones on the upper levels, violating, what would be called proper policy or proper procedures. And it's just, I don't know what to call it, ineptness, but it destroyed, the procedures. Mm-hmm. And then you have all this attack about their upper levels with the crazy belief in aliens and all this stuff. That really is so I'm trying to compare it to it's like arguing about the divinity of Jesus, mm-hmm. and whether he was born of a virgin, and taking all these points rather than teaching the humane aspects of love thy neighbor, that sort of thing.
Right.
Or we even go back to breathing. When we look at the Lord's Prayer and he's talking about breathing, what was he really teaching? What was he really teaching, and how distorted did it get? It adds many intriguing questions. And I at football this morning, I heard one of the Jewish guys talking about, he was being asked about by my friend Terrell about, because Terrell was Jehovah's Witness. He was grew up into it. And he was asking him something about, and the Jewish guy was saying, well, we believe Jesus existed and that he was a great man, but he wasn't the Son of God. So I said to Terrell, I said, well, if he wasn't the Son of God, who created the conspiracy that he was? Who created the whispering campaign? From the words of the Bible, it was Jesus himself. But then again, what really were the words of the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
It talks about eating flesh, as we were given in the King James Version. What was he really saying? What was he really saying, and what was it? Contextualization. Because it could be very different. It could be very different. Because I heard that Mel Gibson actually, I didn't see the movie The Passion, nor have I any interest in seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard that he used Aramaic in that movie.
As far as I understand, yes, that was the case. With subtitles. That's correct. At least the director's cut.
Were the subtitles in Aramaic, or was the language in Aramaic and then the subtitles were in English?
My understanding was the spoken language was Aramaic and the subtitles were in English. The other way wouldn't make sense. Or maybe it would. I didn't see it. I didn't see the film, but that's my understanding, was they did it in the original language, Aramaic, and then there was, of course, the Roman soldiers would be speaking Latin, but that was my understanding, was it had subtitles, like a foreign film. So he went for it all the way.
I think everybody spoke Greek.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think in actual fact they all spoke Greek at that time.
Could be. Yeah.
I mean, there would have been room for translation.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, it would make a certain sense that there would be a default general language that would, it would, whatever. It's like one of these things that we could look it up. I mean, it'd be easy enough to look up, as you yourself have stated. I myself never had the interest to do so.
Well, yeah. It's like, and was his translation even correct? I don't know.
Right.
But to get back to the LAPD,
mm-hmm.
This is like, okay, so this focal point on the LAPD and ultimately their relationship with Scientology. And what's important here is as we go from the 29th degree of Capricorn into Aquarius, this is a major focal point of politics in a religion, institution. And not only institution, Scientology is a religion, but the LAPD is an institution.
Mm-hmm.
The LAPD has always, it's had its problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to talk a little bit about the LAPD, but this is transformation. So this is creating critical mass. Now, this is all going to come back in September,
mm-hmm.
when Pluto goes back into Capricorn, retrogrades back into Capricorn, while we're having the election. And it'll go out around Thanksgiving, back into Aquarius for 20 years. And Aquarius is, of course, humanitarianism. It's also organizations and groups, but it's to benefit humanity. That's the purpose of it. Aquarius, left to its full potential, would be idealistic communism, where communism's really working. That's not going to happen. Where you have communal support and everybody loves everybody and idealistic and everybody's friends and their wishes are being fulfilled. The opposite of Aquarius is Leo, which is the individual. The individual fame gets people getting too big for their britches. Leo. And Aquarius pulls them back. But the history of the LAPD, and I will only take it back as far as my first awareness of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my first awareness of it was, I think it was the Los Angeles County Sheriff. Deputy Shuck would come into our classrooms every year and talk to us. You know, he'd have his gun and he'd teach us about the law. And you'd see him on Chucko the Clown in the morning before you go to school. Chucko was the birthday clown we'd all watch before we go to school. Everybody knew Chucko. He was different than Bozo. I think Bozo would appear after school. Bozo looked like a jerk. Chucko just looked like, you know,
a clown
with white face, white makeup, and But anyway, it was such a big deal to see these kids. They go into this ring and they'd say how many balloons they could pop, for their birthday or whatever. And I guess they got a prize or they had something inside the balloons. I don't know what they were. Probably a penny. But anyway, but the LAPD really came onto my consciousness during the RFK assassination. I was no longer, well, I guess I was not far from LA at that time, but right after Sirhan was arrested for killing RFK, Mayor Sam Yorty came out and just said it was not a conspiracy. He just came out and basically said the guy was guilty. Like, how do you do this? He's asserting that Sirhan is guilty. It's unconscionable. It's not the legal process.
Right.
And the DA was a guy named Evel Younger. They were both known to be very corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Yorty had a double personality. He had a talk show. I think it was on Channel 9. I'm pretty sure it was on Channel 9 where he was a talk show. Like, everybody had a talk show in those days. It was Johnny Carson, Joey Bishop, Merv Griffin. They were the big ones. But in LA, they had lots of talk shows on the independent stations. And Sam Yorty had a talk show. I remember seeing Sonny and Cher on his talk show. And he was like, he was like glad-handing people, and he was like very personable. For an old man like Sam Yorty to have Sonny and Cher was like real cool. The younger generation. But when it came to like hard-ass politics, he was bastard, as was his DA, Evel Younger. And they were all over the RFK assassination case, which is one of the most screwed up cases in the history of, political assassination.
Oh, to say the least.
Yeah. So, LAPD stood out like a sore thumb with that happening. And the whole RFK assassination, and his son talks about it. It's just it's an outrage. So it's just like the JFK assassination was an outrage, so is the RFK assassination. Now, when I was listening to Mae Brussel, which is what led me to Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
For those of you who don't remember, Mae Brussel was the Madame of Conspiracy. It started when she read the Warren Report and about the Kennedy assassination, and was outraged by all of the flaws she saw in it, and she began to hire a clipping service. She said, please give me all the clippings of all the newspapers where these characters, any of this stuff appears. So she created quite a dossier, and this is a system that intelligence agencies use. So she was creating her own intelligence agency.
Yes.
All of which, now she was wealthy enough to fund it from her family money. And she lived in Carmel, a very exclusive community. This is near Monterey, south of Monterey. And this is where Clint Eastwood went and eventually became the mayor. And Clint Eastwood became the mayor of Carmel. This is years after May died. I don't know if it's years after, but they might have coincided for a bit. But he became the mayor because he was trying to do things on his property and he couldn't do it. They wouldn't let him do it. So he said, to hell with this. He took over the city council and, did what he needed to do to make things more reasonable to be able to do what he wanted to do. And Mae Brussel, but it was, she was like this mother of conspiracy in many respects before conspiracy became so popular. And all of her work investigating the JFK assassination led to funny things in the government, funny things and it all led to Michael Aquino. And that's what led me to Douglas Dietrich,
Yes.
which I written about in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity.
Yes.
I mentioned how I ran into Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
But it was by pursuing Mae Brussel, and actually her interest in the Church of Scientology, not as a Scientologist. She was not a Scientologist nor interested in Scientology as a religion, but she found them kindred spirits. She said, these are the only people that are doing anything to investigate, the heinous behavior of the government. And because the government was, or the Scientology was going into the drug trafficking ring of the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia, which we've covered in our book, not the Scientology aspect, but what was really going on in Southeast Asia with the Golden Triangle, the drug trade that
Yes.
FDR secured.
Yes.
Secured from Great Britain. So now she was digging up all these characters from the Third Reich. One of them she focused on, but not only, was Reinhard Gehlen, who was the head of intelligence for Russia in the Soviet bloc. And he had so much information that he was able to cut a deal, whereas he came to America and helped them set up the CIA.
Yes.
And, with his intelligence model, which the Americans valued highly, just as they did the Goebbels PR value. So they were imitating and mimicking what the Third Reich was doing. And the Third Reich had very good intelligence service, and it was quite ruthless as well. But so anyway, there was this Larry McDonald gets involved. Larry McDonald is a very intriguing character. He was, and I learned about him initially from Mae Brussel, and he was the nephew of General George Patton, who was killed in 1946, assassinated. There's a movie about it called Brass Target. It's a fast movie. It's a good movie. It talks about, goes into the dynamics of George Patton being assassinated. Larry McDonald was from Macon, I think it was Macon, Georgia. And he was a congressman from Georgia. And he was a member of the John Birch Society. And the John Birch Society, now I said maybe Brussels is the mother of conspiracy. We can also go back to a man named Gary Allen. The first time I ever was introduced to conspiracy as a subject was when I first joined the Sea Org, and I was with this older man. We were both deckhands my first few weeks in the Sea Org, and he mentioned that Hitler was financed by the World Bank. Now, I don't know if that's exactly accurate. World Bank, I don't know if it existed then, but in principle, what he was saying was true. That Hitler was financed basically by, German industrialists, and I believe also Jewish industrialists.
Yes, quite so. For reasons we've gone into per Zionism.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, he said that there's this book called None Dare Call a Conspiracy by Gary Allen. And Gary Allen, I eventually read the book, and one of the groups he actually advocates is the John Birch Society, which I would later discover was formed in the living room of William F. Buckley. And William F. Buckley had, and William F. Buckley later in his life admitted that, his CIA cover was blown. My CIA cover was blown. He talked with a lot of cerebral machinations, like he was really intelligent and like, but anyway, Duncan used to like my impression of William F. Buckley. But in any case, the John Birch Society. So Gary Allen exposed the Council on Foreign Relations was an organization created to basically work for the interests of the elite capitalists like Rockefeller, and how the whole organization of government was structured so the people pay taxes for these elitists like Rockefeller. And he explained, I think, how Nikita Khrushchev was fired from his job as the premier of the Soviet Union right after David Rockefeller had taken a vacation to Moscow. He says, who takes a vacation to Moscow? Who can take a vacation to Moscow? So, he's pointing stuff out like this, and I said, well, this is the Council for, the Council on Foreign Relations. What do? They have a lot of influence in the United States. They're a quasi Senate. But in any case, Larry McDonald was a member of the John Birch Society. He was the nephew of George Patton. He was a congressman. And he had a liaison with certain characters in the Third Reich, or from the Third Reich, and I think the guy's name was Otto. I don't know what his name was, but and whose secretary? There was one of the secretaries involved. She was a secretary for Reagan. she had an affiliation with this guy named Otto, who was involved in, I wish I could remember this better, technical, it was a technical
Field.
service.
Yeah.
And this was all, it was called Western Goals.
Mhm.
Western Goals was, I wish I had my notes here, and this is what I sort of based the Spandau Mystery book on. But Western Goals was an intelligence, private intelligence organization. In fact, I have it right here in front of me. I will read it. But Helen von Dahm was her name. Reagan's secretary. She was Reagan's secretary, and Reagan used to refer to her as his little Nazi. His secretary when he was governor. She eventually became appointed ambassador to Austria under the Reagan administration, and when he became president. So he had his affiliation with these, I guess what you call Third Reich type conservatives. Third Reich type. One of which was William P. Clark, who had been a justice appointed by, I think he was a California State Supreme Court justice appointed by Reagan. Because I remembered him from 8th grade. We had to memorize the justices for our Constitution.
Wow.
Yeah. I knew all the justices at one point. And this would have been 1966 or something, 67. So William P. Clark had a place near San Luis Obispo called the Compound, which was, and he was heavily tied to the Vatican. William P. Clark, heavily tied to Catholicism, Knights of Columbus, and Reagan was very close to him, and he had his affiliations, and he was brought to the White House when Reagan became president in some capacity. I forget what his capacity was, but he was, I think Western Goals was probably, might have even been on his compound, or it was certainly affiliated with his big estate near San Luis Obispo. This became a lot of interest to me because L. Ron Hubbard was died in San Luis Obispo County, which was not that far from where I used to live, because we'd go through San Luis Obispo to go to the coast, depending on where we're going. So I had occasion to go through San Luis Obispo. We even played them in basketball or whatnot in high school. And I wasn't really fond of San Luis Obispo as far as a coastal town. Right, it's cold. Well, I mean, suburb. Everything north of Santa Barbara, you'll freeze your ass off in the water.
Yes.
We used to go to Avila Beach, went fishing there. Water was brutal cold. And I've since learned. Well, I mean, I've gone up that coast twice on the Sierra ship, the Excalibur. That is one rugged piece of water.
Yeah.
Off the California coast.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Now, the Pacific is called the Pacific. It means Pacific as in pacified.
Yeah.
Quiet.
Yeah.
That our part of the Pacific is not quiet.
No.
It's not. I think if you want the quiet part of the Pacific, you go down to Tahiti. I imagine it got its name as they came up the Southern Pacific. As they got through the Cape Horn, or they came around via the Indian Ocean, and they came into the South Seas, and the Southeast Southern Pacific. They probably found it much more tranquil, certainly than Cape Horn, going through the Strait of Magellan. everything would have seemed calm after that.
Yes.
I would venture to say probably Magellan's crew probably named it the Pacific. I would venture to guess because they come out of Cape Horn.
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, the Chinese had always referenced the ocean as the ocean of great peace. So that's then when they gave the name in the Western sense, the Pacific or the peaceful sea. It's kind of just I don't know whether that was some kind of psychic morphogenic resonance or whether they were simply playing off the Chinese name.
Whether they learned it from Marco Polo or the Spanish would have discovered it, and then Francis Drake would have also followed that up, because he was chasing the Spanish.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
I mean, I would imagine it worked its way into the lexicon there, but they see it's so peaceful compared to the Strait of Magellan, which was absolutely brutal.
Yeah,
it's amazing that they made it through there. But in any case, Larry McDonald had these files, and I'm going to read Western Goals Foundation. Western Goals Foundation was a private domestic intelligence agency active in the United States. It was founded in 1979 by Major General John Singlaub, the publisher and spy John Reese, and Congressman Larry McDonald. It went defunct in 1986 when the Tower Commission revealed it had been part of Oliver North's Iran-Contra funding network. After the Watergate and COINTELPRO scandals of the early 70s, several laws were passed to restrict police intelligence gathering within political organizations and tried to make it necessary to demonstrate that a criminal act was likely to be uncovered by any intelligence gathering proposed. Many files on radicals collected for decades were ordered destroyed. The unintended effect of the laws was to privatize the files in the hands of retired intelligence officers and their operatives. Okay, so they made it illegal to collect stuff on radicals, like Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin, the Chicago 7 or 8. So the people who were interested exported it to outside the government. And this created a problem. And Larry McDonald was right there in the deep of it. Now, you probably know something about this from your files, and I want to get your input.
Sure.
As a private, just a second. And as a private foundation, Western Goals collected information about alleged subversives and passed the information to law enforcement officials, akin to a mini deep state. According to former employees, agencies receiving information from Western Goals included the DEA, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the FBI, and the CIA and police departments. So all of these government agencies became clients of Western Goals, who was collecting this master intelligence organization files. And you have Larry McDonald, who's tied to the John Birch Society, who's tied to Congress. And keep in mind that George Patton was very gung-ho on embracing the Third Reich.
Yes.
And fighting the Soviet Union, very anti-communist. Now, Larry McDonald was killed in this Korean airline crash. Korean Airlines coming from Alaska, and then was shot down around Kamchatka or something.
That's correct. Flight 007.
Yeah, Flight 007. And Larry McDonald, and then there was rumors that he was hidden in the Soviets had him, that he didn't necessarily die in the crash, because I don't know if there were survivors from that crash or not. That was rumored.
I doubt it, course, but yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It says that the headquarters of Western Goals, it was legal status, it was tax exempt. It's a private intelligence agency headquartered at 309A Cameron Street in Alexandria, Virginia, right across the street from the CIA, so to speak.
Right.
John Reese and Larry McDonald joined with Major General Singlaub to form Western Goals in 1979. Each founder was also a member of the World Anti-Communist League, the John Birch Society, and similar organization. One of its principal sponsors was Texan billionaire Nelson Bunker Hunt. Now, Hunt was also known to have funded the Black Muslim, I believe it was Black Muslims, and also Lyndon LaRouche.
Wow.
Funding all sorts of
Extremists. Any kind of radicalized extremists on the fringe.
Yeah, he was also, in the 1980s, him and his brother had cornered the silver market.
Oh, that's right, the Hunt brothers. That's right.
Yeah.
And they lost it all.
Well, they might have. I don't even lose their fortunes. They might have lost their silver fortune.
There you are.
The organization was based in a townhouse in Alexandria, Virginia. It also said it had offices in West Germany and Austria. A former employee told Politico in 2018 that more of its funding came from West Germany than the United States. So there was this German connection. Reese set up a computer database to track suspected radicals and wrote many of Western Goal's published reports about domestic subversives, terrorism, and communist threats. People in law enforcement sometimes leak derogatory intelligence to Western Goals, which Reese then published in newsletters, which in turn were entered into the congressional record by McDonald, which shielded him from libel. Western Goals would then cite McDonald's statements in its own public reports. Unverified reports by Western Goals accusing American pacifist groups of ties to communism in the Soviet Union were also publicized in Reader's Digest and by the Reagan administration. Western Goals was sued by the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, after a police officer was caught adding information from the disbanded Los Angeles Police Department Red Squad to a related computer bulletin board system. Western Goals raised funds for the Nicaraguan Contras starting in 1983, after Congress banned the Reagan administration from providing U.S. support. A Contra Brigade of 2,000 was named the Larry McDonald Task Force to honor the Western Goals co-founder who had been killed in the Soviet downing of Korean Airlines Flight 007. Singlob was an intermediary in Oliver North's illegal weapons network for the Contras. Officials of the foundation were questioned in the Iran-Contra hearings of 1986. The organization founded an offshoot, Western Goals UK, later the Western Goals Institute, which was briefly influential in British conservative politics. Now, what they don't say here is all of the Western Goals stuff, when it was made defunct, went into the LAPD. Mm-hmm. The LAPD took it over, and this is why I brought it up. Mm-hmm. There was a connection. The LAPD ended up with all these files. I think that's what was important here. So you have, but I think what's important about all of this, it shows how intelligence from our civil authorities depends on, it's not exclusive to itself and depends on outside forces. And it's interesting. What do you have to say from all of your background?
Well, just to think about it for a while and kind of like get my thoughts together for context. I try to think of course, a lot of the documents that I dealt with, the personal conversations I had with people who were involved, and really it comes down to starting around 1958. Basically what happened was because the United States had lost the war with the Japanese Empire, and again, just so that we disambiguate for people, I use the term Japanese Empire for pre-1952, and 1952 was, of course, when the Japanese-American or Japanese Allied peace treaty came into effect. It's really Japanese Anglo-American more than anything else. And by Anglo-American, that would include not just Britain and America, but all of the Commonwealth of English-speaking nations such as Australia and New Zealand, etc. The Soviet Union, of course, never declared peace with Japan, and the successor state of Russia is still legally at war with Japan. That's World War II in continuity in that Northeast Asian theater of operations, or NEATO, N-E-A-T-O. NEATO was the term that was used, Northeast Asian Theater of Operations, which the Korean Peninsula was a part of. The American fantasy, or the Allied fantasy, was that Japan would be divided between the Soviet Union and the United States after a all-out invasion and war that would divide Japan into a North and South Japan. The population was to be extinguished and repopulated by Russians and Americans. Instead, what happened was all of that took place on the Korean Peninsula, with the Japanese, of course, being contracted by the Americans to basically industrially supply the Americans on site. Sure, the Americans produced a lot of their own weapons, but the Japanese were producing a lot of their ammunition used in those weapons, that sort of thing. They required the Japanese to help them navigate the minefields. A lot of these mines, which had been laid by the Americans, sowed by the Americans from the air, dropping mines into the sea to try and choke Japan off from access to the ocean. And all of this combined is the kind of context under which the Americans were still fighting the results of World War II and Japanese victory in Indonesia. This does connect directly back to LAPD, believe it or not. But what had happened was that in Indonesia, the Japanese had installed a Bushidoista, a Budo warrior leader, Soekarno. He was born Kusno Sosrodi Harjo. And Kusno Sosrodi Harjo, like any postmodern Indonesian leader, I don't understand why, but this is kind of like the Indo-Asiatic Muslim tradition. Once they become leader of Indonesia, which is the largest archipelago in the world, they take on a singular name, like a rock star, and they're known by that name forevermore. No one will ever speak of them again by their birth name. That they're only known by that singular leader name, and that's like this Indo-Asiatic Muslim thing. And kind of like in Japan, no one will ever speak of the full name of the emperor once they're dead. They're only known by the name of their reign. With Hirohito, he's known as Showa. The emperor who abdicated is then referred thereafter as Heisei by the name of his rule, even though he's still alive. So this was actually, now that I think of it, I think the Indonesians are emulating the Japanese in that regard, because the Indonesia came into independence through enormous Japanese aid. And so it was basically still, in a very real sense, a Japanese satellite state. Now, understand, Indonesia was rabidly anti-communist. Any bullshit the Americans will try and say about, oh, this is all post-war anti-communism that the Americans were trying to foment, it's all crap. Indonesia had no problem with communism, in the sense that there was no communism in Indonesia to pose a threat. Whatever communist parties or cell groups were there were so minuscule. Indonesia was effectively Japanized. So come 1958, a few years after the Japanese victory of 1952 was formalized, the United States government failed to buy the Indonesian government through the election process. And so the CIA was fomenting a full-fledged operation in Indonesia, Operation Hike, as it was called, Hike, involving arming and training tens of thousands of fundamentalist Islamic Indonesians, as well as Filipino mercenary units under Caucasian ANZUS, or Australia, New Zealand, United States Officers Command, to launch a series of multi-pronged military terrorist attacks in hopes of bringing down Indonesia's first president, Sukarno. Now, the former CIA officer, Joseph Burkholder Smith, was involved with Indo-Asiatic operations during this period, and he wrote a book called Portrait of a Cold Warrior. And he described how the CIA took it upon themselves to make, not just to enact, foreign policy, but to make it in this resource strategic area, the largest archipelago in the world, and of course now a true empire that is incredibly popular. It's the largest Muslim nation on earth. Larger in its population than all the Arab nations put together. And if you put all the Arab nations together, you've got 100 million people, 100 million Arabs. So Indonesia has far more of a population than that. It's just inconceivable. People just can't imagine it. There's so many islands in Indonesia. The majority of them have never been named. At any rate, so before any direct action could be taken against Sukarno's position, according to the book, Portrait of a Cold Warrior, Joseph Burkholder said, we would have to have the approval of the special group, the small group of top national security council officers or officials who approved covert action plans. Premature mention of such an idea might get it shot down. So we began, I'm reading from the book here, so we began to feed the State Department and Defense Department's intelligence. When they had read enough alarming reports, we planned to spring the suggestion we should support the Colonel's plan to reduce Sukarno's power. This was a method of operation which became the basis of many of the political action adventures of the 1960s and 1970s. In other words, the statement is false that CIA undertook to intervene in the affairs of countries like Chile only after being ordered to do so. In many instances, we made the action programs up ourselves after we had collected enough intelligence to make them appear required by the circumstance. Our activity in Indonesia in 1957 through 1958 was one such instance. So, there you have it from the horse's mouth. The CIA is running America's foreign policy, basically causing wars where none were necessary in order to just fuck up the world for no goddamn good reason. At any rate, the agency tried to keep its coup d'etat participation covert, but one mercenary met misfortune early. He was shot down and captured during a bombing run, Alan Lawrence Pope, and he was carrying all kinds of ID on his person to indicate that he was an employee of the CIA. Real fucking smart, right? So-called spies. Not a brain in their goddamn, well, not a brain cell in their goddamn body. At any rate, the United States government, right up to President Eisenhower, tried to deny that the CIA was involved at all, but the Pope revelations made a mockery of this. And not cowed by any of the foment, as they had been in, places like Guatemala, Sukarno marshaled those forces loyal to himself and crushed the CIA-aided rebellion. So prior to the Bay of Pigs, this was the agency's single largest failed operation. Again, they lost to the Japanese. And this paved the way for all the anti-Japanese hatred of the 1980s, where the Japanese were the great big enemy. And you had to wonder, well, if they lost World War II, how was that even possible? Well, of course, that takes us back to incidents like this. Now, when the ambassador to Indonesia wrote Washington of his explicit disagreements with the CIA's handling of the situation, Alan Welsh Dulles, the Princeton alumni bankster and corporate attorney cum public official, the 5th Central Intelligence Directorate, or the 5th Director of the CIA, subsequently appointed by President Lyndon Baines Johnson as one of the 7 commissioners of the Warren Commission, to investigate the JFK assassination of the president who had fired him. So that's why he basically said, hey, it's all one conspiracy of a singular individual, a conspiracy of one. It's all Lee Harvey Oswald because, JFK had fired his ass, and he thought JFK getting offed by the CIA was the greatest thing in the world and was happy to vouchsafe for them. Or rather, vouchsafe for their innocence. He simply had his elder brother, John Foster Dulles, the senator from New York and the 52nd United States Secretary of State, appoint a different ambassador to Indonesia, one more accepting of agency modus operandi. Now, in addition to paramilitary activities, the CIA applied psychological warfare stratagems to discredit Sukarno, such as disseminating rumors that Sukarno had been seduced by a Sovietka, or a Soviet stewardess. And to such end, the head of the agency security, Sheffield Edwards, turned to Howard Hughes's surrogate bagman, chief executive Nevada operations, Robert Amy Mayhew, the FBI agent and CIA fixer, the vice president, Richard Nixon's office in 1954 at the behest of the National Security Council. Nixon gave Mayhew a green light to employ a series of dirty tricks to wreck a pending agreement between the Greek shipping magnate Aristotle Onassis and the king of Saudi Arabia. Mayhew also worked for the CIA and as well as the FBI. He was basically a cross agent between both of them because both thought that he was their spy or their mole spying on the other agency in the midst of all the interdepartmental infighting. So imagine that. The FBI thought he was their spy to spy on the CIA, and the CIA thought he was their spy to spy on the FBI. Talk about a triple cross. And Mayhew himself would later recall, the CIA was my first steady client, giving me cutout assignments. Those are jobs which the agency could not be officially involved in. Mayhew's escapades were said to have inspired the television series Mission Impossible, which I grew up as a child really watching seriously. I adored that series because even though it did stretch credulity, it really did show how an operation would be conducted via teamwork via specialists. So I loved Mission Impossible when I was growing up. Now, we're not talking about the Tom Cruise shit. Just take all that. The original black guy who played Barney on Mission Impossible, the tech geek, he went to see the first Mission Impossible released in theaters starring Tom Cruise, the reboot, and he walked out before the movie even ended. He said it was an abomination, and he was right. Take that whole franchise and shit can it when it comes to the Tom Cruise shit. It's just Scientology crap. And Mayhew himself, he was hired to scuttle Ari Onassis' deal with the Saudis by Aristotle's brother-in-law, and ended up meeting with the Vice President Nixon and convincing the CIA to foot the bill. And after wiretapping Aristotle's phone calls, he was able to pressure the Saudis to back out of the deal. Understand, the Americans had a grudge against Aristotle for good reason. He participated in the assassination of JFK. He wanted, of course, Jacqueline Kennedy. He had met Jacqueline Kennedy before, and he wanted her for himself, and she wanted out from the Kennedy Mafia and wanted in with Onassis, the richest man in the world, who could give her anything she wanted. They conspired in the Kennedy murder. That is a fact. Kennedy was a real piece of shit. John F. Kennedy was human garbage. He wrote into his will that Jacqueline Onassis would get $20 and nothing more, not a penny more. That was the kind of piece of shit he was. And so, of course, Jacqueline naturally hated him. He was fucking everybody, including Marilyn Monroe, and leaves her with $20 in his will. I mean, who wouldn't want to kill the son of a bitch? So she conspired with Aristotle, and they conspired with the CIA, and basically the CIA arranged for everybody to step back and stand down, with Kennedy left with no more security than a wealthy man would provide his favorite dog. And the most professional hitmen out of Europe, a lot of them Nazi snipers, took out Kennedy. This is what pissed off Mae Brussels so much. She was Jewish, so she couldn't stand the heavy Nazi collaboration with the American government, and of course felt that pirate flag had been run over the United States after the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Of course, that had happened a long time ago with the end of the Civil War and the reconciliation between North and South with the Great Compromise, when the Northerners lost the elections to the Dixiecrats and arranged for Rutherford B. Hayes, who had lost the election to Samuel Tilden, the Dixiecrat candidate. They arranged for the Union general, the guerrilla in a suit, the front for the military-industrial complex of rail barons who had come to power during the Civil War, which was a railroad war. Not a single battle in the American Civil War took place 10 miles outside of the line of any railroad track because they needed the tracks for logistical supply lines. So the rail barons came into power and they wanted to expand, and Rutherford B. Hayes would allow them to do that. They pushed him into power, and as a result compromised with the Southerners who had won the elections to allow this to happen by revoking Reconstruction. And that's when a pirate flag was run over the United States 100 years after it was formed, 1876. But for Mae Brussel, as a Jew, a Jewess, the heiress to the I, Madden, and Fortune, she felt that America really went to shit when the Nazis, quote unquote, took over, killed her president. And bear in mind, this was just a professional contract. And of course, they all escaped, the assassins. And Lee Harvey Oswald was brought in to scapegoat the patsy position. And the man who Kennedy had personally fired put his brother in charge of he himself was in the Warren Commission, and then put his brother in charge of the Indonesian operations, and etc. Anyhow, when it comes to Aristotle Onassis, after Kennedy was killed, Jacqueline Kennedy, with the brains of her husband still splattered on her dress, went to rendezvous directly with Aristotle Onassis. I'm talking about like within hours. And they went to fuck, literally consummate their relationship physically and intimately in the White House. And we know this because they were signed in. So this shows how much contempt they had for the American presidency and rule of law. And then she basically escaped to Europe with Aristotle Onassis. So the CIA was saying, how do we get back at him? Even though they had participated with this man in the death of their own president, the murder of their own president, which of course George Bush Sr. had a part in, then they still wanted to show that they were in charge. They didn't like the way that this guy had gotten away with everything and was so blatant about it, so gormless and brazen about it. And so they fucked him over when it came to his deal with the Saudis. And then Mayhew, who had been responsible for making that happen, made a softcore porno film featuring lookalikes of the Indonesian president Sukarno and a Russian woman. Now, the more believable frames were distributed in Indonesia to discredit Sukarno. And the director of that softcore pornographic film was Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby was working out of both Los Angeles and Las Vegas. Mayhew had arranged for Howard Hughes to buy up Las Vegas, rewarding his friends and members of the mob with substantial finder's fees. Finder's fees went to people such as the attorney Edward P. Morgan, the newspaper publisher Hank Greenspun, and Johnny Roselli. Now, Mayhew's buddy Greenspun printed the first Bobby tried to kill Castro, but it backfired story, sometime before the infamous Drew Pearson story. Now, the Drew Pearson story went to print, of course, right after Bobby came out against the Vietnam War. Morgan told the story to Pearson a few months earlier. Morgan testified that his source for the story was not Roselli, but Mayhew, and that Mayhew had told him that Morgan could pressure the government to kill an investigation of Mayhew's wiretapping. When James Phelan, Phelan, infiltrated Jim Garrison's office and gained access to documents he thought could blow Garrison's case against Clay Shaw, this is a whole nother scandal, he turned to a trusted ally, Robert Mayhew, to help him make copies of those documents. And Phelan would eventually write a book about Howard Hughes, using inside sources, including Mayhew. Now, one might wonder then if Phelan's exposure of Garrison wasn't done on behalf of Mayhew, and that Mayhew paid him back with the book on Hughes. Now, due to Mayhew's longtime relationship to the CIA and the CIA's interest in the Clay Shaw trial, it's pretty much what I had been forced to conclude with documents that I was ordered to destroy. Now, Mayhew delivered cash to various political figures on behalf of Howard Hughes, including Richard Nixon. And Mayhew also hired Larry O'Brien, the future basketball commissioner, to represent Hughes in Washington. When Hughes fired Mayhew, accusing him of conspiring with the mob to rob him blind, O'Brien, who had since become chairman of the Democratic National Committee, was also let go. And this led the paranoid Richard Mulhouse Nixon to assume that Mayhew had told O'Brien about the illegal cash contributions. And Howard Hunt, who was, strangely enough, working for both Richard Nixon and Howard Hughes, proposed a joint White House/Hughes break-in into Hank Greenspun's safe to see what kind of dirt Mayhew might have given Greenspun. And in an attempt to find out exactly what O'Brien knew, some guys broke into the Watergate Hotel and bugged O'Brien's phone. And the result was Watergate and the downfall of Richard Nixon. It wasn't about the Democratic National Committee. The one man on the scene to escape without prosecution was Lou Russell, a former employee of Mayhew's. That's how I remember it. That may be not exactly, but you get the general picture of all this. In Chinatown, San Francisco Chinatown, while all this was still fomenting and fermenting and percolating, stewing, like a steaming pile of shit, Nixon went to visit San Francisco Chinatown, and he stood on stage with Miss Chinatown. And Miss Chinatown handed him fortune cookies. And he picked up one of them and broke it open to read the fortune. And somebody had replaced all the fortunes in the fortune cookies. She did not know this. Miss Chinatown didn't know this. But somebody had replaced all the fortunes in the fortune cookies. So when he opened up his fortune cookie, it read, "What about the Hughes deal?" And then he threw all the fortune cookies down on the floor and left the stage, leaving Miss Chinatown completely insulted and flustered. That's how, Nixon was. Now, the attorney who was hired by the Democratic Party to keep the break-in in the news and assure the fall of Richard Nixon was Mayhew's buddy, Edward Bennett Williams. Now, the former Warren Commission member, Gerald Ford's first pick as the new CIA director after firing Kobe for talking too much, a position eventually handed over to George H.W. Bush, the senior, was Edward Bennett Williams. So, Jimmy Hoffa's, Richard Helms, John Connolly's attorney, all connected to the JFK assassination. Edward Bennett Williams. And who hired up Robert Kennedy's secretary, Angie Noveo? The last person known to have JFK's missing brain, his literal fucking brain, removed during the forensic coroner's exam after he was killed? Edward Bennett Williams. Now, this should really make somebody scratch their head. I mean, isn't it time somebody really digs into Mayhew, one of the smelliest fish in America's Cold War oceans, and Williams and their ties to both the CIA and the mob? I mean, with their resumes, they were involved with the, shall we say, Nazi assassination of JFK that propelled Mae Brussel to pursue everything to the point where she was going to kill herself because of Aquino's torture, and it took myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, to stop her from doing that. And eventually they killed her anyway. But this brings us back to Los Angeles. The then chief of the LAPD, the Los Angeles Police Department, William Henry Parker III, longest serving police chief of Los Angeles, literally until the day he died in the year that I was born, 1966. Sworn into the LAPD in 1927. LAPD chief and Los Angeles County Civil Defense and Disaster Commissioner. Very important point to be made, because he knew where they built all the mass bomb shelters where people were supposed to relocate in the event of a nuclear war. He was portrayed by Nick Nolte in the film called Gangster Squad, released in 2013. In this dude, who was the J. Edgar Hoover of the LAPD, the Hollywood Police, was of course involved in producing pornography. Where did they film it? The so-called civil defense bunkers, where everybody was supposed to go hide. Nobody knew where these bunkers were. Nobody knew where to run in the event of a nuclear war, because during the 1950s, everybody would do trial runs, practice runs, and then after a while, the government said, it's all up to you. You build your own goddamn bunkers in your own goddamn backyard. And everybody was left like Happy Days trying to practice a bomb shelter run in the event that the nukes began to fly or drop. But as for the mass protection shelters, nobody even remembered they existed. That's where William Henry Parker III and the LAPD would produce snuff porn, abducted little kids from Mexico and other places, killed in these bunkers by the hundreds. And in one of these bunkers, one of these abattoirs, one of these butcher bins of their illicit meat market, they produced a pornographic cinema project under William Henry Parker III's ultimate direction, which the agency was liberally, if not artistically, funding with United States taxpayer dollars to employ against Sukarno, the what they called the Jap stooge of Indonesia, the Bushidoista, who stood against them, ostensibly exposing Indonesia's Bushidoist president in the groove with a politically red and ethnically white sky hostess, as they used to call stewardesses. An intrigue intended to outrage both the ideological sensibilities of East Asians and the racial sensibilities of white Westerners, which prompted Chief Parker's speechwriter, who was asked to write the script. Yeah, back in those days, porno films had scripts. And the man who was asked to write the script was LAPD Sergeant Eugene Wesley Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry said, I've had enough. I'm not dealing with snuff films killing foreign kids anymore. And now you ask me to write the plot for a porno film against the Japanese allied president of the largest archipelago on Earth, the largest Muslim nation on Earth. I'm resigning. And Gene Roddenberry resultantly modeled aspects of the iconic character of Mr. Spock on his former police chief, because William Henry Parker III's flatly affected behavior was robotic in nature and basically inhuman. So that's what Gene Roddenberry kind of inspired him for facets of the Spock character personality. His televisual production serially premiered on June 6, 1966, 6666, in Canada, before it aired in America, in the year of his former chief's passing, in the year of my own birth. Something which made Gene Roddenberry feel a bit attached to me when he talked to me on the phone, conducting research at the Presidio Military Base Library for some of his projects. And, of course, I've gone into the history of other aspects of the inspiration for the Spock character, the most important character in the Star Trek universe before. Gene Roddenberry got Star Trek going by, just before he resigned, doing something completely illegal and unprofessional, conflict of interest, all the rest of it put together.
he went in full motorcycle cop uniform, police leathers, boots going up the calves, cavalry boots essentially, wrinkled at the ankles, full starkly white helmet in contrast to the black motorcycle cop uniform. If you want to get an idea of how he looked, just watch the Clint Eastwood film where he's fighting the motorcycle cops. At any rate, he rode up in his motorcycle to the restaurant where all of the Hollywood producers were famous for eating at, and went in full uniform, intimidating as hell, past the receptionist, who said, "What are you here for?" And he said, "I'm here on police duty. Get out of my way." And the receptionist, of course, backed down. And taking advantage of his professional status as an officer of the law, he walked up to the Universal Studios table, as it was known, and threw his script down for Star Trek in front of the producers and said, "Produce this." And turned around in a military manner, having been formerly in the military himself, and he walked away, leaving them with a Star Trek script, which they then felt obligated to produce. There you have that. That was how Star Trek got its start. The CIA's pornographic character assassination plot, featuring a daisy chain of President Sukarno's doppelgangers riding the sky, so to speak, with a female Russian flight attendant, was directed by none other than Bing Crosby again. Others who were involved in that lowbrow indulgence were the likes of Mr. Crosby's brother, responsible for the distribution of the more believable frames throughout the Indonesian archipelago. So that's what comes to my mind about LAPD.
Well, thank you. You have touched on so many deep threads. I can't begin to even evaluate it. It's just, it would take, I would personally be interested. I don't have the time right now. I'm more interested in our other work. But, that you just gave a gem of names, and all the interconnections. It's utterly fascinating. And the LAPD is peripheral to all of this. It's peripheral to the main story. And I wouldn't begrudge Gene Roddenberry for doing what he did, because it's the only way you get anything done in Hollywood.
It's true. It's true. Yes.
And whatever his misgivings were, they're a hell of a lot less than these other people.
Yes. Indeed. Agree.
But no, that's utterly remarkable. Now, I was able to dig up the name of this character that I couldn't remember, and there's a lot more information on him now than when I initially looked into it. Because the only place it ever appeared was in Mae Brussels' transcripts. And this is the character that I was referring to. Otto Albrecht Alfred von Bolschwing, 1909 to 1982, was a German SS intelligence officer and international businessman. During the Nazi era, he served as an operative of the SD in Mandatory Palestine and Romania, where he was involved in instigating the Legionnaires' Rebellion and the Bucharest pogrom in 1941. Von Bolschwing was also an early collaborator of Adolf Eichmann's at the Office of Jewish Affairs in Berlin. In 1945, he abandoned his prior allegiance to Nazi Germany and joined the Austrian resistance. That sounds like such a, expedient thing to do. Yeah. 1945, I'm abandoning my allegiance to join the Austrian resistance. Following World War II, von Bolschwing continued to work as an intelligence agent in Austria and West Germany, first for the Gehlen organization and later for the CIA. He emigrated to the U.S. in 1954, where he embarked on a successful career as a corporate executive. His prior Nazi affiliations and suspected involvement in war crimes were later uncovered by the U.S. Justice Department, and he was forced to surrender his American citizenship in 1981. That's a pretty light slap on the wrist for war crime. Longer American. Bolschwing was born in Schönbrunn, district of Bartenstein, East Prussia, now Poland. He was the youngest of 5 children. Had a baronial Holland family on his mother's side. His father was a Prussian aristocrat. Okay, this just goes into his personal history, which I never saw before. He joined the Nazi Party on 1 April 1932. That same year, he was dispatched to Bulgaria as a representative of Bank for Industry Obligation, we'll call it, a Dusseldorf investment firm to negotiate the installation of German manufactured telephone equipment in the Balkans and Asia Minor. He traveled to the British Mandate of Palestine to scout potential business opportunities. That sounds very suspicious. At this time, von Bolschwing also began to associate with the German Foreign Office, providing the ministry with valuable political and economic information gathered during his travels abroad. It sounds like he was really tied to Israel, or the formation of Israel in its early days. Following the Nazi seizure of power in 1933, he became an agent of the SD, the SS Security Intelligence Service, and was attached to the Foreign Intelligence. It was in this capacity that he returned to Mandatory Palestine in 1934. Once again, as an undercover agent of the SD, von Bolschwing was tasked with collecting political intelligence regarding British operations in Mandatory Palestine. In the course of his intelligence work, von Bolschwing posed as a monk in Nazareth and later operated under commercial cover as an importer in Haifa and Jerusalem. Through his business associations, von Bolschwing established contact with Fievel Polks, senior commander of the Zionist militant organization Haganah. In a series of clandestine negotiations, von Bolschwing and Polks brokered an agreement in which the SD would permit Haganah to operate recruiting and training camps in Germany, where Jewish youth would receive a paramilitary instruction and encouragement to emigrate to Palestine to join the struggle to establish a Jewish state. This is your Jewish Free Court that you pointed out.
Thank you. Please, yeah.
This is astounding. I never would have believed that this guy, who was tied to Western goals, and Larry McDonald, was the guy who put the Jewish Free Corps in Germany.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to integrate that into the book. Yeah, or our next one.
But this is like old stuff for me. In exchange, Haganah agreed to provide the SD with intelligence regarding British political and military activities in Palestine. So here you had the Jews turning in information on the British to the Nazis. Von Bolschwing's efforts were intended to serve several different elements of Nazi foreign policy. Foremost, to render Palestine an ungovernable political liability for the British. The creation of a Jewish homeland in the Middle East would also provide the Third Reich with a location where it could expel its unwanted Jewish citizens. This is fascinating.
Yes.
Because it's like he's serving the Nazis by getting rid of the Jews.
Yes. Yeah.
He's also creating an unstable political environment for the British, so they'll want to beg off of it, and which they were the ones that originally wanted to bring the Jews back, or were in the service of the Jews, but to get rid of Britain. And then this paves because Britain was in control, not Israel, not the Knesset or whatever political body. So he's really, and it's the Zionists who want to get rid of the Jews to create a Jewish homeland.
Yes.
Which is what we're in the middle of today with the, control of that area is what the politics of the world are fretting about. At the same time he was bargaining with popes, von Bolschwing was also meeting secretly with Arab leaders in an effort to encourage them to form a united front with militant Zionists in order to stage a rebellion against the British presence in Palestine. Von Bolschwing's covert efforts on behalf of the SD were eventually uncovered by British authorities, and he was ultimately expelled from Palestine in mid-1936. So you've got all these different factions. You know, you've got the Zionists, you've got the Nazis, and you've got the British. Office of Jewish Affairs. Following his return to Germany, von Bolschwing went to work in the SD in Berlin, where he joined the staff of Leopold von Mildenstein, the director of the SD's Jewish Affairs Office, as a consultant on Zionism and Palestinian affairs. In this position, von Bolschwing would author numerous reports and policy proposals outlining various punitive measures designed to eliminate the Jewish presence in Germany through a campaign of forced immigration and economic restrictions. He's right in the middle of it again. And they said he was with Adolf Eichmann, but he's even more important than Adolf Eichmann.
In his own way, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't get hung.
No,
Instead,
hanged. Yeah.
He's a businessman. He becomes a businessman in California.
Yeah.
In January 1937, he wrote a memorandum concerning Jewish immigration, referencing the anti-Jewish riots in Berlin in 1935. And this is his memorandum converted into English. A largely anti-Jewish atmosphere must be created among the people in order to form the basis for the continued attack and the effective exclusion of them. The most effective means of depriving the Jews of their sense of security is the wrath of the people that expresses itself in riots. Even though this method is illegal, it has, as shown by the Kurfürstendamm riot, had a long-standing effect. The Jew fears nothing so much as a hostile atmosphere which can spontaneously go against him at any time. Von Bolschwing's report suggested using this kind of organized but unlawful street violence in combination with legal bureaucratic measures such as economic sanctions, special taxes, and passport controls to purge Germany of its Jews. Heinrich Himmler was impressed with the document and assigned von Bolschwing to work as a senior advisor to the deputy director of the Jewish Affairs Office, Adolf Eichmann. From 1937 to 38, von Bolschwing would become Eichmann's primary mentor on Jewish matters and Zionism.
Right. But by the way, Aristides is asking for the spelling, so he can look more up on this guy. Could you spell von Bolschwig's name, please?
Sure. I will respell it kindly. VON space BOLSCHWING.
Thank you.
Von Bolschwing.
Yes.
So he became Eichmann's mentor.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, during his 1961 trial in Israel, Eichmann stated, Herr von Bolschwing would often drop in at our office to talk to us about Palestine. He spoke so knowledgeably that I gradually became an authority on Zionism. I kept in touch with Herr von Bolschwing because no one else could give me firsthand information about the country I was most interested in for my work. Over the ensuing years, von Bolschwing authored dozens more memos and reports detailing useful administrative methods by which to persecute Germany's Jews. His suggestion to Eichmann included the expropriation of Jewish assets and property, the labeling of their passports, and allowing Jews to leave Germany but not to return. Rather than advocating the mass murder of Jews, von Bolschwing proposed making their individual lives so onerous and unbearable that they would opt to leave Germany voluntarily and permanently. In another memorandum submitted to Eichmann, von Bolschwing stated, quote, "The Jews of the entire world represent a nation which is not bound by a country or by a people, but rather by money. Therefore, they are and must always be an eternal enemy of National Socialism, and they are among the most dangerous enemies." Von Bolschwing would also play a central role in planning Eichmann's 1937 visit to Palestine, as well as arranging 2 secret conferences in Cairo and Vienna between Eichmann and his former Haganah interlocutor, Vivo Polks, to discuss the potential relocation of German Jews to Palestine. These events solidified Eichmann's reputation as the SD's foremost Jewish expert, creating the foundation for his later career as the administrative architect of the Holocaust. Von Bolschwing married his first wife, Bridget Klenzendorf, in March 1938. The couple would have one child, Gisbert Otto Richard Ernst von Bolschwing, who was born July 1939. And I would also comment here that the Germans, Jews, Third Reich, or not the Jews, the Germans, the Third Reich, tried very hard to export the Jews and get rid of them, even speculating on sending them all to Madagascar before they began the Holocaust. That's what really helped fuel the mass exodus. They couldn't do it unless they employed this very brutal eventuality, which was finally realized. Following the German annexation of Austria, Eichmann was dispatched to Vienna and given the responsibility of crafting a solution to the Jewish question in the newly acquired territory. He appointed von Bolschwing to serve as his primary adjutant throughout the project. The two men worked together to put in place many of the policies relating to forced immigration and the confiscation of Jewish property that von Bolschwing had articulated during his earlier service at the Jewish Affairs Office in Berlin. This collaboration proved to be a major professional success for both Eichmann and von Bolschwing and led to the establishment of the Central Agency for Jewish Immigration in Vienna. The agency would become the prototype for similar SS organizations used to implement the deportation of Jews in Amsterdam, Prague, and many other European cities. Now this is a very important connection here with Romania.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which ties to Richard Nixon, but I don't know if they go into it here. With the outbreak of World War II, on September 1st, 1939, German policy towards the Jews shifted from voluntary immigration to forced deportation. Eichmann and von Bolschwing returned from Austria and went to work for the newly established Reich Security main office, the police and the security arm of the Nazi state. Eichmann assumed leadership of the Gestapo's Referat for B4, Jewish Affairs and Evacuation, while von Bolschwing was assigned to the Ausland SD Foreign Security Service. Von Bolschwing was formally inducted into the Allgemeine SS on 30 December 1939 and was accorded the rank of SS Second Lieutenant. He would once again serve as a consultant on Zionism in Palestine to SS Brigadier Führer Hans Jost, the director of the Ausland SD. His new superior was deeply impressed with von Bolschwing's abilities and his aristocratic pedigree, describing him in one internal memo as being extremely intelligent, supple, and well-bred. In March 1940, von Bolschwing received a prestigious appointment to the German embassy in Bucharest, Romania, as special representative to the autocratic government of King Carol II. In this role, von Bolschwing was tasked with directing the SD's intelligence operations in Romania, including the supervision of all SD agents operating in the country. In Bucharest, von Bolschwing quickly aligned himself with the ultra-nationalist Iron Guard, Romania's foremost fascist and anti-Semitic political movement. Von Bolschwing's efforts to promote the political fortunes of the Iron Guard initially met with great success. In September 1940, Marshal Ion Antonescu, with Iron Guard support, forced the abdication of Carol II and installed himself as dictator of Romania. Under the new regime, known as the National Legionary State, the Iron Guard played a dominant political role, with 5 of their members taking over government ministries, including foreign affairs and the interior. A raft of anti-Jewish laws were swiftly implemented. Many of them, such as the required registration of all Jewish property, were patterned on similar edicts instituted in Austria by Eichmann and von Bolschwing. In spite of these early accomplishments, the political arrangement between Antonescu and the Iron Guard broke down following the events of the November 1940 Jilava massacre. Acting on his own initiative, von Bolschwing conspired with Iron Guard leaders Ariah Sima and Valerian Trifa to organize a violent attempt to overthrow the Antonescu government. The so-called Legionnaires' Rebellion of 20 to 23 January 1941 was accompanied by a shockingly brutal pogrom against the Jews of Bucharest. The city's Jewish quarter was firebombed, and several synagogues were looted and torched by Iron Guard death squads. As many as 630 people, 125 of them Romanian Jews, were killed in the violence, with another 400 reported missing. Dozens of Jews were gruesomely murdered in a local slaughterhouse. According to U.S. Ambassador to Romania, Franklin Mott Gunther, 60 Jewish corpses were discovered on the hooks used for carcasses. They were all skinned, and the quantity of blood was evidence that they had been skinned alive. The revolt was eventually crushed by the Romanian military, which had remained loyal to Antonescu. In the aftermath of the failed coup, von Bolshevik sheltered 13 high-ranking Iron Guard members, Horia Sima and Valerian Trifa among them, in the SD residence on the grounds of the German embassy in Bucharest, much to the outrage of the German ambassador. Von Bolshevik would later arrange for the escape of the Iron Guard leaders from Romania to Bulgaria. Now, this is incredible audacity. But it seems to me, and they don't mention it, that he took all these people to the German embassy because they couldn't touch him on the German embassy.
That's right. Yes.
I mean, that's like, and he's damn lucky they didn't, because, you know, he was taking the Third Reich's agenda too far for the liking of the Romanian dictator. It was too much, you know, too much for his taste. You know, he's like killing people. He's going crazy, and then he wants to overthrow the government himself. So he just goes into the embassy and, you know, puts his thumbs in his ears and waves at him and says, "Ha ha, you can't get me." And somehow he escapes to Bulgaria. I don't know how that was arranged, but maybe he has diplomatic immunity. Good luck. Von Bolshevik would later arrange for the escape of the Iron Guard leaders from Romania to Bulgaria. On January 3rd, 1941, von Bolshevik was promoted to the rank of SS captain. However, his blatant meddling in Romania's domestic political affairs enraged not only the Antonescu regime, which demanded his immediate withdrawal from Bucharest, but also the German Foreign Office, which was then seeking to cultivate Antonescu as a potential ally in the impending invasion of the Soviet Union later that year. So this guy was audacious and aggressive, because, you know, he alienated a leader. Now, this is interesting. And this information was not available years ago. It just wasn't. Despite the intense controversy his actions in Bucharest had provoked, von Bolshevik's status as a favorite of SD chief Heinz Jost shielded him from any professional consequences in the immediate aftermath of the Legionnaires' Rebellion. In an effort to salvage his protege's career, Jost entered a post-factum approval of the attempted coup and von Bolshevik's part in it. While the gesture would allow von Bolshevik to continue functioning as a leading operative of the
Sicherheitsdienst. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
It failed to mollify German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop, and the breach between the security services and the Foreign Office over the events in Bucharest continued to grow. After departing his post in Romania in 1941, von Bolshevik traveled to Sofia, Bulgaria, in order to facilitate the safe transport of the Iron Guard leadership from exile into Germany. While there, von Bolshevik received orders from Berlin that he was to serve as the chief intelligence officer for the SD in northern Greece during the now imminent Balkan offensive. Von Bolshevik was appointed commander of the SS security unit and took part in Operation Marita and the German invasion of Greece in April 1941. This could have connected him to Onassis. I don't know that it did.
Right.
He established the headquarters of the commando in the port of Thessaloniki shortly after the city was occupied by the Wehrmacht. However, von Bolshevik's time as the SD intelligence chief in northern Greece was extremely brief. In May 1941, just after a month there, he was released from command after protesting to the RSHA that he was not qualified for such police military duties. He was assigned to the German-occupied Netherlands as an intelligence officer. Recalled to Berlin in December 41, he discovered events at the RSHA during his absence had served to seriously undermine his position with security services. The career of his main political patron, Heinz Jost, had fallen into disrepair. By late 41, Jost was embroiled in a bitter power struggle with his deputy, Walter Schellenberg. He's the one that wanted to kill Hitler, if I recall.
Walter Schellenberg? No, there was someone else. You're thinking of von Stauffenberg. Walter Schellenberg wrote a book titled The Man Who Started World War II, or that was the title the publishers gave him, because he was one of the men who launched the Poland operation, Case White. That was in September of 1939, which many people, all too many people, mistakenly believe as the start of World War II. So since Schellenberg was directly involved with that, he later on, the book that he wrote was published with that title, The Man Who Started World War II. But go on, yeah.
Well, Walter Schellenberg was backed by Reinhard Heydrich, who was killed in Poland, or Czechoslovakia, I think it was.
Right, yes, that's Slovakia.
But,
yeah, go on.
But, I mean, Heydrich was Himmler's number one man, and he was very effective and very ruthless. So his mentor, Jost, was ousted. And so he no longer had this protection, which had saved him. And he was severely reprimanded for his alleged insubordination and disregard of diplomatic protocol in Bucharest. While von Boschwing was allowed to retain his rank and membership in the SS, he effectively became persona non grata throughout the organization and its security apparatus. With his once promising career, with RSHA now definitely at an end, von Boschwing went to Vienna, where he was hospitalized for an undisclosed illness from January to July of 42. Following his release, he was arrested by the Gestapo in September 1942 and incarcerated in Berlin, likely as punishment for his actions in Bucharest, though no formal charges were ever filed against him. After 7 months of confinement, von Boschwing emerged from prison in April 43 with his reputation irredeemably tarnished. It's very interesting. He's at the most virulent end of the pendulum as far as persecuting Jews and really taking it over the edge. Really nasty. Whereas the diplomatic corps of the Third Reich is saying, hey, you know what? You're going too far. You're going too far.
Yeah.
You know, we don't like Jews either, but, you know, you're going too far. You know, so, you know, if the final solution, as it's been rendered to us by American interpretation and translators, you know, he would be ahead of the step on that. And what's so fascinating is how he wields his way. You know, you can see why Mae Brussel was so outraged. But I don't think she knew any of this stuff.
Well, she knew elements of it. She had to.
Yeah, she knew enough.
Yeah.
But following his release from prison, following his release from prison, the demise of his SS career, and his divorce from his first wife, von Boschwing turned his attention back to the sphere of business and commerce. Specifically, he involved himself in the expropriation of Jewish property, opportunistically seeking to apply the expertise he had gained at the Office of Jewish Affairs to reinvigorate his sagging fortunes. Oh, sounds good. Take the Jewish.
Rob Peter to pay Paul, yes.
Yeah. Von Boschwing moved to Amsterdam, where he secured a lucrative partnership with Bank voor, the Bank of Real Estate, an investment house that specialized in the seizure of assets and property belonging to Jewish citizens of the German-occupied Netherlands. That's an easy job. We seized the assets. In mid-1943, von Boschwing participated in the Arization of Chemipharma, a formerly Jewish-owned medical supply company in Hamburg. After illegally acquiring 20% ownership of the company for himself, von Boschwing also facilitated the use of Chemiefermer's Vienna office as a front for the Abwehr, the German intelligence military service. So no matter how much he's down, he keeps his connections. He keeps, he's very active. He loses friends, he gains friends. In October 43, von Bolschwing remarried, taking as his second wife Ruth von Flander, an Austrian national whose brother was a high-ranking member of O5, an Austrian anti-Nazi resistance group. In late 1944, with the tide of war having turned decisively against the Third Reich, von Bolschwing left Germany and moved with his family to Salzburg, Austria. He soon abandoned his previous loyalties to Nazi Party and the SS, and under the auspices of his new brother-in-law, von Bolschwing served as a partisan of the Austrian resistance in the Tyrolean Alps during the closing months of the war. That sounds like the werewolf resistance. Well, that's the Austrian resistance, but I don't know.
It was all part of the werewolf. It was all part of the werewolf movement.
Now, his affiliation with Austria would represent or would explain perhaps his connection with Helen von Dahm, who was Austrian. So he was. He's got a very fascinating history, which goes from Romania to Bucharest to Greece to Amsterdam, back to Austria. He was very well traveled. Von Bolschwing was formally expelled from the Schutzstaffel in February 1945, and by April of that year, he was collaborating directly with the headquarters of the U.S. Army's 71st Infantry Division. Oh, now he's working with the Americans. What an opportunist.
Well, a survivor. He's an adaptable survivor.
Yeah. He quickly established himself as an extremely valuable asset, providing intelligence on German troop movements and also serving as a guide for U.S. forces during the campaign in Tyrol. In a post-war testimonial, a senior officer of the 71st Infantry, Lieutenant Colonel Ray Goggin, lauded his efforts, stating, "Von Bolschwing materially assisted the armed forces of the U.S. during our advance through the Fern Pass in Western Austria prior to the surrender of the German army. During our occupation, he personally captured over 20 high-ranking Nazi officials and SS officers and led patrols that resulted in the capture of many more." Now, this is very interesting because here you have a guy who was literally murdering Jews, war crimes. And now he's kissing America's ass and helping arrest his former compatriots. A survivor, as you say.
Yes.
Following the end of World War II, in Europe, von Bolschwing became associated with the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps in Salzburg and later worked for the American military government in Bavaria from 1945 to 46. This is during Patton's stay in Bavaria in 1946 when he was killed. Eager to insulate himself from possible prosecution for war crimes, which he was definitely guilty of, von Bolschwing sought to capitalize on the emerging Cold War against the Soviet Union in order to further ingratiate himself to his American benefactors. In early 1947, he offered his services to the Vienna office of the Central Intelligence Group, the immediate predecessor of the CIA, but was rejected. In a contemporaneous assessment, the U.S. officials dismissed von Bolschwing as an unreliable opportunist, egotistical, and a man of shifting loyalties. No kidding. A good job of assessment. Just their man. Von Bolschwing was undeterred and obtained a position as a covert operative with the Gehlen organization, an American-subsidized West German intelligence service staffed primarily by former officials of the Third Reich. He was attached to the Gehlen organization's Austrian branch and posted in Vienna, where he specialized in recruiting potential undercover agents and orchestrating their infiltration into Romania, Hungary, and other nations of the Soviet bloc. With the advent of the Greek Civil War, von Bolschwing's superiors in the Gehlen organization became anxious for information on Soviet activities in the Balkans and directed him to mobilize his erstwhile contacts among exiled members of the Iron Guard in order to reconstruct his former SD intelligence network in Romania. In 1948, von Bolschwing traveled to Rome, Italy, where he met with Constantine Papanas, the leader of a faction of exiled former Iron Guard members, and enlisted his assistance in building an anti-Soviet espionage apparatus in Romania. The enterprise produced mediocre results. Few Iron Guardsmen were interested in leaving exile and return to their homeland as spies, who formed an intelligence network that was regularly perpetrated by Soviet agents and produced information that was often of only negligible value. Despite his lackluster outcome, his employment by the Gehlen organization was extremely beneficial to von Bolschwing personally. His organization received a sum of roughly $20,000 annually to maintain operations, while personally, von Bolschwing had a lucrative cover operation with Austria Verlags GmbH, a U.S.-funded publishing house associated with the Austrian League for the United Nations. More importantly, he was also able to leverage his connections to the American and Western German intelligence communities to secure a preliminary clearance of his wartime record from an Austrian denazification court. However, by 1949, the Gehlen organization had lost confidence in von Bolschwing's abilities, and his ouster from the group appeared imminent. This gets interesting. What a history. And I say this was not available. I'm reading this for the first time. Ironically, as his star was fading within the Gehlen organization, events would produce a situation that enabled him to achieve his initial post-war ambition of working directly for U.S. intelligence. In the autumn of 1949, the CIA initiated an overhaul of U.S.-sponsored espionage activities in Austria in an effort to streamline operations in preparation for the coming end of the Allied occupation. The decision was made to dissolve Außerdem, the Gehlen organization's Austrian subsection, and to incorporate the group's former asset that were deemed most valuable to the CIA. Von Bolschwing was prominent among the operatives to be evaluated. He joins the CIA in a bid to join the CIA. You see here, he makes it into the CIA apparently. It's just the French, British, and the Russians had gotten a hold of a large number of German staff officers. Each one of them was using them in intelligence work. Recognizing the traditional closeness of most German intelligence personnel and most staff officers, I feared, who's talking here, this is von Bolschwing saying, I feared we were being penetrated by the East rather than penetrating them. This strategy proved effective, and by February 1950, von Bolschwing was working on behalf of the CIA station in Pullack as a case officer serving under the agency cryptonym Unrest. He received ample U.S. funding in order to establish another smaller and more secretive West German intelligence service that was intended to operate parallel to the Gehlen organization. While continuing to direct the infiltration of CIA assets into communist-controlled Eastern Europe, von Bolschwing's group also secretly monitored the actions and personnel of the Gehlen organization for disloyalty or potential penetration by Soviet intelligence, reporting their findings to their American sponsors. So this guy, he eventually wields his way into making Western goals, and he had a technical company. During this period, CIA knowledge about the specifics of von Bolschwing's Nazi past were limited. One reason for this was von Bolschwing's own caginess on the subject. In his interactions with the CIA, he acknowledged that he had been a member of both the Nazi Party and the SSS, but attributed his affiliations to his vigorous opposition to Soviet-style communism and his belief that the Nazi movement had represented the most effective means of combating it at the time, which is all true. He's omitting the fact that he was, skinning Jews alive. Citing his pre-war standing as a propertied aristocrat and financier, von Bolschwing presented his choice to join the Nazi Party as a straightforward and practical decision, motivated entirely by a desire to preserve his wealth and status. Uh, in September 49, von Bolschwing submitted his CV to the CIA and conveniently made no mention of the 3 years he worked for the Office of Jewish Affairs. Similarly, a detailed background report on von Bolschwing that had been commissioned by Critchfield while evaluating him for potential CIA service also completely omitted any information about his involvement with that organization or his association with Adolf Eichmann. No effort was made by U.S. officials to fill in the gaps. That's deliberate. I'm sure that's deliberate. Even without the Eichmann information, enough was known about his unsavory past. The CIA understood that any revelation of his work on their behalf would prove a serious embarrassment. His association with the Bucharest pogrom and the sheltering of the Iron and God leaders was widely known, as was the extent of his dishonesty. U.S. dealings with such a disreputable figure were cause for discomfort among some CIA officials. Yeah, the secretaries. As one agency memorandum noted, he is an adventurer, a lover of intrigue, and a wire puller who was fond of power. Bolschwing states that in his position in Romania, he was able to frustrate many of the evil designs of the Nazi regime. But it should be remembered as a black mark against him rather than a point in his favor that he arranged the escape of Sima and others when these men were at the height of their crimes, which he had clearly instigated. Exigencies of Cold War politics compelled the CIA to maintain its relationship with von Bolschwing in spite of these misgivings. Boy, he's just... and then he emigrates to the United States in 1953. He gets U.S. citizenship. It's for him to resume his work in Austria as a formal CIA officer. So he was a formal CIA officer. This I did not know. CIA headquarters, however, balked at the notion of continuing to employ him and was eager to cut ties. In this, they were supported by von Bolschwing's former champion, Pulack Station Chief James Critchfield, who had now come to view von Bolschwing as a charlatan, warning his superiors in Washington, if an agency takes von Bolschwing over without knowing his past, they will inevitably be bogged down in a series of assessment periods and grandiose schemes employing scores of people to exploit shadowy figures, via courier lines that never seem to materialize. They will be faced with large payrolls for piddling returns and masses of paper on all the relatively inconsequential aspects of his operation. He's very clever, and he seems to be able to fool people, particularly intelligence people.
Yeah. They can be the easiest to fool, but go on.
Yeah, though the CIA was unwilling to continue employing him, it agreed to bring him to the U.S. as an appropriate reward for his long faithful service to U.S. intelligence. That's ludicrous. It was a complex and drawn-out undertaking, as von Bolschwing's membership to the Nazi Party and the SS made him ineligible for a visa, let alone citizenship. To sidestep this, von Bolschwing leaned heavily on his brief service to the Austrian resistance in his dealings with U.S. immigration officials and portrayed his 42 to 43 imprisonment by the Gestapo for his role in the Legionnaires' Revolt as resulting from his principled opposition to the Nazi regime. In a document submitted in support for his bid for immigration, von Bolschwing shamelessly maintained that he hadn't been on the payroll of the SS or the Nazi Party. Despite this, the CIA made no effort to conceal von Bolschwing's Nazi affiliations, recognizing its futility. It did, however, take to task its Eastern European Division with coordinating von Bolschwing's movements with the Immigration and Naturalization Service. The agency went to great lengths to circumvent the routine character inquiries carried out on prospective U.S. citizens. CIA sources in CIA provided von Bolschwing with falsified police and military background reports that contained no derogatory information about his wartime activities. They would also expedite the issuing of travel documents to von Bolschwing and his family via the U.S. consulate in Munich in August 1953. CIA headquarters in Washington would later intervene directly with the INS, falsely claiming that they had already conducted the necessary background checks on von Bolschwing and found nothing that would preclude his entry into the United States. So he makes it. And in late 1953, they turn up the Adolf Eichmann stuff. A polygraph test is administered in which he was asked if he had ever known Adolf Eichmann. He lied, claiming he had met his former direct superior at the SD only twice. The polygraph registered his deception, but the agency had already made its decision. The test administrator issued a dismissive response to his superiors, stating that von Bolschwing had only been dishonest regarding a minor point. Yeah, that he was as guilty as Eichmann. I don't think he was just following orders, he was giving the orders. Amid preparations for his departure, CIA officials in Salzburg advised von Bolschwing that despite INS knowledge of his Nazi past, he should avoid mentioning any association with the party or the SS following his arrival in the US. The agency was fearful that should von Bolschwing reveal his previous work for the Third Reich, the INS would be forced for appearance's sake to deport him. But the CIA was cognizant of the fact that if he were to deny these affiliations completely in an official setting, it could also invite potential legal difficulties. So in 1954, he left Genoa, Italy, aboard the Andrea Doria, bound for New York City, using the pseudonym U.S. Army Captain Albert Eisner, a fictitious identity provided by the CIA. Following their arrival on 2 February, the family were hosted in the Boston home of a former military intelligence officer who had previously worked with von Bolschwing in Europe. Having brought him to the U.S. in what it saw as a reward for his service, the CIA terminated its relationship with von Bolschwing, ordering him to break off all relations and to contact the agency only in the event of a dire emergency, which was a life or death situation. So they completely repatriated this guy, knowing of his war crimes, knowing he was SS, knowing he was a Nazi. They valued him. They're understating his value here. And they say, you're no longer connected to us. You're an asset. We're going to use you as an asset. So it's like he's no longer part of the CIA, but he was part of the CIA. But once part of the CIA, always part of the CIA. So he quickly found work as an electrician in the United States at a power station operated by General Electric, who was the spokesman for General Electric, Ronald Reagan. He used his skill with languages and his knowledge of international commerce to establish a lucrative private sector career as an electrician. Sounds like Hunter Biden. 1955, he's hired as a tax and foreign trade specialist with the New Jersey-based pharmaceutical company Werner Lambert. We've heard of these people before. Werner Lambert, huge pharmaceutical company. In 1957, he was working as the chief assistant to the director of international operations and consulting on several of Werner Lambert's projects in Western Europe, traveling on company business. He cultivated professional connections with influential people. These contacts included the CEO of Werner Lambert, Elmer Holmes Bobst, and former New Jersey Governor Alfred Driscoll. In '59, he applies to become a U.S. citizen, omits his membership of the Nazi Party and SSS, though he should have, by law, stated them, and had been told to by the CIA. He was granted citizenship. He pursued a career in government and politics, and has established ties with the New Jersey Republican Party. Things became complicated when Adolf Eichmann was abducted and subsequently smuggled to Israel for perpetrating the Holocaust. Von Bolschwing correctly predicted that his name would be mentioned during the course of Eichmann's trial and feared that any renewed investigation would uncover his own role in the persecution and murder of European Jews under the Nazis. Von Bolschwing, now, murder of European Jews under the Nazis, it seemed like he was murdering Jews independently of the Nazis.
He was, yes.
Von Bolschwing contacted his former CIA handlers, claiming he feared his own abduction by Israeli authorities due to his connection to Eichmann and requested their protection. This surprised the CIA's counterintelligence staff, who had been unaware of von Bolschwing's involvement with the Jewish Affairs Office. They began their own investigation to determine the agency's exposure in sheltering an alleged war criminal. It's obvious that the people who were getting the alert weren't clued in by the people who had brought him in. As the Eichmann trial continued, von Bolschwing's efforts to obtain government office in the U.S. succeeded. So he gets into the government office during the trial. It's under scrutiny. He was nominated by the U.S. State Department to serve as the representative of the International Cooperation Administration, the precursor of the U.S. Agency for International Development in New Delhi, India. By this time, the CIA inquiry into von Bolschwing's association with Eichmann had unearthed unfavorable information that the agency was anxious to keep concealed. In a meeting with CIA officials, von Bolschwing was informed that his dishonesty in his citizenship application in 1959 was grounds for legal action against him, and that the CIA was obligated to inform the the Justice Department of his deceit, setting in motion his probable extradition to Western Germany. Eager to avoid the political embarrassment this would entail, the agency offered to continue to shield von Bolschwing from prosecution in exchange for the withdrawal of his candidacy for the post in India. Von Bolschwing accepted the arrangement and agreed to limit himself to the private sector. The CIA issued a directive advising its station chiefs in West Germany that while von Bolschwing would be making regular trips to the country, he was doing so as a private citizen and not as a representative of the agency. The setback did not adversely impact von Bolschwing's business career. In 1963, he and his family had relocated to Boston, where he worked as an executive of the Cabot Corporation, a multi-billion-dollar specialty chemical company. Von Bolschwing was recruited by the company's chairman, Thomas Dudley Cabot, to serve as the chief financial officer of Cabot's Western German subsidiary. In this capacity, von Bolschwing was instrumental in obtaining financing from the First National Bank of Boston for the development of a $50 million industrial complex in Frankfurt, dedicated to the production of the chemical compound carbon black. During this time, von Bolschwing also maintained a profitable side project importing wine from South Africa. He is really a major mover and shaker. TCI. Now, this is the company I kept mentioning. TCI. This is where I really wanted to get to, even though I'm past my time. In March 1969, von Bolschwing was retained as a business consultant by the firm Trans International Computer Investment Company, or TCI, due to his extensive international business contacts and their potential benefits for TCI. Now, you're talking about a computer company. This gives you access to computers where you can start collecting intelligence on computers. TCI held a controlling interest in various Silicon Valley-based subsidiaries overseeing the development of high-volume computer networks for businesses, as well as navigation systems for oil tankers employing satellite communications. The company's portfolio also included multiple classified contracts with the U.S. Defense Department related to possible military applications of satellite technology. Now, he says Silicon Valley-based subsidiaries. Silicon Valley doesn't really exist as we know it until the 1980s, but there was plenty of computer stuff going on there in the 60s. He's talking 1969. That's where I would have been employed more than likely had I not got into Scientology. They had data process. You could get trained in data processing and get jobs in what later became Silicon Valley. It was not known as Silicon Valley then. Very abundant career opportunities there. Once established in Sacramento and working for TCI, von Bolschwing continued cultivating relationships with business and political figures. These included San Francisco corporate lawyer and U.S. Appeals Court Judge William Newsom, father of current California Governor Gavin Newsom. So that's interesting.
Yes.
Aerospace developer and Fairchild aircraft executive Emanuel Thenakis, Helen von Dahm, the personal secretary to then California Governor Ronald Reagan, billionaire philanthropist J. Paul Getty Jr., and heir to the Getty family petroleum fortune. Getty was a member of TCI's board of directors. Getty's intercession facilitated von Bolschwing's appointment to the office of president of TCI in 1970. Von Bolschwing's success was upended later that year following a fraud investigation of TCI by the California Department of Corporations. Several of TCI's major shareholders were accused of syndicating their stock and selling it to small investors, an act made illegal under a 1968 law requiring that all security sales be registered. The Department of Corporations suspended the trading of TCI stock, and the ensuing scandal was denounced by the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office as possibly the largest stock fraud in California history. While several of TCI's largest shareholders would be prosecuted in connection with the scheme, von Bolschwing was not implicated and retained his position as president. His efforts to arrest the company's rapid deterioration in the aftermath of the scandal were unsuccessful, and TCI ultimately collapsed, filing for bankruptcy in 1971. Following the collapse of TCI, von Bolschwing continued to reside in the Sacramento area. In 1978, now keep in mind, he's friends with Helen von Dahm, the personal secretary to Reagan. And he's right outside. He's got an ear to the governor. And to Newsom. The Newsom family is one of the great four families of California. I think Pelosi's one. I forget the other two. Jerry Brown. The inquiry into, following the collapse of TCI, von Bolschwing continued to reside in the Sacramento area. In 1975, his wife committed suicide following a protracted illness, and in Washington, an official inquiry into suspected Nazi war criminals residing in the United States was launched by the Immigration and Naturalization Service following pressure from the U.S. House Judiciary Committee. Among the first targets of the federal probe was Valerian Trifa, one of the Iron Guard members sheltered by von Bolschwing following the failed January 1941 rebellion. No, his wife committed suicide. Wow. You wonder why. Their inquiry into Trifa eventually led INS investigators to von Bolschwing, whom they determined had lied about his past Nazi affiliations on his application for citizenship, a fact that made him liable for deportation from the United States. An investigation into his immigration status and war crime activities was initiated over the objections of the CIA, who claimed that an inquiry could potentially compromise the agency. Just like an investigation into Aquino and what he was doing on his property would compromise the U.S. Army.
Yes.
Von Bolschwing denied that he had been a member of the SS or the Nazi Party, and while acknowledging that he had aided in the escape of the Iron Guard leadership. In September '79, the Iron Guard leadership is more culpable than the SS or the Nazi Party for the skinning of alive and the extermination of the Jews in Bucharest, in that particular country. In September 1979, the federal investigation of von Bolschwing was transferred from the INS to the Office of Special Investigations, a specialized unit of the U.S. Justice Department dedicated to the identification and expulsion of former Nazis and Nazi collaborators living in the U.S. In early 1980, Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal revealed von Bolschwing's presence in the United States to the international media. The CIA dropped all opposition to the case against von Bolschwing. Boy, Wiesenthal had the CIA by the balls.
Yes, of course. Easy.
Von Bolschwing was deposed by the OSI in February 1981. Under oath, he acknowledged his prior Nazi affiliations, but maintained that he had been directed to conceal those associations by the CIA. Von Bolschwing's attorneys contend this claim nullified the OSI's case against their client and declared they would fight the denaturalization in court. Nevertheless, OSI Director Alan Ryan Jr. filed a 3-count complaint against Otto von Bolschwing with the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of California. By this time, von Bolschwing was seriously ill. His declining condition raised serious doubts about his competence to stand trial, as OSI Director Alan Ryan concluded a plea agreement with von Bolschwing's attorneys. Under the terms of the agreement, von Bolschwing publicly admitted that he had lied about his membership in the Nazi Party and SS, but was not required to disclose his involvement with Adolf Eichmann, the Office of Jewish Affairs, or the Bucharest pogrom. Von Bolschwing also agreed that he would not contest his loss of U.S. citizenship, while the OSI resolved that it would not attempt to deport him, given his poor health. The plea agreement was upheld by the U.S. District Court. In 1981, von Bolschwing died in a nursing home in Carmichael, California, 10 weeks later. On March 82, he was 72 years old. Von Bolschwing remains the highest-ranking Nazi war criminal ever prosecuted by the Office of Special Investigations. That means the highest war criminal prosecuted by the Office of Special Investigations, and it was not a very severe prosecution at all. It's a slap on the wrist. One wonders if he didn't actually die.
I was going to say, yes, that might have been, a cover story.
Now, it's funny they name him Captain. His nickname was his false name. I mean, they give him a false name, Captain Albert Eisner.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that the name of the former president of Disney, Eisner?
Interesting. May have been.
Eisner?
May have been,
Eisner.
yes.
It was Eisner, Michael Eisner, I think. But what a character.
Mm-hmm.
What a character. Now, they don't go into the May Brussels stuff,
Mm-hmm.
which is, let me see here. Let me see. Let me just see if I can find something here on. Now, in 1952,
Mm-hmm.
Nicole Malaxa, Romanian, moved from Whittier, California to Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
Malaxa had belonged. Now, Whittier is where Nixon comes from. That's why I mentioned it.
Right. But by the way, Will Sub in the chat says that the audio level of Peter is a bit low again. I don't know what he means by that. It might be on his end as opposed to anything on our end. So we do want, everybody else seems fine. Nobody's mentioned this before. So we do want people, of course, to let us know what they feel about the audio quality of Peter. Peter, continue. I don't think there's anything wrong with your audio, but if anyone else has any ideas, let us know. And
so anyway, Malaxa had belonged to Otto von Bolschwing's Gestapo network, as did his associate Viorel Trifia, who was living in Detroit. They were members of the Nazi Iron Guard in Romania and had felt prosecution. They had one thing in common: they were friends with Richard Nixon. These were people who had escaped from Romania, Iron Guard members, Nazi Iron Guard members. They escaped. They made their way out of Romania via Bulgaria. Then I think they went to Austria. But they later became friends with Nixon. And I've pointed out before that Nixon was part of U.S. Navy intelligence, and he repatriated the paperclip scientists, the Nazi paperclip scientists, he operated out of a mansion in Glen Cove, which is north of Oyster Bay, where I live. And you see this movie this mansion in North by Northwest with Cary Grant, and James Mason plays this Nazi, but that who is got connections. But Nixon actually operated out of there, not as a Nazi, but as someone who was bringing German scientists in to this mansion in Glen Cove, which is still there. I think you can go into it, I think. But it's, he was bringing them to the Guggenheim Aeronautical Laboratory, which later became Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Parsons was involved, but it later became Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
Upon arrival in New York, okay. Trivia had been brought to the U.S. So von Bolswing brought these Romanians, Trivia, into the U.S. That just got him to Austria, brings him to the U.S. Malaxa had escaped from Europe with over 200 million in U.S. dollars. I don't know where that came
Well, probably all the Jews he killed. What do you think?
possibly. Upon arrival in New York, he picked up another 200 million from Chase Manhattan Bank.
All right.
Oh, the guys, here's 200 million. The legal path for his entry was smoothed by the Sullivan and Cromwell law offices, the Dulles brothers firm, who Douglas mentioned earlier, Allen Dulles.
Yes.
Allen Dulles was the head of the CIA. His brother, John Foster Dulles, was the Secretary of State, and they named the airport in Washington, D.C., or near Washington, D.C., after him, Dulles Airport. It's named after John Foster Dulles, not Allen Dulles. Under Secretary of State Adolph Burl, who had helped Nixon and star witness Whittaker Chambers convict Alger Hiss, personally testified at Malaxa's behalf before a congressional subcommittee on immigration. In 1951, Senator Nixon introduced a private bill to allow Malaxa permanent residence. He created a bill to give residence to this former member of the Iron Guard.
Cool.
Arrangements for his relocation in Whittier were made by Nixon's law office. This is while Nixon's a senator. The dummy front cover for Malaxa in Whittier was Western Tube. In 1946, Nixon had gotten a call from Herman L. Perry asking if he wanted to run for Congress against Representative Jerry Verhulst. Perry later became president of Western Tube. This kind of convolutes the timeline of Nixon. Nixon had connections in naval intelligence. He went to Whittier, where he was, quote unquote, a nobody. That's how they make him appear historically. But it was his old connections with the Iron Guard and Navy intelligence that brought him to run for Congress, where he just vilified his opponent dishonestly, but it worked. Nixon was very effective politically. When Malaxa went to Argentina in 1952, he linked up with Juan Perón and Otto Skorzeny. Questions were raised at the time about J. Edgar Hoover, the Iron Guard, Malaxa, and Vice President Nixon. So, this is 1952, and he's lined up with, the Third Reich in exile, which is Otto Skorzeny.
Yes.
Fascinating character, who was very tied to both Juan and Eva Perón.
Yes.
He even, I think, escorted Eva Perón's casket to the funeral. Before the election of 1960, a group with the Christian right plotted to kill John Kennedy in Van Nuys, California, while he was still a candidate. Good old Christian right. The group was a meld of anti-Castro Cubans, Minutemen, and homegrown Nazis. Some were sought by Jim Garrison following his arrest of Clay Shaw for testimony before the New Orleans grand jury. When Garrison forwarded extradition papers for Edgar Eugene Bradley, a member of the group, Governor Ronald Reagan refused to sign them. So you see, these people are all politically connected. The leader of one of these Christian Defense League groups was Reverend William Gale. During the war, Gale had been an Army colonel in the Philippines training guerrilla bands. His superior was Willoughby. By the late 1950s, Gale was recruiting veterans for his identity group, which was financed by a wealthy Los Angeles man. Boom, 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 boom. All right, well, this gets into the Bay of Pigs, and this is from Mae Brussels' personal or transcripts. She really went whole hog into this. And of course, it goes into the JFK assassination. And Douglas was even going off on these complexities from different and arguably deeper threads, but it's all this just labyrinthine ties of this, and I think she has gone into it's very interesting, all of this stuff. And okay, so maybe I should wrap this up because it's over my time, but I would say this began with a issue about Scientology and the LAPD, and then you have Western goals, and you basically have this hidden political influence. And what struck me, and where I got interested in this was that just before L. Ron Hubbard died, he signed a will. He signed over his will, and it changed the executorship. And he had dysphoria, which means he wasn't competent when he signed his will.
Thank you.
It's like, he also had signed, maybe 6 months before he died, there was a law passed in California that you could choose not to have an autopsy. And right after that law is passed, he signs that he doesn't want an autopsy.
Of course.
See, L. Ron Hubbard's death was very clearly orchestrated.
Yes.
And so on these two factions, no autopsy, and the laws were changed, and they changed the will. And of course, these things have not been questioned. Now, when he appears to have died of natural causes, and there were exacerbations of, he was old and had, I guess, moments of dysphoria, what's it, forgetfulness, or not forgetfulness, just dementia.
Yeah.
Dementia.
Yes.
But what was curious about the exception to the autopsy would be if there was criminal or suspicious behavior. And the jurisdiction of the sheriff was San Luis Obispo. He was under the jurisdiction and influence of William P. Clark and his compound, which was all tied to all this. So I thought that was very interesting, that the domicile in which of the sheriff who would have ordered the investigation. I mean, it seems suspicious, but he didn't act on it. Because look, he's an old man with a dead body.
Yeah.
And he had puncture marks in his butt because of where he'd taken Visceral, a low-level psychiatric drug to just calm somebody down. So this was of curiosity to me. Now, also, the incorporation papers of the Church of Spiritual Technology. This is where Shelley Miscavige is locked up near Big Bear. Now she's locked up, confined, posted, as far as where her job is. But that spiritual, and there are more than one locations of the Church of Spiritual Technology, but that is the organization which holds the copyrights to L. Ron Hubbard's works and his technologies, and they license them to the Religious Technology Corporation, known as RTC, which oversees the correct application, which they do not. It's an abomination. So therefore, CST, if it was doing its job, would revoke this and would fire Miscavige with their Office of Special Directors. I looked at all this corporate stuff, but the one organization, this is in my book, Montauk, the Book of the Dead, but the organization which can, I guess, have ultimate fate over the special directors of the Church of Spiritual Technology is the California State Bar Association, which is, of course, puts it under this is separation of church and state. I don't care about this stuff anymore. I mean, one time it was interesting to me as the legacy of Scientology. Maybe there was some vague idea that the whole thing could be saved someday. But it's not going to be, to me, and I don't begrudge the proper user application of Scientology as I knew it, but that to me, that's history. It is a very unique history, whereas it could have been a common history. And L. Ron Hubbard was Scientology was his magical work. It was like his familiar. The church was his familiar. It was an extension of a magician's mind. It was his magic wand. And it was an instrument which had a profound effect on me. And it was not something I really, I think everybody goes in wanting to benefit from it. Like, how can I benefit from it? And it mixes with any altruistic aspects of yourself, but it also entices you to be more altruistic than you might otherwise, because you see so much good that can be done, and you do see it, and you become altruistic to the point where you dedicate your entire life, and not only one life, but billions of years of lives. And then this is all well and fine, but you're living on idealism, and you're also dealing in pragmatism. That's just day-to-day life, no matter what you're doing. And then, the escape artist then sees that, wow, there's things look better on this side of the hill, on that side of the hill than this side of the hill. And you begin to see that the people around you are not being real people. And there's all sorts of nuances involved here. It's nevertheless, that's just one aspect of my story. It's interesting. It's all interesting, and meanwhile, we're going into, I don't know what to say about the future of humanity. But it reminds me of when I asked David Anderson, when I last saw him personally in 2010, and I said, "What can you tell us about the future?" He gave me the best answer. He goes, "It's uncertain." Good answer. And that's what I would say about, the fate of humanity. It's uncertain. It's uncertain. So with that, thank you for an interesting evening. I don't know if you have anything to say, any question before I go to bed.
Well, let's take a look in the chat, and just want to thank you for everything you shared with us tonight, and we'll definitely be addressing other issues tonight. It's, of course, the 50th Roe versus Wade Day. I'll be talking about abortion when I go into monologue. But in terms of all the wonderful people who have been with us, there's something here that I find extraordinarily disconcerting, or rather disturbing, is our dear friend Tolkien study, Brandon Young. He says, I came across a newspaper clipping of Aquino's mother, that's Betty Ford, was her name, sculpting the face of her son's future first wife before Lilith. Now, what disturbs me is, Brandon, don't tell us about this. Send us the clipping. Why don't you screenshot it? Send us a clipping, please. I don't understand. Why do you bring something like that up without, you could just send it to us in an email attachment. I hope you're able to join us as soon as I start, making calls after Peter leaves into the gentle night. By the way, of course, everyone else said your sound was fine. So, other than that,
That's fascinating. Yeah, that would be a very interesting. If it's something real, he can share with us.
Yes, please. And it's like, I don't know, it's bizarre to me. Bringing something like that up is like, I've got this, great piece of information. And, I've encountered this before where people like just bring something like that up, and instead of sharing it, and it always strikes me as like very passive aggressive. It's please just bring it here, Brandon. Bring it on. And with that, we're doing well with the numbers, and we're I want people to know I'm still struggling. We still got a lot to do this month. I still need help from all of you. And Peter will reemphasize that, and we'll be back before you know it on Wednesday. It'll be here like we never even were gone. So
yes, I will remind people to donate to Douglas, douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. Very important for those of you who can, and thank you for those who do. So we'll, and there'll probably be gyrations on this story. I don't want to, but we're moving into, corporations, global politics. All of this has to do with the stuff that we're working on with the book. Yes,
and obviously we're going to have to go back to addressing Gaza, the Jewish genocide of the Palestinian peoples. When Peter brought up a lot of what was being done to the Jews, this is just punishment for crimes not yet committed. In terms of what happened then, we don't want to pay too much service to this Jewish mantra of a monopoly on human suffering. And when it comes to everything that Peter was covering tonight, as he said, you could understand why someone like May Magnan Brussel was angry. And of course, it's something that is very, she's Jewish, she was Judeo-centric, and she had a deep, abiding fear that her government was somehow hijacked by these Nazis. Rather, her government was so incompetent that these Nazis were coming in to help make it work. And this was something that, of course, did not necessarily sit well with her because of her own concept of justice. But then we've got to take into account what's going on, of course, in both Gaza and Ukraine, and they are part of the same war. And the problem is that America is very convoluted on which side is which, and is finding itself fighting on basically the side of the enemy by supporting Israel, which supports the enemy completely. Israel is definitively a member of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, and this is something that needs to be gone into again and again so that people understand the gravity of the situation. The Ukrainians, of course, in a bid to attempt to ingratiate themselves with the Western world, understandably, they elected a Jewish president, knowing that the Jews control the communist and capitalist worlds. And he, of course, is a traitor to the Ukraine. Insisted, of course, that everybody stand by Israel, despite the fact Israel did absolutely nothing throughout the Russian invasion of Ukraine to assist the Ukrainians, even though they're the only nation in the world with a goddamn Jewish president outside of fucking Israel. So, yet when Israel is attacked, his loyalty to his bloodline trumps that to his own nation. And he said we all have to help Israel. And America then diverted its resources to Israel and away from the Ukraine, which now leaves the world in peril because of what I've expressed about what happens if Ukraine falls. So, obviously, the situation is grave, and I will try to articulate that more as the future rolls along, of course. Let me see. Will Bender says, Acid Kick 96, does Douglas have an email to be reached at? You know, and I could put that right inside the chat room. So I'll tend to that, and we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you so much for all that you do. And, you have a blessed night. Sweet be thy dreams, and restful be thy slumber. I hope you awake, refreshed, good health, and be back with us on Wednesday.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
For now. Take care. Thank you so much. Okay, and that was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Let me enter this, and then I'll take my refreshment break soon enough. Okay, gmail.com. All right, and bracket that, and then there we are. There's Douglas Twain, Dietrich at gmail.com. And so aside from that, let's start our phone calls, and or Skype calls, rather. Bring everybody back onto call. Brendan Zogid is already on call, so he's free to jump right on. Then we'll bring on everybody else. And okay, we'll recall Brendan. We have that.
Hey, just want to let you know I'm here. Just
Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, it was. Well, I saw you enter text moments ago, so I wasn't too concerned. There are times when I am. Yeah, but I definitely appreciate you doing that. Yes, and I believe Brendan has joined us. Brendan, you can indicate that by crinkling. Crisp crinkle. Yes.
The crickets weren't too bad, were they?
Crickets. Yes,
you would prefer crickets, wouldn't you?
Yeah. By the way, this is what Aristides is referring to is Brooke Gibson, of course, was always complaining about his cricket. She thought it was like a recording, like he had some recording of crickets that he would just turn on, like he was in a studio. The cricket sound effect, because it was so loud, it seemed artificial. So there you have that, and that was cute. And so
nothing so sinister. I would just walk outside my house as I would to do many things, and there would be crickets.
Yes. Well, in the right weather, in the right weather.
Right.
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah. And okay, so who do I always miss bringing on here? We'll call Victoria just in case, as well as Troy Bellamy. who I always forget. We'll leave Sammy. No, Sammy Romero. Yes, that's right. I guess I already clicked him. Okay, and Troy. And of course, Stephen Myers, I'll leave alone. He can join us whenever he wants just by calling. Shout out to him if he's out there listening. Okay, let's press that add button. I think I got pretty much everybody that I usually bring on here. And we'll see who joins us. And, okay. Hello. Acid Kick joined. And we hope you're doing well, Sid. And, let's... Good, excellent. Yes. Now, I take it, now there's a little glitching there. I think what you said was, I'm wonderful, Douglas, how are you? That's what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Delightful.
How are you? How and also to Aristides and Brendan.
I'm pretty well. Yeah.
Okay.
Doing some laundry. Not too loud, is that I'm doing like laundry.
Do you have a laundry machine in your own home?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's what distinguishes the upper middle class from the lower middle class in America is the possession of the washer and dryer of clothes, the clothes washer and dryer, not in your own home.
I think most people have access to one.
Well, I'm talking about if it's in your own home, like in your own home, it's
shared one at an apartment or something.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you have one in your own home, right?
Yeah,
So it's a good sign of being upper middle class. That's a good distinguishing feature, believe me.
I don't know.
Yeah.
My washer leaks and I'm not fixing it, so I don't know how upper class that
is. I mean, you're not getting your floor wet every time you do this, right?
Yeah, it does, but
it
drains away, so
okay,
it's fine.
Okay, there we are.
But yeah.
See, he's an engineer, but that doesn't mean he's not lazy. That's when it comes to fixing, the glitch, the washer, and
I'm making it work. So.
Yes. And so there's a drain. I'm sorry.
Just limping things along. I mean, you know how it is.
Yes. So, anyhow, I wish Brooke would have joined us, or Nemo. Did I call Nemo? Let me see. I'm sorry?
He's here.
He is? Nemo?
No, Nemo. No, Nemo's up here. Sorry.
Okay. So let me see if I added Nemo. If not, I'll call him again right now and see if he joins us. That would help immensely. And
I asked him earlier, and I was like, "Hey, give me around." He said, "I've already been awake for a while, so if he didn't take a nap, he might be tired."
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. Let's hit him again. Shit.
But he was around.
What did I just do? Okay, I was supposed to add him. Did that work? Well, let me see. I think I pressed the add button. Either way, he might already be added to the call. So Nemo, just jump on as soon as you can, please. I'll try and ask both of you gentlemen, all of you actually, for kind of a research project. But it's not really research. It basically comes down to asking a favor, and I'll do my best to, of course, compensate for it when I can. In the meantime, this is one of the reasons I do want more support. We're already getting in some support from some wonderful people. I should have credited them while Peter was still with us, but at that point, I was just trying to, move into the rest of the night. And our dear friend Brendan says he'll be joining us in a moment. And before I retreat into a refreshment break, and Acid Kick added some nice little symbols into the call, and these represent the plane, the kind of like the Sanskrit, the party symbol. Okay, together these three symbols mean exactly what?
Oh, I get. Well, the party symbol to me, I guess, looks like mushrooms, and the airplanes for paper airplanes, of course, and the Om is however you interpret that.
Okay. I'm still not quite sure the message involved, but I'll take it. It's flying high on mushrooms into the Om state, right? Yeah. Something like that. Okay. All right, so let's try and get it together. We're entering that phase now of the show. We want everyone to stay with us. Everybody, please maintain your loyalty and your attention, and maintain yourselves through the refreshment break that I'm going to take. I will be back. And in the interim, I do want to try and teach these guys a little thing about mastering small talk. Now... Okay, so Aristides, you're an engineer. You could appreciate that there used to be an old aviators acronym, a mnemonic, meaning a memory device, that whenever they entered a craft, they would repeat Forbes, FORB, or FORBS. There might have been an S standing for something else, but FORB was fuel, oxygen, radio, and batteries. So that was what it reminded them to do a thorough check over concerning the machine, their craft. And so I do want you both to know that the numbers did not drop discernibly when I left Aristides and Acid Head alone before Mr. Sid. But it's like, upon review of what went down, it was like hearing two answering machines trying to exchange messages with each other.
Oh gosh, that's kind of harsh, man.
It's sorry. I mean, it's just, it's so I want to try and get you guys used to a new kind of acronym. All right, Ford.
Okay.
FORD, Ford, for family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. Okay, this is like what small talk is all about. You know, starting a conversation doesn't have to be intimidating. When people have no problem striking up a conversation with a stranger in the supermarket checkout line or on public transit. I mean, well, usually most people do have problems doing that unless they're me. But small talk just doesn't seem to come naturally for others, and that's what both of you were attempting, at least at first. And I think that, especially in the case of our man Sid, we're also dealing with social anxiety. So, for there we are. Our man Acid Kick. You just gave us that link, right?
Yes, I did.
Excellent, good.
Shall I put that in the YouTube chat as well?
No.
Yeah, I want to thank Acid Kick for kind of dumping links in the YouTube, because I'm just, I don't know, my whole attention span with screens and clicking and links and words just kind of burn out.
Understood, and I want to actually get to the point where I'm like, here's a little, let's give Acid Kick, I'm going to put this in his, in right here, and then I'll cut and paste it and put it into his private message as well. Acid Kick could enter in phrases. There are what we call blurbs, BLURBS. It's not an acronym. A blurb is simply a bit of information that's given like a trailer, like something to attract a person into reading a book. It's like a short phrase on top of a short story that editors used to publish in magazines to attract people into the short story, into reading the short story. So a lure, if you will. So there's things that Acid Head can say, feel free, how do I spell this? Feel free to criticize.
I thought we talked about some cool stuff.
I said once you got into a rhythm. Yeah, I'm
yes.
Sorry,
it wasn't cool to everybody else.
It's
and I'd also like to say, I mean, we're just volunteers here, and usually by this time of the night, I'm tired.
I understood. Dude.
I've just been, Peter's fascinating stories would be very hypnotizing.
Dude, there's no need. Dude, it's like this. I have no idea why Peter tripped out like that. It's like there was no need for him to start reading.
No, there's a ton of interesting information.
So something like this for our man Acid Kick. Feel free to criticize ideas, but not people. Here we are. You know, little phrases like that into the chat room. Feel free to criticize ideas, but not people. Something like that is something that is, you know, a good thing to stick into chat. And it keeps conversation. I'm going to cut and paste that and put that in here. And, yeah, don't take it so harshly, what I've said. I've just said most people are not skilled in the art of talk. They don't go to training for this. And they don't just have a natural talent for it. But what was going on was that you were fine once you got into a rhythm. And then you got into something Acid Kick is passionate about, which is basically, you know, recreational narcotics. Once you got there, you know, our man Sid is on home territory.
Medicinal psychotherapy, I think.
Yeah, like I said, recreational use of narcotics. He's self-medicating. He's self-medicating.
There's a fine line there.
Yeah, I mean, but Brendan will help provide some nuance.
It can be legitimately to help you through other stuff.
Like,
but it's all in the application. Is it like, are you truly doing it medicinally, or are you just a fucktard? You know?
Well, hey, well, we don't need to. Now that's a black and white, you know.
No, like some people, you know, are you doing it with intent, or you know? And like some kind of moderation.
Certainly, the one thing I can guarantee you is our man Sid certainly is convinced that what he's doing is medicinal or therapeutic. Therapeutic, if not medicinal. But such being said, so like what I said, the Ford method, you know, the near universal topics you can ask someone about in small talk situations, the family, occupation, recreation, the dreams. Basically, this is something that both these gentlemen, I just want to keep in mind so that, you know, we have a smoother start to ultimately meandering our way to Sid's self-medication. And it won't start off with the kind of small talk that I heard, which was, okay, it's just painful. It's not, both of you guys, it's all of your context is appreciated. You know, you're volunteers, you're not getting paid. You know, I appreciate your being here, obviously. It's one of these things where you're just, you know, I'm just trying to help make it better, right? Right?
Of course we want things to be better.
Yeah. And so this can help make it better. Now, granted, we have maybe some issues here in terms of like Aristides might feel security bound to keep some aspects of his private life secret, but there should be something he's willing to share about little things like that. Right?
I hear things generally. You know, like I'm not against that. No.
Yeah. Okay. There we are. And our man Sid, he's got, you know, a kind of security consciousness as well, but, you know, seems pretty willing to share certain things about everything I've discussed.
Occupation, not really as a job, Sid.
What? I'm so sorry. Aristides, maybe it's because...
you said, you know, your occupation, that's something you talk about, but like, so yeah, I'm an, you know, engineer and I work with materials, but I don't know what Sid does. Like, I don't know. Sid is not
conventionally employed. Sid's employment essentially is volunteering for the Douglas Dietrich show.
That drops out one of the for you know, one of the Ford plan.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. He could talk about how he came to this point in his life.
That's what he did.
Yeah, that's the drugs. Yeah, that's funny.
Yes, of course, the drugs and being on a reverse sleep cycle, you know, and having a bunch of friends who are into the fringes of conspiracy theory and whatnot. And,
thank you. Yeah, and thank you. Well, Brendan Zoget has joined us, and Bren, let's test your audio. Say something, Bren.
Yes, good evening. I'm here.
Yeah, save this for fucking Christ's sake here. We're obviously dying over here and beat on by Douglas. Please, can you
it's not like that! It's Brendan! Is that how it's to be taken?
Yeah.
Brendan's an interesting guy here. Anyway, so.
You guys haven't even seen the worst of it. I've had to deal with him on the other end of the phone when no one else is around.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah. He hears me. I mean, you guys are getting the sweet end of the stick, believe me.
Oh, well.
But regardless, I mean, it's not that. It's in hindsight, it's not that bad.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like I was trying to tell my gang brother Beaver, you
I mean,
know.
what do you expect from a vampire that's the son of Adolf Hitler? I mean, it's kind of expected.
Yeah, thank you.
And what's really cool about it, I mean, is like, other than the uniqueness of it, it's like you learn cool shit. Like, I didn't know you guys knew about that. The Nazi that was my local, or my town's local hero.
Yeah.
The guy you were talking about earlier.
Thank you. Now you can go back.
He was living in the neighborhood, a very high-end neighborhood here in Sacramento, where all the politicians live. And I'm very familiar with that region.
Yeah.
And he's like a local celebrity of sorts.
Cool. Yes, that's right.
What was his name?
Of course, it's very difficult, and it's one of these things I'll have to scroll back up to
Otto von Bolschwing.
Yes, Bolschwing.
So this was
Bolschwing.
So this is a real guy, and some of my friends growing up, like their grandparents like knew him, and they were also ex-Nazis as well.
There we are.
I had a friend growing up who actually had, like, we would go to his house for kickbacks and stuff. He lived in this region, the same region. Parents were rich, very affluent. But we would go kick it at his house, and he had one of the Iron Eagle pins with the Hakenkreuz, and we would always ask him about it. He's like, "Oh, that's my grandpa's," and we're like, "Why do you have it like displayed? Like, why?" And he's like, "I'm happy that my grandpa was a Nazi."
Yes,
like he thought it was cool.
Yes,
like
as well he should. Thank you. Yeah.
And so it turns out that there are quite a bit of German expats living in this region. So
thank God.
Fascinating.
Yes, and hopefully one of these days maybe I'll meet them. We'll see. I'm not quite sure if they'd be able to adapt to my own quirks or eccentricities, but
well, I think just like in this guy's case, most of them are passed on.
Sadly, and
unfortunately.
But all such being said, as a cross-dresser, of course, I have a right to be a little bitchy, so you got to take it that way. It's just kind of a cattiness or a bitchiness in which I describe things, it
doesn't bother me at all.
Thank you, and so just learn to take it as
it's kind of diva-esque.
Yes, it's constructive criticism. It's constructive. It will help you in the long run, so that when you're at parties, you'll thank me later.
I haven't heard the Ford method in a long time, so that was a good reminder.
Thank you.
It'll help me in the future.
Yes, thank you. And so,
especially when I'm trying to get promotions at work, it's like it's so hard to deal with these people. It's like I can just default to Ford.
Yes, thank you. That's right. And
because usually in my head I'm like, I fucking hate these people.
Thank you. Yes, that's right.
Or I'm just like, oh God, they're gonna talk about something that I don't give a fuck about.
Yeah,
that's usually the case.
Yeah, and also always think that it may not always interpret or pan out in some conventional sense. Don't just assume that, say for instance, because Sid, Acid Kick, just because he doesn't have any conventional family, don't think that the family concept is inapplicable. He can talk about like how his brother spiked his mother and it made them lose a client at the daycare center. There you go. I mean, it's like, when you've got family like that, I mean, you can talk for hours about that shit.
Yeah, you're never out of story.
Yes, yeah. And our man George Knight says he's about to jump on soon. Good. So glad to have him with us. Cool. And don't know how long he'll be with us.
Maybe you can take your break.
I'm going to take my break. I'm going to take my break right now. Is that okay with you?
I won't dictate on your own show like others. Take at your leisure.
Yes. So George Knight is joining us. I think you guys have got this handled now. Definitely between,
or that way you can, maybe interact with him as well.
Yes. No, I need to take a piss and refresh myself. Really, I need to go right now.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You do that first, and then by the time you get back, we'll be chilling with George.
Excellent.
It's like having a nice tea time,
Yes.
He's getting up. I'm having nighttime pu'er tea.
Absolutely. That's right.
Gong fu cha.
And yes.
Some nice gong fu cha.
That's right. And is that the case, dear George? You're just getting up, right?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I've got my second coffee right next to me.
Yeah, he's more of a coffee person, yeah.
That's right. And how long are we blessed with your presence?
I think about half an hour, Douglas. Then I've got to get a move on, I'm afraid.
Okay.
So yeah.
So what I'll try to do is, of course, be back in about 15 minutes at the longest, and then join you, and then for about a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes before you jump off into the day, your work day. You're always, of course, welcome to check back in whenever you can. And will we have longer with you on Wednesday then, right? Wednesday you'll be able to stay with us a bit longer. That's
about
Thursday.
About a good hour, but the following week I'll be with you much longer throughout the duration of the show. So thank God.
Yes.
So yeah, looking for that episode. I believe that's the Wednesday. That's the following Wednesday.
Okay, let me take a look at.
On
the
7th.
Yeah. Let me take a look at the calendar just to make sure. And so this Wednesday, but the next Wednesday is the 31st, right?
Oh, so it must be 2 weeks. Beg your pardon. Yeah, I'm getting my days conflated. Yeah. So
it'll be the 7th of February. February 7th.
That's the one.
Yeah. Okay, and that's good because we'll need that. And at any rate, I just want to again thank all of you gentlemen for being here. Everybody maintain Victoria in your thoughts and prayers. She seems to be suffering from a chronic fatigue, and this might be symptomatic of long COVID, that she definitely got very violently physically ill with what apparently was like an abdominal flu or something like that, as soon as Christina, our favorite sex worker with the heroin habit, was harbored in her home, and hasn't been on the show ever since. She has appeared in the chat, but she did confess. She did acknowledge what I said, which was that visit was so stressful, combined with what happened, elements of it the audience is not aware of, that broke down compromised her immune system, and she wound up getting violently ill, and seems to have been feeling tired ever since, but feels very exhausted a lot of the time. So this might be long COVID, extended COVID, or and of course I've made the suggestion that she see a consult a physician for the potential of that, in case it is that. But aside from that, I've also given the suggestion, just a thought, she might moderate the THC intake. That's just a thought on my part. But we can get back to talking about that when I return. Before I go, a little check into chat. Hello to Mari Sini, Helena, Kiskonen, and to Sheila Gavin. Mwah. Love you, honey. He says, greetings, Douglas, Brendan, and Sid. I am glad to be listening to the helpful Ford family, occupation, recreation, and dreams conversation starter ideas. Thank you, honey. Yes. See, there we are. And she says, thoughts and prayers to Victoria. Let me just you certainly give my kisses to the ladies before I take off. And aside from all of that, our dear Brendan has been, of course, dealing with a lot of things, and you'll get into that with George. And George, I'll hit everybody when I come back, and in the meantime, you guys have got this. George, is there something you want to say before I retreat into my refreshment?
No, I don't, Douglas. Take as long as you need to. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, you guys have got this, and honestly, I need to be on Aristides' best side, because I'm going to be asking him for a favor when I return, and then you guys will be able to see some of what I'm talking about. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I'm over here, like all that. I'm like taking notes on the stuff you guys are like talking about and stuff. Just something to, look reference later. Like I'm like doing something over here.
Yes, that's cute. Yes. By the way, I don't know if you can see the screen share. See the screen share? Oh no, that was the wrong one. I guess it changes every time to the porn that shows. But there was a lady who was a stewardess who had the old German colors on her belt, and so that was that was something I can look up later for the image again. But actual photograph.
It wasn't the sushi guy.
No, that was a Wonder Woman parody. Actually, that illustration comes from a 3D comic that I was not involved with, believe it or not, but it was based on the episode with Linda Carter starring as Wonder Woman, who was in conflict with a man in the Japanese prison camps, where his brother had died in the Japanese internment camps of America, and he had come to do battle with Wonder Woman and felt confident he could do this because he had special powers. And someone with no connection to myself produced a 3D pornographic comic on that. So that was one of the frames from that comic in which he actually rapes Wonder Woman. Yeah, as a parody of Linda Carter. They can't make it look too much like her because that would be conceivably, theoretically subject to lawsuit. But honestly, people really don't pursue these lawsuits like people think because it's usually not worth the money spent on such an effort. But that's where that was from. I could always go back to that illustration at another time or that series of panels if people are particularly interested. Yeah.
All I saw was a sushi headband and a bunch of flesh.
I don't know how much everyone else caught, but that's a risk of going from one image to it changes every minute. So okay. All that being said, I will refresh myself now, and
it's like the Dietrich Russian roulette on your server.
Yes, that's right. Of course, we know there's nothing to sketch there because the fucking feds are in my goddamn computer more than I am, and they aren't bitching either. So, but then again,
well, I don't know the stuff on their touche. There was someone on YouTube that was talking about it, like one of their customers purchased an old
Fed computer, an old Fed.
And they were trying to have it refurbished.
Yeah, it's all kiddie porn. It's all child porn.
Yeah, by the time they booted it up and like plugged it in and all that shit, they were flagged by
the Feds
by another group.
Yeah.
Well, it was another group, but in the law enforcement, of course, Leo.
Yeah.
And they came in and they said, "Where did you get all this shit from? Why do you have so much?" And basically it was a red flag instantly.
Yeah.
And they traced where the computer came from.
Yeah.
Where the supplier got it from.
Yeah.
It was from a federal depot of recycled computers.
Of course.
Straight from the FBI.
Of course. Yeah. Go with saying. It's like fuck
so
them.
It was like, and the people were so naive. They were like, "Why would they have a computer like this?" I'm like, because that's all their computers are for.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's,
you think they're investigating anything?
Yeah, thank you.
They've got nothing better to do.
Yes, yes. Oh, they're disgusting. They're disgusting. And these fuckers, like, you know, we can go into the hypocrisy of this.
When I tried to get a job with one of the sheriff's departments over here, they were basically like, "Yeah, we don't want you because my record's like too clean." Like it's basically true. What they were saying.
Yeah, it's true.
The dude that came to my house, the PI, he was like, "For your age, and you have nothing going on," he's like, "Wow, that's very rare." So basically, they either hire criminals or people fresh out of high school. That's what he told me.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, you guys have no idea. And what's so bizarre about it is that Brendan was all fucked by his dad's activities to the point where, you know, they were throwing him in the back of ATF cars or shit like that. I mean, you could tell him about that.
Gang unit, like completely, like undercover gang units, some of the highest law enforcement I've ever dealt with.
Yeah.
And that stuff was all scrubbed from my record as if it didn't happen.
Thank God. I mean, but maybe it would have worked to your favor if it had stayed. You would have gotten hired by the sheriff's department.
Right. But they would have been like, "Oh, so you know how we operate."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, my God. Okay, I'm going to go retreat into refreshing myself. I certainly need it. I have no idea why Peter felt the need to just go into a reading mode. It's just not... It's not good. Okay, that's not good. Just so everybody else knows, it's not something you really want to do. People just don't want to sit here listening to somebody read.
Yeah, I've done it, but it's bad form.
Well, I mean, it's what you've done is nothing compared to what was that? 2 hours of that? 3? How long did we have of that? 2 hours of that? That's okay. It's just not. Okay, that's just like.
Yeah, like some paragraphs here and there is not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we all have to reference reading material. But when you just say, "Oh, I just go to read," it's like, okay, is this an audio?
Like stream of consciousness.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Yeah, it's like I have no idea what prompted that, but it's indicative of something. Okay, I'm going to refresh myself. I love you all. Hugs, and I'll be back.
and then I'll do my best to assuage and soothe Aristides concerning whatever I might have rankled with my commentary. But you guys have got this. All right, bye for now.
Yeah, the thumbnail is kind of like what I imagine you in your bed at all times, right? Like during the transmission, you're like,
hey, Brendan,
his headgear.
You're talking about the thumbnail tonight.
Yeah,
he's complete. I don't know if it's intentional, but he's like completely like LARPing. It's that guy. What is it from Death Note? The guy L.
Yeah, it's intentional, of course.
It's completely that character.
Yeah.
It's
That's
funny.
the idea.
I don't know if you see
Doug knows about Death Note, of course.
Right. Yeah. Send him a picture, but like, yeah.
Did you read the latest manga, the latest serial?
No.
Okay, they in the latest one, it's like a retelling or a light novel version of a sequel, essentially.
Okay.
And Donald Trump ends up buying the Death Note. They literally have Trump in it. It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny.
Seriously?
You guys gotta watch it. Yeah. But or it's just, you gotta read it. It's a manga.
What's the name of that?
You can just look up new Death Note, and it'll come up. But George, I was curious. Brendan. Like, is everything all right? There seems to be like heavy winds happening in England right now. Right. Are you guys doing all right? Like,
yes. So it was forecasted on amber alert. So it was Storm Isha. It's
yes.
Yeah. So we're getting the back end of it, of this really bad storm, and we're on amber alert. So the area that I live in is on amber, and it was gale force winds throughout the night. Absolutely horrendous.
Oh wow! Is that going to impact your work? Maybe like
it
later
has.
today?
So,
sorry to hear that.
Yes, that's what I'll be doing today. I've got a couple jobs this morning, I think, regarding either damages or tree falling down. So I'll be attending that to see what I can do about it, escalate that. Yeah. So that's
interesting.
It keeps us at work. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's part of the job security, but
forces.
But yeah, just stay safe. I was just curious because I saw a couple of reports of tornadoes even.
Oh, I would be, no doubt at all.
So,
they were. I was expecting, I was expecting to even look out the window and see like a cow fly by the window.
Yeah, I was getting reports.
That bad. Yeah,
I was getting reports from more north from where you're at, like near London, and they were saying that their walls were shaking. So it sounds like a pretty gnarly storm.
Yes, people can actually look at a geographical image of the UK and they can see where the storm is, where it impacts, and they'll see it covers the entirety of London. That's consumed within that. Yeah, area. It's a large area. But we're in the south. Cornwall was hit bad because they're right on the tip of the edge. Of the west side. Yeah, so they were hit really, really bad.
George, what's the temperature like there?
It's been minus. Last week it was all minus. It was, do you know what, for outdoor weather, if you've got thermals and you're covered up, it's the most perfect conducive weather for working in, because it's not wet and it's not icy either. It was just frigid. It's a nice temperature, and then the sun was out constantly. So, but in the morning it was sub-minus temperatures, and then throughout the day it's just lovely. It's perfect for working outdoors in. And I wish it was like that all the time. But obviously it's not.
That's because of your gear, I'm assuming, right? You have a lot of gear and headgear and stuff. Yeah.
Yes. So that's that's what I'll be doing for today anyway. Yeah, just
So that sounds fun.
Yes. Oh, but Brendan, I did catch. Did you have another experience with someone with their feelings towards Nazism or Nazis? Did you have you had any more encounters lately?
Oh, of people? Yeah, not exactly. No, because I try and keep it low key because it's just. But I had my most recent, or someone who I know really well. She's like an ex-Stanford physicist, but she's German. East Prussian, like her family's East Prussian, which is like close to Poland now. Yes. But it's Germany. It's actually Germany.
Thank you.
Her lineage is German, but she was talking to her aunt, who's like 90 years old, and she lived during the Reich, and she was trying to tell me about all that stuff about how Hitler's mom was I don't know, I guess like she had a boyfriend or his stepdad was Jewish and he slammed the door in his face. Basically, it was a wives' tale or like, like a Chinese whisper where like by the time the story gets told like 1,000 times, it's totally wrong. Yeah. So I was trying to tell her that. I was like, like that story is not true at all. And Douglas contextualized it. Yes. But she got pissed off at me and she's like, "You're so arrogant. You think you know everything. How do you know all this? You don't know anything about Hitler or anything." And I just like had to bite my tongue because it's like I have an extensive backlog of information about Hitler because of you and Douglas especially.
Yes, no,
because like the evidence is there. Like it's just, but these people are just stuck in that kind of where it's all hearsay.
Exactly. Yeah. Talk about contemporary like projection of what they don't know. But they assume that they think they know everything, and it's a complete
right.
The irony of it, it's just what was it? Every single time it's like, and obviously, and it's true. There is a very famous saying that is it's generally a consensus that most people know that if you have a conversation with anyone long enough, the subject but brought about, they will mention the Nazis or Hitler himself, because of course he is the most spoken about historical figure in history. And again, when I had a social gathering the other night, it was just to catch up with my best man. It was again. It gets brought up.
Yeah, just in conversation, it happens all the time.
Yeah,
and ultimately, all those stand-up comedians, like every hack stand-up comedian, when they run out of material, it's always a Nazi joke, and it's like it becomes so cliche and just lame,
Yes, thank you. It does. It gets it does get overused so much, and it's just like with the political, with both parties, whichever whether it's in the UK or in the United States, they always refer to each other as fascists, and they have no idea what the true definition of fascism is, but they refer to each other as fascists. The left or the right fascists, and vice versa, and it's funny. And it was just like what I mentioned last time, that lady, that woman, as soon as I mentioned the autobahn and the retirement age of 65 and other inventions.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And you look at things like the UK have produced. The UK have also been, historically innovative with their what they've invented. Like, for instance, like I believe, I think I could be wrong. I could be wrong with this. I have to research. I have to just vet this. But it's either like toilet roll, bog roll, or toothpaste. One of those is, and you just look at little things like that. It's like, well, probably that's because that nation needed it more than anyone else because of hygiene reasons. But when I mentioned that in a normal formal sense with another colleague, and it was just a high rate, completely irrational outburst of, "Oh, how could you say such a thing? How could you say that?" And she was trying to elaborate that she was a victim of it. Her family were either persecuted or they were victims of the Reich
which itself. Has nothing to do with just the objective fact that it's just technology and it was used,
Well, that goes without saying. Yes. And one time George Knight was bartending, and I don't know, he said something about the Reich, and somebody had brought up their family was persecuted. Is this the case you're talking about?
I remember, Douglas. No, I remember exactly. I actually thought about this the other day, actually. It was when I was talking about the Japanese prisoner of war camps. Yeah. And then I mentioned about per the laws of the Geneva Convention, even though they didn't sign the Geneva Convention, they still applied the rules of you will give your prisoners half the rations you would give the troops in the field.
Yes.
But of course, the ration consumption, or the ration, if you look at the amount it equates to, doesn't equate to even half the rations according to what the Americans were consuming at that time, or the British were consuming in terms of, with sustenance. They were being very malnourished. As a matter of fact, you could even define it as what is it, beatings, leashes, or mulch, or I think that's the terms you use.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those are
Like
bait.
drums.
Bait would be.
Bait,
Yeah.
that's the one. Bait as you would go, as if you were going fishing. That's what the American prisoners of war were consuming in these Japanese prisoner of war camps, and they were dying at 7 times the rate as a Juden or a Slav or a German prisoner of war would die in German prisoner of war camps. They would die at 7 times the rate, much larger, faster than you would in a Japanese. And I mentioned this, and he just piped up and said straight away, the Japanese never signed the Geneva Convention. I said, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm trying to articulate why they were dying 7 times the rate in the Japanese prison, and why, like my own family, my mother's cousin actually was a Japanese prisoner of war, which my other cousin, he conflates with my grandfather. He gets the two into two totally different people. But he conflates the two as the same person. But it's actually my mother's cousin. He was in a Japanese prisoner of war camp, and when he came out of it, when he was finally released, he then went to go and indulge himself in consuming as much food as possible. He became morbidly obese, and he had all these health problems because of that. He ate himself to death.
Oh, so sad.
Wow.
It's so it brings up a few things. This brings up what I'm going to ask Aristides about, and then you can all witness that. And it brings up what Troy Bellamy is saying in the chat room. And Troy, let's see now. First, Sheila Gavin, ladies first. Hello to Amor Fadi, who brings up the basic laws of stupidity, which was often cited by Michael Aquino. I don't know if Amor Fadi knows that. But Michael Aquino had a total contempt for the majority of humanity. Sheila Gavin says, thanks and greetings to you, Sid. Back when in college, I kept dropping out of a required public speaking course. Then I volunteered at a college radio station just announcing songs and artists. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's great. So let's give her a nice little thumbs up there. Before I turn to Troy, because this is always challenging, and the thing that's disturbing to me, just as disturbing as when Brandon Young sends us this nice little quip about, I came across a newspaper clipping that had this, photograph of Aquino's mother sculpting his wife-to-be, and it was the first wife, the one before Lilith Aquino. Okay, so this is, shall we say, fairly relevant to everything we're always talking about. Why doesn't he just, send us the image? He could have just screenshot that. He could have sent it to us, sent it to me in private messenger, or but no, he gives us this little passive aggressive comment, and it's really irritating. There's no other way to describe that. It's like don't tell us these things, just show it to us. That's hey, look, here's this photograph. And honestly, it's one of these things that I want to encourage Brandon Young to join us. It's why I called him, and now I encourage Troy Bellamy, why don't you join us on the call instead of entering this comment in the chat room? Are you guys expressing sympathy towards Nazis? Now, you've done this before. He's done this before in the chat. And it's, dude, which part of what we are do you not get? This is the son of Adolf Hitler that you've been hanging with all this time. So what do you not get about that by now? Beyond that,
this is kind of what George and I were saying. It's just it's this, it becomes nonsensical.
Thank you. And Sheila Gavin says her experience gave her confidence. She eventually re-registered and passed the class. Good for you. So Sheila, let me make sure she knows that's at Sheila. So I need to qualify that, and at Sheila, and then give her the same thing again. Here we are.
It's like a short circuit when you're talking about if Germany does anything good, even modern Germany, if they do anything good, people look at you like you're crazy.
What?
What do you mean Germany's good? It's like, well, all their cars are the best cars ever made. Why are you driving a fucking Mercedes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like, I
Volkswagen.
didn't think about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you don't, because you're
Because you're fucking
burnt.
stupid and burnt. Yeah, permafried on, Allied indoctrination.
You're perma-fried on GMO potatoes and
yeah.
McDonald's
But-
Slurpees and 7-Eleven Slurpees.
Thank you.
Anyways,
But-
I won't go on.
But all such being said, Troy Bellamy, understand this is that I've repeated consistently with you specifically as an individual. We've given you evidence of black Nazis. We have brought this up. We have brought up the fact that Adolf Hitler had respect for black people, that he had asked a black man to become his economics advisor. I'd given you the lowdown on this before, that this individual, of course, I gave you the name. I told you to look this guy up. I mean, did all my suggestions go nowhere?
It's just preposterous, Douglas. It's just like, sorry, Douglas.
Well, bring up the camp commandant. Bring up the camp commandant with the black wife.
Yeah, thank you. That's one example. Do you know what? I've outlined this to many, many people. I said, you look at the Allies, you look at the nation states that they consisted of in that combatancy, in that belligerency. They're all white imperialists.
Yes.
All white colonialists. You look at the Soviet Union, you look at the United States, you look at Great Britain, you look at all the Allies, Australia, Canada, all the Commonwealth nations, they're all white. And then you look at the Axis, they're all people of quote unquote color. Yes. But then you look at the white race, they're the most colorful people on earth because they blush and they turn grey and all this.
Translucence.
Yeah, I've outlined that as a joke, to be facetious, just to throw it back in their faces. But yeah, you look at the Axis, you take a look at Japan, you take a look at the Nationalist Republic of China. They are all people of color, and you just throw that in people's faces. Oh yeah, right. It was whites against the color people, and that's it. And you think, and you call them racist? Like how?
Here's a little quip about the Deutsche Afrika Korps. It says it gained reputation by the Allies and historians as being magnanimous with their Allied prisoners of war.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So in other words, they were the most quote unquote liberal, or the nicest of all,
Yes, thank you.
The second largest population of Japanese on this earth is in Brazil.
Yes.
You just take a look at these simple little facts, objective facts, Brandon, like you say, and nobody's even aware of this, not consciously aware of this information. You just look at the origin, and yes, as you said, Douglas, the commandant of Eamon Gorf, his wife was black. And then you take a look at the movie Schindler's List, and as I've outlined a few times.
Yeah, they left it out. Yeah.
They don't even portray, but they portray the protagonist, Liam Neeson.
Yeah. Yeah, the man who wants to go out and kill black people. Tell him. Yeah.
Yes. Who wants to go out with a Kosh who admitted it publicly and stated that he wants to go out and kill anyone of color because of what he witnessed. And that was again a projection, Douglas actually said. Talk about projection of self-masculinity. He's trying to project himself as the hero in these movies in real life.
Yes.
He's going out there trying to redeem him, try to a vendetta or to go out to retribution of this woman who he witnessed was a victim of an assault by a black man. And there's just this irony of it. And then you got the other protagonist, who was played by no, sorry, excuse me, not the protagonist. Is the villain? Villain. Eamon Gorf is played by Lord. What's his name? Voldemort from the Harry Potter series.
Yes. That's right. The man who becomes. So Troy Bellamy has joined us. So and I do want to speak with him, but I do want to share this with Aristides while he's still conscious. So Aristides, if you can maintain consciousness through as long as you can, and I'll get to you with my request of what I'm going to ask you about. So dear Troy, join us. And oh my God, so what about, you remember I told you about the black African American economist who Adolf Hitler asked to become his economist for the Reich, but he decided not to. And of course there was Jesse Owens, who was congratulated by Adolf Hitler when Franklin Delano Roosevelt wouldn't let Jesse Owens anywhere near him. There was a respect for black people that Adolf Hitler had. He certainly was someone who admired the Native Americans and had a deep passion for ultimately their salvation from American persecution, which was still ongoing at the time of the Second World War and long thereafter. So when it comes to what you're confronted with through American indoctrination, you get this indoctrination that the Nazis are the racists when it's just the opposite. It was the Allies. The Nazis, of course, I showed you photographs of black Nazis. There are books about them. I certainly, I don't know if you remember, I gave you the title of some of those books, and we can look them up again, all this stuff, but if you haven't learned by now, Hitler and the Nazis are not what they're portrayed in films. What George just brought up was in the movie Schindler's List. They portray as the main villain this camp commandant, Goth, and in his real life, he had a black wife. And indeed, George Knight, tell Troy about his granddaughter was interviewed on German television. Was that not the case? And she's like half black, right?
Yeah. As soon as you research it, as soon as you conduct your own due diligence, you see the granddaughter. You see pictures of the granddaughter just outlining this fact that she is a descendant of Eamon Goth, the camp commandant of the Third Reich. And she's just presenting this out there. So it's like there's plenty of headlines, newspaper articles to read about this. And this woman came out publicly and stated this. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a fact.
So here and here's right here. We just got a link from our man Sid, and here we are, Troy. This is the man I'm talking about, Milton Wright, like W-R-I-G-H-T, like the Wright brothers. And Milton Wright was the black African American who was very fluent in German, well aware of Nazi ideology, and met Adolf Hitler personally. So, there we are, and this was something, yeah, so go on, Troy. Yeah.
I don't deny that there are many overindulgences in terms of the way stories are told about certain things. It doesn't surprise me that black people have been called in as experts or for advice by world leaders. The Moors basically set up America and then got screwed, when everything finally got set up at that time, which totally shaped the formation of the Constitution and the treatment of African Americans or Africans in this country. Again, for me to say, I'm not gonna, I guess, there's always that fear of people say, well, everything that Hitler did, if he did anything good, it was wiped out by the bad. Of course. And I get that. And, you say that's your father. It is what it is. And any child will want to protect their father's image or lineage, no matter what. I'm a big family over everything guy myself. But, just and again, I guess I'm trying to marry, the stories that I've heard, because I always heard that Hitler and Goebbels and them denied shaking Jesse Owens' hand. He got worse treatment when he came to America.
Photo of it.
There's a photo of Adolf Hitler shaking hands with Jesse Owens, so that's just a lie. There's photographic.
I got to see that. But, like in Hollywood, the Hollywood version from the movie. And
but
Doug,
just
you've released the photo in the past.
Oh God, yeah, and there's many photos.
Because they scrubbed it.
They scrubbed it, and there's many photos where Adolf Hitler is chumming with Jesse Owens. It's like they're all over
touching him.
Yeah, literally touching him. They got their hands over each other's shoulders and shit, like they knew each other. But when it comes to what we're confronted with is, of course, we're talking about historical Nazism. Not neo-Nazism.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's another factor.
African Americans who espouse efforts for civil rights and freedom. Black culture is naturally socialistic, almost to the point of communistic, and that's why a lot of the FBI
Yeah, the echo's coming from Aristides. He's got his computer on. Aristides, could you drop off the call and come back? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So, you know, if you notice, I mean, many of the people who were trying to begin the civil rights movements well before Dr. King were considered communists. They showed up on the McCarthy lists, or they were hauled into the FBI for questioning and other things like that, and were called agitators and other things like that. So, you know, I understand that you have to get, like you said, the correct historical perspective in order to really understand what was going on. But it was just some of the I guess the tenor of what was being said during the conversation. I mean, I wasn't like appalled by what was being said by the guys on the call. I just asked, you know, if they had developed this more of a sentimental recollection for the Reich. You know,
I mean, I've stated publicly that like I wish they would, you know,
comes directly. I'm sorry to cut you off, but.
No, I'm sorry. Well, Brendan can restate what he was going to say later. Just finish what you were saying, Troy. Go ahead. I mean,
saying that neo-Nazism comes from Nazism, or at least that's where.
Well, here, let me show you something. And I think it's. I've just done a screen share. Of course, that's when my porno screen comes up. So let's do the screen share. And thank you, Aristides, for rejoining us. I want you to know your camera's on. Just so you know, that eats up bandwidth. Even though he's got black tape over it, he doesn't do us the favor that Brooke does by showing us his body. But then again, most of us would probably consider that a blessing. At any rate, when it comes to... Okay, screen share. Let's see if I've got the wrong thing up. Here we are. Now, this is to clarify for you, Troy. Do you know this man? This is Commander George Lincoln Rockwell. He is the commander of the American Nazi Party, Commander Rockwell. And he is surrounded by blacks. He created an alliance with Malcolm X. And they were considered two of the most dangerous men of their time because they wanted separate but equal status. This was their stance. And so they both wanted their own ethno-state, their own white nation and black nation, separate but equal. And this is what Commander Lincoln Rockwell and Malcolm X were fighting for. They were united. This is a real photograph. This is not CGI or any kind of Photoshop. And it's proven to be historic. There are many angles of this photograph, but this is the most famous. And George Lincoln Rockwell attended black Moorish meetings and the meetings of the Nation of Islam. And this is the real Nazism, because George Lincoln Rockwell was an American veteran of World War II who realized he had fought on the wrong side when he was a military attorney who served at the Nuremberg trials. And he realized that the Americans were lying about everything they were saying and that the Germans were in the right. And so he converted to Nazism, and with that he brought the real Nazism to America, and that's why they killed him. Now, if you take a look at the 70s, it was a government by assassination. You had the killing of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy. You had the killing of Martin Luther King Jr., but two other men also died. Malcolm X and Lincoln Rockwell, both of them assassinated, all in the same period of time, within months of each other. So the government killed them all. This was the real Nazism that died in America. And after that, the government established its own phony Nazi party of American neo-Nazis funded by the U.S. government that is based on Hollywood Nazism as conveyed by the Jew, which is, we hate all races. And it's all bullshit Jewish crap that is meant to make Nazis look like racists. It's a purely homegrown American psyop. So, what do you say when you see this? Do you understand the truth now?
Well, no, I get that, but again, the separations, even with Malcolm X, again, it was self-serving, but it did not have an evil intent. When Malcolm X was calling for a black state or a black nation, he was doing that out of protection because of the way we've been treated or mistreated, financially, physically, and the whole 9 yards. He was saying, okay, just give us what we deserve and let us make our way, and we'll meet you in the middle at some point in the future. Mm-hmm. Whereas white power means a whole nother, white separation means a whole nother thing, which, there is no, it means that there's no room for diplomacy or a common ground at a certain point. They were going to still maintain that the culture, their lifestyle, and everything was superior. And so that has a different tint to it. I get it that maybe they found common ground on. It's just like two neighbors that decide they hate each other, so you stay on your side and I stay on my side. They still hate each other.
Well, no, there's a difference here. There's a difference here. I understand what you're saying, but understand that the diplomacy was there. These were two men who recognized each other, or they never would have communicated. As a matter of fact, the Black Nation of Islam is black supremacist. There's nothing wrong with that. This is what they are. And as the Nation of Islam is black supremacist,
I don't think they would say or describe themselves in that manner, because it's not like they're going to try and vault our culture over anybody else and say we're smarter or we.
Well, they may not have said that, but that's become the case where it's like they're saying that all the ancient cultures have had, we're sourcing from an African standpoint. I mean, it's turned into that. I mean, and it's all in honesty and goodness, but it's actually turned into that, and from what I'm seeing.
But much of that is the undeniable truth. The cultures that left these structures, from the pyramids to the ancient libraries to some of the knowledge, even going down to mathematics and other things like that, came out of African cultures. I mean, more
to an extent, but there are other nuances there.
And I'm not saying that nobody else,
like the Vedic culture has had like mathematics since like pre-Arabs, and stuff like that, and then later it comes into those cultures, so like pre-Islamic and all that. Yeah. So I mean,
Islamic culture, it may be vastly different than African culture too, but
that's a good point.
Whose music was that?
But but I hear what you're saying, and I will take it. I'm the kind of person, I don't just take stuff and anybody can just tell me anything. Now they will tell, in school they try, like you say, indoctrinate you. Yes. But once you learn that you need to learn the actual truth and gain some perspective, then it kind of makes you think otherwise, or try to figure out why would they try and give you this slant on the actual truth.
Well,
another reason why I love listening to you and love participating in the show.
Right, that's what's cool about this venue.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
It's a whole exchange of ideas and perspective, and no one's on here, like you've had some jerks on here before.
Yes.
But like I said, I didn't want to sound like I guess because I did type it in, I just was kind of just trying to see where the guys were when they were talking, because it was like, it was just like, you were just questioning the mindset of other people who would question you about the right, and I was like, oh, okay, well, this is interesting.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, so y'all are sympathizers now. I knew you were going to say that, obviously, because like you said, Adolf is your
biological father. Biological. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I was saying earlier is I've always been open about being sympathetic with the whole thing,
Yes.
I have the feeling that it would be more beneficial to have been under that kind of rule than what's occurred now with all this crazy corruption.
Yes.
You know? But that goes into a big political talk, because people talk against fascism, but
yeah,
as Douglas has pointed out, like places like Taiwan and stuff have come out on top over communism and capitalism at this point.
Thank
you.
Japan. In Japan,
so like,
and Germany's economy as well. Germany's economy as well, which was still based on the fascist model, even in the Western Democratic German Republic, the economy was still fascist. And so just to,
which is different than the ideologies. It's just kind of like
yeah,
you know.
Yes, different from the ideology, but definitely, Troy. I know you understand the difference between you get the difference between historical Nazism, and you get the difference between that and neo-Nazism. I understand what you're saying is that the way you perceive it is that the Nation of Islam and the idea of Malcolm X was essentially a kind of separation because basically blacks did not come to America by choice. As he said, Plymouth, we did not land at Plymouth Rock fell upon us. And then their attempt to just start a what is often referred to in that separatist black culture or subculture. The separatist black subculture often uses the term New Africa, spelled with a K. The way that Africa is naturally spelled by the majority of African languages use the K vernacular as opposed to the C, which is very much a anglicization, and the product of these Western European colonial cultures took the K out of a lot of the African languages. Like Congo was K, and they spell it with a C. Congo, it's like they emasculate the African language, which is very close to German.
And those were not all those names. Even Africa was not called Africa. Africa is you say, a bastardization of the actual name of the land, which was Kemet at that time.
Yes, Kemet was the ancient name, but don't forget, Africa was a combination of words that are not necessarily insulting. The Ra, of course, comes from the sun god. Af was, I'm trying to remember exactly what the roots were, but the Ka is definitely their version of the spirit soul, like Chi or Ki, like Qigong, right. Chi. So Ka is the Egyptian concept of that life essence, what we were speaking of with what Dr. Wilhelm Reich called the Orgone. By the way, I do want to encourage George Knight, if he's listening, never be afraid to interject just to say goodbye before you check out. I left that note in his private messages, but I fear he's not going to see it till, Wednesday. It's always just...
While you were gone, there was actually some tornado warnings in the UK, and I was asking him how it's going to be for his work, and he said it's quite a bit of work.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard that, but there's a big storm that went through.
So he might have been stressed with that, and
tornadoes and 90-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, we've got high winds and rains over here, but not like that necessarily. They're bad here, though. It's all bad everywhere. Yeah. But with Troy, how's the weather where you're at in Florida? And DeSantis, what do you think about DeSantis dropping out, please? And Brooke Gibson has joined us, honey. My love be unto you, darling. How are you tonight? Yes. No need to answer too quickly. That's right. So thank you. All my listeners now think I'm talking to an invisible companion. Thanks so much, Brooke. Appreciate that. Yes. Now, I do want people to understand I have witnesses that she is here in the call, but she's mute and can't seem to come off it. The mute.
Yeah, how's it going, Brooke?
But all that aside, when she decides to join, she'll join. So Troy, yes, do catch us up on DeSantis and all those dashed hopes. And what do you think this is? And the weather, in Florida. Give us some updates.
Well, and again, you know how in Florida, he says that Florida is the place where woke goes to die. And again, much of the woke trend comes out of what we were just talking about, how people are recognizing and realizing, wait a minute, these Africans discovered this, or, the Moors did this. And when you get that kind of knowledge, it really builds up your people. It really builds up your culture, and children learn and are interested in learning about the kinds of things that they did not know. They didn't know that a black man discovered blood transfusions, other things like that. So and of course you got Black History Month coming up in a couple days. So that's what DeSantis was waging his war against, was that type of thing. A lot of people, if you ask the average conservative, they couldn't tell you what woke is. They just know they don't like it. And so that's the kind of thing that they fight against. Well, and DeSantis, him for all these, like I said, man, he had to know he wasn't going to be president of the United States. I think he was basically enriching himself, one, and putting himself in a position where he could possibly be a running mate for Trump at some point, or put himself in a position where he could run in 2028. I'm more upset about Tim Scott's vaudeville performance last other night. Thought I was looking at Amos and Andy and Portland or somebody like that. Y'all some Mr. Charleston?
Oh my God, that's funny.
He is the absolute worst. I mean, Jesus Christ.
But
talk about step and fetch it.
Yes, but by the way, I want to bring to your attention that there are several photographs that exist of Adolf Hitler with Jesse Owens. The one that is linked, the one that is on display, that's linked by our dear friend Sid, who has linked several other photographs that are quite real, including the one with the German girl with her arm around the black woman, and this was basically the.
I sent those.
Thank you, Brendan. Oh yeah, it was okay. Did you also send the one about the Olympic Games? Did you send that one? Because just one.
No, those were Sid. Above
that was okay. Thank you. That was Sid. That was Sid.
Above that is Sid, and then
yes.
The one with the ladies is there.
Yeah, thank you. That's a real German poster from the wartime, encouraging interracial friendliness. But I do want you to know the one that's linked by Sid, that one photograph is probably Photoshopped. There's several that the Allies have recently, and by Allies I mean modern America, have recently Photoshopped simply so they can claim it was a myth. And then there's the real photographs that you can tell just by looking at the photograph are real, as opposed to the ones that you can tell are Photoshopped. They make certain photos look pronouncedly Photoshopped so they can say, see, that's all myth, it's all Photoshopped, and that way that's their psyop. So the reality is that there's real photographs out there.
The really fucked up part is the ones that are quote-unquote Photoshopped, which are just like cut and paste, are the ones where his arm is around him. But the actual handshaking ones, they don't even fake those, because it's like, I don't know, it seems weird that they're only faking the ones where he's got his arm around him.
Well, actually, this one, which shows him shaking hands while... I'm sorry?
After he talked all that trash he talked about, inferiority, I know he ain't go that far. I know that she pops. But I know he wasn't going out there having a beer and hugging up on him.
No, the ones actually...
Hitler met with, like, the Grand Mufti of,
Jerusalem.
Cairo and stuff. I mean, they were really good friends, actually.
Yeah.
Of Cairo and Jerusalem, both. And there were a lot of, like, North Africans.
Like that with other world leaders, because they got money and they got something else that they want. Jesse Owens was just a field Negro that happened to whoop everybody else in Remnant. So I know.
Yeah, well, but the point is, like FDR didn't even send anyone. Or
FDR did not consider him worth acknowledging, as opposed to Adolf Hitler.
I that scene from the movie where he came back and had to go through the back door at a celebration in his honor. What indignity is that?
Yes, of course.
The Germans didn't do that to him. That's the point.
Yeah, it's not the Germans who did that to him. And also, again, just to reemphasize this, when it comes to the films, they actually show FDR in the movies. It's a movie. Actually show FDR saying to Jesse Owens personally, you've got the kind of muscle we need to beat the Nazis. And, of course, no such encounter ever happened. FDR would never meet with him. And when it comes to Hitler, he did meet with him. And actually, it's the photographs with his arm around Jesse Owens that are the real ones, because they're much harder to Photoshop. You couldn't cut and paste those. The ones where he's simply shaking his hands, where Jesse Owens is almost like sitting supine or something, those are really the Photoshop ones. Those are the ones that are easy to Photoshop. So those are actually the phony ones. So just to
Well, I'll send you
yeah.
this article then, so you can check it out.
Yeah, I'll check it out. They're probably trying to fuck everybody else up with further psyops, further confuse the issue.
It's a Snopes. Snopes is
and when it comes to the other point to bring up, oh gosh, where was I? When it came to the race issue and Nazism and all of that, we were talking about the Mufti, we were talking about different images, and as well, you were talking about something else with the back door and the allies and everything. I'll remember it later, perhaps. In the meantime, since we're how long do we have with you, Troy? How much longer tonight?
5 more minutes, because I got to work in the morning.
Oh God, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's I know it's tough. You know. And when it comes to,
I have work as well tomorrow.
Oh my God, yes, and I regret hearing that too, because I'd rather have you with us.
We're both like
as long as possible. But I'm glad you were able to come on, for both of you, for whatever time you could spend with us tonight. I mean, that's certainly appreciated. And so, as you said, when it comes to some of the people you were bringing up, a lot of people wouldn't even remember Amos and Andy or Step and Fetch It. I mean, you have to educate people about these caricatures, even, because a lot of people are unaware of them today. One of the things that does come to mind with what you brought up was you brought up the black man who effectively invented plasma, or rather before that, of course, nobody had the capacity to save blood. So what Charles Drew invented, now his full name was Charles Richard Drew, what he invented was plasma processing and preservation. And so, obviously, this continues to save lives today. I do want to remind people that what our man Troy Bellamy brought up was the fact that it is, of course, Black History Month coming up. But I do want people to know that there's 2 things coming up with this month, what this month is, based on Charles Drew and the invention of blood plasma. I do want people to understand that this is National Volunteer Blood Donor Month, and we are at our worst level in history of blood donations. People do not contribute normally, and they need to be mobilized. And the fact remains that the Silicon Valley has begun to change its way of getting blood, and so the wealthy are no longer funding blood drives. So because the wealthy are now getting their blood straight from the young boys that they adapt, they're not encouraging young people to contribute, so young people are not contributing blood anymore. So we do need people to step up and contribute blood. We have a terrible shortage of blood, and I do want people to know.
Consumption, is it?
I'm sorry. What's that?
It's not. Would be for your personal consumption, would it?
No, thank you. I can't consume plasma. It's no, really. It's just so people understand that it has to be alive and pumping, okay? For me, plasma would make me sick. So just so people understand, National Slavery and Human Trafficking Month is what this month is. This is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Month, and it does, of course, go back over the history of the Atlantic slave trade and Holocaust, the Black Holocaust. So one of the aspects I'll be going into tonight when I go into monologue about abortion is, of course, I'll talk about black slavery and minority rule in America, because this is ultimately what abortions impact upon as well. So I'll try and give what facts I can about National Slavery and Human Trafficking Month, Volunteer Blood Donation Month, etc. It's also Poverty Awareness Month and Stalking Awareness Month. So just want everyone to be aware of all of that. Monday, which is tomorrow, the 22nd, will be the anniversary of the Zulu Kingdom attacking the British
at Isandlwana and Rorke's Drift in 1879, which was a victory so decisive that it led to the downfall of a British government. It led to the downfall of the Jewish British government, the only Jewish person to run the British Empire, Disraeli. It led to his downfall. He was the British forerunner, or the precursor to Henry Kissinger. And his downfall was the Zulu victories. Ultimately, the Zulus, of course, were defeated by overwhelming firepower and industrial advancement on the part of the British Empire's encroachments, but they were able to maintain, in large part, their autonomy and independence. To a great degree, there's now very much an independent Zulu nation as far as the rest of the world is concerned. It may not be recognized by the International United Nations, but it's certainly, for all intents and purposes, self-governing. They have their own language, newspapers, and everything else. Aside from all of that, back to Brendan and Troy in the short few minutes we have left with them to please, of course, articulate whatever else comes to your mind that you feel should be, emphasized tonight before you retreat into what slumber you can grab.
That was very good what you just said, and I like the fact that you kept up with all those different celebrations coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Those are very important to know. I had no idea some of the things that we're actually recognizing and remembering, which is very important. Slave trade or human trafficking.
Yes.
Huge. It's a very huge concern, man.
Yes.
Especially down here in Florida, and other places. The irony of it is a place like Atlanta has a huge human trafficking rate. Especially there are many missing young African American girls in Atlanta, and that harkens back to the Wayne Williams era or whatever. The accusation that Wayne Williams was the one that was killing those young black boys, but this is very interesting. So I'll keep my eye on that, and I appreciate you allowing me to come in and us exchange our thoughts and ideas and perspectives on different things. And like I said, I mean, when you go for as long hearing about the things of Adolf Hitler and understanding where he was, even in 1933 when he first kind of came on the scene, to when he actually came up with the solution and what the right was about. It's interesting to hear perspective. That's all. I mean, I wasn't there in the 40s, so I don't know, but I just know what's been taught and what the resulting actions were, and how it affects our current politics. How it affects everything that we do today. Like you said, from movies to music, everything. We look at all the Marvel universe, and I noticed that too, and it wasn't lost on me. I'm not a big consumer of comics, but the movies, every one of them is set in pre or during the World War II, during that era. So, and they're always the villain, which is a convenient storyline. But you just have to try and find out what the truths are, why people did things. They're economic, they're social, they're religious reasons, and typically they're not the only one. You're gonna blame Adolf Hitler, you gotta blame, and I don't, maybe I shouldn't say that. You're gonna blame Adolf Hitler, you gotta also help blame the Catholic Church. They helped out a lot too, with the rat line and the whole 9 yards. So anyway, I digress, but I really enjoyed this conversation.
Okay. Thank you. And join us again, of course, whenever you can. We'll definitely... Yeah.
I might not be on, but I'm listening.
Yes. Thank you. Well, best wishes to you and your family. Blessed be thy slumber. I hope it's refreshing to you and that you awake in good health. Brendan Zogit says the Brits are way more racist. So true. And George Knight would testify to that. Brendan, come on for a few minutes and say hello to everyone. We're taking a look at Wayne Williams, and they're blaming a black guy for the deaths of these young black girls, apparently. He says, I can't come back. He says...
Check this. Wayne Williams, I have a relative who is a Hollywood producer.
Uh-huh.
And he did a retrospective investigation series on the Wayne Williams murders, and I am not thoroughly convinced that he was the one who did it. I think he's nuts, but I'm not convinced that he was the one who actually did it. And there are several people who still don't believe he was the one who did it. But it's now that the murders had stopped, it's a very convenient storyline to say, okay, well, since it stopped, he must have been the one.
Right. So he basically is a mentally, shall we say, crippled, or he's a scapegoat. He's a scapegoat who's not mentally competent enough to argue the point. And so they basically chose him as the scapegoat for that reason, and it's really sad. I am left just completely aghast as always at how this just works out, and it's obviously it just gets worse and worse. And the frustration is it's amazing that more and more people just don't go ballistic.
Yes.
I mean, aside from all of that, I do want people to know it's raining cats and dogs over here, so hopefully that doesn't impact. He says something about being stormy in his neighborhood as well, dear Brendan, and he's like, he's out of Gung Fu Cha, his tea. It's too stormy to go back out to his mobile studio, which is the one with his car, basically, so he can talk to us. Such being said, we're glad you were able to speak to us, Troy, and we're hoping that things still improve for you, despite the... despite everything that's been going on with Florida. Your teaching job is tolerable. I do know that things are horrible for many teachers. There's a lot of depression among teachers. I mean, they feel a real sense of no support from the community. You say it's a little better in Florida in that regard, or what is it?
And I got to be honest with you. I think Governor DeSantis actually had a little bit to do with that in terms of raising teacher pay. He did do that. He did put in other enhancements to pay, and took away some of the restrictions from teachers who wanted to get into the education field or were changing fields. However, the entire culture, school is supposed to be open-minded. You're supposed to, you don't want to indoctrinate, you want to educate. And they think that teachers were indoctrinating kids before, and I think it was more indoctrination now than there has ever been, because there are certain things that we are aware of that we cannot teach, cannot say, you cannot broach certain subjects. And that's where, the biggest thing that they want to encourage teachers to do now is student engagement. Well, how do you get students engaged? They're not going to sit there and listen to me lecture. Then they know when I'm shooting them a line of BS or I'm not giving them the full story. I want to hear from them. I want my classroom to be interactive. So we may have to touch on a subject, but not, nothing online. I'm not going to talk to my students in middle school about sex or anything like that. But I can talk to them about cultural things. I can talk to them about how they feel about certain things. What did they learn? It always shocks me because next week, like I said, Martin will be Black History Month. But I may ask a kid, what did Martin Luther King do? I may ask, there could be of African American descent or any other race, and they'll say, Martin Luther King freed the slaves. I'm like, come on, man.
But by the way, I have to say this. I want people to understand that black slavery still exists. Now, there was a 42-year-old white male who was he was denied bond during a court hearing some 48 hours, 2 days before my own birthday in October of 2019, after being charged with human trafficking and sex crimes in August of that same year. And that's when Jason Roger Pope, who was a party promoter and a local DJ who went by the name DJ Kid, was arrested on August 29th of 2019 on 3 counts of trafficking in persons, 3 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct, and 1 count each of second-degree criminal sexual conduct with a minor, promoting the prostitution of a minor, and kidnapping. And understand, this was just charges based on what evidence was leading directly to his arrest. And it turned out that he was guilty of sex trafficking, 700 black girls through Florence, South Carolina. And so as a white man, Pope glorified his behavior through an incredible album of photos on his own Facebook page, which remained active the last time I looked into it, albeit that was indeed maybe around 2019. But it showed him with several black women, and the Facebook page listed him as working as a street promoter for Def Jam recordings since 1999. Yeah. He, again, was Florence, South Carolina, lived in Sumter, studied at the University of South Carolina. He went to CMA, of course, Carolina's Military Academy. And that Facebook photo gallery, which was titled DJ Kid and had in parentheses, Parties and Girls, Part 1, that showed over 100 photos of the accused with several different black women, all of them in compromising positions. He was grabbing several of the woman's butts. One photo showed him grabbing a woman by her crotch. Another with a woman lying on top of him topless. And according to one of these Facebook screenshots, Pope was bragging, I'm 36 with 693 bodies. That was all in uppercase, all black females. WBU, which is an abbreviation for What About You? That was his message for social media. Now, basically, it was, I think there was one person on Pope's Facebook page. He commented on, I think it was a Tuesday, as dated the 15th day in October of 2019. He said, damn, Jason Roger Pope, all these photos looks like it was taken in your house. It was thus through social media that authorities learned that Pope solicited a 17-year-old black girl identified as TC in the arrest warrants for commercial sex acts. And the victim received money and other things of value from Pope, but Pope's run-ins with the law due to improper conduct with minors, it really stemmed back to December of 2011, the year my own late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was slain. At that time, a 13-year-old told deputies she had sex with Pope after a friend introduced them, and deputies testified that he gave her marijuana and alcohol. And according to an incident report, she later found out he had AIDS, which means he sentenced 700 black girls to death.
Yeah.
So later, a second victim came forward testifying that Pope took her to his home on Lakeview Drive
and had sex with her, and that victim was also a minor. She was sexually assaulted on Thanksgiving of that year, and like the 13-year-old was concerned when she contracted AIDS from him, of course. And according to the incident report, both of these young women identified Pope's home and his license plate number. And the Atlanta Black Star reported that a longtime neighbor of Pope said, "I suspected a long time ago that things weren't right over there because of who he had coming in and out. They all looked like they were very young, underage maybe." And maybe on Monday, as dated the 14th of October in 2019, was when Jason Roger Pope appeared in court for that bond hearing, which lasted about 10 minutes, when his defense counsel, Rosemary Parham, announced the intent to withdraw his request for a bond hearing, but did not explain the reason behind that withdrawal. Now, the unspoken and ergo unpublished reason was that SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, concluded that there were many, many more victims to be found. And so the last time I checked, again, it was that year, DJ Kid Pope was being held in the Florence County Detention Center on charges of human trafficking and child sex crimes, and he was already public about boasting about having buried 693 bodies, meaning 693 black girl bodies infected with AIDS, and all of them minors. This is an act of genocide. I mean, the number is unbelievable if one didn't know the history of this country and how many black bodies could be deemed property on a plantation. So understand that this is the mentality that still proliferates. And this isn't something to do with the past. This is today. This is what's going on now. Neither Abraham Lincoln nor Martin Luther King Jr. freed anybody. Wasn't in their power to be able to do so. It's really up to you, and it's up to people listening to this program to really educate others, bring more, to listen to myself, of course, and Troy can attest to the fact that this is basically one of the only transmissions where you're going to hear the truth. And everything else is censored, filtered. It comes through. Where else are you even going to find out about a case like this? A case like this should be in criminology textbooks. This should be as well known to history as Charles Manson. But nobody's heard of it. Troy, is this the first time you've heard of what I'm talking about?
Yes, it is. It is the first time I've ever heard of that.
And, well, try and get what sleep you can. We appreciate you joining us, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Douglas. I'm going to be listening.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and spread the word. Okay. With that, we'll try and coax Brooke on. Brendan's under his iron curtain. It's too rainy to go outside to his car. He's living with a neurotic who thinks that they're sensitive to, radio waves. And they feel like they get radiated whenever a cell phone's turned on. So he has to sneak outside as if he's like doing something dirty and in order to join us. And it's, that's the tragedy of his present condition. Hopefully it does not last. In interim, let's see. Brooke, are you with us, honey? Come on, darling. Don't be shy. It's like, what's going on with her these days? Last time what happened was she joined us for just a few minutes, her battery died, and then she fell asleep. So this time I'm not quite sure what's going on. Maybe her phone is broken and she's screaming at us from the other end and we can't hear her. I hope she attended to... Okay, I guess I shouldn't share such things. I hope she attended to something she had told me about earlier. She can tell us about that if she wishes whenever she gets on. Okay, Aristides, you still up?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent, good man.
So, okay, what is it you had to tell me?
Okay, good. Ask you. I have a favor to ask you, and then we'll figure out how I can remunerate you, obviously through help from our fans and our listeners. So let's take a look at. I'm screen sharing now, and let's see if we can go over here to screen share something here with the. Let's take a look at drafts. Inbox. Okay, so let me share a few things with you having to do with the
Okay, so I operate, as you know, a lot with timelines. Now, you've seen chronographs like this, and this, of course, is the world famous at this point so-called histomap. This is a horrible example. It has to come into focus, and then when you make it larger, you can finally discern what I'm talking about. You've seen examples of these with the links I've provided you, yes?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So this is the histomap that was created by John Sparks. So I'm trying to investigate different things to put together a timeline at some point. If you notice various odd images here, these are various historical figures. This is a reconstruction of the Black Englishman from Goff's Cave at Cheddar Gorge, so they call him Cheddar Man. It's so fucking stupid. They should have called him Somerset Man. It would have been so much more dignified.
I'm raising my hand. I'm like, can I raise my hand? Because I feel like I should say that what is happening right here is what you're talking about. That's called, like, for most shows, they have a meeting in, like, their room, or, like, online they have, like, a room with the people that are going to be on the show, like their employees, and that would be called a meeting of staff, a staff meeting, and they'd be like, this is the plan. And what you're doing right now is a staff meeting online with the Aristides, and we're just all listening to it. And it's very fucking boring.
And I'm bringing you on this as well. Now,
I know, I'm raising my hand saying the staff meeting should be private, and no one else should have to hear it. We don't even want to hear it because we're fucking not paid, but definitely no one else should have to hear it.
It's educational. And I wanted to, I'm going to show you too, because it's relevant to you too. And maybe you can come.
I've seen that fucking map. I've seen that map a million fucking times. I don't need to see it again.
No, you haven't seen the other one I'm going to show. And what I'm trying to get Aristides to.
Oh God, let me get my dildo out. I'm shaking them.
So, honey, you heard what I just said about the guy in South Carolina, right? You didn't know him, did you?
I love that you were already into South Carolina before you ever met me. Look, you were like, it was a preface to your fucking knowing me, right? You were already looking up South
That's how I found you. I
was one of the girls on there.
I was looking up black chicks first. I was trying to hook up with some of these underage black chicks, but I found you instead. Aren't you happy about that?
An old white Betty.
So darling, at any rate, so let me show our man and you what I'm dealing with now. So what happened was that there was a John B. Sparks.
Oh wait, let's just get. I want to get before you're there. Can we? Or you're still alive? You lived through the power outage of San Francisco.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You live like you have to write a book of that. The San Francisco power outage 2024 and how I survived.
Yes. And honey, I gave you some details about that, and I'll be happy to go into them again for the.
Yes, well, I know one of the details is that you weren't the only one without power, so I was right on that.
Yeah, but that was not how it was intended.
Oh, okay, whatever.
In fact, when you reflect upon it, what it almost certainly was intended as was an assassination attempt against myself.
Are you sure when you go to the state they're giving you coke and not meth? Because I feel like they're giving you meth. I am fairly certain they're giving you some meth.
Oh my God. So honey, no, this isn't paranoia. It's that they took the power out specifically in my home, and the letter said so, which I sent.
Paranoia and grandiose.
Which I sent a physical copy of that letter to Peter Moon, and he finally got it.
You also gave me the physical copy, and it didn't. It was a fill in the blank address.
I did not give you a physical copy. I sent you an email.
You shared it while we were on the phone. You shared it.
No, I didn't. I don't even know how to do that.
We were on site, and you did share it. Oh, God damn it! I was like, I wish I screenshotted that.
I didn't. I can share it now. I can share it now.
I can tell you, is it like a quarter-page letter? Literally, not even a full half.
Look. Anyhow, I can go grab it. And I can try and show you on the phone right now. First you, and then Aristides in particular. Then both of you will see it.
It doesn't matter.
Well, you're making a point of it. So I can do that.
physical letter. Unless you had 2 letters. Did you share another letter?
I told you there was a physical letter and there was an email. This is what both Brendan Zoget and Aristides were trying to communicate with Peter Moon. They were trying to say, is that an email or a physical letter? And he could not ascertain the difference. So then I sent him a photocopy of the physical letter. I realize now I should have done that to you as well, because you're such a doubting Thomas.
I'm not a doubting Thomas. I just think that I doubt everyone. That's doubting Thomas.
Well, I mean, such being said, like I said, I'm willing to show you the evidence. I just need to run and get it. Do you want me to do that? I can do that.
No, just keep doing this fun story. Like, let's just keep going.
It's like, well, if you bring these things up, I do feel I should address them, and you know, I do.
My point is, like I originally said, right? I originally said I was not going to take you out. I did not think it was just about you. Now you're saying it was about you, but it did.
No. But I always said that.
But you said it was always about you, just you.
Yeah, I always said that.
I agree with that. I still don't see how it was always just about you if other people's power was out.
I explained it. Do you remember what the story was?
No, when we talked, I know why you.
You know what? Do you know what? I'll finish my Coca-Cola. I'll finish my Coca-Cola here, and then I'll rinse the taste of that out of my mouth, and I'll grab that letter, and I'm going to show you on the cell phone. I'll show you on the cell phone, and I'll show Aristides as well. And I think that that's important. And then we'll go over the story.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. You always will win anyway. It doesn't matter. I want you to win. I don't want you to be crazy.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that profoundly. But here's where okay, so I'll show you the evidence soon enough. Let's go over the story now. Okay. Basically, what happened was I was sent a physical letter, which I will show you. And the physical letter said, we're going to knock the power out at 1242 Green Street. And they gave my meter number specifically my address and specifically my meter number. My neighbors upstairs, my landlady's family, did not receive such a communique. Neither did my neighbor next door to my left, or if I go outside and just stand straight looking out at the streets to my right, which Peter Moon says is to my west. The eastern neighbor I never got a chance to talk to until after the shit hit the fan. But then what happened was I said, okay, so they're only going to knock out power in my home, specifically my residence. Then what I provided was, of course, the physical evidence
so that part,
of the dedicated
you have a reason it's just against you. I get that. Like, so if you talk to 2 neighbors didn't get the letter. That's a reason to think.
That it's targeted against me, right? That's one. Now, our dear friend Mr. Brendan Zoget reminded me of the dedicated poll, so let me share some photos of the dedicated poll with you. Now, I had the dedicated poll that I've shared before. I'll share it again.
I've seen the pictures. You don't need to reshow because I have seen those because we did that with last time with Brendan.
Oh, okay.
Poll, yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're cool with that. You've seen the photographs. Yeah. You haven't seen this one though. And these ones I'll upload now. And these are the photographs.
Are they new of the new poll or whatever?
No, these are the ones of the, in a sense, a new poll. The other poll they replaced, believe it or not, with a wooden pole. The photograph before was actually a metallic pole disguised or camouflaged to look like wood. These are now the actual wooden stake that's directly across from my home. And so these are what people were leaving me troubling messages on YouTube that I deleted that said, "Oh, we've got a stake across from your home now. It's a stake meant to, run up your ass."
Which one's across? That one next to the tree with the yellow on it?
Well, all 3 of those, believe it or not, are the same pole.
It's so pretty there. I love the way the houses are built there. Oh my god.
Yes.
So, I want the whole thing. I want to live do people live in the whole thing? I don't want just a piece of that. Like that gray building, that gray one behind the BMW, that dark gray one.
Yeah, that one is fucking haunted. That one was empty for years. Not even homeless people would sleep in that, even though it had no gate. Homeless people could go in there and sleep.
It's so pretty. Oh my god.
Oh, it's haunted as hell. It's haunted as hell. All the houses are, but that one in particular, as well as mine, of course. But yes, this green pole is significantly shorter.
Oh, the blue one. I want the blue one. Is that great? Is that the same one?
No,
No, the blue one. I want the blue one.
The blue one's okay, as far as I know. They're all bad. They're all haunted, and they're all like, were empty for years until people came in and like,
really?
Yeah.
How much would it cost me to buy that blue one right now?
Yeah. Millions of dollars, of course. Millions. That's how much they sell for. But it's occupied now.
San Francisco is so fucking overpriced, though.
Yeah, of course, and everything's expensive here.
And it's gonna fucking burn or fall in the ocean anyway.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, what?
It's gonna burn or fall in the ocean eventually anyway.
That's cute. At any rate,
I just mean with the California fire.
Yeah, no, I get it. I take no offense. I take no offense.
A long-term investment is not good.
I would argue that, but believe me, I take no offense at what you say. I take offense at the fact that I would have remembered. I should have shown this to Peter while he was with us today, but he was so obsessed with something else, and I'm not going to go there. So that being said,
what I mean is, what was he obsessed with me?
No, oh God, no. He was talking about he
5G.
What? 5G.
Hot dogs.
Anyhow, okay. We're moving on. When it comes to this pole has nothing connected to it. It's simply a wooden stake that was set up as like a psychological intimidation, supposed to be like the stake through my vampire heart, etc. that people were indicating. I thought none of the communications made sense, but then I finally noticed it when all this shit hit the fan.
Which stake is it? I'm not seeing which one you're pointing to.
If you look at all three photographs, you'll notice one pole that's in common with all of them, and it's this green wooden pole that has the 3 yellow stripes at its base.
Okay, yeah, that one. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's in all three photographs, and it is the empty pole. It's not connected to anything. It's just a stake. It's just the
one staked up next to the BMW and the one where you can see the 3 yellow.
Yeah. That's right.
With the gray house.
Yeah. That's it. There we are, and that's right across the street, directly across the street from my home, and it's at 1247 Green Street, in front of 1247 Green Street, which I think is the blue house that you were lusting over. So at any rate, what happened was when I went to the hotel to check out, so I wouldn't spend the night without power, because I knew that what they were doing was going to take forever, and this is where we need to bring up George Knight.
It's 1247. You know what that is, right?
No, what? You add the numbers together, 12. It's like 3 and then 4 and 7, and then what does it come up to?
5.
5, okay. Which is like in Japan.
12. So 1, 2 is 3, right? 3 and 4 is 7. 7 and 7 is 14, which is a 5. 5 is confrontation. It's always arguing. It's fucking
interesting.
Change. It is always
interesting.
Upheaval. It's upheaval.
It's
constant upheaval in your life.
Interesting that they're trying to cause through the occult.
Constant upheaval.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to cause. That's their objective. In Japan, the number is pronounced go, like G-O, like go. It's an action number, obviously, in Japan as well, and so.
Yeah, 5 is like arguing. Arguing. It can be also 5 can be like. If I was arguing, constant upheaval, sad, it can be, sadness. It's just not a good number.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
as far as the tarot goes,
yeah. Well, I'm going to simply ignore it, and hopefully all that's deflected onto 1247 as upon to myself.
Well, that's the biggest thing. It's not to ever right. So the thing I learned too is to. Once you acknowledge anything, it's like, okay, I'm not going to talk about it because it's giving it attention.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's the whole don't give it power.
Right. But I do want to make people aware of it. So I want to give it that much acknowledgement, is the fact that they do shit like this. They're very involved with the occult. And so what happened was I checked into the hotel, as you know, to avoid being here without power overnight, because I knew they were going to fuck it all up and everything would go wrong. Beyond what they were doing. And as George Knight pointed out, and here's where we have to defend George Knight, one of the things you said was that, George Knight will just agree with everything you say. And we have to remember George Knight's profession is installing 5G across England. This is not
George Knight, you just tell me George Knight disagreed with you. Tell me you did.
No, of course not.
That's the only way you're going to fucking defend him is to say he disagreed with you. All I'm saying is he agrees with you.
But honey, what about his professional? But honey,
you can already tell his voice went high.
But honey, his profession is installing 5G. He's more qualified to talk about
this subject than
He's
anyone else.
qualified to know how to install 5G,
Yeah.
and he's qualified only in England to know how to install 5G, because I am fairly certain he doesn't install it in San Francisco.
Yeah, but it's the same idea. It's the same technology. And so the point is that he was pointing out, quite logically, and with a professional eye, with professional expertise, he was pointing out that
there's a professional eye on your dick.
with honey, and he was pointing out that they shouldn't be doing this at night. It didn't make any sense.
I'm sorry, George. I'm not saying you're gay. I'm just saying you're sucking his dick.
Anyway. honey. He's pointing out quite a lot. They shouldn't be doing this.
I'm just kidding.
It didn't make any sense they were doing this at night. Like he said, this is something that would safely be done in the day.
I don't know. I think safely that it would be better to do it at night, because I think I would rather them do it at fucking night and not take my fucking internet down during the day, since 90% of fucking America, except everybody on fucking meth.
No, they're gone, honey.
It's not up all night.
Yeah, but honey, this is different. In San Francisco, people have to work to pay their rent, unless they're Douglas Dietrich, who's here in this neighborhood strictly by rent control. Everyone else in this neighborhood works. They're gone in the daytime. They're not home. So
most people work at home now.
Well, there is that fact, and your point is well taken. But either way, if you take their internet and their power out at night, they're not going to be in shape to do work the next morning. So
I think they would, because unless you're like me, I need an air vent. Like, I need a white noise to sleep. I think. And I also think if they give me 2 weeks of notice, like that my power was going to go out with an ice storm, I said book a fucking room at the Hilton too.
Yeah, but nobody checked out to any hotel like I did, because nobody knew this was coming. It was something intended to only take my power out, and
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's you get what I'm saying. So moving right along, what happened was when they, according to the foreman, who, when I came back from the hotel, now she goes mute. Where are you going mute now?
Just go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, okay. While you're taking care of that, I'm gonna, rinse my mouth out, the taste of this Coke out of my mouth, because I can't stand it. I finished the can, so I'm gonna do that. And I'm gonna grab that letter, and I'm hoping Aristides and Mr. Sid will talk with you if you rejoin us, because Brendan and Troy are here, but they're totally silent. They're silenced. So we're going to count on these two gentlemen who I was teaching about small talk. I was teaching them about small talk. Hopefully you will guide them in some small talk when you're done with whatever you're doing, which is probably she was attacked by a squirrel or something. And then, so Sid, Aristides, you've got this, right? You got the Ford.
Yeah, we got it.
I love you both.
Yep.
Look, you've got this. Okay, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes, and thank you so much.
All right, good. Yeah. So, Sid, are you there?
I am here. How's
All
it
right.
going,
And Brooke, who knows if Brooke will come back? You just never know with her.
Hmm.
And you were saying you wanted her to come on, like
Yeah. Hey there, Brooke.
Hey, dude, what's up? Aristides, fuck you. You don't even fucking know if we have talked like twice, okay? You're a good
I did what?
person.
I did what?
What are you gonna say? You never know with her. She's meh.
How are you doing tonight, Brooke?
I'm good, Sid. How are you?
I'm pretty decent.
How decent are you? Like, are you truly decent? You're fully clothed?
At least somewhat decent.
I am indecent at the moment.
Indecent. How indecent are you?
I'm laying under a blanket with no clothes on. That's pretty
What kind
indecent.
of blanket?
Turn the camera on.
On this wall, and I'm not turning the camera on because I know that's the only reason Troy's still on. Is he thinks I will. He's muted himself. He's going to sleep every now and then, opening. He's got one eye open just in case.
We'll see. You'll yank him out of his slumber with that.
Oh Lord, no, I'm kidding. How are you guys doing?
We're okay.
We are.
Tell me something good.
It's gonna get warmer finally.
Fucking A. Where are you at again? You're on the East Coast with me. Where are you? Yeah, somewhere on the East Coast.
It's been freezing and snow.
You're a lot more north though than me, right?
Have you gotten snow?
Hell no. We
Have
just
you
get
got
fucking cold ass weather. It's cold as shit.
how cold ass? How cold ass?
I don't know, like below 30. It's been like freezing.
Below 30.
Let's see where we are out right now though.
Sure.
We are at weather is.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck we are.
All right. 30. That's fair. All right. Yeah.
I think I deleted my weather app. It says I am at 22 right now. I'm 22 degrees.
Right. Yep. Yeah, we were getting down there. We get down to almost 10, but we're pulling out of it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the 60s next week. We're hitting 60. We're hitting 65 on Thursday, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
68 on Friday. So it's a complete, 20-degree change for the high by next week. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
It's like almost 70 fucking degrees by Friday of next week.
All right.
But the high today was 48, so it's like 20-degree difference next week, I think. So that's why they're posting that basically for the whole country, right? Like it's just out of the out of the freezer into the fucking frying pan, which is not technically a frying pan, but 20 degrees difference is huge to do that fast.
It's gonna be rain.
Oh yeah, the rain, and then we'll have thunderstorms and power outages for that. So anyway,
great.
Tornadoes, from the heat. So we'll go from that, freezing too. Yeah. Anybody got something positive to say?
Thought we could go to the Ford method here, and I wonder what you'd be willing to share from any of these categories, like family.
That's what school does on how to talk to people.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is the Ford method? Because Ford is my dog, and I thought you were talking about that, and I'm like, why are you talking about my dog?
So it's like a method for interacting with people and for conversation. So Ford is for family, occupation, recreation, dreams.
All right, sounds good. Ask me a question on it. Family.
What's your family structure like?
Immediate family is my children and my pets, and then my parents, and that's pretty much it. I mean, I think my family my family is actually my pets and my children, and then my parents, and then my friends, like deep friends, and I think friends is something for me that I think intimately are close, but I think we've kind of divided that as in this world. Like sometimes, like me and Douglas haven't met face to face. Like you guys, like I talk to you guys sometimes more than I feel closer, like having this conversation than I do neighbors, but it's how do you divide that? Because I've had conversations with neighbors about, they see my dogs run out daily, or like these certain parts of my life they have, but they don't have the whole thing. And then with you guys, like I could have these conversations, but you don't have the whole thing. So friends are so divided now because it's like, how much are you sharing? But with complete, utter everything, I think you have, like for me, it's my kids, my parents, and maybe one or two people that I allow in my life completely. And
your parents do not live with you, though.
They do not, no.
Okay.
So that's why I put my kids and my pets. I actually put my pets closer than my parents because
obviously the kids and the pets are there. So how close are the parents away?
They're only about 10-15 minutes away. Yeah.
Oh well, you know what? You're very lucky. No, you're very lucky. You're very lucky for that.
Yeah, blessed with that. But at the same time, I sometimes feel like having parents or anyone in your life, like my daughter's moved down, she's only 10 minutes away. But when you have someone about 10-15 minutes away, what happens, I feel like, is you don't, because they're only 10 or 15 minutes away, you don't see them regularly. Like you're not like, oh my God, and I need to check in, because if something happens and you occasionally call each other. So then you don't make an effort. Let's say if I was to go and see my daughter or my parents and they live 4 hours away or 12 hours away, right? I would go for that weekend and I would spend all that time with them, right? Whereas now it's like you just don't make the effort. You don't make the effort.
Some people can't do that. Some people can't always. Sometimes it's prohibitive how far away family is, and you don't.
That's what. My point is, I don't know that you're any closer. Is what I mean. Because closer, and what I mean by that is closer. Are they more a part of your life? Yes. When I was younger, the kids were younger.
my mom could come, and she was here more daily. You know, she'd pick the kids up from school. So that was great, and we were closer then. So I get that part of it. But at the same time, when you don't have that need, or they're not able to, or for whatever reason, two people are working and they don't see each other every day because there's not the need where one's coming over and one can. There is also the disadvantage of they're so close, you take it for granted. And then you realize, I haven't seen you in 6 fucking months. The same person that lives 10 minutes away, you have not seen for 6 months. And even though you love it, like it's just life is going. So it's not always that you're closer because you are physically closer, is what I'm saying. You know, you can be, but do you take advantage of that? And that's what I've started asking myself, like, are we taking advantage of it? And I think we don't always. We just let time go on anyway.
Well, if it's your parents and you like your parents, you're probably lucky to have them close. And if you don't like them, you're probably not. I don't know.
Yeah, I do like them. The point is, that's not the point. I think the point I'm trying to make is the fact that I'm lucky to have them close. Can I see them more? Yes. Should I see them more? Yes. Am I seeing them more because they're close? No. So that's my point, is that
some people would see their family more if they were closer, and they, it's hard because they're not very close.
Right, but I think that the point is, again, once you've been close all that time, you take it. It's just taking something for granted, is what I mean. I guess what I'm
right. You do, because it's hard when you want to see your family and they're far away.
Yeah, but you take it for one. But if they were close every day someone moved near you. The first year,
probably
you may
see them more. A lot of people would see their family more if they could. So
they would at first. Then you take it for granted, is what I'm trying to say. It's just like, you think, if I hit the lottery, I had $1 million. The first few days or first few weeks of having that $1 million or $1 billion, I should say at this point, you would just say, oh my God, my life is so changed. Fast forward a year, you'd be like, I have everything that I wanted to buy. I'm not any happier. So the point is, you might fast forward and have your family closer in the first year. You'd be like, oh my God, I see you all the time. Fast forward a year, you're not going to necessarily, you're going to take shit for granted. It's human nature to take things for granted.
All right. Fair enough. Hey, let's move on. So, as far as our Ford, track here, how about your occupation? Do you have an occupation right now?
My occupation has always been outside sales.
Outfit sales.
Outside
really?
sales.
Is that what you're doing now?
Actually, yes and no. Like, I'm not doing outside sales, and I'm doing sales management, like on the sales supervisor on the phone. So it's not really the same thing exactly. I'm doing it so I can work out of the house with the dogs are older. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been doing the work from home thing for a while.
Yeah.
On the phone.
Yeah. It sucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
For how long?
I've been on the phones out. I've been out of fucking outside sales since 2020 February of right before the shutdowns. I was actually changing jobs in the middle of it, like literally resigned because I didn't know about COVID 2 weeks before.
Right.
And
I remember you talking about that. So what kind of sales? I didn't catch what you said.
I was in pharmaceutical sales at that time. Yeah.
No, but now, like, what sales are you doing, like, now?
This is just business to business sales, B2B. So it's basically like anything enterprise.
B2B.
Like, yeah. So we do about Fortune 1000 companies.
Oh, okay. All right. So you get to call up.
That's the target market, yeah.
You get some companies like get you to call up and try to sling their money around or get money or.
Yeah. So we're not actually doing loaning like that kind of. Actually,
they're trying to encourage people to do business.
Encourage people to do business with us, like as far as software, things like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
we resell. So it's human resources. It's software. It's things like that. Like it's basically we are hired as the third party of these people are reaching out to a business. Let's say Amazon is one of our target customers, and you have an account that you're selling software or you're selling human resources software, whatever it is. We will then reach out on behalf of you. Meaning we will pretend to be you. We have people that they will call up and they will say, I am with whatever the name of the company is. I am this person. So that you don't have to hire your team. You don't have to hire inside sales to reach out for you. We are the inside sales team that will reach out for you and set up the appointments, and then you can send your person on. Like I said, I did outside sales. You will send your person to either do the appointment in person or do the appointment on Skype or something like this to sell that.
So you
like communication on people's behalf.
Basically, yes, because we also, that's what we do, is we do reach out through phone calls as well as marketing through emails, and then of course through LinkedIn.
So you're just like arranging the stuff for them, like.
Yes, just we're reaching out on behalf of the company. They think that we are the company, so they don't know that we're reaching on behalf.
Okay.
We actually reach out as we are. Like if you were like Joe's Flowers, you'd be like, hey, this is Sally with Joe's Flowers. Right.
Right. I'm reaching out on behalf of so and so. Right.
But no, we wouldn't say I'm reaching on behalf. We would literally say, I am Sally at Joe's Flowers, and I'm reaching out to Joe would like to meet with you. We never say we are this company. The company that we actually are, they never hear that name. They don't even know there's a third middleman. They just think there's a Sally at Joe's Flowers. Sally wants to reach out on behalf of Joe. Joe would love to meet with you. I'm Sally with Joe. I'm like in the next room next to Joe. Is what you see what I'm saying? Like it's all like, it's made to look like we are Sally. Joe's in the next office. Joe would love to meet with you next door, and like, can we get a meeting? Or are you going to call you? It's that. It's fake, but it's that.
So you're like impersonating people.
We set up basically fake names. Yeah, basically a fake name and a fake person. So like when I was calling before, like I had 4 fucking names. I had to remember what account I was on, because we will set up a name for that account. Like, so it'll usually be we try to set up always gender neutral names, and that has nothing to do with the trans thing or anything like that. We set up gender neutral names because when they're set up, we never know if there's going to be a male or a female going on that account. And so it'll be Cameron, it'll be like I was Cameron on one. Like, it's just because then the salesperson that we throw on that account to call, will call and be like, I'm Cameron with Joe's Flowers. And then the max you can have usually is 4 accounts. And so when I would call 2 hours a day, it was Cameron on Joe's accounts. And then it was the next one, maybe I was, I don't know, like fucking, Gabe or, Gabrielle or whatever the fuck it was on, Tyler's Paint or whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like it was always a different name that I had and a different when I was doing it. So those things. So now it's a lot easier because I don't have to worry about name because I'm doing the supervising role. But at that time, those 4 names, everyone has to keep up with it. And it's a fucking pain in the goddamn neck, I can tell you. And I still get that. And, we're supposed to rate people on the people under us. Like, how do you do that? So, and are they keeping up with their names? Like those type of things. And I think it's ridiculously stupid, but it is what it is. And you just have to go with corporate America or you just don't get paid. Which one do you do?
Oh, wow. Okay, so trying to.
Are you guys okay?
I think so. Brooke was explaining her job, and it seems to involve.
Did you see the doctor today, Brooke?
Which doctor?
No, not the witch doctor. Did you go to a hospital?
Oh no.
What? Well then, how is the appendage?
It's fine.
Honey, look, this is just like honey, I am so concerned about you. Honestly, I'm really worried. What if something develops like it gets gangrenous or something?
I don't know. It's fucking turning black. I just realized that when you said that, it is actually black.
Yeah, see, it's gonna turn gangrenous, and they're gonna have to amputate, and then.
No, they're not. But I didn't realize how bruised. Oh my! It felt better. It feels a lot better.
Yeah, of course, your nerves are dead. You can't feel anything. That's what it's like.
No, I think it's just bruised. I think that's what it was. It's bruised as fuck, and it's swollen, but it's starting to move now. So I think that's what
can you feel it? Can you feel anything?
I can actually move it more, so I can see the color now. When you said that, I looked down. I'm like, fuck.
Did you go get it?
I was like, is it dirty? And I realized, like, no, it's just black and blue all over it.
Oh my god, honey, I still insist you do an ambulatory care clinic visit you know, and you do it first thing in the morning. I mean, oh my God, I can't believe how abusive you are, how self-negligent you are. It causes all this concern. And where is this echo coming from? Let me get back onto the call.
Oh, wait a minute. I have my speaker on. I'm sorry. The whole time.
What are you even talking about? Like, so what horrible thing happened?
Oh, it's she was doing this really kinky shit with, you know, the last time we had phone sex, and it resulted in an injury. And it happened on camera, so I saw it all go down, and I've been telling her to go to the hospital ever since, or they're going to have to amputate that limb. And my God.
Maybe if you weren't so big and had me like trying to like get something that was in the size of you and use it, I didn't know what to do.
Oh my God, life is hard enough. Honey, Brooke, go to the ambulatory care clinic. Just check in first thing in the morning, okay? Oh my God, you know.
Well, I didn't tell you what happened after.
What? What happened after? I shudder to think.
I can't use my left side of my fucking mouth.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Don't say things like this. Don't say that.
I'm not, and I am serious. I'll tell you later.
Oh my God. What are you suffering a stroke now? Is this impacting your brain? Or honey, it's check yourself in. Oh my God. Come on. Don't tell me these things. Oh.
Noah saved me there, thank God. Noah came home. He saved me.
Yeah. Well, what does that mean? He dragged you out of the tub when you fell asleep inside of it, or literally lost your consciousness? I mean,
I was down the steps with a bottle of hot sauce. We'll just leave it there.
Oh my God! Don't tell me these things. Oh.
He got someone out of my house. I would tell you that.
Whoa! Is it you know, our favorite? You know.
Yes. Yes.
Everyone's favorite meth head, the one Joe Ty told your parents about.
All I can tell you is after I talked to you, I laid down and went to sleep, and I woke up with someone standing over me in my room. In my house.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, and it's the Lebanese guy. It's the Lebanese guy from.
Yeah, we'll go with him. Let's go with him. Yeah.
The one you counter-stalked. The one you counter-stalked. And counter-terrorized.
Oh my God. He looks so fucking more easy now. Like, oh my God, that motherfucker was like, yeah. I was shaking in a heartbeat. Yes, he did. He totally came in my room and stalked me and stood up, took some hot sauce to him, and he fell down the steps, and I hit my left chin on something, and Noah handled the rest. Because Noah just came in and was like, oh my God, what is going on? Why am I? And then because I sleep naked too. I go and lay down, so I wake up and I'm fucking mad. Like, the fuck are you doing? I was not dressed when I was kicking the motherfucker out either. So then Noah comes in as I'm falling down the steps, and I mean, you know, not in a good position as far as like somebody trying to grab me. So Noah's like, oh, he sees me with no shirt on. I had no shirt.
Oh my
Noah's
God.
like, oh my God, and I'm like, get him fucking out. I'm on the steps.
Oh my.
Wasn't good. Wasn't good. That was after I talked to you. Wait, no, because I didn't have a right hand to use, right? So like, I'm like trying to like.
Oh my God. Look, I think, how many of us were on the phone with Brooke? I think Aristides and George Knight were on the phone with her for a bit when she was describing the original stalker from Lebanon, and then she counter-stalked him. I was on the phone with her then, that's for sure, and that was when, you know, she's grabbing people in the parking lot of that what is it, a condominium where he lived, like a condo, and you were slamming people against the hood of cars, the hoods of the cars and shit, and you wanted to know where this guy.
Extreme. That's a little exaggeration there, buddy. But yeah.
No, that poor guy with the plugs in his ears. You ran the finger through the plugs in his ears and threatened to tear his earlobes off. And then you said, tell me about the Lebanese guy. And then he's like screaming, please, let go my ears. And it was just so sad to hear this man wail, so pathetic, and the heartlessness of Brooke, the ruthlessness. It's just unnecessary to be so brutal to people. And then when she found out, then she stalked the guy at work and, terrorized him. And
I called him. I was like, hey, bitch, you fucking terrorized me. I'm in your fucking parking lot right fucking now. He's like, what? I'm like, oh, I'm looking at your mother's fucking house, bitch.
So, Brooke, this might be an issue. What I'm going to do is, with Aristides, how do we solve this? When I turn the cell phone on and call you or Brooke to show you guys this letter on the camera, then how are you able to answer the phone separately from being on Skype? Or your Skype is on your phone?
I'm on my phone. No, mine will be separate. So like, no, mine will be. I'm only one or the other
Oh,
for me. So like, I'll have to click over.
So you would have to click over and then come back on. So what you can do is just both of you. I'll tell you who I'm calling, and then you can drop off the call, take a look at what I'm showing. I'm sorry. What?
How are you going to send it?
It's not sending it so much as just showing you on the camera. I'm going to turn on the phone.
Why can't you just fucking send it?
So,
Take a screenshot of the fucking. Here's the thing.
Okay, so here's what I do. I'll try that now with your adult supervision. Okay, so let me put this in front of me, and okay, we'll see if this comes up.
Screenshots. Yeah, you take a camera picture, like power button.
Okay, so let me do that.
What are you working with?
What?
What are you working with on your phone?
Okay.
You you hit the power button, and use for mine. You hit the power button. On yours,
okay, so I'm turning the phone on. Hold on, I'm turning the phone on, and then I'll turn on the camera. And then I think I'm getting it. Okay, so this is it, and so going to here we are. This is a lame ass screenshot because I'm a lame ass guy at this sort of thing. And I press the what's the button I press to make it take the camera button?
Just camera. If you're on camera, you should be able to hit that button that shows
the camera. Which one is that? The camera or the other weird button?
Just hit camera. I mean, for me to do a screen, but I'm talking about screenshots. So you're doing a camera.
Okay, I think I took it. So where does it go? Where do I find it now?
Now go into your camera and photos. Camera.
How do I find that in the apps. So I go into the apps, right?
There you go. Just type photo or type search for photo. Like
well,
to look photos. It'd be under photos. Go to
photos. Let me see photos. Okay, photos. I type search photos. Photos. Photo. Okay, photos. Okay. Google Photos. Okay, and press go. Right, and then how do I find my photos? Yeah, it brings me to how do I find my photos?
No.
On your Android?
No.
Oh, okay. Where? Okay.
All right, just hit the fucking
it's on the
home
phone.
button.
The what button?
You're hitting a home button.
Once you find it on the phone, wait, how are you going to share it with us while we're
Because I know how to share it. I can get into the fucking photo.
Yeah, but he's not using Skype on the phone.
Doesn't matter. He can share it with the email. He can share it with the phone number.
Yeah. It's right.
How's he getting it off? How's he moving it off the phone to us?
Okay.
He's gonna move it off the phone because he's gonna got our phone number. He can share it with me to the phone number.
Okay, so I found it.
You can text it.
I found it and I press share. I find it and I press share.
Share. There you go.
And there you go to messages. And at first I'll hit you, Brooke, and I hit Brooke, and there you go. Oh, then I press the enter. Holy shit! Yeah, now I'll do the same with the Aristides character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you were saying call. I don't know.
And I got it just now. Oh yeah.
If you were saying, "Oh, I'm going to just text you something," I'd be like, "Okay."
Okay.
Dear valued customer, PG&E will be temporarily interrupting your electric service in order to safely perform the following work in your area: replace electric power pole. The planned electric service interruption affects the following vicinity or property address, and is your address.
Right down to my meter number, and
only
my
meter
address.
Number, exactly. I mean, I assume that's your meter number, obviously. So, although I know that's your address for sure, although we will do our best to minimize the length of the service.
And you got it too, right, Aristides?
Yes. You know what's funny? My phone just. I'm like, I thought I died. My phone blacked out for 1 second. I'm doing that.
Yeah, it's weird. See, Brooke? See, they get you.
January 15, 2024 from 9 p.m. continuing through to January 16th, 2024 until 6 a.m.
Yeah.
We appreciate blah, blah. We will make every effort to blah, blah, blah. Complete the work as scheduled. However, unsafe weather or unforeseen emergencies may force us to cancel. And then you appreciate your cooperation. I don't fucking know why you didn't call this number to begin with, as I told you, because I would have been like, hey, I fucking have an oxygen machine.
They would have told me to go fuck myself. They would have said, good fucking luck. Go find some illegal immigrant to pump the accordion.
Said, hey, I don't know if you know what the news, But we are PG&E, and we've already killed 5 billion.
Yeah,
people.
that's right.
So-
That's right. They don't give a shit. They're mass murderers. They're convicted in court as such. So, you see, it's a dedicated power pole. It's only my residence. So what happened was they didn't expect it to impact anybody else. So they were going to do it overnight. And because there's so many wires crossing through the tree line, this required chainsaws and it required jackhammers to get it out of the street. Plus, I had to turn night into day with searchlights. It's already bad. And I knew they were going to fuck up. And so when I checked into the hotel overnight, what happened was when they started doing their shit, basically they took out the neighborhood. And so when I came back at high noon, I wouldn't say it was like walking home to Gaza, because if it was Gaza, nothing would be there. But it's more like Beirut. It was like coming home to Beirut. The buildings are there, but they're like caves. They're powerless and empty. And all the residents that were there were all wandering around like a herd of deer with their eyes caught in the headlights of an oncoming 18-wheeler truck. And these people were
like
all...
possums.
Yeah, cold and starving, and basically I walked in all refreshed and shit after taking 3 baths during my hotel stay. I turned it into a spa event and bathed with a combination of hydrogen peroxide and apple cider vinegar and baking soda and Epsom salts.
Were you trying to kill something you got from one of your whores the week before? Or what is this?
That's my idea of a bubble bath. You do that till the bubble, it's bubbling. You know what?
You need to get fucking Florida Boy on the phone, because bleach works just as well. Bleach, I'll tell you what, never had skin that smelled. I will tell you this. He said like a quarter coat bleach, and that blue. He said blue. It has to be the blue type, the blue one with the. I don't know what the fuck it was. All I know is I got on my skin. I bought the best skincare products in the world for like shower gels. Like I bought shit that costs $50. That motherfucking Tide bullshit on my fucking skin. I was like, I smell like fucking. I smell good for. I could have not showered for a week. And I smelled like fuck.
Honey, don't ever do that again. You'll give yourself skin cancer. Jesus Christ.
I smell good though. I smell good. I get good smelling skin cancer or something.
Yes, yeah. That at least that you'd have at least that. Yes. It shouldn't hurt you just one event like that, but don't make a habit of it. But oh my God, some people put.
I've never done it again. Mainly because I like shower. I think baths are gross because you sit in your own dirty water.
Well, that's why I did 3 of them. You get progressively cleaner.
I used to literally take a shower. If I took a bath, I would get out and then get in the shower.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That a lot of people do that. Okay, because you're sweating in a bathtub. But such being said, you now have a screenshot of this letter, which I sent the physical copy to Peter Moon, and the letter is evidence.
Oh, that's your first fucking problem.
So then what happened was when I came home and I saw all these tragic people all distressed and shit, then my eastern neighbor, as Peter Moon would use the compass directions, my neighbor up to the left of me, if I stand outside my door and just look straight ahead, she came wandering over, and she's Argentinian. They have this whole Argentinian family that moved in, and they created this whole wine cellar that's climate controlled, and because of that they caused a problem with ants in my home I never had before, because they distressed and displaced all the ants by doing that, and I had to talk to them about that until they took care of the ant problem. But anyhow, aside from that bad opening, they've been good neighbors, and so she saw me and approached me and said, "You look like $1 million," because she's all wrapped up in blankets and shit, and said all our food melted in all our ice boxes, and the ice cream turned to liquid, and I says, "Oh my God!" And so then I saw the foreman, big black guy wearing his PG&E vest, and it was all stained. It was all stained from all the rotten vegetables and meats that everybody was throwing at him because all their food had spoiled in their refrigerators, and all their ice cream had turned to liquid. So it was all multicolored with all the liquid ice cream that was thrown at him and shit. So I approached him, and of course, because I looked refreshed, he didn't think I was one of these horrible people, and he opened up to me. And I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And he says, "Oh, PG&E was contracted to take down a federal power line. It's a dedicated power line,
And they didn't tell us it was sabotaged with a self-defense mechanism. And when we took it out the entire neighborhood. And I said, really?
Wait a minute, whoa. He said what? It was self-defense mechanism? What?
That's the term he used. It was sabotaged with a self-defense mechanism that he was not informed of. In other words, like Brendan Zogit was speculating, quite correctly and quite logically, the higher-ups in government who knew about this installment didn't tell the lower-down people in government who ordered the replacement of the telephone pole. So,
hey, higher ups, I hate to tell you, but Aquino is fucking dead.
Yeah,
you should probably find somebody to fucking work for besides him, because he's out. We don't give him attention anymore. He doesn't exist. And if he does, I've already sent him into love, light, and peace, and he is miserable there.
Yeah, something like that. That's right. Yeah, I get it. I totally groove with that. I resonate with what you say. I vibe it. Yes, I grok it, as to use different terminologies or terms. So, at any rate, what happened was that there was a few other things he said that don't immediately come to mind, but that was the most important part. He confirmed the fact that it was a dedicated power line, that when they tried to replace it, it took out the entire neighborhood, and that, of course, forced them to work well beyond what they thought they would be working, and he did point out...
It amazes me that these motherfuckers think, literally, like people think that the power structure, the power dynamic that these motherfuckers, the very small number, are worshiping these things like you've talked about.
Yes.
That are so like diabolical to them, and they do use for power, right?
Yes.
It amazes me that it's going on, right? And that they can, and that we allow it, and that no one knows.
Thank you. Or rather, everyone suspects, and they look for it online, but they're listening to all the wrong people who misdirect them.
Well, that's the problem. So it's now they didn't suspect 50 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So now people are suspecting because of online, right? So the communication is starting to get out there, right? But it's just like your grandmother used to say, these old things we call old wives' tales, right?
Yeah.
But then we're starting to see there's some truth to some of them, right?
Yes.
But the truth in those, like you could say, like old ancient, things, we're starting to see, oh, wait a minute, those had an actual reason for them. And then they became old wives' tales.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then now it's putting it all together, which is what humans are starting to get there again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it's putting everything together, and humans now I think are at the point where most of them are starting to look for it, like you said. But when you start looking, and you will be given what they want you to have. So most of the time you're going to be given a lot of disinformation, right?
Yes.
And so now it's people then realizing there's disinformation, and how do you find the true information and digging into that. So I think you're looking at in the next, especially with Pluto, oh my God, Pluto on my goddamn sign, fuck my life. It is tonight. That's why I even came on. I want to celebrate that. Can we all celebrate it? I mean, unfortunately, it's also out of Peter Moon sign, but it's out of mine. So, but for everyone, Pluto is like out of fucking Capricorn right now, and so you're moving into an age where Pluto is now going to destroy other things, which is your technology, right, and the way we interact, and I won't go into all that, blah blah blah. But oh my God, yeah, like, thank you God, like because personally, when it affects the sign, which one of your personal major signs, which would be your sun and your moon or your rising. So if you're Aquarius people, it is fucking you. But I will say this: no one this year has to worry unless you have 0 degrees of Aquarius, because Pluto is so slow. Maybe the next 20 years, so if you're you have an Aquarius sign, is where it will affect you heavily. But it won't affect you really heavily until it gets over your exact, degrees. And the rest of it will just be kind of hit or miss of destroying your life, basically, and rebuilding. All I can tell you, destroys you, puppy. It's like, hey, I don't give a shit what you rebuild into. It's just like, I just want to destroy you. You're going to have to rebuild. You can rebuild into a worse person or a better person. Do not care. But that is what Aquarius people will be facing, like Heavy says, but over the next 20 years. But regardless, the entire generation, because it's an outer planet, we all are affected by Pluto. And so we've seen that with Capricorn. Its structure, it is everything that was demolished, basically government, like throughout the world. Now you can say, oh, well, there's still government standing. There's still standing. No, we've already stood up to so much. If you look back to 2000, versus now. And then 2008 was really, where it came in. Everything's destroyed, meaning you don't, Republican, Democrat, no one believes in either one anymore. I mean, 90% of the fucking world is not like, I'm not Republican or Democrat. You all suck. You both suck. We know you fucked us over. Hey, pharmaceuticals, you're not going to doctor being like, I trust a pharmaceutical company. No, you fuck us over. Like, we know y'all fucked us over. So the point of Aquarius is like, okay, well, what do we rebuild into? And so now we're demolishing what are we going to rebuild? Because now, if it's demolishing, if you think about it, demolishing the way, this is the way I look at it. So if it demolished that, so now we've already decided we don't fucking believe. The whole world's in the same fucking place. Most Americans, most of the fucking population in the world, if you were to actually get us together, now, granted, we have to get media, so we've got people who aren't all talking about this, but we all are thinking the same thing. We don't believe in shit. We don't believe in the governments. We don't trust the fucking banks. We don't trust pharmaceuticals. We don't trust big companies, right? So that was all demolished. Mm-hmm. So now, what is being demolished as we are beginning this phase? It will be demolished on how we come together. So right now, how do we come together? Then you've got a demolishment of technology. So now what demolished technology in the way that we won't come together in technology? Will it be a different form of technology? That's all up for debate, because you can only look at what Aquarius stands for, which is technology, which is the way that people come together, all these things. So there's a lot of speculation, because you couldn't go into 2008 before Pluto moved in to know exactly. All you can do is go back to history and see what fucking happened. But it's been, 300 years since Pluto was in Aquarius. And so you have to go back to that to kind of see what happened and when it happened. But, I would encourage everyone to do that, to kind of get their own, feel for it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And with that, that's wonderful. And it's a good lesson. I mean, this is what Peter wanted to do. He said he was going to talk about Pluto and its effects, the Plutonian influence on what was going to happen.
He doesn't know shit on fucking astrology according to fucking Brendan.
Yes, we want to be careful how we phrase things, honey.
Well, I agree with Brendan. He doesn't know shit on fucking astrology. And I told Brendan, welcome to the club, bitch. What do you want to name it? Me and you were fucking apparently special because TM hates a lot of people. But if you get to the hate level that I am in, and he apparently is in now, we must be extra special to be in that group. So what do you want to name our club?
You're both extra special. Yes, I'll confirm that. Such being said, okay, now that I will get back to the narrative that we were at. The narrative was that after I finished talking to the foreman, who confirmed, by the way, he was saying, see all these telephone poles? And I looked at the rest of them. They were all wooden, and they were all dilapidated. He said, all these dilapidated telephone poles need to be replaced, but they're run by the city and county of San Francisco, and we were just here to replace the dedicated power pole, the only one that was made of hollow metal, and we were ordered to replace it with a wooden one.
Why the fuck would they replace something metal with something wooden?
I don't know. I don't know.
Does that make sense at all to anyone?
Not to me, but I mean, the metal one made sense because it's hollow, and like George Knight said...
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure wood gets termites, it rots. We all know wood dies.
Yes.
Metal's more expensive. Why the fuck would you fucking replace it?
Yes, it's the U.S. government. There's all kinds of stupid things they do that are crazy, probably because wood is organic, and they perceive it to have an occult potency. That's the only thing I can think of. This is all done for occult reasons. It's not done for rational. Yeah. And so that's what I think is going on. Probably with the hollow metal pole, as George Knight said, those poles are the best because you just access everything from the ground level. You don't need to climb them. And that was...
You never have to... That's what I'm saying. Like, why? Like, I can't even imagine doing that because here in the South, like, we're either one to replace with metal or we actually dig. Just the best is to have underground lines as far as you can have underground, right? And to not even have a line except where you actually absolutely have to go up. And therefore you would have a metal. Hollow, that makes no sense. You're like you're going backwards.
They are going backwards. They went backwards because, of course, they are out to get me by occult means. Apparently, the technology has not succeeded, and they're reverting to the occult. And this is how they think. They literally think like this. They're crazy. They're irrational.
Hey, I just want to tell all the occult right now listening, which occult, by the way, I don't say occult because occult is just hidden knowledge to me.
Yes.
But whoever's listening to try to get to me, if anyone is, which you're stupid enough to, I'm boring. You shouldn't waste your time. But you also succeeded, okay, with the rabbit and the possum.
Yes, yes.
All of it. You've succeeded. I am broken. I'm dead in my side. I'm just talking on your as a fucking dead person. So can you just leave me the fuck alone?
Thank you for sharing that. And it's very important that you have the courage to share these things, Brooke, because they help to validate what I try to educate the people about. And
yes, and no one should come on this goddamn show if you're not freaking aware already. I'm telling you, if he doesn't warn you, you will be assaulted.
That's right, by the enemy. Yes, the cult of the Kings of Edom, as happened to Brooke.
And if you're lucky, you will at least get to see what's his name naked. I mean, he was pretty hot.
And by the way, our man Nemo, if he is willing to join us, can point out that he has also seen Jambo the Reese Monkey and said he looked like a fucking lemur. And we all agreed that was an insult to Gibbon. No, he said he looked like a gibbon. He looked like a gibbon. And we all agreed that was an insult to gibbons. But at any rate, there you have that. He said somehow he manages to
How the fuck did he see him on one of his naked fucking porn, I want to look at guys and I've never had sex fucking websites?
It was on X. He saw him. He's got his own Twitter file or something like that. Nemo can explain it better than I. I believe it was on X. Yes, it was a Twitter file.
Is Nemo on here? Because I'm curious to what the fuck Nemo saw.
Nemo, please join us if you would be so kind. And so such being said, honey, and so what happened was that after I finished talking to the foreman, I sat down on my steps and was texting people like yourself. And that's when I said, I came home at high noon to the neighborhood.
Oh,
was,
yeah.
Yeah, and that's when my landlady's relation who lives upstairs came home, and she said, you look like you just came back from Club Med. And I couldn't help but laugh. All these people are so much wealthier than I am. Any one of them could have checked into a hotel overnight. Far easier than myself. I needed to fundraise to do that. I'm only in this neighborhood by dint of rent control. But, they all didn't get the message, and they all got fucked over, and they were 17 to 18 hours without power, and all their ice cream melted. And Aristides, are you okay? He's going mute. Aristides, this worries me. Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm just going to be moving around a little bit, so I want to not make noise.
Oh, I understand. I appreciate that. But so I'll be turning to you in a second. So let me know when you're ready to talk again. Yeah.
Here.
Okay, good. And so, Brooke, so then now you know the full situation, but here's what I think was going on. I think what they were trying to do was get me out of my home, check into the hotel, and because they're in my computer more than I am, as I've said before, Brendan Zogit always has to go in with me to reset my weather and my time to San Francisco because it continually gets reset to Washington, D.C., where these guys are headquartered. And if it were a Microsoft glitch, it would be resetting towards the Microsoft headquarters in, Washington State, and basically would be like, if anything, going towards the demographically most populous city in the West Coast, it would be giving me Los Angeles time. That's not what happens. It keeps going back to Washington, D.C. because they're continually in my computer. They knew about my reservation to the Omni. They knew my room number. So as soon as I went to the Omni, I said, when I checked in, I said I'd like a different room from the one I reserved, and they were very accommodating. They gave me a different room. That's probably how I prevented myself from being assassinated. And so
I told you they get fucking killed. I told you.
Yeah.
The whole time I said this was a whole plot to kill you. You should have stayed at home and they were going to kill you there. Now, what did I say? You're going to be like a power and they'll get a little suicide note next to you. I couldn't take it anymore. The cold was too much.
Yeah.
I love all my fans. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what they would have done. Yeah, something like that. But I wasn't at home and I wasn't in the room they expected, and that therefore it was an abortive assassination attempt. That makes sense, does it not? It's not something that's indulgent. It's not something that's too fanciful. It makes sense. So, okay. So that being said, as soon as
I think it's a little fanciful. I think it's a little bit methy.
Yeah, you're such a bitch. Okay.
I love you too.
Yes. So, such being established, as soon as Aristides is back with us, I'll show him my request. This is where I bring your attention to Sid left a message for you as Acid Kick 96 in the text box here in Skype. He said,
What did he say?
Can you see it? He said at Brooke,
No.
He said at Brooke, did you get the last message? Hope you'll hang around and talk with us. How are you?
I think he knows how I am now. But why don't you let him talk?
Hello?
Come on, Sid. You got any questions for
Oh,
me?
what's up? Yeah, it said connection lost for a second, but can you guys hear me?
Brooke?
No, there's an assassination attempt. I can't hear you. I'm calling you from fucking Washington, D.C. Only I can hear you now. It's between us.
That's a nice Outer Limits episode intro. Yeah. Now.
It's only me and
So,
you on the
guys-
phone, Sid. Me and you don't. This is between you and I. What do you have? What do you have, Sid? What do you have for me? I need some information on Douglas.
Confused as to whether or not you guys can hear me.
Jesus Christ, Sid, can you not hear us?
Fuck this motherfucker. He's obviously not a good CI.
Oh my God. It's
Criminal informant number not. Number not.
right. I think that was Aristides belching. Okay. Sid. Okay, Sid. You were. Yeah. There. We hear you now. We heard you then. We hear you now. And turn that camera back on. Let's show us your face.
Hear you, Sid. Sid, I can't hear you. I cannot hear you, Sid. Say something, Sid.
Sid, turn the camera back on. Show us your
Okay,
face.
Hello. Hello.
I can't hear you. Did you say hello, Sid? Because I can't hear you if you said hello.
Sid, she wants to see your face.
Yep.
Turn on the camera so she can see your face.
No. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Sid's gonna
He's
wait.
gotta get his Joker lipstick on, dude. Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
let him do it.
Now our man Aristides is turning on his
Next
camera.
room.
Oh, it's here. It's here.
Aristides,
No.
he's gonna show us something. He's turning on his camera.
No, I'm not.
Aristides,
No.
show me something, dude. That's a fucking silly, you little bitch.
What is with
Show
these
me.
guys? They turn on the camera and
Not
then
an
they.
accident.
Yeah, it's so weird. But what happened to the tape? You usually have tape over your camera. It got removed somehow. I guess that's Aristides' version of stripping.
There's still tape. There's still tape.
Hey, Aristides, can I see you right now? I want to see you.
No, I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay, that's actually the perfect where I would like to see you do.
Yes,
The whole
yeah.
body, full body camera.
That's
That's what
not.
she wants.
That's not what this was about.
Oh my God.
It doesn't. It's not. There's never.
no,
when Brooke's involved, it's not involved. It has nothing to do with what you thought it was about. It is. It is
I
what
know.
she
We know
decided
that.
it's about, and
know
therefore
that.
cut the fucking goddamn camera on.
We know.
Oh, delightful.
Now this is what it's about. Just accept that. Like the faster people would accept that in my life, like in their life, actually, not for me. In their life, they'd be like, "Oh, I should have just accepted this in the beginning, and my life would have been easier because she's not going to give up."
Show Brooke the Chihuahuas. Aristides, show Brooke the Chihuahuas.
Oh, chihuahuas, yes. Oh my God, I'll take those too. Actually, I'll take those a lot more than you dick. Please show me chihuahuas.
All right, hold on. I'm not in the room there with them right now.
Oh my God, boring and boring and boring.
And
Anybody else?
Acid Head, show her your truffles. Show her your truffles.
Oh, gross. No, don't fucking put it into the toilet. I did not ask her to use a full body picture. I didn't want fucking to see in the toilet of what the truffles look like.
Oh, shit.
You don't want to see my truffles, Brooke?
No, I do not want to see truffles.
She does. Show her your truffles. Show her your truffles. This is so cool. Show her these.
He's so cool. Okay, he's such a faker. He's a Libra. You realize he's a Libra. You're dealing with a Libra. He's faking. Every time he says that's so cool, it's a complete lie. He's like, it's so cool because I want somebody else. He's going to share it so that I can also think it's so not cool.
So, do you guys remember Josh Diddler coming on the show? You guys remember Brooke brought on Josh Diddler the time Brooke was all drunk and started yelling at Peter.
Remember that.
Yeah, started yelling at Pete, and then Josh Diddler was like saying to Peter, "I think that's going a little far, Peter." Yeah, when Peter started responding to her, anyhow, Josh Diddler was trying to
He was gay bi-curious, so he stepped into a karaoke bar and did some singing and fell in with a big black bear that he took home because he said he wanted to do cuddling with the family fun bears. It was like
the worst word ever.
Yeah, cuddling.
Other than Dookie.
Yes, that's right. With they're both kind of like the
Use
same.
the word men. Any man listening, do not use the word cuddle or dookie. Like it's just a bad thing.
Yes, thank you.
Those are two of the grossest words. Like I will cuddle with you all fucking day, but don't be like, I want to cuddle.
Yeah.
So we can cuddle under a Dookie Brown.
Yes, that's right. That's right. With or the Dookie Brown bear that he brought home, who apparently he did this twice to decide whether or not he was happy with this.
He was gay. He decided the first time he was not gay, but he still brought him to cuddle again, and both times he woke up. Go ahead.
Oh shit! So we're having camera.
I don't want to share the story because I'm actually not do that in public.
It's basically he did the karaoke thing and he was squealing like a bitch. Oh, here we are. We see our man. Aristides.
Oh my God, it's Aristides. Let me see.
Yes, he's on camera.
I got the red light on.
Yeah, he's got the red light on. There you go. He's looking like your archetypal terrorist.
Aristides, come on, give me some more light. Can't use your fucking face, bitch.
Nope, that's it.
Or it's just like a shot. That could be a fucking demon for all I know. You like more of a demon than anything.
Yeah, he's lighting up too. He's got the.
He's got a nice. I don't know. He's got a nice shape to him.
Yes. Nice shape. He looks
nice
human.
Shape
Vaguely humanoid.
Wait a minute. Oh, he might be.
It's just like the little icon.
Yeah, which head is it? They both look alike.
He's got a nice shape to his head, guys. I mean, his actual head, not like weird head.
Oh, Brendan Zoget joined us. He's back in the car. He's back in the automobile just in time for the show. He had to see
Brendan
Aristides.
wants to see some head too.
Yeah, he wants to see some head too.
He wanted to see a little head.
Yes, he did. So where's the chihuahua?
Like, oh, he's got a nice head. And it's like, oh, I'm here.
Yeah, where's the chihuahuas? He's giving us. He's giving us. Okay.
Person.
Where is the chihuahua? I don't see chihuahuas.
Not
Where
here.
are they?
They're not here tonight. It's like
where are they? Are they on the bed?
No, he's got. It's like protective custody. They exchange it between the parents, and right now the other parent has them. He's taking us to his room, though. We're seeing pancakes. Cool.
Hey, do you need me to help you out and steal those fucking chihuahuas? Because I love chihuahuas. There's a long. I would totally take those dogs.
Yeah.
For you, it'll be like a whole.
I need help.
Yeah, he does. He invited Amy to live with him to help care for the chihuahuas.
Oh, well, you are fucking too sick for me, and your chihuahua should not even be allowed to see you at that point.
I'm just trying to trap somebody. And
I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
Leave. You're not going to live with me. I'm going to leave.
He's walking down the steps in the dark. Those are steep fucking steps. Dude, those are steep fucking steps. I would not want to live in a home like that. in the dark. I mean, oh my God, he's walking down steps in the dark. Why are there no night lights? And then Brendan left us.
Why is everything so dark? Like, do you think their chihuahuas aren't possums, okay? They need light. Maybe that's why you don't custody. Because you think you've got a my possum would have been great in your house.
Two of them here right now.
There's two. Okay.
Where are they? I never seen them.
Let's look at them. There they are. There they are. See it, honey? The vague shape there.
No, I see nothing. I see blackness.
It's a vague shape. I see
something darker.
It's moving.
A black man's dick, which is gross. I'm not seeing a black man's dick.
He's stroking it. He's stroking it. He's stroking it in the dark. Honey, he's stroking it in the dark. It's warm.
I don't see a goddamn chihuahua, is what I'm saying.
He's stroking it. He's stroking it. See his thumb? His thumb's not like your thumb.
A little hand. Like, there's white movement. Is my phone fucked up? Because I just see... Yes, I see what I could imagine is his hand. Maybe cutting something. Like, it could be... It could be anything. I can't fucking make it out.
See, they have little paws. They have little paws.
I don't know, Aristides. I'm in the South, and I know we are fucking, like, don't give light to fucking, apparently, slaves. But I'm fairly certain you're not, and you're not a slave, and you maybe could cut a lamp on.
Oh, my God. Can't you turn the cell phone light on so we can see this creature?
No,
He's showing us, honey. See that? The little shape? It's a little...
I don't see any light, no.
With its little paws?
Like, you know what this looks like? When you have a fucking sonogram, or what do you call that? Like, your baby's in there, and they're like, don't you see the head and the fetus of the fetus? Yeah. And you're like, I see it. You're like, yeah, I see it. It's a
fucking blob. I see a fucking blob of light.
See the paws? It's like it's all ecstatic. It's ecstatic from being stroked on its belly.
Oh yes, he's upside down. Oh my god, it's like a little. And I can only make that out. It's like, again, the X-ray technician had to tell me there are balls there, and now I can make them out.
Yeah.
If you hadn't told me that, I'd just been like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Yes, we are. Its little snout. It's got its little snout in the air.
I want that fucker. Oh my god. So what's his name, Aristides?
Rosie.
That's Rosie. That's the girl. That's Rosie.
And here's the other one. See the other one? You can see him, right? See him?
Let me see.
Sit, look at him in the light. You see him? The little thing. Yes, it's lying on the ground. They're all lying down.
He's laying near the heat.
Yeah, get closer to him again. Aristides, get closer to him again. Yes, there we are. See that, honey?
Oh my god, your one is so bright. What's his name again? What's that one's name?
That one is Big Boy.
Big Boy.
That's a big boy.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Yes.
Oh my god, I want him so bad.
Yeah, for all our listeners, we're really looking at Aristides' dick. He calls it Big Boy, and Brooke wants it. Brooke wants it bad. She says she wants that Big Boy.
And he's also exaggerating by calling it a big boy. Let's just put
Talk about a pet name. Yeah, and yes. Oh, now.
So hey, Douglas.
Thankfully, I know my back wall is not deep, so I do not need him.
So yes, Aristides, yes.
Douglas. So you were gonna finish telling me something here
about it. Yes. So Brooke, I want you in on this too. And Brendan's with us, and he's welcome to talk. Brendan,
we're so excited, Brendan, you're with us. Thank God. I'll tell you who's really excited, Peter Moon, because he is fucking on the edge of his bed right now.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to try and show you. Let's see if we can get to the inbox as well.
He's going to come on and educate Brendan about fucking astrology in a minute.
Okay, let me start sharing. So I'm going to do a screen share. And here we are. And Acid Kick is also about to share his face. There's Acid Kick's face. Brendan, this is the face of our friend. And
I don't see him.
He turned the camera away.
Why does everybody put black on their screen like they're sharing shit? When I shared my boobs on here, I didn't fucking have black.
We have light. We have light. When you share it all, we get light. Yeah, but these guys, they do everything in the dark. I guess they're Morlocks or something. And so our friend, Sid, he's got like Sid, bring it back down on your face. I mean, there's no point in having it up there at the ceiling.
Your screen share is on.
Yeah, my screen share is on. Oh, that prevents him from doing anything? Yeah.
Harder to see.
Okay. So, such being said, I'm going to share some. There's our man's face again. There we are. So I'll turn my screen share off while he shows us his face. There, he's smiling. There, in the dark. Isn't that disturbing? That's there. Thank you. He's waving now. Thank you. This is kind of like disturbing YouTube channels that you find.
Well, I don't know. I don't see this. Wait, no. Okay, now your screen share's gone.
Oh, okay.
Now I see.
Okay, so there's his face. So Brendan, and you see he's blowing us a kiss. He's yes. There we are. So Sid, say
real human. Human.
Yeah, say hello. Sid.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, there we are. Now you see him. Like, okay. And maybe you can hold up one of your truffles so we can see that too. And Brooke can see this Datura stuff you
he can't hold them up because he ate them all.
He ate them all.
Does Sid have a fucking mustache? Does Sid have a fucking Hitler mustache? Is that what I'm fucking seeing on this camera?
No.
I'm sorry. I can't see much, but Sid, do you have a fucking mustache?
Not much of a mustache. Maybe
well, you know, I cut that light on a little better because it looks like you got a fucking mustache.
And I may have it right now.
What did he say?
I think he said I may have a bit right now. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Just but what I'm saying is you either have if you're not shaved all day or all week, depending on your hair. Regardless, a man grows it everywhere, right? Your chin, your fucking sideburns, like all that should be grown in. I am seeing just a shadow under your nose, like a mustache. So I'm asking, are you not just shaving that one part?
No.
Then cut the light on better, because you're looking like a mustache.
And this photograph
I just say
that only to make fun of anyone with a mustache, because I think mustaches are the most child predatory thing ever.
Oh shit!
I think the last person that got away with a mustache well was Hitler, to be honest.
Thank you.
Pulled the mustache off.
Yeah.
Like after that, the mustache was just like, I'm a perv, or I'm fucking like trying to look like fucking Magnum PI, and I'm not pulling it off.
Oh shit! And what is this black photograph you sent us, Sid? There's a black photograph in the text box of Skype. What is that? It's
a what?
A black photograph. It's a photograph of blackness that you sent us. What is that?
That was not intentional.
Okay.
I'm just around with my Skype account here.
Okay. Okay.
That was from inside the mustache.
Yeah, inside the mustache. That's right. Yes.
I'll make sure I definitely shave it all off. I show my face.
Please do.
Okay.
Please. I mean, unless you're going to do another Hitler thing, like, you better fucking pull it off really good. Otherwise, shave the goddamn mustache.
Yes, it's generally the advice. But our dear friend Aristides looks...
But don't get me wrong, every man, like my son's like, I'm going to grow a mustache. And I was like, you can grow a mustache. You know what you can also do? Find another mother, take you to fucking school. So when he started getting fucking hair in his face, he's like, I'm gonna grow a mustache. I'm like, yeah, I'm not taking it. He's fucking 8th grade. I'm not doing it. It's embarrassing to me. Like, most kids are like, I'm embarrassed my mom's. I'm like, I'm embarrassed you're getting on my fucking car.
So, honey, don't you think Aristides' beard looks dignified? He has the beard.
I don't see the beard. Let me see. I like beards. If we're gonna grow something, but don't fucking do a mustache.
Yeah, so now our friend Sid is showing up with a ninja mask. I mean... So now Sid looks like
I'll take goatees. I will take beards. I mean, to be honest, I'm more of a clean shave. Actually, I'm more like a 5 o'clock shadow all over the face. To me, the sexiest thing ever. 5 o'clock shadow all over the face. But do not fucking do a mustache. Like, I don't care if you have the goatee or beard. Like, the only thing is like that. Just I shave everything, but I want this handlebar mustache I'm growing for. What?
So, what I'm going to do now is, since
I haven't got my pedophilia all the way down, so it's still
I'm going to take advantage of this moment. Oh, he's showing his face again. So everyone, do look at his face. He does have a mustache. He's doing a little bit of the face change, face dancing here. He's covering it and uncovering it. To show us both his when he puts his Hamas on and when he takes his Hamas off. And so that being said, he's turned the camera off. Going to take advantage of this moment to try and communicate with Aristides and Brooke.
Yeah.
What I was trying to communicate.
Look, I'm waiting here. Look, for like I've been waiting here for like 7 hours.
I'm sorry.
I just want to say something. Right. So, like, I'm in the worst time zone out of anybody.
Yes.
You know.
Fuck
and
you.
You're in the same time zone as Brooke.
Okay. All right. She's here too.
Cry like a little baby.
Compared,
I'm so in the worst time zone. Like Peter Man. We all cry like a little baby.
Well, some people try to have normal sleep schedules, and
some of us, you know what? Some of us give the fuck up on that. And we're like, what is normal? Why do you define what's normal? What is fucking normal? Because that's where I'm at now. I apparently am neurodivergent. If you don't know what neurodivergent is. Which means I am done with your fucking normalness. I can do my own normal. I don't fucking pull into your fucking damn corporate society of America.
Well, I'm going to show both of you what I've been trying to show you, so our listeners will get a bit of an education here. First thing I'm going to do is check into the live stream, make certain everything is still all right. Hello to Cultivated Image. And yes, we have been on for 7 hours, and our dear man Aristides, he's the best. I mean, he volunteers for this. And then so is Brooke. Brooke is beyond the best. Yeah, Brooke has suffered attacks.
Keep that in mind. It's like, yeah, here it is, wait right until the middle of the night and be like, oh, well, why aren't you a good show host? I'm a fucking zombie.
Hey, you know what? Fuck Aristides. He hasn't been always fucking what's her name, and she wants to come to his house on a bus. 2 weeks with him.
That's a Ukrainian chick. That's a Ukrainian chick. We're talking about Diana Fraser here. Yeah. And that was before Aristides came on the show. He might remember her, though, from listening.
I'm a bad person for not allowing her. Like, and I felt guilty. The only reason I even said no was because Sammy was like, Brooke, say fucking no.
Yeah, that's right. We had to teach Brooke to stand up for herself. We really did. And so here's the file.
as I said, this is important. So here's the file, and I do want to show people some examples of this incredible timeline that was created by a Mormon. And so this is obviously
your sister.
No, she's Jehovah's Witness cult.
Oh,
and yeah, but this particular cultist or Mormon created a biblical timeline that actually has relevance to me because it includes a lot of factual history in it. I've been looking for it for quite some time, or a copy thereof. And here's the issue of what happened. So I'm going to show it to you, and the individual involved is kind of like the Mormon version of John B. Sparks, who created... Somebody just turned the camera on. It's Brooke. It's Brooke's turning the camera on. You're going to show us your thumb? You're going to scare us with your thumb.
Which I wasn't even clear on which part of Brooke's body was traumatized.
Yeah, it's her thumb. It's her thumb. She wanted me to suck her thumb. And then the bloodlust overtook me and I bit down. And I've been worried about it ever since because we vampires can transmit rabies. And her thumb is all black and swollen and could not move or feel anything, okay? At any rate, I think she's got her, if I return to call now just to check, she's got her camera on. Oh yes, we're looking at other parts of her body now. Oh, so here we are, dear lady. So there we are. So how we doing, honey? There. Oh, so she was generous with that for a moment. That was, she's bringing us back to, yes, there we are. So there you go. You get this, Aristides. You prefer that to my showing you charts and graphs, right? Yes.
I can wait. I can find a little patience.
Yes, there we are. So, dear Brooke, oh my God, you leave me speechless. And so you've got to promise me you'll go to the MD about the thumb tomorrow, and it's or today rather. She's saying something. We can't hear her. No doubt she's dissing me. No doubt. Okay.
Entire face is swollen. I have an entire left side of my face swollen.
Oh, it is. How did this happen? What happened?
Oh, I fell on the floor.
Why? I mean, why? How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just slippery when wet, I guess.
Yeah, well, you didn't faint or suffer a stroke, did you? We want to follow up.
No, at all. It's just like a whole left side of my face is swollen. All I'm saying. That's it.
Okay. Oh my God, honey. I want you to follow up on all of this. Oh my God, you give us everything to worry about. I mean, I'm just, she
Don't
makes...
worry, when you fucking hit me in the jaw, you need to worry more about the person that did it than me.
So, darling, oh my God, now she's really worrying me. Is this what happened? Was his violence against women actually finally manifested? He actually did this?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. Oh my God. I mean, so we're getting a great look at your ceiling fan. You're bouncing up and down like you're on a trampoline. So, okay, she turned it off. She turned the camera off. So I will go back to the charts and graphs, and
I would be more than glad to show you my face, like literally. But I look already bad, just not being bad, but like with the swollen, no, so bad.
Oh, you're fine, honey. You look beautiful. You're beautiful. Okay, I'm just always.
I am so beautiful and natural, beautiful. But I'm saying I don't mind myself. I mind the fucking fact somebody fucking does that to you.
Yes. So this did happen. You're a victim of violence.
What do you think happened to the hand, dude?
I didn't. You wouldn't tell me. So, is this how that happened? So, I hope that you had this assailant arrested? Or was
no,
you...
I just haven't, no. My son took care of it.
Okay, so you're going to just forgive him because of his suffering in the past, but I want you to tend to these injuries.
I do not, because I think having someone arrested at that point with them is going to cause me more trouble at this point.
I can understand. I can actually understand. I can actually understand what you're saying. I grasp it. This individual is obviously traumatized.
Not stable.
Yes.
Right. So it's not like I can have them arrested and they would be away forever. So then I let them back out to just come do shit again. No. So it's more of thinking smart versus
I get it. I get it. No, I get it. And I do know that you feel sorry for this person. I can also understand that. So probably the best thing to do is avoid him from this point forward.
I'm not changed the phone number. That's the only
changing the phone number doesn't seem. Oh, change your phone number. I get it. Okay.
Because he continues to get other numbers and continues.
But by the way, I do want people to know.
Today,
yeah.
But today I woke up literally. I heard what to say. Like I literally talked to you and I went back and like just laid down because of last night.
Yeah.
He had showed up, right?
Yeah.
He showed up where I was, and so then I literally, like I told you, Drain, like had the fucking hand thing happen.
Mm-hmm.
Took my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, basically, like my thumb all the way back.
Okay.
So I had literally talked to you, and like literally got like I'm in a house, I'm in a 2-story house, nice neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
I don't lock my fucking front door because I've never had to. And he fucking apparently knew that. And I woke up, it was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Like as I talked to you, I've been out doing shit that morning, and like laid down in the bed like 12:30, 1 o'clock. And I talked to you, and I like fell asleep napping. And I woke up standing over me, this person.
Yeah.
I come in my house and Noah just happened to be at work.
Yeah.
And they're sitting there over me. So the point is, like, now I've got 2 things, like change the number and make sure the doors are locked.
Yes, of course. Yeah. And which you should always have done. Good God, I've always told you that. And it's
not in the middle of the fucking day. Like, who would think somebody's just gonna come in your door and come in your bed?
Oh my God! Well, obviously they do. They bring in dead rabbits and everything else. These bastards. Obviously people do. Well, you know what to do from this point forward. Now,
but my dogs will attack literally a stranger. But the problem is they didn't go off.
Yeah, because he's not a stranger at this point. Yes.
He's not a stranger to them, right?
Yeah. And okay, so that's understood. So let's put Aristides to sleep. I've got to show him this first, but I got to show you as well. So let's go back to the charts for a little bit, and let's go back to screen sharing. And I'm going to turn the screen share on, and of course, now that I've got the backstory, I'm less worried about your thumb and your swelling. We now know the source. Thank God, and it's not internal or neurological. So here we are. This Mr. McFate was a man who's like the Mormon version of John B. Sparks, and he produced an incredible timeline. This is McFate's graphic outline of universal history, portrays the forward movements of man. Now, this was something that actually included geological ages and development of life, very biblically oriented, and it starts from Adam and goes to what was then the present day. Now, as his plumb line, his 6 o'clock p.m., he uses Christ, which, as I explained to Brooke Gibson, I would actually make it Noah, which in his case, Noah would be somewhere around here. I'd have to look at it.
I would make it a Noah.
Yeah. Well, this is the flood, so that would be Noah. So I would make this the plumb line because, of course, I would be including a bunch of prehistory. He does not include because he's going by Bishop Ussher's biblical chronology, and he thinks the world was created in 4004. So he doesn't think the world is that old, and so the reality is there's all kinds of geological time that would make the Noachic flood way up here the actual plumb line down at 6 o'clock if we were to do this accurately. But nevertheless, what he did was basically the Asian races, the black races, the white races, they're different descendants of Shem and Ham and etc. A typical biblical thing here going along with the Mormon trip. So there's all kinds of Mormon dates in here that no one else would count as applicable. So this is the baseline thing I've been looking for years, because what has happened is that other biblical creationists have taken this and they've produced their own streamlined versions thereof, which I have been able to purchase. So it's gone through several phases where it wound up looking initially like this, when they simply ripped off what this man did, and then kind of bleached out what he said, took away the geological timelines, thereby taking away the value of what he did. What little science was there, they took away because they're less scientific than even the Mormons, and that just produced this. And at this point in history, they bleached it out to this. So the fundamentalist Christians have bleached it out further and further. So what's commercially available now is more and more useless and irrelevant to me. And at any rate, I've been able to find someone who sells the original print, or a copy of the original print. And the problem was I was trying to get V to order it, but V is afraid to order it. So I sent her the, I said, please order this for me immediately if it is still available at 85 United States dollars, which by the way is cheap. You have far more inferior timelines produced today that sell for $100. So when it comes to this is actually cheap. And I sent her the link, which I'll gladly send to Brooke Gibson and Aristides. And basically, they're selling this extremely rare, circa 1950 McFake's graphic outline of universal history, framed with... Yeah? I'm sorry? Honey? Did you say something?
Yeah, send me that.
Yes, I'll send that to you. And this is what scared her, so I do want you all to
do not send to me.
Okay, honey. Okay.
Because you fucking sent it to V first, and I am not your second best, okay?
It wasn't like that! It's because I didn't want to bother you! I didn't want to bother...
Fuck you.
Baby! Baby!
Your side chick? You're your side chick now?
It's not like that! It wasn't like that! It wasn't like that! I felt that V owed me! So, it's... Whereas I feel that I owe you. And so it was like that kind of reasoning. So then she says, "Are you sure? It may be a fake." And I said, "I have no doubt it's only a copy. One could even claim a forgery. It's the text I'm after." But at any rate, she said they asked too many questions of me and identity and want cookies and need me to make an account. You better have someone else do it for you. So anyhow, aside from that, she also said, "Sorry, I already got a fake ID theft scam from Amazon. They admitted it today. Ads pops up telling you to reload card gifts and then ask for new info and updates. They said they had problems with this. Scammers are getting very sneaky. Anyone asking me to open an account and asking for my info just to buy something, I do not trust and will not do. Get someone that lives in Oregon. No sales tax." So, I responded, "Understood, honey. No worries. I love you, even though I hate her." And so I will now email this to both of you, and in the hopes that both of you will coordinate, have this delivered to my door.
Is she on meth? Like, I'm just trying to I'm trying to figure people out. Like, either she's on meth too, and so she thinks she's the center of the goddamn universe.
It is like that. She once thought I was trying to steal her info.
That's what I'm saying. People are like, and or I am just crazy, and everybody's being robbed. Everybody is the center of the universe. The CIA is apparently spying on everyone to get their fucking everything because they have nothing.
Honey, you're a person who sleeps with her door open. You're a person who sleeps without clothes on with her door open.
Like, I don't give a shit about anything. I'm like, with the door open, I don't give a shit. So, like, obviously I'm in one extreme, and then there's this other extreme that are like great grandparents. They're like, "I watched the news tonight. When you go get gas, be careful. There'll be a needle under there, and also you're probably gonna be robbed by some."
Oh, do your parents do that? Do your parents do that?
Yes. But I'm saying, like, where are the extremes here? Like, I'm like, fuck it, doors unlocked. I don't give a shit. I'll put my ID in for anything, my card, and I'll be like, hopefully, maybe I'll check my account, maybe this month, and I might notice if someone took out something that was not correct. Probably won't unless you do a huge account now. And then there's other extremes like, oh my God, the needle is under there. They're going to give you AIDS. They're going to take your card number.
No. The last thing on earth I want is for both of you to order this at once. I don't need two of these things. And they probably have got
I can assure you, you're not going to get one because neither of us are planning on ordering this shit. And that's not because we're scared. It's just because we don't fucking give a shit.
I need to get this as soon as possible. I'll show you why. Okay? So let me show you why. Let me go back to my files. And, okay, turn them up. Try to avoid, God, you're so lucky you guys missed out. Just most of the time I do this and all the porn files show up. So you missed that. And, by the way...
Please order for this for me immediately. You already had it typed out for fucking V. Hey, can I start... Give me her... I'll tell you what, I'll order it for you if you give me her address. And I'm just going to start sending random shit. Please order this for me immediately.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Honey, I sent you these images. Did you open them? These are all I sent to you. 111 images of maps of the mind. I thought you would find them intriguing. Did you open them, honey?
I'm fairly certain that was back when I still had sex. So no.
Yeah, you were still getting it from Mr. Girl Abuser. Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah.
what was I going to show you with this again? I was going to show you something here. It was important at the moment that I thought of it. Aristides, help me out here. Oh, yes. Yes, why I wanted to order this. Here we are. Now, this was completed in 1945. And remember what our man, Mr. George Knight, was talking about. Japanese starving their Allied prisoners of war because they were feeding them half their rations according to the Geneva Convention. So one of the things.
You're talking about all the chronographs that you know?
Yeah, that's right. That's
Okay,
one of them. The other email was mind maps. It says mind maps.
Okay.
So you notice this guy ends the timeline with basically Japs starve and kill many American prisoners. I guess all the British and Commonwealth prisoners they starved didn't matter.
I mean, who really gives a shit about British people? To be honest?
But this matters to me.
I mean, can you imagine? Is there any country in the world outside of Britain that is like, God, I know that one Brit. I hope to God he's not starving to death. Like, can you think of any person in any country is like, unless they're a blood relation, like your mother is over there. No. At least even in America, they're like, there's people in fucking Australia like, I hope Trump isn't starving to death. You know? Like, there's people in America that are at least strong enough that are like, we hope Trump isn't. I mean, they might be stupid enough, like, I hope Biden's going to live for another 6 hours, maybe.
Yes.
He's so old.
Yes. So.
But where the fuck, when have you ever prayed for a Brit? When?
Everybody prays for the Queen. Everybody prays for the Queen.
No,
God said,
yeah, everybody in fucking Britain. Ain't nobody fucking. If you're buying a tabloid about the fucking Queen in fucking America, you are not American. Like, there's nobody gives a shit about the fucking Queen. Also, I'm pretty sure she's dead unless you're fucking in that reptilian shit, which means she's.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. So, honey, here we are. By the way, here we have Emperor Hirohito. There's several things on here you don't find on a normal timeline that were concentrated at the end of World War II. So this is one of the reasons I want to get this. And he brings up Rochester, New York, where my father was born. My legal father. Basically, Cardinal.
Is that the one you bit the dick off? Bit the tip of his
that was my grandfather. That was his father. I bit the tick off my father's father. My legal father's father.
I'm gonna buy you that, but can we write that in one of the end of the paragraphs? And Douglas Dietrich with the tip off. This is when, put the name of your grandfather on there. This is when Jonathan blah blah Dietrich, whatever, lost the tip of his dick as he tried to put it into his mouth.
But this is important. Earlier, Troy Bellamy, he said, if you want to blame the Nazis, you got to blame the Catholic Church too. This is where Cardinal Pacelli seconded us to Pius at a meeting in Rochester, New York, in September 16th of 1936, stated, "The time has come to fight communism by force of arms if necessary." Adolf Hitler was a Catholic. He was called to arms by the Pope in a crusade. This was
Fuck you, and fuck you, and fuck you. You've always tried to promote Adolf Hitler like he was a good person. I am done with this now. I fell for it, and now you said he's a Catholic. And I'm going to tell you right now, he's Catholic, he's a fucking piece of shit.
Honey, that's awful. Honey, that's awful.
No, because here's the thing. If you fall for Catholicism, that's fine. But Adolf Hitler had enough fucking education before he rises to figure out Catholicism is bullshit. Okay, it's fucking another religion.
You notice here's the Mormon guy who designed this graph. He lists Semitic, Hamitic, Japhetic. These are the three races: black, white, and yellow, and the Catholic Church. They're a separate race and
there
shit.
You go. They are. Who do you fuck? First of all, Christianity was spread by the Catholic Church, which had nothing to do with Jesus Christ. Period. But it's never. Your fucking Constantine fucking took that shit fucking over. I will go with Constantine's story.
Well, Aristides, you know what I want now, okay? And I'll try my best to remunerate you, but I need this as soon as possible. Can you make this happen? Is that possible?
I can see what I can do, or are you going to send me something?
I sent you something. I sent it to you.
Did you get fuck that. What are we sending? Are we sending fucking narcotics? I'll buy it for you right now.
I sent.
Right, I see a message.
Yeah. It's an email.
Fuck all
to you and Brooke. Brooke, open your email. Open your.
I already opened it. What are you giving me? How much are you giving me? Narcotics. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, how about this? You order it, and in exchange, Aristides sends you a little treat.
No, because Aristides does give a treat, okay? But I've still got some treats of that. I need some fucking shit that is not that. I need some, like, actual... I don't know. The pharmaceutical industry seems to have it together with their narcotics. So I would like some of that kind of shit.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't want Aristides to do this himself.
Or cocaine would be good.
You know, we don't want him to do this if you're going to do it. So you're going to sign off on...
Plant.
You're not going to do this, right? You're not going to order this for me?
I'm not ordering shit.
So it's going to be Aristides.
I know not to trust you. You will ship fucking... You know what you will ship? You'll ship me an envelope. You'll have nothing in it, and you'll pay $89.
Oh, honey, we can't all be like Aristides. He's the man. He works for a living.
I don't understand. I would have rather you ship a $65 snail mail and give me the cash and ship me fucking nothing. I don't know how this man pays shit. Expensive. Apparently in San Francisco, like, that is expensive shit. How the fuck did you pay $69 to ship something? Like,
it was outrageous. It's outrageous. The United States Post Office, it's outrageous. It cost me altogether with what I sent you, Peter Moon, and Amy Como, it cost me $168 at least. Yeah.
Fucking outrageous. And I was like, oh my God, I would have rather you just PayPal me the
cash. Honey, do you not love your calendar? Do you not love the little calendar I gave you in the card?
Okay, the little calendar is already gotten ripped apart by the dogs.
You're kidding.
No.
Don't tell me things like that. That's heartbreaking.
I'm just letting you know. That's how my life goes, right? The big calendar I have downstairs on the table. And Meth Head Larry said, hey, you need to get rid of that fucking envelope because I think he shipped you some bullshit, meaning like spelling there. And he didn't even, because he's like, no envelope. When I ripped close the envelope, it's got like asbestos in the middle of it. Like there's cotton and paper coming out of it. Like basically like you cut up pieces of paper. Like you could find the letters in the middle of the envelope. Like there were letters.
Oh my
there,
God.
right? And like I agreed. I had to agree with him on that. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think he did that. I think it was bullshit fucking envelope. But I am gonna get rid of the shit because I've never ripped a piece. Because nowadays, like FedEx is like plastic. You want like there's something in there. There's plastic bubbles.
Oh
Yours was paper, and when you ripped it apart, it was like some cotton filament, like asbestos, or like whatever's in your attic, right? And then letters like cut up in the middle, like newspaper, basically. Newspapers cut up. That's where I'm like, I don't know, dude, but I mean, you're a meth head, but I actually think you might be onto something. I'm gonna throw this shit away.
You're so cute. At any rate, so Aristides, I believe you can go to sleep now. I love you, dear brother. Hugs. I mean, honestly, if you want
to ship me a chihuahua, I would certainly ship. If he will ship me one of his chihuahuas, I will ship you whatever you want, Douglas. If you can do a spell.
Is that how we do this, Aristides? You want to get rid of the chihuahuas? Mail them to her, and then she'll send me.
No, they can't mail. It's just like a fucking.
Bring them to her personally. Drive them to her.
Yeah. I'll take you to lunch and dinner. Bring me the chihuahua.
And then she'll send me that.
Just let me know what time you're gonna arrive.
You've left him speechless. All he said, but you like his beard, right? Tell him you like his beard. His beard is majestic.
I do like beard. Yes, thank God, and I'm just a mustache.
Yes.
Brooke can call me some other time. We'll talk about that.
Yes, there. And we love you dearly. Blessed be thy slumber, sweet with the dream.
Okay.
And do not shave the beard off unless you're shaving the mustache off. Let's not do the whole lizard dick thing.
So I'm having a good look at this, and
okay.
I'll let you know.
Yes, thank you. Bless you. All right. You're the man. Okay, thank you, Aristides. He's my man, Brooke. You know, he gets things done. He gets things done, Brooke. And Brooke, wait, what are you gonna give me? What are you gonna give me, Brooke?
What am I? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna give you. Let me tell you a secret. Like, I wanted to not say this on air, but here's what I'm gonna give you. So listen closely.
Don't shout and blow my eardrums out. Don't do that. I hear nothing. Guess that's it. I hear nothing. Oh my God.
Oh my God. But we love you, Brooke. And so Brooke, I don't know how you get into these situations. These are abusive people. First, the nurse, the dyke nurse was abusive physically, and then this guy. It's like and then Cho Tai tagged her in a post of his. What was the post he tagged you in before you finally blocked him, Brooke?
I don't know what the fucking post. That's the thing. When he tagged me today, he fucking whatever his post was. You can click from your. Well, I don't know if you know, but most people have an iPhone and they can click, and they go to click on their notifications. You click right there on the, and then it takes you to the post on Facebook because you have that app on your phone. And therefore, I click on it and it says this post has been removed.
Oh shit! Whatever he stuck up must have been some evil shit, you know, and that sounds...
something like, I love fucking fat, I hate fucking fat Jew women. Or he said, fat Jew women don't like boys stuck to roofs or something. Like, I don't know.
Right, my nose! All the water went up my nose. I'm drowning. For those of you who don't know...
boys stuck to roofs don't get their dicks sucked. Not fair.
For those of you who don't know, Joe Tai was working on tarring a roof and managed to spill it all over himself, get himself tarred where he's hanging off the edge of a school roof, and everybody thought it was some kind of transgender kind of demonstration or protest because...
No, that motherfucker was just stuck to a goddamn roof. Like an idiot. Like you tar yourself to a fucking roof.
But you see, his man boobs are so big... and his dick is so small, nobody could identify his gender. So they thought he was some transgender making a statement by hanging upside down over a school. And they were all deeply offended in terms...
Douglas is exaggerating that point, but the whole big point is he did tar himself to a roof. Because Douglas likes to exaggerate. He did tar himself to a roof.
Bad enough. That's bad enough. Yeah, that is bad enough.
That's enough.
Oh my
also,
God.
his best friend after that was a billionaire. Joe Tai happens to be a billionaire if anybody wants some money. Joe Tai's best friends with him. He also lives, that billionaire lives behind the train station. A tent. But he's a billionaire. If you want any more details, ask Joe Tai. He will be more than glad to explain them, or they're probably on the episode of whatever the fuck.
Where he got me literally screaming. He had me just so angry at the insanity of what he was saying that, you know, Sammy Romero finally wrote me in the Skype text, Doug, stop asking him questions, because everything just got...
hilarious. I can't even help it. I literally hear you ask questions, and I knew you would. So when you ask questions to him, I'm laughing. I'm taking the whole thing as a grain of salt, right? But you will literally at some point get mad at him, where you're like, tell me more. Like, you're fucking, like, you're looking for factual information from this fucker. That's what I couldn't understand. Where the fuck were you asking? Sammy at least recognized that. He's like, hey, I think Doug thinks he's actually getting facts. And I think Brooke is laughing. And I think I should let Doug know he needs to stop asking questions. And I'm like, why the fuck? Doug is intelligent. Let him ask all the fuck he wants. This is hilarious. Fucking.
Yeah. Oh my God. So, our man Acid Head
I
is...
would like to have Joe Town right now. I mean, do you know how funny it would fucking be if you just like... But here's the thing. He fucked me over with that one comment.
Yes,
and that's the
he
thing.
did.
I know my parents are fucking listening to this bullshit. But he fucking went on my personal timeline and made that comment. And I'm like, I don't know how long that was up there. But what I do know is you're fucking blocked out of my goddamn life. Fuck you. And I'm hoping no one saw it. I don't know who saw it. I'm fairly... You know what? It's the worst. I'm pretty sure probably the ex saw it, the ex-girlfriend. But you don't care, right? But then you have an ex, and you don't want to be like, oh, how's Brooke doing? Let me see. Oh, yeah, she was a meth head, apparently.
Oh, that's right. That's funny. It's hideously funny. I wish you had screenshot that so I could read it in his voice.
Oh, I will give it to you. I'll screenshot it right now. You'll read it. It's fine. Because everybody's listening. You can read it? I would
Yeah,
give it to you.
yes. Oh my God, I can read it aloud. And then, yeah, he's such a fucking piece of shit. I mean, he's such an idiot. Our man, Acid Head, is showing himself again. He's showing himself on camera
in the dark, so you can barely see. He's bonging it. He's ripping at that
I'm
bong.
so done with these fucking dark fuckers. I can't tell you.
Yes.
I mean, I can't. The amount of light they have. It's fucking. What's his name? Would show that. Like you wouldn't even see a body.
The water is going up my nose again. Stop doing that. Oh my god. I'll drown on this program. So, all such things said, yes, I'm going to, Brooke's doing her screenshot thing.
All right, I'm doing my screenshot right here. Here you go. I'm gonna unhide it.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Take the fucking screenshot. Here you go.
And,
there you go.
and,
Do you have a phone on, or do I need a screenshot on that?
what? Oh, I think you can figure it. Yeah. Don't ask me technical questions. I'm left. I can barely produce this show.
I'm gonna do it on. I did it to your. First of all, your text message if you have a friend on. That came through first, and then I will also try it with if fucking Skype. There you go.
Yeah, and if you got it on the phone, let me check that out and see what.
I would prefer if you got on the phone, so I have to put it in the whole box.
Okay, so I'm looking at my phone, so I don't see anything from you. The image I sent you is there, so
okay.
Yeah.
I'll just do it through Skype. I'm gonna do it directly to you.
I don't even know how you guys could have read this shit, but I'm seeing now how you did it. Yeah, you made it larger, and then okay, so there we are. And okay, and so I'm waiting for the Brooke. The Brooke.
You just refresh. You don't know how to refresh.
Oh, let's do this.
Pull your screen down from the top, like and back up, like hit it to where your ear is.
Well, I exit it and then go back. It's the same thing, but I don't see anything coming on the.
That's not a refresh for your phone.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No, you actually refresh. Hit where your ear goes and pull it down and just all the way to the end, and then just pull your finger out, just like. Your middle finger.
Okay. Well, another way to do that would be to kind of shut it down and turn it back up, right? So
no, you can do that too. I mean, that's the longer way.
So let me just do that. Let me exit this thing completely.
So let me try to send it on Skype in the meantime.
Yeah. Send it on Skype in the meantime while I try going through the slow way of the Dietrich way of doing things, which is super slow. I still didn't get shit. I didn't get shit.
Alright, there you go. I'm doing it in the fucking post.
Okay. She's putting it.
Everybody, like, man,
there it is! There it is! Yes, okay. Let me read this out loud in the Joe Tai voice. Brooke, you don't really have good boundaries if you.
Well, why don't you? Yeah. I mean, like, I didn't even share. Let's look at the fucking share post was like, first of all, what he's replying to is I put. Like I said something like, "Oh, love, like peace." Like,
yes.
I'm got better.
Yes.
Empathy. Then his comment is nothing about that. Now you go ahead. That's his comment.
Yeah, that's right. It's Brooke, you don't really have good boundaries if you deal with meth heads, vampire, and drug dealers. And he says vampire in the singular like I'm the only one that ever was and shit. Anything is better than a meth head. He must look hot if you're stupid enough to deal with it.
And then it's even your. So he's calling somebody else. He's called me stupid, right? But I look hot. He's no commas or periods there in any of it. And then he's like, "If you're stupid," so you're meaning he's owning that. There's no comma, like I'm an apostrophe. You are stupid, which would be actually most of us would know would be an apostrophe. Not trying to be a grammatical English person, but when somebody's calling me stupid and they can't even spell the difference between your and your, like.
Thank you. No, I mean, it just goes to show how stupid Joe Tai is. I mean, he's awful. He's really is as dumb as they get. And
but he puts that out there like we're having a personal conversation, not realizing my grandmother can read that shit.
I don't think he would care. I don't think he cares. He wants everybody to see it because...
Hey, Joe Tai, you're blocked from my fucking life. I know you're listening to this shit because you have no fucking life, and you obviously do. Because I wasn't on the show forever, and apparently they were talking about me, and you were fucking listening. So get a life, get on the show that fucking will have you. And by the meantime, I think I've given you enough fucking leeway. You are blocked from my fucking life because you can't even think. They should, when they dropped you in your goddamn head, they should have fucking killed you.
horrible but true. It is so true. Really, he effectively died back then. He, for all intents and purposes, it's like his life ever since then has been an exercise in why.
I'm not taking out for Joe Ty a lot, but like that fucking shit, like you don't fucking play with somebody's fucking life like that.
Thank
and
you.
to make that he's so stupid. So, like I always think I really, unlike you think he does shit intentionally, which you may be right, maybe he does. Either way, I don't give a shit at this point. Whether you're doing it intentionally or unintentionally, like I told meth head motherfucker, you're fucking with people's lives. Kill yourself now because you are fucking you. If you can't get better, if you can't stop hurting people and killing people's fucking lives in some way, and you're not contributing shit to fucking society, go blow your brains out. Please go blow your fucking brains out.
Yeah, no, I agree. When it comes to Joe Ty in particular, now with meth head. What do you think his logic was? When he came over to hover over you, do you think that he just felt that he was going to get some, and then he was
because maybe when he broke my fucking thumb the night before, he realized he might have left his keys in my fucking car.
Oh, that idiot! Oh, that goddamn idiot! At any rate, so this abuse happened over a period of 2 days, basically.
Yeah, like I went to fucking deal with something. I was out like getting food and stuff and like needed fucking something. Met him. Within 45 minutes, it became very clear to me you're in my car and you need to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
At that point, like, shit transpired, thumb fucking broken. I literally fucking left. At that point, I'm so nice. I literally, even though I was in a room, I said I left or had to drive off, but I called a fucking Uber because I didn't want to leave somebody at a gas station. Right? It was like they got in my car. But I had to drive away. Like at that point, like as soon as I could get them, which I didn't even lie to get them out of my car. Like I had to pretend like I was going in to get them out and then run back to my car. Like you see what I'm saying? Like this was not like a thing that they even knew I was going to do. But then I still was like, I'm hurt. Like I have to, like it was safety wise. The person at the gas station was wanting to call 911 for me. Like it was not cool.
Yeah.
At that point, I get in the car and I drive, but I called a fucking Uber motherfucker. So it wasn't like I left it. Like, he got it or he didn't get it. I don't fucking know. But I get a message. Apparently, my phone was dead. I came home and just kind of let the phone die because I didn't plug it in. Just laid down and tried to transpire my fucking hurt as far as physically. And at that point, at some point when I woke up, early this morning, I had a message that said my keys are in your car, and so I didn't give a shit if they were or not. I wasn't going out of the car. I was like, I don't know if his keys are in my car. I don't give a shit. And so obviously I talked to you later on, and then showed up like right for his keys. Apparently, is what he was here for, which was hilarious because he didn't leave with the fucking keys, right? Because tried to fight me down the fucking steps, and at the end of the fucking day, I may have ended up with a left jaw that was not well. But my son thankfully came in as I was fucking falling down them, and hit. And my son, he's standing over me, and my son opens the door coming in from work. And then he turns around and was like, wide-eyed. Like, oh shit, there's somebody fucking here.
Right.
So, it was like, I'm not saying he would have beat the shit out of me or anything like that, but it was a stop to it at that point. And I was able to literally, like, I had to grab myself, like, run. But I was like, please get him out, please. Like, my son was just like bright-eyed, like what the fuck is going on?
Yes.
Because he was already not allowed at the house. My son knew that. So to see that, his mom's like coming down the steps with not even a shirt on, like, because I woke up, like literally he's over me, right?
Yeah. So
just to have that happen, I'm sure it's an experience for my son that he won't forget, right?
Yeah, of course not.
And I can't even take that in because I've just had to take in what it was for me. And not, to me, it's more, why did you let yourself get back into that situation, ever? Like, what is it about me that is like, I keep wanting to feel sorry for fucking people. I keep wanting to see the good in me. I keep wanting to believe. Because we all are good. I think we all fucking do. It's like, I don't want to give up that belief. But at some point, like, where does your... It's like the message I shared, actually, that Joe Ty was commenting on, said something like that. Like, at this point, my boundaries have to be stronger than my empathy.
Yeah. Yes,
and that's
what
what I want them to do, is my boundaries stronger than my empathy for people.
Yes.
And I think, like, between the thumb going, backwards yesterday and, like, coming on the steps, not gonna shit on my son, not gonna shit about anything. coming with my dog, nothing give a shit about. But I'm still the one that'll tomorrow or the next week, somebody says I'm sorry, I'll be like, oh well, I hope you're doing good. When can I be the nurse bitch? Can be like, I do not care. You are not good for me. You are not good for me, or I'm not. Whatever it is, like I just can say, I know this, right? I know it's not good for me health-wise to be in your life or you to be in mine, and not give a shit about what's happening to you. You can't call me and be like, oh, my car's broke down. You can't call me and be like, oh my God, I need some money for this. Like, you can't call me like, your mom died. My mom died. Can you please be here? Like, when can I be that bitch?
Well, you need to be. You need to be, and you need to look out for yourself, and you need to care about yourself, and you need to care about yourself almost more than anyone. It's something that I'm here for you, and I want you to start talking with Sammy again. You haven't talked to him in months, and he has some things I told him to share with you, his own experiences that have been somewhat parallel to yours in the past. So when it comes to what you're going through right now, though, well, I think now you've set some boundaries. You've blocked Joe Tai. You've kicked this individual out of your home.
But that's the whole thing. Like with Maggie, the original thing was I could not set boundaries.
Yes, that's right.
So I had zero boundaries.
And worse yet, she got into your head.
He is a male version of her.
Yeah.
That's
but he's not as sinister because she got into your head. She would make you feel guilty for things you did not even do. It's like you're imagining betraying me with this other person, and she would get into your head and make you feel guilty for things that never happened, that you had never even were not even thinking, thoughts you were not even thinking. But this individual,
you're right, but that's the whole thing. He did this. So that was what Pluto was doing, because it says Pluto before it leaves your sign. If you get, so it says most people. It's just, I believe, before we come in, it's kind of like a video game. We're like, I'll jump in. Some people will jump in the first time. They're like, I want to learn all the lessons I want to learn, love and hate, and like they're like, and we jump in and we're like, I'm gonna learn them all right now, love and hate, and we're like, there's so many things that we don't realize we're learning in life that are like experiences in this particular Earth, i.e. 3D, which is what I say, their density, not dimension, density is what I call it. That we don't realize, like we get back and we're like, oh. And then we're like, this is boring. Everything's great and wonderful and hunky fucking goddamn dory. But it's boring, right? Because at the end of the day, while we're craving that boring, we're craving right now, everything just be okay and zen. At some point, your soul is craving, like, what are the lessons? Like, what more can we do? What more? Because we're all, to me, a version of God himself. Like, we're craving the experience. So we know before we jump in this body that we're jumping this little tiny small version vessel of ourselves. So small. Like when you put on a video, when you cut the video game on, you know you're not in the video game. You know it's just for an hour of your fucking day. Maybe you're fucking a really video game head and you're just fucking 8 hours. The point is, you know it's fucking not you. Your life is not you have a separation there. When we jump in, we've already planned it. But when we jump in, they warn us. They're like, you're not going to remember though, by the way, all of the shit you planned. You sure you want to do that, bro? You sure you want to fucking learn all that shit? You sure, Douglas, you want to learn all that shit? You sure you want that for life? Yeah, I got this shit. You jump in. I would have never chosen this for myself, is what everyone says. I would have never chosen this fucking life. Nah, well, you're fucking lying, Brooke. Because I would never have chosen this path for myself. So to me, at the end of the fucking day, you have chosen the path. So what did I choose? I actually chose Pluto, as well as fucking your man over here, to come into my sign, which is a very rare thing, and that's not something that I'm saying like special for me. I'm just saying, when you choose Pluto to come into a major sign of yours, for me and him, it is the sun, so it is ego. It is our ego. Like everything that we are projecting to the world had to die, completely die, and be reborn. Now, does that mean it dies and it's reborn better? No, it means it dies. Your internal is an internal death. Internal. The way you're reborn is completely separate. You can be reborn worse or better. Pluto doesn't give a shit. She's going to kill you.
And I can see that with Peter. I can see that. I can see how in the last many years, like, we can go through his life. I'm not going to go through that, but like, what has happened, right? Transitionally. And so there's been deaths in him that you're now starting to become parent. Now, whether it doesn't matter whether you choose it better or worse. There's truly no good or bad. If you really look at everything, there is no good or bad. You know, you can go, there is a dimension in this where we experience good or bad. That's the only density that there is. After that, there is no good or bad. Because it's all just, it is, because it's all God. It is. But here we had to make it good. We had to make light. We had to make dark. That's the experience, is light or dark. Because in the next density, if it's lighter, you don't feel the way of the dark or the way of the light. Like, you're being pulled two different directions: the way of the good, the way of the bad, the way of the Brooke, the way of the fucking Peter. Like, you know, like, well, you're not being pulled two different directions. The whole point of that is to say that I experienced the Pluto fucking coming in. I fucking lived through it, and I can say that with Maggie, it showed me that somebody pulls you in, right? It doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I had to learn the same way with this person, which was Pluto coming back. Like, did you learn your lesson? They did the same thing to me. What did you say, Maggie? The whole reason I started this is you said Maggie did what to me?
Got into your head, made you feel guilty about things that you never did, or even for thoughts you never thought.
Right, and so you know what Maggie did? You know what he did worse than Maggie ever did? Maggie never formally, I mean, she would occasionally, but never formally, like, accused me of bullshit. And maybe he fucking literally would be like, you were at Walmart. What were you doing? Were you sucking dick from the truck drivers out there?
Oh my God, that's so vile.
Like, he would say shit like that. Like, he would literally say it. Whereas Maggie would just kind of imply, like, hey, well, you know, you were in the parking lot for 20 minutes before you came in. Like, what were you doing? What are you talking? You know, that wasn't more implication. Was the same thing. But at this point, like, he just said it outright, right? He would just say shit like that was, like, so vile and also ridiculous. You know, maybe the ridiculousness of it made me also stand up. But it was like Pluto saying, did you learn your lesson? Because at first I would defend myself. I would say to him, like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, or he's like, did you meet some guy? You meet some guy who was in the parking lot 20 minutes? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? To at that point, then I'm like, yeah, you know what I did? I did meet guy. I met 27 guys. I sucked 27 dicks between 9 a.m. and 9:45 a.m. And you need to fucking hurry up because I got 45 more before lunch, okay? So whatever you fucking talking to me about, I got 45 dicks to suck before lunch. Like, I would just finally, like, fuck you. You know, like, you're that fucking crazy, I'll just go with it. You know, because it doesn't deserve a response at that point. And that's what I finally learned. Like, don't defend yourself to anyone. Do not defend yourself.
Yes.
If they don't see you, then it doesn't matter. Because if you defend yourself, they already don't see you. You're just playing into their game.
Yes.
So just don't defend it.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, it's so true, and you've got the right attitude, and so this is good. You're coming along, and I definitely want you to continue in the direction that you're going, and this will help.
Well, help what, bitch?
In the meantime,
That's what I mean. You're just literally talking out your ass at the moment. It's fine.
You're just trying to deliver some platitudes. I mean, you're handling the situation as well as you can. It's debatable, but not really. I mean, I understand why.
I had some great sex along the
way. Yeah. I understand why you're taking the stance that you're taking, that you're not persecuting him, so to speak, prosecuting.
Well, no, I'm not. They're not persecution. Yeah, persecution, because I can see. Okay, maybe I'm still wrong with Pluto, but I think when Pluto comes through, it destroys what it needs to.
Yeah.
And I want you hold on to what you are meant to.
Yeah.
And what I'm determined to hold on to is what my fundamental belief is, that everyone has some good in them, right?
Yeah.
So fundamentally, if I needed to get
Well, I
him
mean,
he's a
but
rapist.
don't.
If he was raping
yeah.
kids or raping dogs or he was going up to punch a woman, like you get, everyone on here wants to punch me at some time. So,
what that doesn't justify it. So,
my point is he's held back, right? So he's obviously learned some lessons.
Yeah.
And my point is, I don't think our prison system is set up to rehabilitate people,
yes,
right?
yes, no, I think.
And so I do not think by me sending him down that road, would be more like probably hurtful to me because he'd be so scared and mad that he's now going to prison for something or jail that it would probably hurt me and my child more than defense of like change number. You can't come my driveway. I've got fucking shit.
Got it. No, I get it. I totally get it. And I think you so is that more constructive than my platitudes? I mean, it brings us back to where we were, but it's fine. And here I got something to share with you. This is a little something I thought you might enjoy. And there we are in the text box. You should download that. You could make that into a poster for your son's room. And maybe that'll put my biological father back in your good graces. Since
oh my god, the fucking hair. No, take it off his nose. That is so gross.
Oh, that's awful, isn't it?
I love the shirt. I just literally cannot stand this.
Oh, the way they did that. That's right. That's done pretty poorly. The hair is done poorly. What the fuck did they do to the hair?
It looks like he's literally sniffed a line of black coke.
And like his nose, like something from his nose. Yes, I know.
Yes, like black coke is now running
You
down.
can do something with Photoshop to change that, though. Put in a few more hairs. He
at least needs to the side or something. Like it's like I did some coke. It was black, black tar heroin going on my nose.
Black tar heroin, yes. Fuck, I had a girlfriend who went down on that shit, and it destroyed her, of course.
That is one thing I've never done is heroin, I will say, and I'm glad because I knew that if I got on it, I would probably never get off.
I know a lot of these things. They're all so hard. They're all very hard, and there we go with that.
But just if you want to know what it looks like, anyone listening, if there's anyone still listening, it's like two people that like a person that just took black pepper, sniffed it straight up, and they got it left over in the middle, like they were just like, I want to rub my little face in the middle between those two nostrils. I want to know my fucking middle. It's a very bad picture.
Yes, it is. It's
Hitler hates you right now.
He does. He's
like, hey, that's not my son. My son would never share that picture of me.
Oh shit, that's true. It's true. Oh my god, I didn't realize how badly that was.
Look at his eyebrows. Like you made his eyebrows thinner. You just made everything, and then you just. What the fuck did you do with this picture? I know. Don't ever let him share a picture of me because I look bad enough right now. But god damn it, that's.
Oh my god. Thank you. Your criticism.
Yet he posts pictures of himself, and he's like, they said it didn't look like me. And I'm like, it didn't, bitch, because you look like you're 20 years old. He's like, how dare they? They're at the assault. They're assaulting me. They said it didn't even look like me. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure it looked like a 20-year-old fucking another 19-year-old. And you're like, it was me and my son. It was me and my son. And I don't understand why they're so assaulting me because.
Okay, so
Hitler turned over in his fucking grave right now and is like, hell yeah, bro. I just got a high five.
Okay, so so all such being said, dear Brooke, Sid, you have something to say to Brooke. You've been wanting to share a lot tonight. I'd like you to try and hold a conversation with our dear Lady Brooke.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Hi, Brooke.
What do you think about that mustache?
That the mustached Hitler in the Palestine shirt. Yeah, that's goofy. You know. Is that a goatee or is just that's a shadow?
No, a goatee. You don't even know what a goatee is. Okay, so a goatee requires hair on the chin and beside the mouth. And they all connect into a square, and they don't go up your nostrils.
Now I see.
That reminds me, of course, of our favorite sentence from Ian West. You know, they put the straw right up to my nose, and when I came to, and reflexively I inhaled. That's
oh God, will you call him and invite him on the show right now? I swear to God, it would be the best thing ever if he came on.
I can't. I can't.
Please.
I have no respect for him. He's
I don't have respect either, and he doesn't respect you. Nobody in the show respects each other. Can you just call him? This is not a respectful show. I don't know if I haven't proven that yet. Please.
It's pretty respectful.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why you just post shit. Anyway, respectful. I call him. It's funny.
It can't. I would have no respect for myself if I did that.
You better make sure that Lizard Acid Boy is fucking telling me some funny shit.
Say something funny, Sid.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm just fairly spaced out.
When you spend all night flaming that bong, this is what happens.
Yep.
Well,
I'm enjoying hanging out with you guys, and
no, I'm actually enjoying hanging out with you. Like, you're a cool guy. I just don't know you well enough to like joke with you because I don't know how to joke with you. So we have yet to do that.
Yeah.
Because we don't have actual meetings except on here because the dude doesn't pay us to have actual work meetings.
Well, but
so we have them here.
But okay, Sid, why don't you show Brooke these truffles? Tell her what you're doing with the truffles. These.
Oh, I'm waiting for the truffles, and I'll be microdosing them.
Why don't you put up an image of them for Brooke? She hasn't seen them. Put an image of them in the Skype text.
I can't fucking ask somebody this call. How did I
What did you say, Brooke?
Nothing.
Sound like you said, is there some way out of this call?
I'm sorry, bro.
No, I was actually, I invite people myself, so I'm trying to figure out.
Oh my God. You trying to figure out how to invite Ian yourself onto the call. Like,
exactly.
Yes, don't do that. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I would have no respect for myself if I brought this individual.
No one has respect for you anyway, so shut up.
Now,
no one's on here like, I mean, there are people that are, obviously everyone that has respect for you is sucking your dick. Like, it's in England, I don't fucking know. A few other places, maybe.
Oh
all y'all, boy.
So let me. That reminds me. I've got to take George Knight's message and edit
Why
it.
did you say George Knight? I didn't mention George Knight.
Yeah.
People sucking your dick,
So,
and you went to George Knight.
Never be afraid to interject verbally. I will tell him vocally to vocally interject. So there we are. And so. Such being said, honey, photos have been put into the text box. Can you see those?
I see Kick 96 said.
Yeah.
Yeah, a skull with a daisy around it. Korean black. Fucking redheaded bitch with some, rainbow man. Okay, trouble. Okay, nightshade trouble. What the fuck? This is stupid.
It's got.
I'm not saying it's stupid. I'm not saying that particular picture is stupid. I'm just saying like it's pretty.
Yeah, the picture has the zodiac. It's got zodiac. It's got zodiacal theme, so you would like it, right? It's a zodiacal theme.
I mean, I see the Gemini, I see the fucking Taurus, I see the fucking Leo, I see all that shit.
Yeah, that's the packaging that his truffles come in. Why don't you explain to Brooke the dynamics of these truffles? Sid.
Nightshade truffles.
Sid, your audio. What the fuck has happened to your audio, Sid? I don't know. Is it better? Say something. Yeah, something sure did. Holy shit. It looks like he put his electronic system on some of these Datura truffles, honey. So, Brooke, I don't know what to say. At any rate, Brooke, you and I, we've got, I'm really glad you came on tonight. I think it was...
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I love you. and I want you to know that I cherish you. And I want you to get a good night's restful sleep. And now that I know the source of some of this physiological phenomenon, I feel a lot better. And I think you made the right decisions. I stand by you on those decisions, all of them. And I think we just need to make sure you have the strength to maintain those boundaries that you're setting up. An acid kick, please go mute. Your sound effects killing us.
Bad. It's so fucking bad.
Yeah, please go mute. There we go. Thank you. So he went mute. So, honey, you and I are on camera now. Yes, I'm on camera with my dear Brooke. Yes, this is how we conduct some of our more intimate sessions. And so, my dear Brooke, there you go. And you've got the dogs. Yes, there's the cute little dog, your own cute little dogs. Yes, they're truly asleep. Yeah, they're just. So, is this the dog in question who's been getting all the blood tests lately? The eye issues?
This is the dog in question.
Yeah. Okay.
This one.
This one. Okay.
The other.
Yeah.
Look at his ass.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, wake up.
Oh,
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
Oh, you don't need to wake him up.
Wake up.
You don't need to wake him
Deaf.
up.
He's deaf, number one. He's deaf now and blind.
Yeah. Oh my God, poor guy. Yeah. Oh. Well, he's in all our thoughts and prayers. We adore him. Yes, of course. They're all such wonderful, loyal dogs. They're
You're such a fucking lying bitch.
What the fuck? I see him. I see him.
He doesn't see anything. He's asleep. There are no eyes there.
Okay. But he definitely feels you. He feels your love. And that's what makes it all worthwhile.
And then there's the gray part back here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, is that where your squirrel lives? Is that where your squirrel lives?
Yes, he lives back here.
Yes, oh my God, adorable.
He dug it himself.
Yes.
There's a little hole behind the bed in the headboard.
Yes.
He just goes in the headboard right here.
Yes, and
behind it, he digs and you come up and he'll just pop up on your bed and be like, "Hey, morning, bitch."
Yes, and he's stable now. He's stable now. Seems to be doing much better, right? Yes. See.
He's stable, but you know what's funny is he like the other morning, like yesterday morning, I'm like wake up and he's digging my hair and I'm just trying to move him because he tries to play in the morning because he won't come out. But the bright of fucking lunchtime, he's still got that internal squirrel calendar, right?
Yes.
I go in the dark and come out at sunrise. He's like, I want to play, and I'm like, bitch, it's fucking 7 a.m. You don't know. You got a fucking ADHD, mom. I don't fucking do 6 a.m. I'm not doing it.
Yes.
And then I'll like play with him for a minute on my hand. And I wake up, he's digging in my hair. He's like clawing in my hair. And I just didn't like get me. I just kind of shoot him, you know? And then I don't know if it was an hour later or like whatever. And I turn over and then I realized there are nuts all in my fucking hair. He was digging in my hair because he was burying his fucking nuts.
Delightful.
Because I'll bury shit. Because he'll get a nut and I'm full right now. So he'll take it over to the blanket or something. And I've seen him like dig at the blanket until it covers the nut up, right?
Yes.
Like your girl said, like they forget where they buried shit. They just want to bury it. That's natural.
Yes.
Well, he had decided, I have these nuts that mom left out for me because I was trying to get him to not wake me up. So I was like, here's some nuts, dude.
Yes.
He decided to bury them all in my hair.
Of course. That's so cute. That's adorable. Oh my God. Thank you for sharing that.
It's so not adorable, okay? It's not. To wake up, number one, and be like, I don't know if there's squirrel shit in my hair. There's squirrel fucking at least fucking buried 4 nuts. It's like if somebody said, you have a rat's nest in your hair. Now I understand what that means. Like they literally nest in your fucking hair.
Yes.
Like they're like, oh, that's fucking a thing. We will like dig because it's hair, and we can cover up shit.
Yes.
So it's like he saw it as a nest, and he was just digging his nuts into my hair. I'm like, he's back in his bed asleep, and I've got like 7 nuts in my hair.
That's adorable. No, it's incredible. It's a touching story.
It's so great, and you're fucking. It's incredible. It's bullshit. Anybody else? Anybody listening, give a like if I'm right. It's bullshit. It's not believable.
How? Why is my? Why is my?
Because you get better with Peter Moon. Peter Moon will be like, I redid my hardwood floors from parquet to whatever, and you're like, oh my God, so interesting. It's so interesting. Tell me more. and my squirrel sticking nuts in my hair, and you're like, "That's a good story, brother. It's great. It's so enlivening.
It's touching. It's touching, and it's
it's not a goddamn touching story. It's funny, stupid. A fucking squirrel buries nuts in your hair. That's called a stupid story. It's also called, oh my god, does that want to happen? There's nothing about that you're like, it's touching. That the squirrel buried nuts in your hair.
It is.
I will think about that when you die. I will think that is one of the most touching stories I've ever heard. It touched my heart.
It does.
Point of depth, like the depths of the Titanic. I've never felt such a touching story.
Oh my god, it's you're incredible. And that's fine. You leave me speechless. So such being said, my dear lady, I love you beyond expression.
Good night, baby boy.
I'm sorry, what?
I said good night, baby boy. I love you so much.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Now, our man Sid has left you a message in the text box. It's addressed to you. So, what does it say?
I don't know. Tell me. I don't see it. I only see the two pictures.
It says, Brooke, they're actually pretty cool. The truffles. Yummy and trippy. Super cute puppy.
Hey, dude.
Don't ask him to send. You don't want him sending this to you. You don't want him sending this to you. It's poison. They're poison. They're poison. Honey, this is Datura. This is shit they use to make zombies. This is Serpent in the Rainbow shit.
Oh, they won't make you a zombie.
No, they won't.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't you shut the fuck up? You sound like, you know what you sound like, Douglas, right now? You sound like, oh god, you gave me the best drugs ever from the doctor. Shut up. And I just wanted fucking a Percocet, and you got me stronger shit than a Percocet.
Well, here's what else he said. I think you're lovely. I apologize for my speech anxiety.
Well, at least he apologizes for his shit. You've never done that. Why don't you work on that? Have you yet to apologize ever to me? Ever?
I do so all the time! I do so all the time! I've done it in the past!
I'm sorry, because you're fucking always right. Have you ever said that?
I never said that, no.
You are. You're always right, bro.
See, motherfucker, send me some of those drugs. I will fucking meet you wherever the fuck you are. That's a good boy, right? That's a good guy. Man, that's a man
Always
right there. A man that can say you are always right. The rest don't get it. Like, it's like, just say you're always right. Because I don't have to be always right. But a man can say you are always right. A fucking boy is too desperate to prove they are right. They can't even say that shit.
Brooke, it's not like that. It's in my case, but well, go on, Sid. We want to give. Yes.
No, go ahead.
No, Sid, I want you to take some initiative.
Yeah, he wants you to go ahead because he's a boy. He doesn't know what to say, Sid. So just, you need to fill in. Even though it's his show, you gotta fill in, dude.
Oh, just saying hi. What are we talking about?
Sid, that's pathetic. Oh my god.
I think you're lovely. Oh my god. He's so sexy. Send me some of that shit, by the way.
Completely pathetic. It's alright.
I'm putting my address in here. Right here. I trust you.
So if she gives you her address, would you send her some of these?
Oh, of course I would.
Okay. Now, before you take them, Brooke, you make certain you consult with myself and Brendan Zoget.
Oh, yeah. Because you and Brendan are so fucking full of the balls to tell me what the fuck to do. You are so like, I'm so manly, I would tell you, okay? Whatever. Yo. Fuck both of you. I don't know, Brendan's on my fucking hate list. I mean, Brendan's on the same hate list I am with fucking Peter. So Brendan may have more balls than you at this point. So I will have to say, I will consult Brendan if possible.
Oh my god. Cultivate.
Consult if it comes to psychedelics, you know. Actually know something about something.
I put that in the whole textbook. If anybody wants to be anything, come on. Also, anybody that wants to come visit me, come the fuck on, because I can assure you the cameras are ready. It's
cool.
Also, the fucking gun that I didn't take lessons on.
which I must insist you do eventually. By the way, Cultivated Image says, for the love of God, show Brooke the truffles.
Today, Douglas. literally.
Oh, okay. You did. You purchased the gun today.
I went and purchased this afternoon. Like I had to actually do it. Like after that
Okay.
shit.
Okay. So is this the one that you wanted?
$600 Yes, I didn't want to fucking pay that shit, but I had to.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm proud of you. Did you get ammo?
Of course, I got the ammo. I just have no idea how to. I mean, I know how to use it. I just have no idea if I'm going to shoot the wall or the person or the fucking or kid or the neighbor. We'll see.
Have you loaded the weapon?
I have loaded. I bought it with a safety. Yeah.
Okay. So
the guy was like, I carry the same gun.
Okay.
He's like, I don't do it with the safety. But he's trying to sell me. And I'm like, I am fairly certain at this moment, I need a safety minimal. Like, you need like probably 7 safeties for me. But I need a safety.
Yeah. No, I get that, but learn to trust yourself. Have faith in yourself. And so Brooke has entered her address into the Skype text box. Sid, do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, well, she'll be waiting, and hopefully she'll get something. And Sid's a nice guy, but he's doing something that you really need to take seriously. This is serious stuff. So do consult with.
I trust Sid to send me a nice little note about it, and that's fine. I don't need your fucking opinion. I'm just Sid his own.
Yeah, I got all the facts on the nightshade.
Here's the thing. I don't need your opinion, because you know what opinion you give me? I'm going to go wash the Coke out of my nose. How much Coca-Cola do you send me?
She was really ripping up the package looking for that. And
I always hope you fucking have something in it. Nothing. I was like, there's no way you paid $7 for this shit. That was just, I felt like there's nothing in here.
Oh my god. Oh, I love you, Brooke. And Sid does too, right, Sid?
Yep.
I love you both. I'm gonna let y'all go. I love you both. And Sid, like, I don't know, I'll hold out hope for you better than I did. I have a nice time with this dragon calendar you got for free from a restaurant. He mailed me for $70. Anyway, I love you both, and I'll let you go. I love you both. I really do. I love you guys.
All our love and blessed sleep. Okay, get some slumber, quality sleep. And God knows every American needs it. The majority of Americans are sleep deprived, including Sid. So Sid, do you get an adequate amount of sleep or not? I'm going to go into monologue soon, but I just want to ask that.
It's pretty haywire. Just like,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
Yeah, the sleep cycle's a little haywire.
Okay. Sorry to hear that. And is it due to a chemical imbalance, or are there certain things you can take to help you go to sleep?
Yes. Yep. I can take a couple of things, and I can get to sleep for a few hours.
Excellent. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So what I want you to do is talk a little bit about whatever you're willing to share concerning recent incidents in your life. And while I prepare for monologue, I'm going to basically go look up my PayPal addresses. The other day, you kind of failed me when I said, I'm going to sneeze. I need you to talk while I sneeze. And you didn't talk.
Oh. Did you need me to talk right now? Are you going to sneeze?
No, I'm not going to sneeze. I'm going to do something that is similar. I'm trying to get you to distract the listeners away from my keyboarding while I try to log into my PayPal accounts so that I can basically, look up these various people to credit for their contributions. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
And okay, let's try and have you say something,
Been going through some boring human drama with my health care, having to change doctors to get my prescription stuff in place. So that's kind of stressful. But I'm working on it. I have couple people helping me with that.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully there won't be too much of an in between, of a gap.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully there will end up being no gap.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, as far as the prescription stuff, it's not that exotic. It's just garden variety shit for my conditions. So it's probably not as bad as it feels, which, yeah. I saw the same doctor for quite a while, so it kind of hurt on a personal level a little bit.
I don't get it. Why would seeing the same doctor for a little while hurt on a personal level?
No, having to change now.
Oh, because you have to change because of what they're doing,
Yeah.
the drama of their... Right, got it. Okay,
That's...
That makes some sense. Okay, so I'm going to start crediting some people for their contributions, and what I'm going to do is press the show all button with this particular account, and we have a contribution of 20 United States dollars from the MAGA flag shop, and here we are. What does it say? It says, DDD, please speak on the ice wall and the bigger Earth. Were there any docs that you saw regarding us living in a crater? You are the man. Thank you so much, MAGA Shop. I appreciate that profoundly. You're a good guy. And MAGA Flag Shop, that is. MAGAFlagshop.com, as a matter of fact. I believe you're trying to keep your real name anonymous. But your question is noted, and I don't know if I'll be in the mood to address it tonight. There were a few other questions that I might not get to tonight, but I should on Wednesday, because Wednesday is going to be here before you know it. So I'm going to basically cut and paste your question, and I'm going to put that in with a few other questions that some people were asking me. And let's do that right now. And while we're doing that, our man Sid is going to talk a little bit about what's the major issue in his life is right now. I mean, one of the things about Ford, family, the dreams is what the D is for. You have any dreams about a future? What would be your dream of a future for yourself?
Well, music is a lot of fun.
Okay, you produce music. You've produced some music.
Enjoyed playing it.
Mm-hmm.
In band.
Okay. You were a part of a band at one point?
Yeah.
Okay.
We did the garage band thing. It was very psychedelic rock, and it was pretty good. For teenagers in the garage or whatever. But yeah, that was fun. It's a good feeling. Playing music. I like to play drums. Also can sing, play guitar. So that stuff is fun.
Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go to the other account. That was the latest contribution on that particular account. We will now go to the other PayPal account and basically take a look at that and credit some of these wonderful people who have made contributions. I'll take a look now and see if they want to be anonymous. Unless you request to be anonymous, I'm going to credit you. And our dear person is, with our latest contribution, is a man named, what the hell is his name? Mark Blitz. I think it's okay to name him out. Thank you so much, Mr. Blitz. And he's an individual who's in the state of Nevada. Obviously, the majority of people live in Las Vegas. 25 United States dollars. So 25 United States dollars. God bless you, sir. And God bless you and keep you. You're an incredible individual. I'm glad you're listening, and I appreciate your backup. It helps immensely. And we have, of course, another contribution from our good friend Aaron Tice. good friend Peter Moons and myself, 50 United States dollars. I believe I may have credited him, but I want to make sure that it goes on record. And with that, our other person is Stephen Myers, of course, who was on briefly before his contribution. Stephen Myers contributed 25 United States dollars. And, of course, he always wishes the best for me. And another appreciation, a contribution of 25 United States dollars from Philip Stompe, Stompe, says, in appreciation of your service to humanity, along with Peter Moon, that's from Australia. And of course, just all of these wonderful gentlemen. Let me try and open Stephen Myers and see if he sent any particular message with his contribution before I go into monologue. And then we're going to go deep into mono. And I don't believe he's saying anything in particular. Goods and services is what he says for his transaction. God bless him. Okay, so that's it basically, and what I'm going to do now is begin my monologue, and we're going to ask our man Sid if he feels that he's got a few other things he wants to share with us before I go into monologue. I expect you to, of course, hang with me, back me up, and if I need you for anything, like taking a break or something, hopefully you'll be there to back me up. Is that the case?
Yep.
Excellent, Sid. Yeah. Thank you, and I appreciate that profoundly. Now I'm going to basically go into abortion, and this is, of course, maybe I should speak a few things about, like I said, now the various awareness aspects of this month that I haven't gone into yet before getting into abortion. Then I'll get into the abortion, and with that, I'm checking out the our text boxes and our chat. I'm trying to make myself comfortable before I get into all of this, and I want to thank all of you for your patience throughout the night. I hope that you've been properly entertained as well as informed. We are now going to get into the information aspect of what I'm talking about, so let's go there. All right. So it is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Now, during the National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in January, emphasis is placed on creating awareness about human trafficking and the great human rights violation that it is. Human trafficking and other forms of modern-day slavery take place in various parts of the world where people are sold for labor, sex, or anything else the buyers require. So spread awareness throughout January about the global crises so people can contribute in any way to rescuing the victims, catching and prosecuting the perpetrators, and improving the lives of the survivors. So in terms of the history of national slavery and human trafficking prevention month, according to the official definition given by the United States Department of the Defense, human trafficking is a crime in which force, fraud, or coercion is abused to compel a person to perform labor, services, or commercial sex. Since the practice takes place across the world and affects all populations and economic classes, spreading awareness is the key to ending this crime. This is why January was declared National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in 2010. Since then, the month has been recognized for bringing to light the facts related to human trafficking. It also exposes how violence, threats, deception, debt bondage, and other manipulative tactics are used, or rather abused, to fool people into performing tasks against their will or for no pay. On December 30th of 2011, President Obama stated, "Human trafficking endangers the lives of millions of people around the world. And it is a crime that knows no borders. Trafficking networks operate both domestically and transnationally, and although abuses disproportionately affect women and girls, the victims of this ongoing global tragedy are men, women, and children of all ages. The real significance of the month has origins in the Emancipation Proclamation issued by President Abraham Lincoln on January 1st of 1863, which freed 3.1 million slaves. The TVPA, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 Anno Domini, the first year of the third Christian millennium, also made official the commitment of these United States to eliminating global modern slavery. National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month also celebrate anti-trafficking organizations and state and local law enforcement. Now, it was around the year 2012 that we got the order, meaning the executive order, strengthening protections against trafficking in persons in federal contracts, was issued. By 2016, the prospects emerged. The first convening of the United States Advisory Council on Human Trafficking took place. In 2017, we were introduced to potential saviors. The State Department launched its largest anti-trafficking program. 2020, we began reaching out to the world. The government website on human trafficking was finally launched. Now, in terms of any facts about, or that's an acronym, FAQ. It's used to refer to frequently asked questions. So, in terms of frequently asked questions about national slavery and human trafficking prevention that I get via my emails, is human trafficking a form of slavery? Okay, and they say there's no such thing as a stupid question. Yes, it is. Human trafficking is considered a modern form of slavery. What is the color of human trafficking? What the fuck does that even supposed to mean? What the fuck? Blue. Blue is internationally recognized as the universal color for human trafficking prevention. So join and support the nationwide awareness campaign this month by wearing the color blue, taking photographs, and posting on social media. What day is National Human Trafficking Awareness Day? January 11th was designated by the United States Senate as the National Day of Human Trafficking Awareness, but this is going on all month, so even though that's over, pretend it's ongoing every day of this month. As for how you observe National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, well, try and meet a survivor. To truly understand human trafficking and the trauma faced by victims, meet a survivor and discover their story. Don't stop there. Support their recovery and reintegration into society by contributing what you can in terms of emotional support and time. Use the hashtag, post a status, or update your story with the appropriate hashtag. Ask people to repost and use the same hashtag to make the topic trend. Volunteer yourself with credible organizations. Since many organizations help human trafficking victims, volunteer to raise funds that may serve the cause. Help by offering whatever relevant skills you may have. Now, in terms of some serious facts about human trafficking, understand 5 things come to mind that I can count on one hand. My pinky finger, I think of forced sexual exploitation. At least 4.8 million people worldwide are trafficked for sexual exploitation. Labor trafficking. Each year, 4.1 million people are trafficked for forced labor globally. The majority of victims, with my middle finger, my fuck you finger, I think about, well, they're women and girls, are victims 70% of the time. As for the impact on children, I'm looking at my pointer finger. 1 million children are trafficked for commercial sexual exploitation on any given goddamn day. So, as for my thumb, I think of profit for traffickers, because it's all about that, right? Down in the end. Human trafficking earns global profits of roughly 150 billion United States dollars a year that we know of. Now, for those of you who even are still stupid enough to wonder why National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month is important, first of all, it creates awareness. The month creates awareness regarding human trafficking and the different channels. This helps people avoid possible traps, and it helps the victims. This month helps the victims in many ways. It pushes for an increase in laws against trafficking and the development of initiatives that could end it. And also it increases donations, contributions. Since the month provides information on the alarming realities of slavery and human trafficking, numerous people end up donating to the cause. And the awareness campaigns also serve to point prospective donors to the right organizations. Now, in my case, your contributions are to someone who's actually done something about human trafficking. Everybody talks about it like the goddamn weather. Nobody does anything about it. So understand that in my case, I have done something about it. So your contributions to me are kind of like to somebody who's already done something, and you're supporting me in my semi-retirement. Also, as we brought up, it's National Volunteer Blood Donor Month. Now, the National Volunteer Blood Donor Month is observed every year in January. It's part of the campaign by the American Red Cross to encourage blood donations. In existence for the past 100 years, the ARC, the American Red Cross, has continuously reminded us of the need to be a volunteer for this cause through various events like Blood Donation Day. While donating blood is a form of charity, unfortunately, there are very few charitable people who volunteer for a blood donation. So this month, be a hero and donate blood. Be a hero and save a life. As for the history of the National Volunteer Blood Donor Month, blood transfusion is the process of transferring blood from an external source into the blood intravenously. This process started in 1628 when William Harvey discovered the process of the circulation of the blood. He reached the hypothesis that blood from a donor can help someone who needs it. The first successful blood transfusion was performed by Dr. Philip Singh Physique. I mean, that is a name that is priceless. Oh my fucking god. You would think it was a pseudonym. This was back in 1795, people. 1795. Philip Singh Physics. Now, his middle name, first name Philip, Philip, middle name Syng, Singh, like he's Chinese or Singaporean or something. And his last name, that's the killer, Physick. Phi, like Phy, and sick, Sick. Yes, physic. That's sick. Since then, as advancements were made in medical science, the techniques of blood transfusion have evolved. With the blood transfusion technique now possible, the entire 19th century was more or less spent on making more investigative analyses instead of actually using this process to save lives. It was not until 1914, when World War I broke out, that there was a massive need for volunteers to donate blood to save injured soldiers. The same situation occurred during the Second World War, but during that time, the world was slightly prepared, as organizations such as the Red Cross played a very important role in saving lives and treating the injured, all the injured soldiers in war-hit areas. Understand, the big difference between the wars was in World War I, we did not yet have blood types. By World War II, we had blood types. So in World War I, it was Russian roulette. Either the blood transfusion would take, or it didn't, and you were fucked, and you died. And with World War II, nearly every time blood transfusion was administered, you were saved. Now, in these United States, the American Red Cross Society was formed in 1881 and worked in various parts of the country. During World War II, the American Red Cross expanded its operations and service areas to different parts of the world. With this, they started the National Volunteer Blood Donation Month campaign in 1971 to first build awareness about the need to donate blood and save lives.
Later, the focus shifted from building awareness to spreading the information on how donating blood is beneficial for both the donor and the receiver. Sometime in the 1990s, the focus shifted again to raising awareness on why blood donation is essential because the number of volunteers dropped. So understand, when you contribute blood, you're extending your own lifespan. People who contribute blood live longer because you force your body to rebuild the blood supply, and this forces your body to essentially rejuvenate itself. It helps to exercise your physiology and extend your lifespan. It really does. Now, recently, a study has revealed that around 38,000 blood donations are needed every day. This means that there are around the same number of people suffering from blood or blood-related diseases or conditions every day, and that there are very few volunteers for this noble service. The ARC, the ARC, the American Red Cross, reminds us of how noble and crucial blood donation is and how it can help save lives. So, in terms of the timeline behind this awareness campaign, in 1881, there was the founding of the American Red Cross. This organization was founded and still provides emergency assistance and relief throughout these United States. In 1971, the inaugural celebrations took place. Well, you see, for the first time, the National Volunteer Blood Donor Month was celebrated by the American Red Cross. Circa 1999, we began to have access to the NAT, the nucleic acid testing. The American Red Cross became the first organization to test the blood for HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus, and hepatitis in donated blood. It took until 1999 because before that, they just took blood from anybody off the fucking street and paid them in $20 and a donut and orange juice or something. And these people would, of course, fuck everybody up with all the diseases they had. And blood transfusions then wound up killing people, which kind of defeated the purpose. Now, by 2021, we had the Golden Jubilee, the year that celebrated the 100th anniversary of the National Volunteer Blood Donor Month. So, in terms of frequently asked questions that I get via the email about subjects like this, why is January National Blood Donor Month? Okay, it's like, why do I get questions like this? It's like somebody just, it's like somebody rips on a bong and then sends me this shit. Blood donations usually slow during and after the winter holidays because, everybody wants to be Christian around Christmas time and shit, which makes National Blood Donor Month in January a vital time for the American Red Cross. Busy schedules, breaks from school, bad weather, and winter sickness bring about fewer blood and platelet donations. How often can you donate blood? Now, that's a good question. Blood donors can donate blood every 8 weeks. Blood donors are 88% less likely to have a heart attack. So, get out there and contribute blood, people. Prevent yourself with an 88%, that's a lot. I would gamble at those odds in a heartbeat. If you're 88% less likely to have a heart attack by contributing blood, well, you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. How frequently does the United States need blood? I mean, come on, dude. Really? Someone requires blood every few fucking seconds in these United States. And more than 4.5 million Americans would die every year without life-saving blood transfusions. So constant donations are needed. As to how to observe National Volunteer Blood Donor Month, donate blood voluntarily. Visit the nearest blood donation center or hospital and donate blood voluntarily for a stranger. You never know. Your donation may help save a life. In fact, I know it will. And organize a blood donation drive. You can invite a delegation from the ARC, the ARC, the American Red Cross,
and set up a blood donation camp. Encourage people to donate blood that can later be used when the need arises. Also arrange awareness sessions on its importance. You can always do an awareness session to talk about the importance of blood donation and how that donated blood is used, and also deconstruct the myths associated with blood donation so that those who are scared can gain the courage to donate blood. In terms of facts that everyone should know, think one donation, 3 lives. Just one donation of blood can save the lives of 3 people. Doesn't that make you feel better at night? Come on, it's worth it just for that. And think of it as 10% of the total person's weight. The weight of the blood in a normal person's body is about 1/10 of the total weight of the person. There's 8 blood groups, basically. There's 8 blood groups in human beings. Positives and negatives of A, B, O, and AB. O negative is the rarest blood group. Not only is O negative the rarest blood group, it is also the most useful among the other types, as people with the O negative blood type are universal donors. Now, many blood donations are needed every day. 43,000 pints of contributed blood are used each and every day in these United States and Canada. As for people asking me why National Volunteer Blood Donor Month is important, come on now. It unites us. A voluntary blood donation means that a person is aware of the importance of human life. This is a basic expression of caring for humanity. It helps distinguish you from a sociopath or a psychotic. This is a basic expression of care that, if done in a group, it develops a bond of unity in us. Someone out there needs your blood to live. Trust me when I say this. There are children, people of every age, race, and color who are suffering from various diseases or life-threatening blood loss. Your donation, it will save lives. Spread the message. This month is a perfect time to spread awareness on the need to donate blood. Clear out myths related to blood donation. Gather the support of as many people as possible to register blood donors for a cause. Save lives. It is also Poverty Awareness Month, which is observed in January every year. This is an important endeavor observed in America all month long. Did you know that the United States ranks second highest in poverty rates among its peer countries? I mean, we're as poor as they come here. Poverty Awareness Month is about taking an opportunity to learn more about this social ill, raise awareness among others, and understand how everyone can help. In terms of the history of this awareness campaign, well, everyone assumes that poverty has existed in some way, shape, or form since the dawn of time. Multiple records and studies document the plight of the poverty-stricken populace across the ages. Poverty was common. The idea that it was a social ill was not. Over time, multiple governments and institutions recognized that people needed help, and measures were put in place across the world. These were, as yet, individual undertakings. There was no united effort or definition as to what poverty meant. Poverty came into global focus after the Second World War, and measures have been taken on a world stage ever since. Today, poverty is a global problem, exists in pretty much every country, and is measured slightly differently depending on the nation, even as global bodies like the United Nations and the World Bank have created common definitions. The official criterion for assessing poverty in these United States was established in the 1960s, that very decade into which I was delivered into this vale of tears, and has stayed largely unchanged ever since. Molly Orshinsky an economist who worked as a statistician for the Social Security Administration, was the one who devised this metric. The Department of Agriculture had devised a low-cost food plan for less fortunate households at the time. Orshansky created a detailed matrix for families of all types and sizes using some data, a lot of data, as the basis for her own poverty index. People have suggested revisions to Orshansky's measurements, pointing out that old approaches to, well, they simply do not apply to today's families, or economy for that matter. But no changes have officially ever been approved that I know of. So in terms of any timeline of this campaign, I think it goes back to the 1950s, when we had, believe it or not, the highest poverty rate. Some fucking happy days, huh? More like crappy days. The United States records a poverty rate of 22%, the highest it has ever been. And this was recorded in the 1950s. In 1965, the year before I was born, Medicare arrived. The United States began a special national health insurance program under the Social Security Administration, partly responsible for successfully and dramatically lowering poverty among the 65-plus age group. By the year 2019, we had the lowest poverty rate. The United States then recorded the lowest poverty rate ever, 10.5%. Must have been Democrats in power. At any rate, between 2020 and 2021, the global poverty numbers rose. While poverty was declining globally, records indicated 150 million more people were living in poverty worldwide. This was the first such global increase in 20 years. Just in time for, the last few years to usher in COVID. Just what we fucking needed, right? In terms of frequently asked questions I get through email on this subject, I shudder to fucking look. I'm opening them up now, and oh my God, what did people? What causes poverty? Jesus fucking Christ. Look, poverty has several causes, including a lack of access to basic essentials such as water, food, and shelter, education, and healthcare. Poverty is also caused by inequities such as gender or ethnic discrimination, bad governance, conflict, exploitation, and domestic violence. I can't believe this next one. Really? Why is it important to raise awareness about poverty? What the fuck, dude? Did Elon Musk send me this one? Fuck you. Look, awareness of any cause, and not just poverty, helps people connect with the issue at hand. They are more inclined to participate in efforts to end such issues, or at least resolve them. And while their efforts alone might not be enough for complete eradication, awareness is an important first step, okay? Okay, what is called poverty? Who the fuck is sending me these questions? These must be people who have never suffered any privation in their lives. It's like the Billionaires Club or something. Bill Gates is writing me this shit. Look, poverty, according to the World Bank, is not having a job and fearing for the future and living one day at a time. It has also been called the inability to meet the basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter. I fit into these categories. I am impoverished. I need your help. As for how you can observe the Poverty Awareness Month, brush up on your knowledge of poverty so you don't ask stupid questions like Bill Gates and Elon Musk just did. Poverty is not only about financial limitations, but also includes a host of other factors. Learn why this is a global problem and how various countries measure poverty among their population, and see how you can help. Learn how organizations, local governments, and even nonprofits are trying to reduce poverty in your community. Lend a helping hand in any way you can. Whether it's, I recommend your donations go to myself for obvious reasons so we can keep this transmission going. But volunteer some work. Put your knowledge to good use. How do you raise awareness about poverty? Use your newfound insight that I've just provided into poverty to talk to people and be active in your local community. Simply sharing your resources, like your thoughts, can spread information about poverty to a lot of other people. Let me give you some facts about poverty that I can count on one hand. Let's start with my pinky. The cost of fucking coffee. The average cost of one Frappuccino at popular coffee outlets is approximately $3 US. That's more than the median income of people in the developing world. What you pay to start your goddamn day, most people get as their payment for a month's worth of work. We call this slavery. Most people are slaves. You are not. Enjoy that fact. As for my next little finger here, the ring finger, how about a suggestion to reduce poverty? A 2012 Oxfam, or Oxford Family Report, mentioned that, as per their calculations, if the world's 100 richest people would have pooled their collective earnings, they could have eradicated poverty across the world 4 times over. That's how unequal and imbalanced our resources are. We cannot go on like this. As to why poverty awareness is so important, according to a survey, 8 in 10 Americans had no idea that global poverty levels were declining gradually before 2020 when COVID hit. They assumed it was the opposite. But one thing I can verify with thinking, by this time I guess I'm on my pointer finger. The poverty awareness was my fuck you finger. At the time I can point my finger at you, it's to tell you that 1 billion children live in poverty. That makes it almost half the number of children in the goddamn world, since official records prove there are approximately 2.2 billion children on Earth. Can you imagine that? We got 2.2 billion kids on Earth, and half of them are starving to death. I don't know how you sleep at night. Now, here's my opposable thumb. If we want to have a future at all, children should complete secondary education. At least according to UNESCO, the United Nations, what is that goddamn acronym for again? Let me look this up. And, okay. There we are. United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. That's the specialized agency of the United Nations with the aim of promoting world peace and security through international cooperation in education, arts, sciences, and culture. So, via their calculations, they conclude that global poverty could be cut by 55%, well over half, if all children simply completed their secondary education. Now, in terms of why Poverty Awareness Month is important, it brings attention to poverty. Poverty Awareness Month demands that we all take a longer, harder look at the disparities in our society and change the situation any way we can. It influences lasting change. People across sectors and backgrounds come together for a shared goal, awareness of poverty and its effects, which could result in people's lasting commitment towards poverty alleviation. Through this kind of campaign, we change how poverty is perceived. As we begin to understand more about poverty and what causes it, we are slowly opening our minds and changing our attitudes, towards people affected by poverty. We're slowly bringing about another social change, a social revolution in social awareness. And finally, it's Stalking Awareness Month. Stalking Awareness Month in January was launched circa 2004 by the National Center for Victims of Crime. The objective was to increase the public's interpretation of the crime of stalking. Stalking may seem harmless to some, obviously not the victims, but history has proven that it leads to murder, among other graver crimes. It is for this reason that the Office on VAW, V-A-W, VAW, the Violence Against Women, and the United States Department of Justice are making extra efforts to spread information on stalking every year. Be part of the campaign yourself by pushing members of your community to be vigilant and stay safe. As for the history behind this campaign, many people use stalking as a fun term for digging up details on our crushes through social media. But the true meaning of the word creates fear for those who have been victims of the crime. Stalking is more than just going through the statuses or photos of a person. It is following them around to discover every intimate detail about the life of the victim. Stalking includes phone calls, obsessive text messages, notes left on cars, creepy gifts, or messages on social media platforms. Since many of these initial stages later lead to abduction, kidnapping, sexual violence, and physical attacks, stalking is considered a crime, an offense under the Crimes Act of 2007. The year my late and sainted sire, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was murdered. It's known as the Domestic and Personal Violence Act of 2007. According to law, the following counts as stalking: the following of a person about or the watching or frequenting of the vicinity of or an approach to a person's place of residence, business or work, or any place that a person frequents for any social or leisure activity. Now, due to the stress the victims of stalking experience, President Obama issued the first presidential proclamation for National Stalking Awareness Month in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered. Slain is the term they use for our subspecies. In which Obama spracketh about the millions who suffer from the consequences of this crime. Due to frequent reports regarding stalking, my golden state of California passed the first anti-stalking law in the United States, circa 1990. All the states had criminalized stalking by the first few decades of the 21st century. In terms of the historical chronography that I understand about this phenomenon, I think it was the history of the word stalking emerged in the 1500s, the era of Ladislav Sepish, or the time of Dracula. The word is first said to mean a poacher, or one who prowls for purposes of theft. By the 1900s, there were what were known as erotomaniacs involved in stalking. Psychiatrists isolated a new delusion they called erotomania, of being loved by someone, often a public figure, and compelled to follow them around. By the 1980s, there was this concept of unwarranted obsession. Journalists describe obsession as a problem in a relationship, not a crime. By 1989, there was a curious case. It was really a furious one. The television actress Rebecca Schaefer was murdered by a fan. This was heinous, simply heinous. By 1990, there was the Star Factor. Cases of star stalking, i.e. stalking celebrities, were discussed in the press. By 1993, there was the more than a supporter concept. The tennis player Monica Seles was stabbed by a deranged supporter of a rival player. Now, in terms of the frequently asked questions, again, I get a question that it wouldn't initially seem to have any meaning. What is the color for stalking awareness? Yellow. Yellow is the official stalking awareness color. Commemorate the day and raise awareness by wearing something yellow throughout the month. What does it... Who asked me this one? What does it mean to stalk a girl? It's like, okay, this has got to be one of these incels that has been affiliated with Team Dietrich in the past.
Stalking could be following someone around and tracking their movement. It usually involves the same activities, regardless of gender, but more women are stalked than men. Is stalking someone legal? Wow, this must be Richard K. Cole Jr. asked this one. He's my preeminent gang stalker. He's paid by Stephen Outram, who's my primary stalker. Stalking is deemed illegal when it enters the legal definition of harassment. It has been criminalized in all 50 states of the Union, territories as well, and the District of Columbia. In terms of how to observe Stalking Awareness Month, let me reflect on what's usually done. Hold a training session. Spread awareness. It's the most important thing to do. A lot of people are unaware of how to even seek help and who can help them when they find themselves being stalked. Launch a campaign. Plan a set of activities to carry out over the month of January to achieve social change by encouraging people, especially women and young adults, to develop the courage to speak up. Now, preventive measures are vital. Print out informative posters. Print out flyers regarding what stalking is and who men and women should contact in times of need, and post them around your town. In terms of the 5 fingers on my right hand, which I can use to think of some important facts about stalking, the statistics are chilling. Let's start with my pinky. Around 7.5 million people are stalked every year in these United States. By the time we get to my ring finger, how about a gender breakdown? Nearly 1 in 6 women and 1 in 17 men are victims of stalking at least once in their life. I mean, this is pervasive. In terms of my fuck you finger, young people are most at risk. 50% of victims said they were stalked before the age of 25. And then we come to my pointer finger, the use of weapons. Stalkers harm victims with weapons in 1 out of every 5 cases. And then finally my opposable thumb, stalking by strangers. Only 25% of the victims were stalked by strangers. Now, in terms of why the awareness campaign is important, it increases awareness about stalking. This Stalking Awareness Month is helpful because it makes people aware that stalking is a common phenomenon and can happen to anyone, regardless of age and gender. This preventive measure is sometimes enough to reduce the occurrences in and of itself, the phenomenon of awareness, and resources become more accessible thereby. This month has become a period when information on how people can ask for help when faced with a stalking scenario is consciously displayed and announced. This access to information is key and trickles down to the rest of the year, creating another safeguard from the dangers of stalking. Let's highlight all the warning signs. The month focuses on highlighting the signs of stalking. The different awareness campaigns inform people on what is considered suspicious behavior that will inevitably and ultimately turn criminal. Okay, all of that being articulated, let's take a look at what time we have left remaining so that I can dig into the subject of abortion. Our numbers are good, and we have a good 3 hours left. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So let's get started. You're listening live, and this is the Dietrich channel, and it is the most suppressed channel in the world. It's up to you to make it known to anyone else. It's your war. You've got to fight it. Now, our man Peter Moon began harping on Romania earlier in the opening hours of tonight's transmission. And Romania gives us an example of what actually happens when a country bans abortion. Now, again, why are you bringing this up today, Douglas? Oh, yes. How could I forget? It is now the 50th ROE-Versus-WADE Day. And ROE-Versus-WADE Day is celebrated on January 22nd. The anniversary of the court case that gave women agency over their own bodies. The United States Supreme Court made a ruling that legalized abortion throughout the country with variations from state to state depending on the length of the pregnancy. No matter what your opinion is on the controversial abortion debate, Roe v. Wade Day marked a pivotal turn in American history. The anniversary of the landmark court decision is celebrated by people everywhere, especially by women. Unfortunately, on Friday, June 24th, 2022, the United States Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, the landmark piece of legislation that made access to an abortion a federal right in these United States. That decision dismantled 100 years of legal protection and paved the way for individual states to curtail or outright ban abortion rights. So in terms of any history behind what is ultimately the day we're in today, Roe v. Wade Day, well, basically in 1969, a 21-year-old woman named Norma McCorvey discovered she was pregnant with her third child. Norma wanted to abort the child, but faced difficulties due to Texas laws. At first, she wanted to follow the advice of some friends who told her to claim the pregnancy was a result of rape, believing that Texas law allowed abortion in cases of rape. However, at that time, Texas laws only allowed abortions if it could save the life of the mother. She also attempted, if I remember, to get an illegal abortion. But the facility, had been closed down by the police. The frustrations Norma faced are reminiscent of the lack of agency women had over their own bodies before the Roe v. Wade case, where women had to lie or break the law to have a choice in whether to keep an unwanted baby. Norma went to two attorneys, Linda Coffey and Sarah Weddington, for help. In 1970, the attorneys filed a suit on behalf of Norma under the alias Jane Roe. After the first round of arguments, all 7 justices of the court agreed that the law should be struck down, but on varying grounds. However, Justice Harry Blackmun proposed that the case be re-argued, and on October 11th, 1972, the case was again argued before the Supreme Court with Dallas County District Attorney Henry Wade as the defendant. On January 22nd of 1973, the Supreme Court issued a decision holding that women in these United States had a right to choose whether to have abortions without excessive government restriction. The Texas abortion ban was struck down as unconstitutional and an invasion of the right to privacy. Unfortunately, the case dragged on for so long that Norma McCorvey gave birth and the child was put up for adoption. Now, in terms of the historical chronology behind where we're at today, in 1821, Connecticut criminalized abortion. Connecticut was the first state to pass a statute criminalizing abortion. In 1967, the year after I was born, abortion was legalized in what is now my Golden State nation of California. Because of the California Therapeutic Abortion Act of 1967, women can travel to California to obtain legal abortions from all these fucked up states, these red Republican shitholes that have rendered it illegal. In 1969, Norman McCorvey fell pregnant. In June of that year, McCorvey, the woman on whose behalf the Roe v. Wade case was fought, discovered she was pregnant. In 1992, the Planned Parenthood versus Casey altered abortion restrictions. Pivoting off the arguments of Roe v. Wade, the case focused on the undue burden of the spousal consent requirement for abortion in the state of Pennsylvania, where our dear Lady Victoria lives. In terms of frequently asked questions, let's turn towards the emails again. Fuck. I know a Republican sent me this one. What is the National Sanctity of Human Life Day, Douglas? On January 13th of 1984, President Ronald Reagan issued a presidential proclamation declaring January 22nd, the anniversary of Roe v. Wade, as National Sanctity of Human Life Day. The day is observed by anti-abortion crazies and cultists, who are primarily terrorists. And I say that because the amount of violence they commit themselves to. All right, how about another question from a non-cultic crazy? Hopefully. What was the first state to legalize abortion before Roe v. Wade? In 1970, Hawaii became the first state to legalize abortion, although only for the state's residents. Also, in 1970, New York legalized abortion with no residency requirement whatsoever. By the time Roe v. Wade took place in 1973, abortion was legally available in Alaska and Washington as well. See, we're all progressive here on the West Coast. Okay, another question here. What was the outcome of Planned Parenthood versus Roe? In Planned Parenthood versus Casey, circa 1992, the court rejected Roe's trimester framework while affirming its position that a woman has a right to abortion until fetal viability. Now, as for how to observe Roe v. Wade Day, which is only a single day, this day today, watch documentaries about the case. You can host a movie night with your friends featuring a documentary about the case. If you're not one for documentaries, you can watch any films inspired by the case or speak on behalf of women's rights. I would recommend Reversing Roe, Citizen Ruth, or Obvious Child. These are 3 titles. I'm not falling into a pattern of logarithmic non sequiturs here. Okay, you can also contribute your time and efforts to pro-choice clinics. If you're a man, you can offer physical security to women entering and leaving the abortion rights clinics. Many women's clinics in the United States are underfunded, and Roe versus Wade Day is the perfect day to contribute time and energy to some of them. You can find a local pro-choice clinic and contribute your investment of time, no matter how little, to keep them running. You can volunteer at a woman's clinic because it's not just contributions or money that they need to continue their efforts. You can also contribute your time and efforts to your local women's clinic on Roe v. Wade Day. They need all the help they can get, believe me, and they'll certainly appreciate your efforts. Just walk up to a clinic and ask what you can do to help. In terms of what I can think of on one hand that I can count on each finger, how about starting with my pinky, the smallest finger, I think. Fewer women are having abortions. For those of you who don't know, the total number of abortions in these United States has been declining year after year, perhaps because of easier access to birth control options. So there are different types. We get to my ring finger here. From from medication abortion, where you abort via a contraceptive pill or the like, or RU-486, to surgical abortions. There are different types of abortions depending on how far along you are. The morning after pill, of course, is what comes to my mind. And with my fuck you finger, it's safer than you know. Legal abortions are very safe procedures, and less than 1% of abortions in the first trimester lead to any complications. By the time I get to my pointer finger, it's to emphasize that 1/4 of pregnancies are aborted. That's 25%. Roughly 1/4 of all pregnancies are aborted annually. And of course, by the time we get to my thumb, the opposable thumb, Well, the opposition is the fact that it's still illegal in many countries. In 26 nations, abortion is denied, no matter the circumstances, while over half a hundred only allow it if the pregnancy is a risk to the mother's life or health. So this is why Roe versus Wade Day today is so important. It was a landmark in American history. Whatever you feel about it, Roe v. Wade Day was a landmark in American experience, the American experience. The case changed the interpretation of existing American laws, and it will forever be marked as a turning point in our history books. And of course, we all love women's liberation. Roe v. Wade gave women all over the United States the right to choose whether they had to keep an unwanted pregnancy. We love women's liberation and girl power, so we love Roe v. Wade Day for reminding us of the obstacles we've all overcome. It's the only time we understand legalese. I mean, let's face it, the law can be difficult to understand. Sometimes it can feel like lawyers are intentionally trying to confuse us with all their big words and obscure language. But on Roe v. Wade Day, people finally care enough to break down legalese and tell us about legal procedures in simple terms. I think it's raining cats and dogs outside via the impact of the sound behind me. Still maintaining concurrent viewers and moving into the main subject of today because of the fact that it's Roe v. Wade Day, which would be abortion, of course. What? Oh, this is Christina sent me a message. Okay. Oh, we're good. I'm yawning. I'm sorry, that's awful. And hopefully more people join us. I mean, we got a good number. Of course, this is more than I used to get back in the days when it was before we had the big burst in popularity, and it just keeps increasing, so thank God for that. And all right, let me get back to the issue at hand. So in Romania, which, you know, our man Pete was going on and on about. The Romanian case shows us demonstrably what actually happens when a country bans abortion. And Romania, under Ceausescu, Nicolae Ceausescu, their communist dictator, created a dystopian horror of overcrowded, filthy orphanages, and thousands died from back alley abortions. As lawmakers in Alabama were passing a bill last year that would outlaw abortion in that American state of the Union entirely, protesters outside their state house wore blood-red robes, a nod to Margaret Atwood's dystopian novel, The Handmaid's Tale, in which childbearing is entirely controlled by the state. Hours later, that book was trending on Twitter. But opponents of the restrictive abortion laws currently being considered in the United States don't need to look to fiction for admonitory examples of where these types of laws can lead. For decades, communist Romania was a real-life test case of what can happen when a country outlaws abortion entirely, and the results were devastating. In 1966, the year in which I myself was delivered from my mother's loins to first lay eyes upon this sorry world, the dictator of Romania, Nicolae Ceausescu, outlawed access to abortion and contraception in his bid to boost his country's population. In the short term, it worked, and the year after it was enacted, the average number of children born to Romanian women jumped from 1.9 to 3.7. But birth rates quickly fell again as women found ways around the ban. Wealthy urban women were sometimes able to bribe doctors to perform abortions, or they had contraceptive IUDs smuggled in from Germany.
Yet Romania's prohibition of the procedure was disproportionately felt by low-income women and disadvantaged groups, which abortion rights advocates in these United States fear would happen if the Alabama law, well, once it came into force, it's exactly what did happen. And as a last resort, many Romanian women turned to home and back alley operations, abortions. And by 1989, an estimated 10,000 women had died as a direct result of unsafe procedures. The real number of deaths might have been much higher, as women who sought abortions and those who helped them faced years of imprisonment if caught. Maternal mortality skyrocketed, doubling between 1965 and 1989. Irina Iliesi, an academic researcheress, if I remember correctly, when she was the co-founderess of the Front Association, a Romanian feminist group, and the Feminist Romania website. And she testified that sometimes a woman could not even tell her husband or best friend that she wanted to have an abortion, as it would put them at risk as well. For many women, sexuality represented a fear and not a part of life that can be enjoyed. Another consequence of Romania's abortion ban was that hundreds of thousands of children were turned over to state orphanages. When communism collapsed in Romania in 1989, an estimated 170,000 children were found warehoused in filthy orphanages. Having previously been hidden from the world, images emerged of stick-thin children who looked like praying mantises, many of whom had been beaten and abused. Some were left shackled to metal bed frames. Nor did the Romanian law do much to achieve Ceausescu's goal of dramatically increasing the population to that of the size of China's, which was his objective. Maria Bucher, a professor of history and gender studies at Indiana University, has so testified that making abortion illegal will not lead to women having more babies. So if the objective is to bring about more lives and to protect more lives, this is not the instrument to use. Now, born and raised in Romania herself, Maria Bucher described herself as a product of the abortion ban, after her mother twice failed to have an abortion. I myself note that Alabama's law goes even further than communist Romania's, which in principle at least allowed for exceptions in cases of rape, incest, or congenital defect. The new law allows for abortions only when there is a serious threat to the mother's health. Romania's abortion ban was compounded by a ban on contraception, which was not mentioned in the Alabama bill. But the Trump misadministration took a swipe at birth control in 2017 when it allowed employers to opt out of providing it as part of employee insurance plans on the grounds of religious belief. This decision was halted by a federal judge in January of yesteryear, I believe. The legal tussle between the courts over abortion looked to, it was set to continue as anti-abortion groups seek to push through laws they hope will be upheld by this newly conservative Supreme Court, to which the United States President, Donald John Trump, was apparently appointing 12 new members so far this year. Over a dozen of other states have attempted to outlaw abortions after 6 weeks of gestation, before many people even realize they are pregnant. Last year, Georgia became the 6th state to successfully pass such a bill. Already, 6 states in the Union have only 1 abortion clinic left, if they have any left at all. Although the laws may be struck down by the courts, anti-abortion advocates hoped that they will eventually reach the Supreme Court to challenge the precedent set by the 1973 Roe v. Wade decision, which enshrined the right to seek an abortion. The Alabama State Representative Terry Collins, a co-sponsor of the bill, which was then the most restrictive in the country, told the news site AL.com, "My goal with this bill, and I think all of our bill, is to have Roe v. Wade turned over." Now, on the campaign trail in 2016, Trump promised to appoint conservative judges with a view to overturning Roe v. Wade. The confirmation of Brett Kavanaugh in October of 2018 gave conservative justices a solid majority on the bench, raising the hopes of anti-abortion advocates. If the Supreme Court were to change its mind on abortion, it would become the prerogative of individual states to decide how to regulate this procedure. Charles Nelson, a professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School and the author of the work entitled Romania's Abandoned Children, I think what he had to say was, how did he say it? He said, when he was talking about the, I think, what did he do exactly? I remember now what his research was. It was, yes. So when, if I remember what his book said, Charles Nelson, the professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School, the author of the work entitled Romania's Abandoned Children, he observed, we need to take into consideration the long-term consequences of legislation in this, or legislation like this. Starting in the year 2000, Charles Nelson examined the impact of Romania's orphanages that they had, the impact they had on children in post-communist Romania, and he found that many were left with severe developmental impairment and mental health issues. For some, the confinement in orphanages even had a physical impact on the size of their brains. Nelson concluded that Romania offers a cautionary tale of what happens when a state tries to control reproductive rights. The new Alabama law raises questions about what kind of support the state would provide if someone doesn't have the option of ending a pregnancy when the fetus is found to have profound birth defects. So in an interview, Charles Nelson said, or rather asked, does the state have the bandwidth to take care of those kids and support the families? When communism collapsed in Romania in December of 1989, one of the first acts of the transitional government was to overturn the ban on abortion. Romania remains a highly conservative country, and in recent years there have been renewed calls to outlaw abortion, spearheaded by the influential Orthodox Church and other religious groups. Butcher, herself the authoress of a work entitled Birth of Democratic Citizenship and subtitled Woman and Power in Modern Romania, she's skeptical that the new government will gain any political momentum, herself concluding, I think the real raw first-hand memory is still too present in still too many voters. I don't think there's any intelligent politicians who would make it happen. Now, Ilize, the Romanian activist, she said that she was worried to see parts of the United States, a country that Romania had once looked to as an example, now pursuing new restrictions on abortion. To conclude, in quoting she, in 1989, we aspired to build a stable democracy, a pluralistic society with equality between men and women, and the United States was the main source of inspiration. Now that is not the case anymore. So you see, reversing Roe v. Wade is all about minority rule. This is about minority rule, and it always has been. Think about how far gone a democracy is when 54% of the population support a constitutional right and 28% oppose it, yet the 28% position wins out. Republicans invest so much energy into voter suppression because it allows them to enact cruel, unpopular policies with no accountability at the ballot box. The Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency doesn't need to have the support of a majority of the state's voters if it skews who actually gets to vote at all. Same in Washington, District of Columbia. 5 of the Supreme Court's 9 justices were appointed by presidents who lost the popular vote. In the Senate, the 50 Republican senators represent 41 million fewer people than the 50 Democrats. The Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency controls state legislatures and congressional delegations through an absurd degree of gerrymandering. In Wisconsin, 75% of districts are heavily Republican, even though Joe Biden won the state in 2020. In Texas, just under 40% of the population is white, but white voters are the majority in 60% of state legislative seats. It took me a minute to wrap my head around that math. The Texas legislature that passed a heartbeat bill which forces women to leave the state for abortion care is 73% male and 81% white. It's hard not to think of apartheid-era South Africa when you look at numbers like that. Do you think these are tough words on my part? Maybe. But these are tough facts, and sugarcoating them for you doesn't serve anyone. In fact, sugarcoating the abortion debate is part of what got us here. The story of abortion is about whether people get to make profoundly personal decisions themselves. It's about whether parents are allowed to love and support their children, whether children can get life-saving medical care without fear of imprisonment, whether sexual harassment and sexual assault are for confronting an abuser than the abusers themselves. All of these issues are connected, and all are connected with the fundamental question of whether our democracy works for all or is hijacked to serve a minority's last chance grasp for power. Republicans once thought of themselves as a potential majority party that needed to be careful about offending the majority of the country. Today's Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency has fewer qualms, to say the least, because it has bet on minority rule. And Trump has shown them that when you're appealing to a minority of the population, cruelty can be the only winner. And the cruelty is the point. It's what they want to win, is the right to be cruel. Or at least the impunity to be so. Alito's draft Supreme Court opinion recognized no exception for the pregnant person's health or life, or for rape or incest, even though overwhelming majorities, including 4 in 5 Republicans, support those exceptions. In fact, Alito took aim at same-sex marriage, which a majority of Republicans support. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott chose that moment to talk about challenging a court decision affirming public education for all. You see, minority rule is killing America. This is most obvious in our Senate and Supreme Court, although it's also hurt the credibility of the presidency and is damaging many of our states. It's happening because of trois issues dating back to the founding of our republic, which brought us the Electoral College and unequal representation in the U.S. Senate. First, here's how the Electoral College came about, stripped of all mythology. Here's a foretaste or a hint. It mostly had to do with avoiding somebody like Donald Trump ending up in the White House. Now, after the Revolutionary War, our nation was abuzz about one of that war's most decorated soldiers, Benedict Arnold, once considered a shoo-in for high elected office, selling out to the British in exchange for money and a title. Arnold's name had been floated for president, and it raised the question of how we could make sure that a stooge working for a foreign government, or just his own enrichment, never ended up in the White House. Back then, America was so spread out it would be difficult for most citizen voters to get to know a presidential candidate well enough to spot a spy or a traitor. Alexander Hamilton explained in Federalist 68, the conundrum. Therefore, the electors, having no other governmental duty, obligation, or responsibility, would be sure to catch one if it was tried. The most deadly adversaries of America, this is what Hamilton wrote, would probably make their approaches to seizing control of the United States of America from more than one quarter, chiefly from the desire in foreign powers to gain an improper ascendant in our consuls. A hostile foreign power influencing public opinion or owning a senator was nothing compared to having their man in the White House. As Hamilton so wrote, how could they better gratify this than by raising a creature of their own to the chief magistracy, the presidency, of the Union? But, Hamilton wrote, the framers of the Constitution have guarded against all danger of this sort with the most provident and judicious attention. Now, the system they set up to protect the White House, if I remember it, was, well, the system they set up to protect the White House from being occupied by an agent of a foreign government was straightforward, or so Hamilton bragged. The choice of president would not, in his words, depend on any pre-existing bodies of men who might be tampered with beforehand, he says, to prostitute their votes. Instead, the Electoral College would be made up of persons selected for the temporary and sole purpose of making the appointment of president. The electors would be apolitical because it would be illegal for a senator or a House member to become one, an injunction that is still in the Constitution. So, Hamilton so wrote, I'm going to read from his writ now, I'm going to quote his T. And they have excluded from eligibility to this trust all those who from situation might be suspected of too great devotion to the president in office. No senator, representative, or other person holding a place of trust or profit under the United States can be of the numbers of the electors. This, Hamilton was certain, would eliminate any sinister bias. Rather than average but uninformed workers, well, voters, I mean to say, and excluding members of Congress who might be maybe subject to bribery or foreign influences, the electors would select a man for president who was brave of heart and pure of soul. So, from Hamilton's own writ, the process of election by the Electoral College affords a moral certainty that the office of president will never fall to the lot of any man who is not an eminent degree endowed, not in an eminent degree endowed, with the requisite qualifications. Indeed, while a knave or rogue or traitor may fool enough people to even ascend to the office of mayor of a major city or governor of a state, the Electoral College would ferret out such a con man or traitor. Hamilton thus wrote, "Talents for low intrigue and the little arts of popularity may alone suffice to elevate a man to the first honors in a single state, but it will require other talents and a different kind of merit to establish him in the esteem and confidence of the men in the Electoral College who would select him as president of the whole Union." Hamilton's pride in this system that he himself had helped create was hard for him to suppress. Thus he wrote, "It will not be too strong to say that there will be a constant probability of seeing the station filled by characters preeminent for ability and virtue." Of course, unfortunately, things haven't worked out that way at all. As we can see with Donald Trump still clinging to his loyalty to Vladimir Putin and refusing to condemn Russia's attack of Ukraine. By the time the telegraph was in widespread use in the late 19th century, the Electoral College had long outlived its usefulness. And now, in the past few decades, we have seen two terrible presidents, Bush and Trump, put into the White House over the objection of the majority of American voters. The Senate is also profoundly unequal in its representation of the American people. This is mostly because different states have different sizes and resource bases. While this was a small problem at the nation's founding, today, for example, my own golden state nation of California's vast resources, unknown circa 1787, Lewis and Clark were still children and thus hadn't even hit the Pacific yet. Well, they've all turned my golden state nation of California into such an economic powerhouse that if it were independent, we would be the 6th richest nation in the world. That's if we were counting the Greater British Empire. We've now surpassed them, and we're in a race now, neck and neck, to surpass the United German state. Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. So we're the 4th in the world in terms of wealth and prosperity after the American Empire, which is in the front only because California is a part of it. And then after that, the Communist Chinese Empire. And then after that, the Empire of Japan. Now, California alone contains 39 million people, almost 9% of the entire population of these United States. Larger than Canada's 37 million people, with an economy larger than Russia's. And yet, my golden state nation of California is represented by only 2 senators. The same as Wyoming, which has only 500,000 citizens, the size of Micronesia, a tiny economy, and no natural resources to speak of. These inequalities have been exacerbated over the past 40 years, both because of these 18th century structural errors built into our Constitution and because over the past 40 years, a campaign has been undertaken to exploit them by a small group of right-wing billionaires and religious fanatics, with the Powell Memo as their poll star. They've abused the wealth and power they've inherited or accumulated to manipulate and seize control of our lawmaking institutions at the federal level and in nearly every state. And Americans have noticed that fair competition has died. Neither of the last 12 Republican presidents, for example, was elected by the majority of Americans. The Senate is massively out of balance, and almost every House seat has been gerrymandered to the point where it is no longer in play. in terms of all of this, it's creating a crisis for our nation. Humans, like most animals, are wired for fairness. Give 5 toddlers a cookie each, and everything is fine. Give one of them an extra 5 cookies, and all hell will break loose. Democracy is in our genes, as is the case with virtually every other animal species on Earth. When fish swim, bees swarm, or birds migrate, it seems like their actions are coordinated telepathically. In fact, each wing beat or tail twitch or left or right is noticed as a vote by those around them. When more than 50% of the group are twitching to the left, for example, the entire school, swarm, or flock veers to the left. Democracy. When a mob showed up at the United States Capitol threatening to murder the Vice President and Speaker of the House, it was because they genuinely believed Donald Trump's lie that the majority of Americans had voted for himself. People will put their lives and their freedom at risk to right such a perceived minority rule wrong. Minority rule almost always ends up producing unfair results that are resented by the majority. We're seeing this today with a Supreme Court dominated by 4 right-wing justices who were appointed by presidents who lost the majority vote and who were confirmed by Republican senators who represent 41.5 million fewer Americans than the Senate's Democrats. So minority rule has taken over the White House. We saw it when Bush and Cheney lied us into the war in Iraq after being put in the White House by 5 Republicans on the Supreme Court, despite having lost the vote to Al Gore by 500,000 fucking votes. It provoked the largest demonstrations against a presidential action in the history of the world at that time. Similarly, when millions protested Trump's inauguration, it was motivated in large part by the widespread knowledge that he'd lost the 2016 election by nearly 3 million votes. Unfairness infuriates people, and rightly so. Now minority rule has taken over our Supreme Court. A small group of wealthy ideologues spent millions to pack our courts, and we'll see the backlash in our streets as people across the nation come out to protest Alito's assertion that Sir Matthew Hale's 1670 interpretation of British witchcraft laws should determine the fate of America's 21st century woman on this 50th Roe v. Wade anniversary. Minority rule has taken over Congress. Democrats in the Senate represent 41.5 million more Americans than do Republicans. Yet that minority of Republicans, abusing the filibuster, have been able to stop everything from voting rights to health care to rebuilding our nation from the damage of 40 years of Reaganomics' neoliberalism. A total of 77.3 million Americans voted in 2020 for Democrats for the House of Representatives. Only 72.8 million voted for Republicans. Multiple states where the statewide vote is within a point or 3 of 50-50, including Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Texas, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Wisconsin, send far more Republicans than Democrats to the United States House than their votes would dictate because of Republican gerrymanders. This fall, last year, things got even worse because of 2021 gerrymanders, meaning that when over half of Americans, again, if history and polling holds, vote for Democrats for the House, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency would nonetheless likely take control of that body. Minority rule has taken over multiple states. Most of the states that I've already mentioned suffer from the same problem in their own legislatures, in statewide elections, because most voters choose Democrats. all but 12 of the states that I've already brought up in my monologue ended up with Democratic governors. Nonetheless, even though only a minority voted for Republicans, their legislatures are still Republican-controlled because of gerrymandering. Whenever a minority rises up and tries to rule over a majority, particularly if that rule violates basic principles of fair play and empathy, the result is conflict. In most minority rule situations, that conflict is managed with the power of guns and jail cells. Nations that were once democracies, like Russia, Turkey, Egypt, the Philippines, Majarazak or Hungary, Venezuela, and others, become police states where dissent and political activity are not tolerated. We saw Donald Trump, who lost the majority vote in 2016, try this when he ordered Defense Secretary Mark Esper to have our military shoot protesters in the streets of Washington, D.C. You humans, like most animals, from the simplest to the most complex, are wired by evolution for majority rule to make the decisions that will best serve your immediate interests, as well as preserve your species. The principal idea of democracy is that there is wisdom in numbers, that the majority is more often right than any minority. As Aristotle wrote in his Politics, it is possible that the many, though not individually good men, yet when they cometh together may be better, not individually, but collectively. If we want to preserve this nation, we must try actual representative democracy. Whoever wins the majority vote becomes president, as 15 states and the District of Columbia, representing 195 electoral votes, have chosen. States representing another 75 votes are needed to end the Electoral College. Expanding and unpacking the Supreme Court would restore fairness and balance to the head of that branch of government, and adding Washington, the District of Columbia itself, along Puerto Rico, as states would help ease the unfairness of representation in the Senate by adding millions of colored people to our voter registries. And Congress must pass a federal mandate that every state cease gerrymandering and use nonpartisan redistricting commissions like my golden state nation of California and several other Democratic-controlled states have already done to ensure fairness and equal representation. Republicans not only cling to minority rule, they now want to go the next step and impose a Russiist, Taliban-style government on America, run by the morbidly rich and fanatically religious. America is closer to having state-imposed, religious-based laws. Justice Samuel Alito's draft opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization proposes an alarming erosion of the vital wall that separates church from state, between personally held religious beliefs and our shared government. If the United States Supreme Court adopts the draft opinion, the court will be issuing a historic precedent-breaking opinion based on the religious beliefs held by many of the current justices. Religion will be dictating public policy. The Establishment Clause of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution prohibits all levels of government from advancing or inhibiting religion. The Constitution prohibits the government from favoring one religious view over another or favoring religion over non-religion, and yet that is exactly what this proposed opinion has done. This court's decision adopted a narrow religious-based definition of when life begins and imposes it on everyone in our nation. While some religions believe life begins at conception, others do not. Yet the court imposed one set of religious beliefs on everyone. Judaism holds that a fetus is not a separate and independent life from the pregnant person. Moreover, Judaism recognizes that abortion is allowed if the health or life of the pregnant individual is endangered. This includes psychological health as well. Justice Alito's opinion recognizes the diversity of moral opinions that exist on the issue of abortion, yet it ignores other religious perspectives. The first sentence of the draft opinion states, "Abortion represents," or it says presents, "a profound moral issue on which Americans hold sharply conflicting views." No shit. Yet, reversing Roe and allowing states to adopt draconian anti-abortion laws means that an extreme religious perspective has become the basis for state laws while other religious perspectives are ignored. The wall between religion and government has crumbled. The founders of our nation recognized the importance of religious freedom and protected that with the First Amendment. Their objective was to prevent one religion from imposing its religious beliefs on all citizens. Their goal was to ensure that everyone in our nation was allowed to exercise their religious or moral beliefs freely. They were ensuring that one religion's perspective would not limit others' rights and freedoms. The erosion of the separation of church and state is a dangerous path for our nation. If this opinion, as it has, became as final, states are now able to limit or eliminate abortion rights and put people's lives in danger. But also, based on this draft opinion, states have been able to restrict or eliminate other rights that the Roe v. Wade precedent currently protected. These other rights included birth control, marriage, and privacy. The draft opinion alone, that was leaked before the decision was enforced, moved America closer to having state-imposed religious-based laws. This should frighten all of us. The separation of church and state allows for diverse and moral opinions on the issue of abortion and other personal decisions. This is how it should be. This is what our founders intended. For Christianity seeks mercy, not power. A true Christian nation is not about nationalism at all. In what way is America a Christian nation? Seriously, I'm asking. Christian nationalism has been on the rise again. Christian nationalism is a conflation of Christianity and nationalism masquerading as patriotism. It assumes that true Americans must be Christian, and Christianity, or what passes as Christianity, should be enshrined in law. Christian nationalism emerges out of fear that, without special protection, this narrow Christianity will lose its grip on culture and politics and wither away. Certain Christians in the United States preach this message, and they find comrades in Russia's Orthodox Church, whose patriarch supported the invasion of Ukraine. This revival of Christian nationalism trots out the same tired passages around sexuality in the Bible while ignoring the greater number of passages about mercy, love, and justice. Christian nationalism also strangely attributes divine inspiration to the Constitution. Just as Christian nationalism picks and chooses from the Bible, so it does with the Constitution. The Second Amendment gets lifted, while the Ninth Amendment goes completely ignored and unread. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And so legislatures and activist judges go imposing their Weltanschauung, their worldview, on others. The right to bodily autonomy, the right to physical independence, and the freedom to make healthcare decisions with your doctor are superseded by the authority of judges to make that decision for you based on their medievalist personal beliefs.
I can only imagine what other decisions these judges might make. Will their Weltanschauung, their worldview, override the right to same-sex marriage? The right to be treated as equal under the law? The right for students not to have religion imposed on them in schools? What other rights might these activist judges and legislatures undermine? Christian nationalism is neither patriotic nor authentically American, let alone Christian. Here we are already. This noise you just heard was a notification for an article. Influencers are pandering to conservatives to salvage their post-cancellation careers. Creators are finding redemption online by embracing right-wing values and aesthetics. This is the prostitution of art we saw with that piece of shit, Robin Williams, whom everybody thought to be some courageous individual, a comic whore. Now we take a look here at the time we have remaining, 2 hours, and hope I can cover as much as I can during that period of time. I doubt I'll be able to do so, but we'll give it a try. At any rate, let's see what it says here. The canceled co-conservative content creator pipeline explained. All right, I'll leave that up for later. Okay, back to the issues that we're dealing with right now, which we may have to continue talking about on Wednesday if I can't finish talking about them tonight. Let's ask a question to get me back in stream of thought. What would a Christian nation really even look like? A nation that gives access to health care to everyone, regardless of their ability or pay. Jesus healed a lot of people. He didn't even ask whether they were employed or able to work. A nation that supports education for all. Jesus taught the crowds openly and freely, and his disciples provided for material needs. Good thing Jesus wasn't working on an Idaho teacher's salary. How about a nation that supports families and children, with access to nourishing food, clothing, and community support? Where kids can go to school in safety without fear of being murdered by someone with a gun. Imagine being eager to take care that there is no stumbling block for one of these little ones. A nation that is slow to anger and abundant in steadfast love, love towards neighbors and even enemies. A nation that is quick to forgive crippling debts and burdens. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. What about personal responsibility? How about a nation that embraces refugees, remembering that Jesus, Mary, and Joseph sought refuge in Egypt when despotic Herod targeted them? How about a nation that prizes goodness and righteousness over wealth? As it says in Matthew chapter 6, verse 24, you cannot serve God and wealth. Now that's an interesting image of a Christian nation. Even so, I wouldn't want the nation to be conflated with Christianity. As a faithful Christian myself, I want all these things for people, no matter their religion, gender, ethnicity, sexuality, abilities, or lack of economic power. How about an America for all Americans? Christianity should always push for greater goodness, greater justice, greater mercy, not greater power. That's a Christianity worthy of the name of Christ. So, on the subject of abortion and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent idea of a Christian nation, Ireland's past is America's future. Media from across the globe
descended on the courtyard of Dublin Castle last year. They traveled to capture the scenes of thousands of Irish people celebrating the results of the Irish abortion referendum. A landslide majority had repealed the Eighth and voted to change that country's constitution to enable legal recognition of abortion rights for the first time in that state's history. Generations of families cheered and cried together while politicians from warring parties embraced. Viewers abroad marveled at the displays of pride, rapture, even love. To understand why the referendum result in Ireland prompted such outpourings is to understand the full meaning of the right to abortion. On the one hand, the right ensures that women and pregnant people of reproductive age can terminate unwanted or unsafe pregnancies without legal sanction. On the other, it signifies state recognition that women are equal agents in their societies, deserving of respect for their own life choices. The right upends the assumptions that coerce women into predefined gender roles and rejects the seemingly immortal ideologies that accord women a lesser status. It demands that society trust women and that the law affirms their dignity and autonomy. The Irish abortion referendum celebrated the fullness of the abortion right. I think we all sighed in relief that the days of women making secret journeys to clinics abroad were over. And we should have all cherished the vote's repudiation of that nation's historical oppression of woman. In stark contrast, on this side of the Atlantic, the highest court in the land eviscerated that right. The United States Supreme Court was doing all that it can to choke women's access to abortion and perpetuate the shackling misogyny that ensues. It was in the leaked draft of the Supreme Court opinion that would ultimately overturn Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey that beckoned us ever closer to the end of constitutionally protected abortion rights in America. Of course, in terms of pregnant people's ability to exercise this right, that demise had long ago been in motion. A constellation of federal and state regulations on everything from abortion funding to required waiting periods and religious refusals had already made Roe's constitutional protection illusory to millions. An official decision in line with the draft opinion by Justice Samuel Alito expanded the already extreme burdens that people face in assessing abortion care, burdens that are acutely shouldered by communities that the country already treats with disdain. Women of color, women with migrant status, women in abusive relationships, women with disabilities, LGBTQIA+ persons, and women without wealth and status. The decision also preceded 12 bleak realities that were eerily reminiscent of Ireland's pre-repeal past: the criminalization and forced exile of abortion seekers, both of which had already begun. Because at least 26 states had been preset to introduce abortion bans once the court's decision officially came us down, in over 50% of the United States, pregnant people who need abortions were forced to travel to a state where abortion remains legal, my golden California. Or they will have to obtain and consume abortion pills at home under the threat of punitive sanction. This mirrors pre-repeal Ireland. Women who sought abortions for any reason other than their imminent death could not legally have one in Ireland. Instead, women typically purchased the cheapest United Kingdom-bound flights available or hoped that their disguised packages from Woman on Web made it through customs. The law did not, in the majority, force women to give birth to unwanted pregnancies, nor did it lead to thousands of deathly unsafe abortions, as is common in developing countries with abortion restrictions and prevailed in these United States before the rights recognized in Roe. But the options of travel and pills did not mean that Ireland's abortion regulation was anything less than totalitarian for pregnant people. Nor will the post-Dobbs landscape offer women any escape from tyranny. An Irish woman argued over at the European Court of Human Rights over some 15, 16, 17 years ago. Forcing women to leave their home states for legal abortions is degrading and a deliberate affront to their dignity. It imposes significant financial and administrative hurdles to accessing needed health care, some of which have always been near insurmountable. Women experiencing life or health-threatening pregnancies may be too unwell for interstate travel in many cases. Others will struggle to get the money together to finance their journeys. Women or girls in abusive relationships are unable to explain the prolonged absences that abortion travel demands. But even the rich and otherwise privileged women who have the resources, health, and family support to travel are targeted. In banning abortion, the state communicates to all women and pregnant people that they are reproductive instruments first and moral agents only second. It tells women that they are objects to be controlled rather than citizens free to author or authoress their own destiny. And the state openly relays that those who resist will be punished. They will be criminalized or forced beyond borders at significant personal cost and risk to their health and safety. Criminalizing women's decisions about their own bodies and their own lives rejects women's humanity in a deeply sinister fashion. In attempting to usurp women's agency, these laws impair the status of women as equals, and by inflicting the health risks, financial burdens, and pressure of arranging out-of-state travel for the health care of one's choice, anti-abortion laws express the state's indifference to women's suffering. In Ireland, when we as a human species fought to overturn that state's anti-abortion laws, we fought for a nation that would value women as equals. We fought to free ourselves from the state's punitive legacy of gender discrimination and distrust. The abortion rights movement in these United States cannot afford to fight for anything less. As we see over and over around the world, minority rule is both oppressive and ultimately fragile. Over the long haul, it is always on the defensive against the collective power of a determined majority. And it's always on the defensive against the power of facts. It's telling that shortly after the decision of the Supreme Court of these United States was leaked, the National Republican Senatorial Committee pleaded with conservatives to position themselves as compassionate consensus builders, and emphasizing that Republicans do not want to take away contraception and do not want to throw doctors and women in jail. In fact, Republicans cheerfully kept saying that they wanted to do exactly that. I'm hearing some noise. Let me check into the call, see if someone has joined us. Sid, you've come off mute. Are you aware of that? Thank you so much. There we are. And let me check the time we have remaining. Still 2 hours. I might get through this yet. If you're a man and you think abortion rights don't impact you, you're wrong. Men have a lot to lose since Roe v. Wade has been overturned. The end of Roe v. Wade is a men's rights issue too. Literally. By the way, Sid says, you're doing great, Douglas. Thank you so much. Do appreciate that. And I want to thank him for his links. And we'll see if he makes use of the address left by our Lady Brooke Elizabeth Gibson. Okay, with that in mind, returning to subject at hand. Just as reproductive rights activists predicted, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. That maneuver has undeniably devastating consequences for women, especially poor and black women. But make us no mistake, even people who don't get pregnant have suffered since Roe has been struck down. The masculinity expert and scholar Jackson Katz went on record to say that this is a time of reckoning for men. Men should care about this issue if they care about preserving and defending democracy. There are many reasons, practically speaking, that men are direct beneficiaries of abortion rights in America. The ability to plan how many children a man wants and when he wants to have them is because of the long, hard-fought movement woman led for reproductive rights. The right to contraception was won on the basis of the right to privacy in Griswold versus Connecticut, a Supreme Court case that has been severely weakened since the 5 conservative justices struck down Roe. This means that the overturning of Roe has not only threatened men's ability to benefit from a partner having an abortion, it has also opened the door for weakening their family's right to contraception. Since many men seem to enjoy having sex with women, I would assume most men do not want to live in a world where they cannot access birth control. Most often, the decision to have an abortion is a financial one. In fact, the most common reason women give for getting an abortion is that they cannot afford to raise a child. Almost half of the abortions that happen across this country happen to women who are living below the poverty line. Think about the Awareness Month of Poverty that I've articulated earlier. Given that almost all of those women were impregnated by a man who is legally liable to provide financial support regardless of the relationship status, overturning Roe invariably made those men more financially insecure as well. You see, Roe provided a number of spillover social benefits, including lowering child poverty, instances of child neglect and abuse, and reliance on public assistance. After abortion was legalized federally via Roe, the high school graduation rate and college attendance rose significantly for black women, helping them to become full and active members of society. A study published in the Journal of Adolescent Health found that boys who can avoid becoming teenage fathers have a greater chance of going to college if abortion is an option for themselves and for their partners. So there's a direct correlation between the level of gender equality in a country and the stability of that country. Female empowerment is linked to peace, and the violation of women's human rights is intimately connected to conflict. Countries where violence against women is tolerated, such as, say, forcing a woman to give birth against her will, see higher levels of political instability and military forces more likely to be used. Now, the aforementioned Katz has been quoted as saying, right-wing movements in this country and around the world understand perfectly well that feminism is one of the greatest threats to oligarchy is what he said, and autocracy. To go back to his quote, they know that rolling back women's reproductive freedom is a key way to block women's struggle for gender equality. And without gender equality, there is no real democracy. So if you listen to the mainstream public discourse about abortion, it's hard to believe men have anything to lose. In spite of the numerous ways men suffer in a post-Roe America, Republicans don't seem very worried about the fact that the loss of federal protection of abortion rights is deeply unpopular in this country, even among many in their own base. Instead, it seems that the Law and Order Party is comfortable enough with bills that could force survivors of incest and rape, to carry a resulting pregnancy to term. when Republican Representative Matt Gaetz said the quiet part out loud, blaming women who are overeducated and unmarried. He eliminated any outstanding questions about the real intention of these laws that limit abortion rights. Still, many Republicans continue to deny that this barbaric maneuver they've been plotting and strategizing for decades has anything to do with a woman's right to choose. If it was about babies, as Republicans claim, they would be fighting for more child benefits, not less. If it was about saving lives, they would be supporting universal health care, not trying to get rid of it. And they would never back a policy that would lead to a 21% increase in maternal mortality. A 21 increase ratio in pregnancy deaths, for all you ignoramuses out there who can't understand medical terminology. This isn't just about women's reproductive freedom. It's not even just about men's. What's at stake is much greater, and the failure to act has implications that are much more sinister. To quotist the aforecited cats, if men truly believe in women's fundamental right to control their own bodies and reproductive lives, not to mention their own sexuality, they need to start taking more risks. And if men want tips about where to start, they can look to the women who have been fighting for their freedom all along. Abortion is often talked about as a grave act, but bringing new life into the world can feel like the decision that more clearly risks being a moral mistake. America is, in many ways, a deeply religious country, the only wealthy Western democracy in which more than half of the population claims to pray every day. In Europe, the figure is 22%. Although 7 out of 10 American women who get abortions identify as Christian, the fight to make the procedure illegal is an almost entirely Christian phenomenon. 2/3 of the national population and nearly 90% of Congress affirm a tradition in which a teenage girl continuing an unplanned pregnancy allowed for the salvation of the world, in which a corrupt government leader who demanded a massacre of the innocents almost killed the baby Jesus and damned us all in the process, and in which the Son of God entered this world as what the godless dare to call a clump of cells. For centuries, most Christians believed that human personhood began months into the long course of pregnancy. It was only in the 20th century that a dogmatic narrative, in which every pregnancy is an iteration of the same static story of creation, began both to shape American public policy and to occult the reality of pregnancy as volatile and ambiguous, as a process in which creation and destruction run in tandem. This newer narrative helped to erase an instinctive, long-held understanding that pregnancy does not begin with the presence of a child, and only sometimes ends with one. Even within the course of the same pregnancy, a person and the foetus she carries can shift between the roles of lover and beloved, host and parasite, rather hostess and parasite, vessel and divinity, victim and murderer. Each body is capable of extinguishing the other, although one cannot survive alone. There is no human relationship more complex, more morally unstable than this. The idea that a foetus is not just a full human, but a superior and king-like one, a being whose survival is so paramount that another person can be legally compelled to accept harm, ruination, or death to ensure it, is a recent invention, a social construct. For most of history, women ended unwanted pregnancies as they needed to, taking herbal or plant-derived preparations on their own, or with the help of female healers, witches and midwives, who presided over all forms of treatment and care connected with pregnancy. They were likely enough to think that they were simply restoring their menstruation, treating a blockage of the blood. Pregnancy was not confirmed until the quickening, the point at which the pregnant persons could feel foetal movement, a measurement that relied on her testimony. Then, as now, there was often nothing that distinguished the result of an abortion, the body expelling foetal tissue, from a miscarriage. Ancient records of abortifacient medicine are plentiful. Ancient attempts to regulate abortion are rare. What regulations existed reflect concern with woman's behavior and marital propriety, not with foetal life. The Code of the Atsura, from the 11th century before Christ, mandated death for married women who got abortions without consulting their husbands. When husbands beat their wives hard enough to make them miscarry, the punishment was a fine. The first known Roman prohibition on abortion dates to the 2nd century and prescribes exile for a woman who ends her pregnancy because it might appear scandalous that she should be able to deny her husband of children without being punished. Likewise, the early Christian church opposed abortion not as an act of murder, but because of its association with sexual sin. The Bible offers ambiguous guidance on the question of when life begins. Genesis, chapter 2, verse 7, arguably implies that it begins at first breath. Exodus, chapter 21, verses 22 through 24, suggests that, in Old Testament law, a foetus was not considered a person at all. Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5, describes God's hand in creation even before I formed you in the womb. Nowhere does the Bible clearly and directly address abortion. Augustine, in the 4th century, favored the idea that God endowed a foetus with a soul only after its body was formed, a point that Augustine placed in line with Aristotelian tradition, somewhere between 40 and 80 days into its development. Himself so writing that, in his words, there cannot yet be a live soul in a body that lacks sensation when it is not formed in flesh, and so not yet endowed with sense. This was more or less the Church's official position. It was affirmed 8 centuries later by Thomas Aquinas. In the early modern era, European attitudes began to change. The Black Death had dramatically lowered the continent's population and dealt a blow to most forms of economic activity. The Reformation had weakened the Church's position as the essential intermediary between the layman and God. The social scientist Silvia Federici has argued in her book entitled Caliban and the Witch that church and state waged deliberate campaigns to force women to give birth in service of the emerging capitalist economy, within which Federici notes, and thus I read from her own writ, starting in the mid-16th century, while Portuguese ships were returning from Africa with their first human cargoes, all the European governments began to impose the severest penalties against contraception, abortion, and infanticide. You see, midwives and wise women, the witches, were prosecuted for witchcraft, a catch-all crime for deviancy from procreative sex. For the first time, male doctors began to control labor and delivery. As I read again from the Writ of Federici, in the case of a medical emergency, they prioritized the life of the foetus over that of the mother. While in the Middle Ages, women had been able to use various forms of contraceptives and had exercised an undisputed control over the birthing process, from now on their wombs became public territory, controlled by men and by the state. This is hell on earth. Martin Luther and John Calvin
the most influential figures of the Reformation never they simply never addressed abortion at any length. But Catholic doctrine started to shift, albeit slowly. In 1588, Pope Sixtus V labeled both abortion and contraception as homicide. This pronouncement was reversed 3 years later by Pope Gregory, if I remember his particular number in the Roman numeric system. I believe it was what was it? Pope Gregory the 7th, 14th. Okay, I think it was 14th. There we are. I'm surprised I remember these things at all. Again, checking the time we have remaining. Veronica Pereira says happy Monday, D. Oh, happy Monday. Buenos noches a todos. My dearest Senora Pereira. Love you dearly, honey. Okay, numbers way up again. Okay, so as I said, Pope Sixtus V, labeling both abortion and contraception as homicide, his pronouncement was completely reversed in 3 years by Pope Gregory XIV, who declared that abortion was only homicide if it took place after ensoulment, which he identified as occurring around 24 weeks into a pregnancy. Still, theologians are continued to push the idea of embryonic humanity. In 1621, the physician Paolo Zacchia, an advisor to the Vatican, proclaimed that the soul was present from the moment of conception. Still, it was not until 1869 that Pope Pius, I think it was the 7th or the 8th, affirmed that doctrine, proclaiming abortion at any point in pregnancy to be a sin punishable by excommunication. Of course, a big deal in those days, damning you to hell if you accepted the Catholic cosmology. So this was Pope Pius IX affirming that doctrine, and I myself have come to believe that abortion should be universally accessible, regulated only by medical codes and ethics, and not by the criminal justice system at all. Still, in passing moments, I can imagine upholding the idea that our sole task when it comes to protecting life is to end the practice of abortion. I can imagine that seeming profoundly moral and unbelievably urgent. I would only need to think of the fetus in total isolation to imagine that it were not formed and contained by another body, and that body not formed and contained by a family or a society or a world. Many women, however, becomest, if anything, more militant about the right to an abortion in the process of pregnancy, childbirth, and caregiving. It isn't just the difficult things that have this effect, the paralyzing back spasms, the ragged desperation of sleeplessness, the thundering doom that pervades every cell in their body when they wean their child. And it isn't just their newly visceral understanding of the anguish embedded in the facts of American family life. A third of parents in one of the richest countries in the world struggle to afford diapers. In the first few months of the pandemic, as Jeff Bezos's Amazon.com net worth rose by $48 billion fucking dollars, 16% of households with children did not have enough to eat. What multiplies their commitment to abortion are the beautiful things about motherhood. In particular, the way they feel able to love their baby fully and singularly because they had chosen
to give their body and life over to their neonate. That they had not been forced by law to make another person with their flesh, or to tear that flesh open to bring that bairn into the world. That they hadn't been driven by need to give that new person away to a stranger in the hope that their newborn would never go to bed hungry. That they had been able to choose this permanent rearrangement of their existence. That volition is what be sacred. The pro-choice Presbyterian minister Rebecca Todd Peters writes that the debate about abortion in America is rooted in the largely unacknowledged premise that continuing a pregnancy is prima facie moral good. But child-bearing, as Peters notes, is a morally weighted act, one that taketh place in a world of limited and unequally distributed resources. Many people who get abortions, the majority of whom are poor women who already have too many children, understand this perfectly well. The Lady Peters concludes that, in her words, we ought to take the decision to continue a pregnancy far more seriously than we do. Had that a foresighted 10-year-old that was forced to come to my golden state of California to have her abortion because it would have literally killed her. Had she given birth against her will, it would have been in the middle of a pandemic that previews a future of cross-species viral transmission exacerbated by global burning. And during a summer when 10 million acres on the west coast in which I live were ablaze. She would have known that her child would not only live in this degrading world, but contribute to that degradation. In his book titled The Uninhabitable Earth, David Wallace Wells writes that every year the average American emits enough carbon to melt 10,000 tons of ice in the Antarctic ice sheets. Just before COVID attacked, the science writer Mian Christ published an essay in the London Review of Books titled, Is It Okay to Even Have a Child? Said title alluding to a question that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez once asked in a live stream on Instagram. Chris detailed the environmental damage that we are doing and the costs for the planet and for us and for all those who will come after. Then she turns the question on its head. The idea of choosing whether or not to have a child, she writes, is predicated on a fantasy of control that, in her words, quickly begins to dissipate when we acknowledge that the conditions for human flourishing are distributed so unevenly and that, in an age of ecological catastrophe, we face a range of possible futures in which these conditions no longer reliably exist. As the Deutsche, or German, historianess Barbara Duden writes in her book titled Disembodying Woman, the early Christians believed that both the bodies that created life and the world that sustained it were proof of the continual creative activity of God. Woman and nature were aligned in this view as the material sources of God's plan. To read from Duden's writ, the word nature is derived from nascitura, which means birthing, and nature is imagined and felt to be like a pregnant womb, a matrix, a mutter, a mother. But she notes that in recent decades, the natural world has begun to show its irreparable damage. The foetus has been left as a singular totem of life and divinity to be protected no matter the costs, even if everything else might fall. The scholars, the female scholar, the scholaress named Katie Gentile, has proven that in times of cultural crises and upheaval, the fetus functions as a site of projected and displaced anxieties, a fantasy of wholeness in the face of overwhelming anxiety and an inability to have faith in a progressive, better future. The more degraded actual life becomes on Earth, the more fervently conservatives will fight to protect potential life in utero. We are locked into the destruction of the world that birthed us all. We turn our attention now to the wombs we think we can still control. By the time that the Catholic Church decided that abortion at any point, for any reason, was a sin, scientists had identified the biological mechanism behind human reproduction, in which a fetus develops from an embryo that develops from a zygote, the single-celled organism created by the union of egg and sperm. With this discovery, in the mid-19th century, women lost the most crucial point of authority over the stories of their pregnancies. Other people would be the ones to tell them from then on when life began. At the time, abortion was largely unregulated in these United States, an empire founded and largely populated by Protestants. But American physicians, through the then newly formed AMA, American Medical Association, mounted a campaign to criminalize it, led by a gynecologist named Horatio Storer, who once described the typical abortion patient as a wretch whose account with the Almighty is heaviest with guilt. Storer himself having been raised Unitarian but later converting to Catholicism. The scholars Paul Surette and Kelly Gordon have argued that these doctors, whose profession was not as widely respected as it would later become, abused abortion as a wedge issue, one that helped them portray their work as morally and professionally superior to the practice of midwifery. By 1910, abortion was illegal in every state, with exceptions only to save the life of the mother, said wording of such provisions referring to all pregnant people as mothers, whether or not they had children, thus quietly inserting a presumption of foetal personhood. A series of acts, known as the Comstock Laws, had rendered contraception, abortifacient medicine, and information about reproductive control widely inaccessible by criminalizing their distribution via the United States Postal Service. People still sought abortions, of course. In the early years of the Great Depression, there were as many as 700,000 abortions annually. These underground procedures were dangerous. Several thousand women died from abortions every year. This is when the contemporary movements for and against the right to abortion took shape. Daniel K. Williams notes in his book titled Defenders of the Unborn that those who favored legal abortion did not, in these years, emphasize choice. They emphasized protecting the health of women, protecting doctors, and preventing the births of unwanted children. Anti-abortion activists, meanwhile, argued, as their successors still do, that they were defending human life and human rights. The horrors of the Second World War gave the movement a lasting analogy. In October of 1962, a Catholic clergyman wrote that, in his words, logic would lead us from abortion to the gas chamber. Really? I mean, really? Ultrasound imaging
invented in the 1950s, completed the transformation of pregnancy into a story that, by default, was narrated to women by other people, doctors, politicians, activists. In 1965, the year before I was delivered from between my mother's loins, to lay my eyes upon this sorry world, Life magazine published a photo essay by Leonard Nielsen called Drama of Life Before Birth, and put the image of a fetus at 18 weeks upon its cover. The photos produced an indelible, deceptive image of the fetus as an isolated being, a spaceman, as Nielsen wrote, floating in a void, entirely independent from the person whose body creates it. They became as totems of the anti-abortion movement. Life had not disclosed that all but one had been taken. I'm talking about Life magazine, not Life itself. Refused to disclose the fact that all but one of those photographs taken of babies were all of aborted fetuses. They were all fucking dead. And that Nielsen had backlit, and posed their glowing bodies to simply give the impression that they were alive. Life magazine is a lie. It was your propaganda magazine throughout World War II that told you you needed to exterminate entire races, the Germans and the Japanese. And they were the same people who brought you the cosmic spaceman baby, that the totem of the dead fetus they misrepresented as alive was more important and completely independent of the woman in whose body it was forming. In 1967, the year after I was delivered into this vale of tears, Colorado became the first state to allow abortion for reasons other than rape, incest, or medical emergency. A group of Protestant ministers and Jewish rabbis began operating an abortion referral service led by the pastor of Judson Memorial Church in Manhattan Island. The resulting network of pro-choice clerics eventually spanned the country and referred an estimated 450,000 women to safe abortions. The evangelical magazine Christianity Today held a symposium of prominent theologians in 1968, which resulted in a striking statement. Whether or not the performance of an induced abortion is sinful, we are not agreed, but about the necessity and permissibility for it under certain circumstances, we are in accord. Meanwhile, the priest James McHugh became the director of the National Right to Life Committee and equated fetuses to the other vulnerable people whom faithful Christians were commanded to protect: the old, the sick, the lame, the poor. As states began to liberalize their abortion laws, the anti-abortion movement attracted cultists, many of them anti-war, pro-welfare Catholics, using the language of civil rights, and adopted the label pro-life. Shortly after the Supreme Court issued its decision in Roe v. Wade, W.A. Criswell, a Dallas pastor who served as president of the SBC, the Southern Baptist Convention, from 1968 to 1970, said that it was only after a child was born and had life separate from his mother that it became an individual person, and that it has always, therefore, seemed to me that what is best for the mother and the future should be allowed. But the court's decision accelerated a political and theological transformation that was already underway. By 1979, Criswell, like the SBC, had endorsed a hardline anti-abortion stance. So, evangelical leadership, represented by such groups as Jerry Falwell's Moral Majority, which was neither, joined with Catholics to oppose the secularization of popular culture, becoming firmly conservative, and a powerful force in Republican politics. Bible verses that express the idea of divine creation, such as Psalm 139, "For you created my innermost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb," per the New International Version's translation, became policy explanations for prohibiting abortion. In 1984, that great Orwellian year, scientists abused ultrasound to detect foetal cardiac activity at around 6 weeks' gestation, a discovery that has been termed a foetal heartbeat by the anti-abortion movement, though a 6-week-old fetus hasn't yet even formed a fucking heart, and the electrical pulses are coming from cell clusters that can be replicated in any petri dish. At 6 weeks, in fact, medical associations still call the fetus an embryo. As any preggy will find out, you generally can't even schedule a doctor's visit to confirm your condition until you're 8 weeks along. So many things that now shape the cultural experience of pregnancy in America accept and reinforce the terms of the anti-abortion movement, often with the implicit objective of making pregnant women feel special or encouraging them to buy things. Your baby! Every app and article whispers to them sweetly, wrongly, many months before they've even intuited personhood in the being inside them, or feel that the life they be forming has moved out of a liminal realm. One tries to learn from that liminality. Hope has always predicated on uncertainty. There will be no guarantees of safety in this or any other part of life. Pregnancy does not feel like soft blankets and stuffed bunnies. It feels cosmic and elemental, like volcanic rocks grinding, or a wild plant straining toward the sun. It is as violent, it's violent even as one may love it. In an essay titled War in the Womb, the evolutionary biologist Suzanne Sadedine points out that, to quote as she, even with the help of modern medicine, pregnancy still kills about 800 women every day worldwide. Herself so noting that many of the genes that activate during embryonic development, also activate when a body has been invaded by cancer. In ectopic pregnancies, which are unviable by definition, and make up 1 to 2% of all pregnancies, embryos become implanted in the fallopian tube rather than the uterus, and tunnel ferociously toward the richest nutrient source they can find. The result, as Sadedine has written, is often a bloodbath, a literal bathing in their mother's blood, which ultimately kills their mother. But the baby dies taking the mother with them. An imperfect baby that could never be born. Nothing but a set of teeth and hair and body parts, unconnected by any skin. Just bathing in the blood of the mother like a parasite. The book of Genesis tells us that the pain of childbearing is part of the punishment women have inherited from Eve. The other part is subjugation unto men. God tells Eve, "Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you." Tertullian, a 2nd century theologian, told woman, "You are the devil's gateway. You are the unsealer of the forbidden tree. You are the first deserter of the divine law. You are she who persuaded him whom the devil was not valiant enough to attack. The idea that guilt inheres in female identity persists in pro-life anti-logic. Anything a woman or a girl does with her body can justify the punishment of undesired pregnancy, including simply existing. It is estimated that up to 10% of clinically recognized pregnancies and as many as 26% of all pregnancies end in miscarriage. Here's a science alert, people. For all the anti-science reactionary Republicans, libertarians, and Adamite chaosists who comprise the assigned element of my audience, contemporary research proves that most human pregnancies end in miscarriage. It's treated as a taboo subject, but miscarriages of pregnancy happen a lot. They're not the exception, they're the norm. According to a paper published in 2018, they happen a lot more than any of us may even realize, even the woman having them. The research has proven that more than half of successful fertilizations will end in miscarriage. That research has found, that research, which was yet to be peer-reviewed when I myself assessed it, was penned by my fellow state national, the evolutionary geneticist William Richard Rice of the University of California, Santa Barbara, and draws upon many previously conducted studies and health databases for a meta-analysis. Previous research has found that somewhere between 10 and 20%, or as many as 1 in 4 known pregnancies, end in miscarriage, also known medically as spontaneous abortion. One study in Denmark, which included 1,221,546 pregnancies between 1978 and 1992, found the overall miscarriage rate was 13.5%. Obviously, that's going to vary by region and socioeconomic status, and the risk sharply increases with age. But there's one other very important qualifier to note. Many women do not even know they're pregnant initially. And since most miscarriages happen in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, most women miscarry without even knowing it's happening. According to Rice, it's these unknown miscarriages that make up the majority of all pregnancies. In fact, he proved that a woman in her 20s is just as likely to miscarry as carry the fetus to term. And because the miscarriage rate only rises with age, his analysis confirms that the number of miscarriages far outnumber live births. He so told New Scientist magazine, in his own words, "It is not an abnormality. Miscarriage is the norm. Spontaneous abortion is the norm," meaning God aborts more babies than humanity ever could. It's not just known pregnancy statistics that provide this information. We can also learn a lot from IVF, in vitro fertilization statistics. A 2014 IVF study proved that of 284 successfully karyotyped embryos from young women, 151 had abnormalities in the number of chromosomes, a rate of 53.2%. This sort of abnormality, called aneuploidy, is the most common cause of miscarriages, accounting for 50%
and the risk of it only rises with age. Using information such as this, Rice calculated that women in Denmark, based on the aforementioned study, have 1.7 live births on average in their lifetimes, but 2.1 miscarriages. And this is a country with access to free birth control and elective abortions up to 12 weeks. By contrast, Mormon women in America in the 19th century had an average of 8 live births and 16.8 miscarriages. In his paper, Rice wrote that it's a finding that proves two things. Firstly, that miscarriage, not childbirth, is the predominant outcome of fertilization. God's going to sort out most of these babies as unworthy of even being born. And a natural and inevitable part of human reproduction at all ages. Secondly, it proves that access to birth control only reduces the number of miscarriages a woman will have in her lifetime. Just like giving blood makes you live longer and 88% less likely to have a heart attack, so give as much blood as you can safely and reap the rewards, so too, the more you abort, the more babies you fucking save. While the actual numbers will likely never be known for certain, it's common sense that the use of birth control vastly reduces the risk of miscarriage while in use, because it vastly reduces the risk of pregnancy in the first. So it's unsurprising that this is also what Rice's numbers reveal. In his paper, he concluded that, and here I read therefrom, to reproduce, a human female cannot forego a high risk of spontaneous abortions, and to have a large family, it is virtually impossible to avoid multiple spontaneous abortions. Modern birth control with access to elective abortions markedly reduces, rather than increases, the lifetime number of abortions a woman produces. You can read the paper for yourself on the preprint resource, BioRxiv, BioRxiv, or BioPrescription 4. Let me enter this into chat. It's a link, and maybe our man Sid has already found this, but here we go. Let me enter that. And good numbers. We got 1 hour left. And I'll cover what I can. What's going on, Ask Kick? Is there a question? Do you have a question? He gave me a question mark.
I thought there was a link that you might...
Oh, I put it into chat. Oh, do you want it here in text?
I was looking for it, yeah.
Okay, so let me put it here in text as well, just in case. Okay, here we go. There you go. And thank you. All right, there you go. And there we go. This notification tells me that Biden's Department of Justice is failing to protect election workers from domestic terrorism. The Republicans are going to terrorize their way into office. We've got to stop these sons of bitches, even if we have to kill them. Now, logically, to employ a characteristically Vulcan term, as I am your Vulcan intervention, whether one attributes such to the divine order of the creator God or the evolution of nature, the female of the human species miscarries more so than carries precepts increasing the odds of survival for the potential child bearer. In other words, nature or God naturally, spontaneously aborts most of the babies a woman carries to protect her, the child bearer, One need not reject the idea that life in the womb exists or that fertile life has meaning in order to favor the right to abortion. One must simply allow that everything, not just abortion, has a moral dimension, and that each pregnancy occurs in such an intricate web of systemic and individual circumstances that only the person who is pregnant could ever hope to evaluate that situation and make a moral decision among the options at hand. A recent survey found that 1/3 of Americans believe life begins at conception, but also that abortion should be legal. This is the position overwhelmingly held by American Buddhists, whose religious tradition casts abortion as the taking of a human life and regards all forms of life as sacred, but also warns adherents against absolutism and urges them to consider the complexity of decreasing suffering, compelling them toward compassion and respect. Let's put it to you this way. In Japan, cemeteries have tiny Buddhas, carved of stone, representing all the aborted babies. Whenever a woman aborts a baby, she has a tiny stone Buddha that represents that baby, placed in a cemetery where she can visit it and pray that it incarnate into a life in which it will be delivered, in which a woman can deliver it who can afford to deliver it. This allows women to conduct abortions while coming to terms with the child that they lost thereby. Give them the ability to reconcile with that child, to pray for its future incarnation at a better opportunity. There's a Buddhist ritual practiced primarily in the Empire of Japan, where it is called Mizuku Kuyo, a ceremony of mourning for miscarriages as well, stillbirths, and aborted fetuses. The ritual is possibly ersatz. Critics say that it fosters and preys upon women's feelings of guilt. But the scholar William Lefleur proves in his book titled Liquid Life that it is rooted in medieval Japanese understanding of the way the unseen world interfaces with the world of humans, in which being born and dying are both processes rather than fixed points. An infant was believed to have entered the human world from the realm of the gods and moved clockwise round a wheel as she grew older, eventually passing back into the spirit realm on the other side. But some infants were Mizuko, or water babies, floating in fluids, ontologically unstable. These were the babies who were never born. A Mizuko, whether miscarried or aborted, and the twa words were similar. Keiru, to go us back, and keizu, to cause to go back. Slip back, counterclockwise, cross the border to the realm of the gods. Again. Or rather recross the border back into the realm of the gods from which they floated so transitionally. There be a loss, I know, entailed in abortion, as there is in miscarriage, whether it occurs at 8 or 12 or 29 weeks. I myself locate this loss in the irreducible complexity of life itself, in the terrible violence and magnificence of reproduction, in the death that shimmers at the edges of one's consciousness in the shattering moment that their child is born. This understanding might be rooted in my own religious upbringing. I am certain that it is. But I ask thyself now, how thou wilt cohere this, that fetuses are the most precious lives in existence, and that God, in his visionary wisdom, already chooses to end over a quarter of them at the least, if not over half. And the fact that a quarter of women, regardless of their beliefs, also decide to end pregnancies at some point in their lifetimes, Are they not acting in accordance with God's plan for them as well? Ergo, the choice to abort is sacred. Ask yourself if you're still skeptical, if you're still some maniac who believes in the sanctity of life above the rights of any mere walking womb, or cunt as you would perceive her if you're a Republican. Ask yourself, do unborn children have more rights than women? In Psalms 139, a prophet, possibly King David himself, wrote these profound and insightful words. You have searched me, Lord, and ye knowest me, for ye created my inmost being. Ye knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise ye, because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well. Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be. Thomas Jefferson, albeit not a prophet, wrote these momentous words in the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Originally, he wrote the pursuit of property because he was a fucking slave owner, but they realized they couldn't attract any suckers to fight in their war of revolution against the Brits since the majority of Americans didn't own no goddamn property, and we're not slave-ownered property gentlemen. They just said pursuit of happiness, which means jack fucking shit. I like to remind friends and family, and myself, that when I was young and stupid, I was young and stupid. As a young adult, my attitude toward abortion was essentially ambivalence. As a man, I thought it was entirely something for women to consider, and I was neither a proponent nor an opponent. My heart was touched by young women who walked through shadows to unethical clinics and suffered consequences no man can fully understand. I thought abortion should be legal and acceptable and accessible, but I was not passionate either way. I still believe women of any age who choose to terminate a pregnancy by aborting their unborn child should not be relegated to alleys where danger and humiliation lurk. As a former president said, abortion should be legal, but rare. Do unborn children have rights? Is the right to life among them? If so, only the government can protect that right and stand on behalf of the child. My view is we should advocate for laws that carefully balance the rights of the child with those of the mother. If our hearts are in the right place, this means supporting alternatives to abortion, caring for women who need compassion and financial assistance, and offering help, not derision and ridicule. Regarding what happens now that Roe v. Wade has been repealed, we could celebrate this outcome. Abortion, after all, is not unlawful per se. Each state determines the path that best fits its residents. Government that is closer to the people is closer to the people. Some states are enacting more stringent laws that lean toward the rights of unborn children. Others lean more towards the rights of the mother. This is, in a sense, a far better outcome than letting the federal government write rules that are one size fits all. Believe it or not, residents of my golden state nation of California see things differently from those living in the grand old Republic of Lone Star, Texas. But do unborn children have rights? Well,
You may not believe this, but in a sense I believe they do. Of course, my prayer would be that every child is blessed with abundant life and love as they grow and live in a community that offers them liberty and gives them the opportunity to pursue happiness. When, of course, the Founding Fathers knew the only happiness was property. Well, their happiness, at least. But Republican pro-life advocacy ends with a child's birth, which may as well be a death sentence for the majority of life on Earth. And in fact turns out to be. Look, we can agree on two basic facts. To prevent a woman from ending a pregnancy is to become responsible for the child she bears. And that since Roe versus Wade was overturned, massively expand the child safety net. Already in this country, millions of children were living in poverty. Hundreds of thousands are the victims of abuse and neglect. With such a start, their prospects for the future are bleak, if non-existent. If banning abortion is a moral imperative, then so is putting programs in place to ensure all children have a chance to survive and thrive, especially those who come into the world unwelcome and unwanted. To do any less is the height of hypocrisy. It's been a longer than a year, and the longest time, it feels like centuries, for abortion rights activists. Since that dramatic leak the year before yesteryear that revealed that the Supreme Court would soon overturn Roe v. Wade, the abortion rights movement bounced among disbelief, despair, anger, and resolve. Most Americans support abortion in some form, but we can expect the disconnect to grow between what Americans want and what they get. That disconnect has fueled protests across the country, in front of the Supreme Court, outside of the justices' own homes, and in cities including Bismarck, North Dakota, and Fort Wayne, Indiana, places where I never expected people even lived. At some of those protests, women have worn red cloaks and oversized white bonnets, a reference to The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood's dystopian 1985 novel in which the United States became a theocratic dictatorship. In the past years alone, handmaid protesters interrupted a church service in Los Angeles, marched at a rally in Boston, gathered outside Justice Amy Coney Barrett's Virginia home. Margaret Atwood is a self-loathing cunt who invented Gilead as a blueprint. She thought she was writing fiction in The Handmaid's Tale. That's only her defense. The Supreme Court has made Gilead real. In the early years of the 1980s, Marge Atwood was fooling around with a novel that explored a future in which these United States had become disunited. Part of it had turned into a theocratic dictatorship based on 17th century New England Puritan religious tenets and jurisprudence. She set this novel in and around Harvard University, an institution that in the 1980s was renowned for its liberalism, but that had begun 3 centuries earlier chiefly as a training college for Puritan clergy. In the fictional theocracy of Gilead, women had very few rights, as in the 17th century New England. The Bible was cherry-picked, with the cherries being interpreted literally. Based on the reproductive arrangements in Genesis, specifically those of the family of Jacob, the wives of high-ranking patriarchs could have female slaves, or handmaids, and those wives could tell their husbands to have children by the handmaids, and then claim the children as their own. Although she eventually completed this novel, and called it The Handmaid's Tale, she stopped writing it several times because she considered it too far-fetched. What a silly fucking bitch. Theocratic dictatorships do not lie only in the distant past. There are a number of them on our planet today. What is to prevent these United States from becoming one of them? Exempli gratiae. It is now in the opening stages of 2024 and the year before yesteryear. We were shown a leaked opinion of the Supreme Court of these United States that would overthrow settled law of half a century on the grounds that abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution and is not deeply rooted in our history and tradition. True enough, the Constitution has nothing to say about women's reproductive health because it's written by a bunch of white male supremacists, slave owners who considered women property and who gave blacks the right to vote before they gave their own woman the right to do so. In fact, the original document does not mention woman at all. Women were deliberately excluded from the franchise. Although one of the slogans of the Revolutionary War of 1776 was "No taxation sans representation," and government by consent of the governed was also held to be a good thing, women were not to be represented or governed by their own consent, only by proxy, through their fathers or their husbands. Women could neither consent nor withhold consent because they could not vote. That remained the case until 1920, when the 19th Amendment was ratified, an amendment that many strongly opposed as being against the original Constitution. As it was, women were non-persons in United States law for a lot longer than they have been persons. If we start overthrowing settled law using Justice Samuel Alito's justifications, why not repeal votes for women? The Supreme Court is seriously considering that. You bet your ass. Reproductive rights have been the focus of the recent fracas, but only one side of the coin has been visible, the right to abstain from giving birth. The other side of that coin is the power of the state to prevent you from reproducing. The Supreme Court's 1927 Buck versus Bell decision held that the state may sterilize people without their consent. Although the decision was nullified by subsequent cases, and state laws that permitted large-scale sterilization have been repealed, Buck versus Bell is still on the goddamn books. This kind of eugenicist thinking was once regarded as progressive, and some 70,000 sterilizations of both males and females, but mostly of females, took place in these United States. Thus, a deeply rooted tradition is that woman's reproductive organs do not belong to the woman who possessed them. They belong solely to the state. Wait, you sayest, it's not about the organs, it's about the babies. Which raises some questions. Is an acorn an oak tree? Is a hen's egg a chicken? When does a fertilized human egg become a full human being or person? Our traditions, let's say those of the ancient Greeks, the Romans, the early Christians, have vacillated on this subject. At conception? At heartbeat? I told you what that was. At the quickening? The hard line of today's anti-abortion activists is at conception, which is now supposed to be the moment at which a cluster of cells becometh ensouled. But any such judgment depends on a religious belief, namely, the belief in souls. Not everyone shares such belief, but all, it appears, now risk being subjected to laws formulated by those who do. That which is a sin within a certain set of religious beliefs is to be made a crime for all. So, in the time we have remaining, something needs to be emphasized. Abortion involves killing. And that's okay! To be pro-choice is to be against forced life. If I, myself, were ever to write a manifesto demanding full surrogacy now, the opening line would be, "It is a wonder women even allow to let fetuses inside themselves." And the opening pages would have to be entirely given over to an extended pan to the process of gestating in all its shockingly grisly biology, its everyday sublimity. Whereas in other species, a female can often discard or expel a pregnancy at will, believe it or not. In our species, well, yours, a hyperinvasive placenta puts the gestator at risk of lethal hemorrhage. Lockdown, a human female body becomest a daredevil participant in a wrestling match or similar extreme sport. They cannot easily quit. From that starting point, the case would perforce be made for rethinking human gestation as real and currently often deadly, dangerous labor, deserving of maximal support. The controversial part I myself would introduce is that a key correlate of viewing gestating as labor is that forcing someone to gestate against their will is forced labor. Furthermore, if the labor of pregnancy is productive of life, then interrupting that labor is, logically speaking, productive of death. Rather than shy away from this, I believe we should embrace it as part of an effort to give gestating the respect it deserves. I, myself, have in the past, speaking on this subject, received dozens of expressions of gratitude from women who have personally heard me articulate these very concepts as being deeply salutary for them during pregnancy. I have no doubt that strangers will do so as well from this point forward. By the same token, I myself draw upon heterodox pregnancy memoirs to bolster my stance. Camus 2015, Maggie Nelson, had written in The Argonauts that, "Never in my life have I felt more pro-choice than when I was pregnant, and never in my life have I understood more thoroughly and been more excited about a life that began at conception. Feminists may never make a bumper sticker that says, 'It's a choice and a child,' but of course that's what it is, and we all know it. We're not idiots. We understand the stakes. Sometimes we choose death. Harry and I sometimes joke that women should get way beyond 20 weeks, maybe even up to 12 days after birth, to decide if they want to keep the baby. Joke, okay?" That's what she wrote in parentheses. I agree with Nelson. There is something infantilizing about denying the fact that embryos die when we scrape them out of the bodies of which they are a part. It sentimentalizes pregnant or potentially pregnant humans as fundamentally nonviolent creatures to imply that we can't handle the truth about what we are up to when we opt out. And it patronizes abortion getters to insist that we are only making a healthcare choice rather than also extinguishing a future child. In my view, recognizing that gestating manufactures a proto-person requires acknowledging that abortion kills a proto-person. A baby is completely dependent on human care in order to stay alive, but its needs could be filled by any person, whereas a fetus, a proto-person, is ineluctably dependent on a specific person within which it resides. We humans, you humans, do kill when necessary. Victims of assault sometimes kill in self-defense. Targets of persecution sometimes kill for justice, or just to reduce the number of their persecutors. And the colonized sometimes kill for liberation. Mothers living in unspeakable conditions, including chattel slavery, have been documented to kill their children as an act of mercy. Of course, these examples are instances of necessary violence, generated by the conditions for which we struggle to render extinct. When it comes to abortions, it seems possible that the conditions that necessitate them may never be wholly eliminated, even if vasectomies become generalized and perfected ectogenetic technologies become universally accessible. As long as people are performing pregnancy on this earth, they must be free to change their minds about seeing it through. The adoption industry could be revolutionized and child welfare lavishly subsidized. Regardless of the available resources, supports, no one should be pregnant involuntarily. The science of medicine dictates that when foreign organisms inhabit the human body unwelcomely, we tend to eject them. When a beloved, non-human member of the family is sick and elderly, many pet owners decide not to pay for medical care and opt for euthanasia instead. It is a mark of moral seriousness to acknowledge what it is that we're doing when we butcher a cow, put a pet to sleep, or for that matter, euthanize a human relative, at any age. According to the philosopheress of science, Donna Haraway, we must stay with the trouble of the violence we inevitably mete out in our everyday traffic with forms of life, be it at the dinner table, the battlefield, or in the scientific laboratory, herself suggesting that rather than squaring our acts of killing away according to a moral calculus, or pretending that we aren't really killing, multi-species feminists should subscribe to the ethical imperative, "Thou shalt not make killable." This might seem counterintuitive in the context of an argument in favor of abortion as killing, but the distinction between making fetuses killable and making it easy and stigma-free for people who take the decision to kill a fetus is significant. The former refers to casting something, a lab rat for example, out of the sphere the grievable, thanks to a tidy and final verdict on the permissibility of systematically sacrificing its life to a greater cause. The latter, while expanding access to the means of feticide, does not necessarily require any such sanitization of violence. For millennia, those of us who have helped a friend terminate a pregnancy, be it with herbal abortifacients, progesterone blockers, and ulcer tablets, or vacuum extraction devices, are well situated to understand that something is killed during a uterine evacuation, as much as a flower dies when it is plucked. But what's the point of acknowledging this now, at a time when abortion rights are so imperiled? In the final half hour we have among us, how do I express this? For one thing, it would seem hard to deny that the euphemistic, apologetic, placatory, pro-choice strategy has not worked out thus far. So why not risk coming out for what we actually want? Namely, abortion, foeticide, a clearly documented public good, as I've already articulated, the Supreme Court leak and the subsequent decision made therefrom thrust us all into a situation in which we have little left to lose. Rather than cleave in desperation to the rearguard missions of defending the rights to privacy rather than abortion, enshrined in Roe v. Wade, we could consider this moment a chance to reset the terms on which abortion is fought. What would it mean to acknowledge that a death is involved in an abortion? Above all, it would allow for a fairer fight against the proponents of forced gestating. When pro-life forces agitate against foeticide on the basis that it is killing, pro-abortion feminists should be able to acknowledge without shame that yes, of course it is. When we withdraw from gestating, we stop the life of the product of our gestational labor. And it's a good thing we do, for otherwise the world would sag under the weight of forced life. It is a hard pill to swallow for a misogynist society, a prison rape anti-culture, sentimentally attached to its ideology of patriarchal motherhood. But the truth is that gestators should get to decide which bodies to give form to. This choosing is the human female prerogative. A desire not to be pregnant is sufficient reason in and of itself to terminate a gestate. When we force anti-abortionists to disagree publicly with this, we bring their logic, their anti-logic of female subordination into the open. Those with uteruses must serve patiently as the vessels through which life passes. We lay bare the calculus at the heart of their Weltanschauung, their worldview, which they only sometimes spell out in so many words, as does the Mississippi pro-life leader Barbara Beaver, who sayest, mothers should die for their babies, not the other way around. Women are human, and as such, can never be as innocent as the unborn gestate. That gestate is but a temporary tenant, ruining the room in which it resides. But innocence, as we see every time a police victim is described as no angel by the press, is a fundamentally inhumane category in politics, deriving from the most punitive interpretations of Christianity. According to this imagery, non-innocence is the core characteristic of everything fallen, which is to say, everything that has ever lived. That's why the ghoulish natalism of those lobbying to give embryos the rights of patients and persons in law is, in the end, the ultimate anti-life position of the Edomites. It cares solely for the quantitative rather than qualitative dimensions of life, chasing life in the abstract and missing everything that matters about life as it is actually lived, life itself in particular. Fetishizing newness and sentimentalizing helplessness. The Edomites, who call themselves pro-lifers, pit themselves ruthlessly against the overwhelming majority of human life in particular. In their warped, demented minds, foetuses deserve every protection, while we actually existing human beings belong to a completely different species. We are on our own, self-responsible, fatally compromised, because enfleshed. Anti-abortionists routinely sacrifice the health and happiness of actual persons in defense of the forced survival of potential ones. It is high time we went on the offensive against their sickening, sacrificial version of vitalism. Ours is the mature pro-life politics. I do not want to live in a world that valorizes life for its own sake, because life would cease to have any meaning. I want to live in a world that prioritizes the life chosen and wanted. People's lives are worth more than Fotis's lives. But because I identify so strongly with women, having presented myself as one for a great deal of my life, having been mistaken for one even when I do not, often enough to take up the woman's banner, I can tell you we are identified as prey. So perhaps in continuity into our next episode, I will provide you my expert mercenary security enforcement agent's advice for survival in this post-Roe world. In that ruling that surprised no one who had watched the Supreme Court devolve further and further into a tool of oppression, the Supreme Court overruled Roe v. Wade, and with it the right to abortion at the federal level. Roughly half of all states in Union ban abortion now. Since that time, I myself have spracketh with experts, attorneys, medical doctors, and midwives about survival in a post-Roe world. So live under the reality, at least comprehending the reality. If we are identified as female, we are prey. It's the first thing Diane Dirtses, the owner of the clinic at the center of the fight over Roe v. Wade, said when she was asked what people who can become pregnant need to know about the potential, what was then the potential end of Roe and what became the inevitable end. Dirtses' own clinic, Jackson's Women's Health Organization, was Mississippi's only abortion clinic, and it was even then not able to provide a full spectrum of reproductive health services since the state of Mississippi had its way. Dirtses said the right would not stop their fight against reproductive choice until they had completely removed reproductive autonomy. To quote as she, abortion is just the beginning. They're coming for your birth control. They want a world where women don't work. They want total control. In a world where politicians can force children to give birth or demand that a person die carrying a pregnancy that's not even viable, they're one step closer to that total control every goddamn day. So Dirtses and her colleagues prepared for a post-Roe world. She noted plans to move her clinic to Maryland and New Mexico. The pioneers of the abortion rights movement and those they have mentioned will not go quietly into a world where dying of pregnancy complications is routine and children give births to their rapists' babies. But they can't do it all, and they're realistic about the future. Warren Hurd, medical doctoress of Boulder Abortion Clinic, simply said, "Women are going to die." Hearn specializes in later abortions. often of desperately wanted pregnancies. These abortions typically happen when a pregnant person learns they will die if they continue the pregnancy, or that their baby has fatal or potentially fatal birth defects. The time to prepare for a post-Roe world was the year before yesteryear, when more options were available and most didn't yet have to worry about the criminalization of pregnancy itself. Now, I've spoken to abortion experts across the country about what we all need to know to survive in a world where people could be forced to die from ectopic pregnancies and bleed to death, giving birth to babies born without brains. Here's what I can tell you. Every pregnancy is a danger to the life of the pregnant person. And the United States has the highest pregnancy-related mortality rate in the wealthy world. Among the developed nations, more pregnant women die here than anywhere else on earth. And the issue is only getting worse. It is now more dangerous to give birth than it was a generation ago. In this climate, every pregnancy is a potential danger to the life of the pregnant person. The end of Roe meant that doctors no longer get to decide what constitutes a threat. It's left up to politicians who cannot identify basic reproductive anatomy. Even when women survive a bad birth, to say nothing of a forced birth, it leaves permanent scars in every manner, physical and mental. Every year, pregnancy complications permanently disable, physically and psychologically, 50,000 Americans. That number has only skyrocketed since the end of Roe. Abortion is many times safer than pregnancy. The data consistently proves that wealthy white people are still able to access abortions, but BIPOC communities have suffered. Black, indigenous, people of color. The fight for reproductive rights has to extend to those who choose to give birth and the increasingly horrible environments in which they do so. So I have some practical advice. In the few minutes we have remaining, I'll start with it. We can continue in the next episode. Stock up on abortion pills. No matter your gender. No matter your sex. For now, abortion pills via telemedicine are accessible and legal. This has changed in a matter of days. Organizations such as Aid Access connect pregnant people to virtual doctors who can then prescribe abortion pills. This empowers you to self-manage your own abortion at home, on your own terms. Watch a movie, hire a doula, light candles. Whatever feels most comfortable and safest become as possible during the first trimester, and research proves that self-managed abortions are safe. We don't know how long this access will last, and some states are already moving to make telemedicine abortion illegal. In states where clinic abortions become illegal, it will likely become illegal to fill a medication abortion prescription at all. It's a public service to gain access to the pill now, not just for yourself, but for people around you. You must only be willing to tell a doctor you're pregnant over the phone so you can fill a prescription for use in the future. But a post-Roe world is far from ideal. The abortion pill is many times safer than a miscarriage and less likely to cause serious complications. How long will these pills last if they eventually become inaccessible? No one really knows. There's no evidence that abortion pills become dangerous after they expire, just less effective. So in a crisis, they're worth trying even if they're out of date. Also, prepare to manage abortion and miscarriage complications. In a world where doctors can report pregnant people to the police for abortions, And for miscarriages suspected to be abortions, more people will be reluctant to even seek medical care. I can only emphasize the need to seek medical emergency care anytime a person has a serious pregnancy or abortion complication. But I also offer the following advice to people who experience bleeding after a self-managed abortion. Slow down and put your feet up. Excessive bleeding after a medication abortion often happens when women do too much too soon, or when their partners pressure them to have sex, or rush back to household labor and childcare. The first line of defense for managing excessive bleeding is to lie down and rest. And drink an electrolyte drink. Fighting dehydration will help with excessive bleeding, especially if the bleeding isn't severe. Stay hydrated, especially if you start bleeding a lot. And learn how to do fundal massage. Fundal massage means massaging the uterus itself from the top down. It's the first line of treatment for postpartum hemorrhages and can also help with blood loss following a miscarriage or abortion. Fundal massage helps the uterus contract back down, which can slow or even stop bleeding. You can find your uterus between the top of the pubic bone and belly button, depending on how far along you are. Push down firmly in a downward motion toward the vagina. Signs of emergency include a fever, a foul smell from the vagina itself, that's a sign of infection, intense pain, or soaking through more than 2 pads an hour for more than 2 hours. And when in doubt, seek care. Know that doctors cannot tell the difference between miscarriage and abortion. Medically speaking, miscarriage and abortion are identical. This reality is what makes the end of abortion rights so scary. Every miscarriage suddenly becomes a potential crime scene. States with restrictive abortion laws are already prosecuting miscarriages. When a miscarriage becomes a suspected crime, it pits doctors against patients and erodes trust between the twain. Trusting your doctor might be a dangerous decision. So women need to know that if they induce an abortion at home and require medical care, a doctor can never tell the difference, and there's no reason to disclose. To quote is Ralph Bundy, MD, of Woman Care Centers Incorporated, ideally, we want women to get quality, comprehensive care at a clinic. If I see a woman in the emergency room, I cannot tell the difference between an induced abortion and miscarriage. And the treatment for the two is getting to be the same. In a world where abortion is a crime, there's no medical reason to tell a doctor about any abortion. People who choose home medication abortions and who need medical care may worry about doctors finding out about their use of the abortion pill, or worse, abortion pill testing by the police. It's a dystopian nightmare, but it's already here. Lie to your doctor or get a visit from the police. So learn about Plan B and stock up. Now, in the time we have remaining, Plan B is emergency contraception. It works much like oral contraceptives, using a high dose of hormones to suppress ovulation. If you do ovulate while taking Plan B, it decreases the likelihood that the egg will successfully implant in the uterus at all. You don't need a prescription for Plan B. It is readily available online. Plan B may be your only option for avoiding pregnancy if you are raped. 3 million Americans have experienced a rape-related pregnancy during their lives that we know of. Those whom filed reports. 6 times that number have not, which means every American woman statistically has experienced a rape-related pregnancy. Terrifyingly, pregnancy is much more likely, common even, if someone you know rapes you. It actually becomes statistically inevitable. 26% of women who report a rape by a current or former partner report becoming pregnant. So the time to stock up is now. It's safe for almost everyone, including people who cannot use hormonal contraceptives because of concerns about blood clots. But the radicalized Russian-sponsored right has been so successful at stigmatizing birth control that even many progressives think Plan B is an abortion pill or will induce an abortion. Critically, for those who personally oppose abortion, it will not trigger a pregnancy loss if you are already pregnant. There's also no evidence that it causes any birth defects. Some studies suggest that Plan B may not work as well in people over 155 pounds. For instance, a 2015 paper found a significantly higher rate of pregnancy among people over 155 pounds. This is less than the weight of the average American woman, and a critical shortcoming. Not all research supports this finding. A 2017 analysis of 4 studies found no evidence of an effective weight limit for Plan B. Even where